Hey, if you liked the video, give it a thumbs up and show some love for the series. Every like, comment, and share really helps us keep going. Thanks a ton for watching.
501 Chapter Dreaming School. 1. Convincing Sheridan to go was not all that difficult. They say the southern mining district is overflowing with good quality ingredients for gunpowder. Go with Phantos, handle the work properly, and you can bring back as much as you like. Ill go. Sheridan had been restless lately, starving for something to blow up. Sulfuric acid and nitric acid both essential for making explosives. The southern mountain ranges were famous for their rich supply of high-quality sulfur. Sulfur was indispensable in chemical industries. And for Sheridan, who crafted explosives, sulfuric acid and nitric acid were always in short supply. And now there was a place where she could stock up freely. The reserves there alone would be immense. Even if told not to, Sheridan had every reason in the world to grit her teeth and go. So Sheridan departed with Phantos to the southern district. All that remains is to keep watch over Isla Machia's situation. There were still many matters demanding attention. Ludger left the hideout and headed back to Theon. During vacation, Theon was quieter than usual. Aside from a handful of students who didn't return home and stayed in the dorms, most of those seen around were graduate students shuffling like zombies. That sight was common enough, hardly worth remarking on. For now, what he needed was information about Dreamland. The surest way would be to visit the dreaming school, but unfortunately, Ludger had no direct connection to reach them. If he suddenly asked to browse their records, they would surely refuse. Considering that, it's best to dig through Sion's library first. Sion's library rivaled a national library in scale. Sion was a place dedicated to the education of magicians. At the same time, as the continent's largest magic academy, the number of books stored in its library was beyond imagination. In terms of sheer size alone, it might even surpass the mansion study seen during Mystic Night. Finding what I need might be a hassle, but it won't hurt to try. Ludger walked toward the library. The building, entirely devoted to books, was filled with endless shelves, tomes, and desks. The ceiling rose high overhead, and if one looked up, books floated and moved about here and there, as though sliding along invisible rails. It was an automation spell, guiding items to their designated places. With so many books, the librarians alone couldn't possibly keep things organized, hence the enchantment. If it's divided by specialty, the section I am after would fall under the peculiar branch. Following the signs, Ludger walked deeper into the library. The place was so quiet that even his careful footsteps echoed. Now and then, students immersed in study at their desks looked up at Ludger with surprise, but none spoke to him or whispered. With no one to interfere, Ludger reached the section housing peculiar category books without issue. "Why are you here?" There he ran into someone unexpected. White hair flowing like water over a school uniform, a face and bearing unusually mature for her age. Julia Plumehart. The girl, who rarely revealed her inner thoughts, widened her eyes in surprise at seeing him here. Her expression soon shifted back to her usual composed mask, but her eyes still betrayed curiosity over why Ludger had come. "It's vacation. You're not going home. There's nothing for me to do there. Boring, really. I'd rather stay and devote myself to magical training." "Magic, Come to think of it, you were a dreamwalker of the dreaming school. And you, Professor, what brings you here?" Normally, Julia would have bowed and left. But this time she sensed that if she didn't ask now, she might never find her answers. Part of it was the curiosity of meeting Ludger in such an unexpected place. But more than that, it was because of Sedna Roshan. Since vacation started, Sedna had vanished. Knowing how much Sedna hated her home, Julia doubted she'd return to House Roshan, and assistants were generally required to continue helping instructors even during breaks, so they couldn't be absent for long. That Sedna had not shown herself at all since vacation began was strange indeed. Naturally, Julia thought of the one person who might know her whereabouts, and as far as she knew, that person was Ludger Cherish. In fact, there was no one else. "Do you perhaps have questions for me?" Ludger noticed Julia's uncharacteristic demeanor. Just as he was curious about something, she must be curious about him. But if one of them was more desperate, it was clearly Julia. "If you've nothing to say, I'll move on. I have books to find." "What kind? Do I have any reason to tell you? I might be able to help." Ludger smirked. She was too proud to ask outright what NVLGHD, exclusive on NVLGHD, she wanted to know, so she was offering help in return. She didn't want to be in the weaker position, she wanted a fair trade. Bold, but her inexperience showed in how plainly she revealed it. Understandable, given her age. Finding a few books isn't difficult. You're looking for the peculiar branch, aren't you? That's why I came here. The peculiar branch holds more books than you'd expect. Over 80% are worthless husks. It'll take a long time to find what you really want. Oh, then you're not offering to help out of kindness. What is it you want to know? Julia clenched her fist inwardly. She realized Ludger was baiting her, but forced herself to swallow her rising temper. I just haven't seen your assistant around, said narration. She's been absent for quite a while. Where did she go? Julia felt unease at his casual answer. Ludger only shrugged. She's on personal leave, that's all. Personal leave, yet she's not at Theon. Since she's on leave, there's no reason for her to stay here. But Sedna has nowhere else to go other than the Roshan estate. But that was the last place Shed returned to. Then where? Julia's eyes wavered. She had no way of knowing where Sedna had gone. Sedna, where is she? Even if she is my assistant, I have a duty to respect her privacy. That only applies to strangers. I am her friend. Julia instantly regretted saying it. Friend. Was that only in her mind? Was it reckless to speak so openly? But the words were out, and she had no intention of backtracking. A friend, is it? For a top student, that's rather sentimental, so what if it is? I'm only asking because I want to know where my friend went, even if she never saw you as a friend. Julia bit her lip at the pointed remark. She had expected Ludger to know something, but hearing it so bluntly was hard. Does that matter? I consider her a friend. Sedna has always pushed you away. She has. But I know her well enough. Even when she did that, her expression gave her away. Her expression. If she truly hated me, she wouldn't have looked apologetic whenever our eyes met. Julia actually felt relieved. No more reason to hesitate. Sedna was always soaked in gloom. But at some point, she changed. That was after she became your assistant, Professor. You figured that out because of your magic, didn't you? Dreamwalkers are born able to sense lingering echoes of dreams. Not everyone's dreams are visible, but in cases like Sedna's, who suffered nightmares for years, it's impossible not to notice. It shows, so that's how you realized she changed. That's part of it. But you, Professor, are unusual too. With the sudden turn, Ludger asked me. You don't have dreams. Every person dreams, but you leave behind no trace at all. It's an extraordinary anomaly. An anomaly. Her frankness was bold, especially directed at a teacher. So is that what you wanted to ask? Where Sedna went? Yes. And what will you do then? Shell only push you away again. Maybe. But she's changing. I believe Shell returned to who she once was. Her voice carried conviction. So different from the girl who usually shut others out. It reminded Ludger that people were never just what they showed on the surface. A rare sort of friendship these days. Are you mocking me? No, I mean it. Very well, you asked where she went. Julia swallowed nervously, waiting for his words. She went to the Forest of Life. The Forest of Life. That's where the Elven Kingdom is correct. And you know Sedna carries elven blood. Even so, how could she go with no connections? Professor Virno helped. As a fellow elf, he took her to her homeland. Shell likely stay there for some time. Julia's shoulders slumped. She had been determined to seek Sedna no matter where, but the Elven Kingdom was a different matter. Ludger added, before she left, she told me something. What was it? That she was sorry. That if she ever met you again, she wanted to apologize. Truly? Ludger nodded, as if understanding her doubtful look. You know, Sedna's past left her scarred and distrustful, but people eventually overcome their wounds. She is no different. Then she has faced her past. Going to the elves' forest is part of that. Julia trembled as if she had heard the impossible. If you cannot believe it, you needn't force yourself. You'll see for yourself whether it's true when you meet again. I believe it. I didn't expect you to be so easily persuaded. At least in this matter, you're not someone who'd lie just to tease a student. Besides, Ludger was the one who had helped Sedna change for the better. Julia had no reason not to believe him. Her lips twitched faintly. Sedna had felt sorry toward her, had promised to apologize if they met again. Just hearing that news filled her with a smile she struggled to suppress. She barely managed, not wanting to appear weak before her rival, Ludger. Was that answer enough? Ahem. Yes, thank you. I've been unsettled about this, but thanks to you, Professor, I feel at ease. Good to hear. And since you've helped me, I'll return the favor by helping you find your book. Not too busy. It's vacation. Besides, I know this library well enough. I often come here and have a good idea where everything is. Friendless, Julia had always passed her time reading or thinking in the library, especially the peculiar branch, given her talents. In any case, her help wouldn't hurt. In that case, do you know where I can find books on dreamland? Dreamland. The word made her eyes flicker with recognition. I do. But why? Curiosity. Then you should know there are many books. Exploring the world of dreams has always been a magician's wish. You'll need to be more specific. Then one's about dreamland's depths. At that, Julia's expression stiffened. Are you serious? Is that a problem? The depths of dreamland aren't well known. Among dreamwalkers, it's practically taboo, so it does exist. Cornered, Julia finally gave in, but there's nothing here. Then where? Where else? The dreaming school. The elders there know more about dreamland than anyone. I see. So Theon has nothing. That's inconvenient. Seeing Ludger's slight frown, Julia carefully offered, if you really want I could help you. 502, Chapter Dreaming School. 2, to help you mean. Did you forget? Nowhere but our school holds information about dreamland. Naturally, the parts about the depths of dreamland you're looking for are there as well. You know much about dreamland's depths? Not at all. But I've been told countless times by the elders how dangerous it is. Julia lightly twirled a lock of her long hair with her fingertips. The depths are a place even the most seasoned dreamwalkers refuse to step into. The moment you enter, your unconscious devours your consciousness, leaving you wandering endlessly between dream and reality. And what's even more frightening is that's only a tiny fraction of what's known. Her voice carried a gravity unusual for her. Of course, I've only heard about it. I've never seen it myself. You've never felt curiosity about it. I have, once or twice. But after reading countless documents and encountering information myself, I realized some things should never be touched out of mere curiosity. For me, Dreamland's depths are exactly that. So don't brush off my warning. Ludger didn't reply. Julia shook her head, not expecting him to. Even if I say all this, you won't listen, will you? I'm well aware of the danger. Yes, I know. So consider that my token warning. Token warning, is it when someone shows too much interest in this subject? Our school always tells us to issue such cautions. She truly had only passed along a warning. Ludger gave her a complicated look. Was that a warning at all, or should he praise her for at least doing as instructed? So how do you intend to help me? There's only one thing I can do: introduce you to someone who knows the information you seek. You mean the mages of the dreaming school? Who else? If I approach them seeking knowledge of the depths, won't they be angry? I warned you, didn't I? That's where my role ends. No one said I had to stop you by force, so I won't be scolded. With that attitude, you'll probably be scolded anyway. Julia gave a short snort. Even after disregarding the elder's warnings, she showed no sign of worry. Whatever they say, I'll let it go in one ear and out the other. They don't mean it wholeheartedly. In fact, if I introduce you, they'll probably like it. Ludger blinked in surprise. Like it. They preach that one mustn't do dangerous things, always warning others to be careful. But the moment someone actually seeks danger, their interest flares instead of cooling. That doesn't make sense. They warned you, yet secretly wish otherwise. That's about right. Everyone there is like that. Eccentric, contradictory, their words never quite match their actions. That Ludger looked at her strangely. Julia scowled, sensing his suspicion. What? Nothing, HMPH. Of course, since I am part of the dreaming school too, I know I'm not exempt from that description. So you're aware? Julia glared at him sharply. Anyway, the mages of the dreaming school are all idealists. From their perspective, you'd be a welcome guest, Professor Ludger. Someone risking danger to explore the depths. They'd never be able to resist. That was unexpected. He'd thought that even with Julia's introduction, they'd slam the door in his face, but to be welcomed instead. Judging by Julia's tone, she wasn't lying. And he had heard rumors in the mage world of the dreaming school's eccentric ways. So the tales weren't just exaggerations. If Julia herself says so, then they really are that bizarre. Either way, the chance he thought he'd lost was now before him again. So, will you go? I'll ask you one last time as a warning. Julia had already warned him once, yet she warned him again. That alone showed how perilous this matter was, but even so it was not something Ludger could refuse. I'll go at once. Sedna had arrived at the elves' homeland, the Forest of Life. This time she hadn't been kidnapped or flown in by airships she'd entered openly through the forest's gate. The fragrance of nature, the voices of trees and grass, everything filled her with the feeling that she had finally returned home. Coming from a city of smoke and steam, this freshness felt both welcome and strange. Ha! Sedna widened her eyes. Normally, elves would appear to welcome her, but the forest was oddly quiet. What's going on? A strange unease crept over her. Had something happened during her absence? Her steps quickened. The first place she had to go was the Burke family estate, where Aunt Ambella resided. As guardians of the forest, they had established strongholds beginning right at the entrance. Among them, the Burke estate stood at the foremost line. That meant it was the most dangerous in war, but also the first reachable by visitors. The forest wind carried Sedna's body lightly forward. Her Wilanito reach somewhere was enough for the forest to respond. Trees and grass parted to open the path, rocks moved aside. Spirits pushed at her back, speeding her along. It was no exaggeration to say the forest itself loved her. Please, let nothing have happened. Soon, Sedna reached the Burke family estate. Prepared for war, the estate was built like a fortresso much, so it was nicknamed Forest Fort. On the walls of reinforced wood stood guards. The moment they saw Sedna, their eyes went wide. What? Excuse me. Sedna dashed straight toward the walls. Before the elves could even call to stop her crock, the wall split apart as if alive, opening a path. An impenetrable wall, immune even to firebombs or anti-air cannons, parted on its own. The guards could only gape. Sedna sprinted through and entered the estate grounds. She knew the layout from her previous visit. She ran toward the place where the strongest life force gathered. Aunt Embella. Throwing open the door, she found Embella staring at her in shock. Sedna, how did you? Are you all right? No one was at the entrance, so I rushed straight here. No one at the entrance. I was worried something had happened to you, and to Sedna's surprise, Embella was calmly seated in her office. Shed thought something dire had happened, but apparently not. Didn't you send word you were coming? I did. But Sedna, did you check the date? What? The appointment was for tomorrow. Oh. Sedna realized belatedly she had arrived a day earlier than planned. I came sooner than expected. Her cheeks flushed red with embarrassment. Embella watched, then chuckled. Early is good. Welcome. He'll have to tell Lord Denties our little troublemaker arrived a day ahead. Though she joked, Embella couldn't help but admire Sedna inwardly. For a moment, she was sure something had happened to me. Did she sense it? Sedna must have felt faint traces still lingering in the forest, traces left by a demon. That unease had driven her here in haste. It turned out to be a false alarm, but only on the surface. That Zero Order Embella remembered that day. The man who introduced himself as Zero Order had appeared before her and Virno like a mirage. The moment they saw him, they knew Thai's being was no human, and no elf could hope to match his power. If he had wished, he could have slain them both where they stood. But he didn't. On the contrary, he had come to thank them. Ventman, that ruthless one, had actually allied with such a monster. Ventman had been one of Zero Order's subordinates of First Order. Yet instead of fulfilling her duties, she had betrayed him, seeking to monopolize the World Tree's power and dominate the continent. To Zero Order, that was rebellion. Embella and Virno had taken care of it for him. He had spoken of it lightly, but Embella had found no humor in it. A being who commands even the head of Lifrit, and he had openly declared himself a demon. That alone was shocking. Demons never proclaimed what they were. Considering how dangerous demons were, the elves should have attacked him immediately. Yet they couldn't, because of the words he left behind. You must prepare for war. Prepare for war. It was not something to say to those who had just ended civil strife. But Embella and Virno had found themselves unable to refute. His voice carried certainty. More puzzling still, Waswi, would a demon warn them of future danger? Weren't demons meant only to bring chaos? Did he somehow gain by giving them this warning? What is he plotting? What does he want? Embella could not grasp his intent. Even after he vanished, she stayed shut in her office for days, burying herself in work to keep from dwelling on his words. But the harder she tried not to think, the clearer the memory grew. She knew why, because she too could faintly sense the coming unrest. Prepare for war, he said. Embella gazed at Sedna, who stammered excuses, face flushed with embarrassment. To protect the forest, what mattered most was Sedna, the one who could command the world tree. If war truly came, the burden would fall upon her shoulders. Don't make me laugh. And Bella ground her teeth. Even if war came, she would fight in Sedna's place. All she wanted was for this girl never to fight again. And VLGHT Ludger arrived with Julia at the Dreaming School's residence. Though rooted in the Empire, they didn't live in a mage tower. Instead, they rented a mansion in the city, living clustered together. For mages, it was unusually open. The mansion was spacious, with even a courtyard, yet looked quiet, as though no one maintained it. No one's here. There were many Dreaming School mages, yes, but only compared to other peculiar branches. They were still few. The mansion was so silent anyone would think as Ludger did. They're all here. No definitely here. Julia sounded certain. It's quiet. They're probably asleep. Asleep given they were dreamwalkers that strangely made sense. Julia stopped before the great doors and knocked lightly. Elders, I am here. Open up. After a moment, a voice called from inside. And who might I be? It was the voice of an old man. It's me. Julia, Julia, who's that? Don't play games. Open the door. Julia's face creased with irritation. Huh? Oh, I remember. That little brat who never once visited us after entering Theon. What nonsense. Just open up. Not nonsense. If you're not the Julia we know, we can't open the door. Julia finally lost her patience. Bang. Ah, I said open. 503 chapter Dreaming School. 3. Any student at Theon who knew Julia would say the same thing about her. A solitary flower blooming atop a white snow mountain. The phrase carried equal parts awe and envy. Julia had claimed the top spot among the first years with her overwhelming magical ability and sharp intellect. Beautiful from a prestigious school and an outstanding mage to boot. Countless students tried to get close to her, hoping to build a connection. Even some teachers and upperclassmen showed her favor, but Julia coldly rejected them all. At first, she would wear a smile like a wall, not responding at all. If anyone persisted despite that, she would look at them with the face of winter frost and tell them, cold as ice, go away. Thus Julia became the girl whom even upperclassmen couldn't touch, despite her being only a first year. A peculiar branch mage with great backing, with no friends, aloof and untouchable, shrouded in mystery. In a sense, Julia had become something of a trademark among Theon students. And yet, this Julia Ludger silently watched her now, furiously kicking the door with both feet. Ah, come on. What are you sulking about now, you grumpy old coot? Without hiding her emotions in the slightest, she shouted at the one behind the door. The sight was so unlike the Julia known at Theon that she could have been an entirely different girl with the same face and name. Oh, she's kicking the door. Then she must be an intruder. We definitely can't let her in. The old man's cackling laughter sounded from behind the door. Julia glared, eyes blazing. Are you seriously doing this right now? Are you seriously doing this right now? Ah, stop repeating after me. Ah, stop repeating after me. You're how old and still this childish. At that moment, Julia suddenly remembered Ludger was standing beside her. She tried to fix her expression, but it was already too late. Ahem, I brought a guest with me. You're really going to keep acting like this? A guest? The voice behind the door perked up with sudden interest. What kind of guest? Someone who wants information on the depths of dreamland. What? The door that had been firmly shut swung open at once. You should have said so sooner. The one who opened it was a long-bearded old man. He looked every bit the archetype of an old wizard from fairy tales, long white beard, long hair and all. But the mischievous smile and childlike sparkle in his eyes erased any sense of dignity from his face. Oh ho, so this is the one. Welcome, welcome. A fine-looking young man indeed. So, which school are you from? The old man laughed warmly as he greeted Ludger, his expression brimming with joy. Though Ludger had heard Julia say they would be welcoming, the genuine enthusiasm still caught him off guard. Carefully, he asked, You don't know who I am? Eh, and who are you then? It wasn't arrogance, but Ludger was used to his name carrying recognition by now. Yet this old man seemed completely unaware. In a school of this scale, surely they had at least heard of source code. And this wasn't even some distant land, it was within the Empire itself. From beside him came a muffled chuckle. Julia, smiling like she had just seen something amusing, was stifling laughter. Professor, how can you say that with such confidence? Because I have the right to. With nothing left to lose, Ludger decided to brazen it out. Julia, unable to deny that, stilled her laughter and nodded. That's true. Who else could say it so boldly? But these people are the exception. They don't care about the outside world. Eh, so you're famous, are you? Sorry, we wouldn't know. All we do is sleep. The old man's words drove the point home. Anyway, welcome to our dreaming school. But just as he spoke, a streak of light pierced his forehead. Julia had fired off a spell. Ludger was about to ask what was going on when he noticed the old man smiling even with a hole in his brow. Hech, doesn't work, you know. Damn. Julia clicked her tongue. The old man's body scattered like an illusion, then reappeared elsewhere like a mirage. Illusion magic. Oh, is that how it looked? Too bad it's not that simple. Indeed, it wasn't. The old man was far too aware of his surroundings for it to be a mere illusion. But Ludger had witnessed the body act as though it had physical presence, so the thought was inevitable. This is far more complex than illusion magic. The old man chuckled as he floated in midair, not with levitation or any spell, but as though swimming freely through space. Ludger studied him carefully, then spoke. Astral projection, mixed with necromancy, perhaps. Oh, the old man stopped drifting and his eyes gleamed. Didn't think anyone would guess it right away. Even the others here got it wrong a few times. So your true body must be somewhere here. But if you stay separated too long, your soul's tether weakens. Returning to your body would become impossible. Heh, I know that. But didn't I say, this isn't ordinary magic. I'm mixed in my dream magic. Dream magic. My body is fast asleep right now. And while it sleeps, my mind roams free like this. And the best part is the old man raised a finger proudly. Even while sleeping, I get to play. Practical, actually. He called it play, but surely he didn't waste it all on amusement. A mage's pursuit of research was endless. Even with 24 hours in a day, NOVELIGHT, no one could use them all. No matter how much one cut back, at least 6 hours of sleep were needed. Even the most ascetic managed 4. For researchers, that meant losing 4 hours a day. But with this dream magic astral projection, none of that mattered. The body slept, but the mind could keep researching. And from how he had opened the door earlier, he clearly could interfere with the physical world. To mages, this was the dream magic itself. Wait, if Theon's graduate students were to learn this, they could research endlessly, true perpetual motion fueled by sleepless study. Professor, you're thinking something terrifying, aren't you? Sensing his dark thoughts, Julia shivered beside him, the instinctive fear of a student catching on to a teacher's dangerous idea. How rude. Ludger, embarrassed, shifted the topic. Anyway, as you just heard, I want to know how to reach Dreamland's depths. The depths, eh? My. Never thought I'd see the day someone came asking about that. The old man stroked his beard, then vanished like a phantom. This time he didn't reappear immediately. Instead, after a pause, footsteps approached, and the real old man entered. Can't stay astral forever. Come inside. Ludger stepped into the mansion. Though quiet, it was well kept. No dust, not even in the corners. Magic, no doubt. Ah, introductions. I'm Xantman, mage of the Dreaming School. Ludger Cherish. I hear you teach at Theon. Must be tough. Hundreds of brats like our youngest all in one class. At that, Julia bristled. What did you just say? See, look at that glare. Tell me, is there anything in this world sharper than our little junior's tongue? You old. Careful, watch your head. Just then, pale smoke drifted across the corridor. Xantman ducked under it. Ludger and Julia followed suit. What's that? Dream mist. Touch it and you fall asleep on the spot. Why is that floating around here? Well, we dreaming school folk need lots of dreams. And to dream, we must sleep. But not everyone can sleep so easily. Some can't fall asleep no matter how hard they try. Oversleeping often led to insomnia. That mist had been created to help with exactly that, Xantman explained. If you need to sleep but can't, summon Dream Mist. It'll come, and after a few breaths, you'll drift off into deep sleep. Practical again, but just dreaming isn't enough. There's also the opposite waking cloud. Unlike the white mist, it's light green. It wakes you up instead. Wakes you up. When you open your eyes in the morning, you don't leap out of bed right away, do you? Your body's fine, but your mind's foggy. Close your eyes again and you'll drift off. Just hearing it, Ludger understood. Everyone had felt it. But with waking cloud, it sucks away the drowsiness, so you spring up instantly. Then why is one called mist and the other cloud? They're the same thing, aren't they? Different inventors. Waking cloud was made later, and when he tried to call it mist, the dream mist guy yelled at him not to copy the name. So he changed it to cloud, just for that. Ludger was beginning to realize the mages of this school truly weren't normal. And inside the mansion, there were more such oddities. a pillow that sang lullabies when you lay on it, a sleep mask that guaranteed instant dreams, a crystal orb that replayed the dreams you had. Bizarre, yet oddly ingenious. Not only artifact spells, too. And where are we headed? The information you seek about Dreamland's depths is top secret. Only our elders know it. Naturally, we're going to see them. They're here. Yes, inside. Though whether they're awake is another matter. They're probably asleep. Asleep meaning Dreamland, of course. For us dreaming school mages, Dreamland is always the priority. Exploring new worlds was every scholar's dream. But only dreamwalkers could truly explore Dreamland. Having such a gift meant bearing that Dutiso Zantman claimed. Well, I just joined because I liked being able to play while sleeping. He chuckled, looking like a child. Compared to the stern elders Ludger had met lately, Zantman's attitude was strangely refreshing. Here we are, our school's main bedchamber. Bedchamber not a laboratory, but a dormitory of sorts. Odd, yet fitting, the door swung open, and it wasn't as bad as Ludger had imagined. He had pictured rows of beds with people sprawled everywhere. But no, there were beds, yes, but also countless research materials, some floating, some muttering in half-sleep. It looked more like a psychiatric ward than a scholarly chamber, but in its own way, normal for this school. The mages here were mostly older, men and women about evenly split, though even the youngest seemed past 30, and their reactions to Julia were all the same. Oh, our youngest is here. What? The youngest came, and without notice. Stop sleeping, everyone. Our youngest has arrived. Youngest, I bought cinnamon candy for you. As the mages fussed over her, Ludger glanced at Julia. Her head hung low, the tips of her ears flushed red. Her clenched fist trembled. 504 chapter Dangerous Thing in the Depths. 1. Several mages approached Julia and struck up a conversation. Little one, how is school life treating you? No one's bullying you, right? Just say the word. I'll go straight to the headmaster and grab him by the collar. Eh, sister, why are you scaring the kid? Julia, just quietly tell us who it is. Do that, and the one bothering you won't be seen the next day. And what will you do? Just make them sleep forever. Wouldn't it be better to not let them sleep? That's true too. The chatter among the dream school mages resembled a noisy marketplace. You sure are receiving a lot of affection. At Ludger's words, Julia ground her teeth. It was as if she was saying, this is why I didn't want to come. At Sion, she was considered the most proud and cold person of all, yet here in her own school she was treated like a darling child. In the end, Julia couldn't hold it back and burst out. Enough. Stop already. People will think I've been gone for 10 years. No, it's only because we worry about you. Want some candy? Stop treating me like a child. I'm a proper mage of the dream school now. At her outcry, the dream school mages exchanged looks. Even if we don't treat you like a child, how many years apart are we in age? If people here had married early, they would all have daughters your age. Daughters. Some here would already have grandkids. But they don't, right? That's true too. Wahaha. They laughed among themselves, loud and carefree, as if everything was funny. Their noisy, energetic behavior was enough to tire even Ludger. But our little one has brought a man with her. Goodness, she's already that age. And who's this gigolo supposed to be? Their gazes naturally shifted to Ludger, standing beside Julia. Just as with Zantman, no one here recognized him. More than anything, the fact that their beloved youngest had brought a man made them glare, as if they were ready to hack Ludger apart with a kitchen knife. What stopped them was Zantman. Hey, you bastards, what do you think you're doing? He's a guest. A guest? Isn't he just a man our little one brought along? He's our little one's school teacher. The mage's attitude flipped instantly. Oh my, so you're a teacher. Forgive us, we didn't know. But what brings you here, teacher? Isn't it vacation now? It must be that. A home visit, home visit. Isn't that for meeting parents? Still, we're like family to our little one, so it makes sense he'd come. That's true, true. What nonsense. Ludger almost said it aloud, but barely held back. In this day and age, who still talks about home visits? Or perhaps their deep affection for Julia clouded their reason. Teacher, is our little one doing well? She hasn't been struggling or suffering, has she? Thinking them exhausting but still opening his mouth, Ludger replied. Julia is the top among Sion's new students. In every class, she never fails to place first, so you need not worry. At those words, the dream school mages visibly sighed in relief. Oh dear, I was seriously considering bringing bags of candy just to make friends with her. Sister, candy. Come on, kids these days don't like that stuff. Really. They were exhausting and a bit ridiculous, but their affection for Julia was undeniable. Normally, a school's internal relationships were built upon strict hierarchy. Even if the degree varied depending on the school, none were this tightly bound like family. When I first heard rumors about the Dream School, I thought it was just a gathering of eccentric geniuses with rare talents. But this was no different from a village association in the countryside. Not that it was bad. In fact, it was rather human and warm. For a school of dreamers, perhaps such emotional bonds made even more sense, though for Julia, being smothered with such excessive love was clearly shameful. Maybe that was why she clung so desperately to her proud fard at Theon. Out of the way, you lot, let us pass. Xantman, you bastard. You should have told us Julia was here sooner. Why would I? Shameless. You bullied Julia again, didn't you? Enough already, I need to escort the guest. Well, talk later. Escort? To whom? He's here to ask about the depths of Dreamland. This guest wants to find it. What? This young man came to inquire about the depths of Dreamland. The Dream School mages stared at Ludger with wide eyes. Their reactions split evenly. This young man has strong curiosity, but too much curiosity can be poison. Still, life's short. Why not live for romance and adventure? I support him. But why exactly are you asking about the depths? We could tell you, but don't tell me you plan to go in. At that, the others broke into a fuss. Their trembling fear revealed how much they dreaded Dreamland's depths. Xantman barked at the noisy crowd. Shut up, you idiots. In the end, it's the elders who decide. What good is your chatter? You're an elder, too. Ludger shot Xantman a look that said, you are. Stroking his beard, Xantman looked off into the distance. Was I? Ha, the old fool's senile at last. What did you just say? Senile, to an elder. Weren't you busy? Stop wasting time and show the guest around. About to flare up, Xantman clicked his tongue and led Ludger and Julia onward. Cheers of support and shouts welcoming Julia followed them. Julia's face flushed red from the attention. To break the awkwardness, Ludger spoke. They are quite entertaining people, I won't deny that. You don't see people like them just anywhere. Indeed, I was surprised myself. Ludger gave her a quiet piece of advice. Caring about Sedna is good, but don't neglect these people too much. What is this, life advice? Something like that. Friends are important, but one day you'll also be grateful for family like seniors and juniors. I already know that, you know. It's just a little embarrassing. Ludger chuckled. That can't be denied. If even as a bystander he felt embarrassed, how much more envy-light must Julia feel? At the front, Xantman stopped. We're here. Beyond what was disguised as a research chamber, but clearly used as a bedroom, there was an ordinary-looking door. Yet Ludger sensed that nothing inside was ordinary. From outside, he could already feel faint magical waves, as if the very space within was saturated with something arcane. Opening it rashly might be dangerous, but Xantman flung it open without knocking. A sweet fragrance wafted out with the breeze. A fragrance. No, something different. The aura spilling from the room defied description. Fragrant yet felt on the skin, warm yet perceived by smell. Inside was filled with countless colors, like a field of flowers or like stars scattered across the night sky. Sight carried taste, breath carried sound, a peculiar sensation where the senses overlapped and blended. Julia and Xantman also halted for a moment, caught by it. Ah, this room is always like this whenever it's opened. Xantman clicked his tongue and strode inside. With each step, the floor rippled beneath his feet. Lights swept up in the ripples, giggling like children before fading and returning. This scene, I've seen something like it before. A faint sense of déjà vu. Ludger soon realized what it was. The surface world of Dreamland. It resembles what I saw there. When he had entered Dreamland for the Order Synod, he had witnessed such sights. The ground filled with water, stars submerged beneath, mist rising all around. What he saw now was much the same. And at the center of the room a presence floated, asleep. An old woman. Suspended in slumber was a woman who looked over 80. Curled like a child in the womb, she drifted in the air. The white garments around her flowed like another star drifting in the sky. That woman, the master of the Dream School, the Dream Master, Clara Cohen, a mage wrapped in mystery, said to spend over 300 days of the year asleep and rarely appearing in public. Old woman, I am here, wake up. At Xantman's shout, Clara's floating form stilled. Slowly she descended. Her small frame touched the floor lightly. Her face was deeply lined with wrinkles, her age showing in every feature. She looked like she could pass away at any moment. But when she opened her eyes, the piercing gaze made Ludger understand why she led the dream school. Half-dreaming eyes, not fully awake. Yet Clara Cohen's blue eyes calmly examined him. Well, this is curious indeed. Not only has one who does not dream come here, but I sense traces of dreamland upon him. Do you perhaps have ties to one of our other children? Ludger was startled inside. He had only entered dreamland on sieging the Order Synod, and most recently only when Helia had visited to exchange greetings. It had been long ago, yet Clara instantly saw through it. Eh, really? Xantman asked in surprise. But at the same time he accepted it. If Ludger had been to dreamland, no wonder he was curious about the depths. Meanwhile, Clara's probing gaze never left Ludger. How strange. A man who does not dream, yet comes seeking the dream world. Child, what is it you seek that brings you here? Her voice was kind yet stern. Ludger revealed his purpose. I want to find a way to reach the depths of dreamland. The depths. Clara neither looked surprised nor angry. As if she had expected it, she muttered the words softly and turned away. Come in. At her permission, Ludger stepped inside her chamber. Xantman and Julia tried to follow, but Clara stopped them. Only this child may enter. You two wait outside. Neither dared defy her. Though they often quarreled like siblings, before Clara they were quiet and obedient. Ludger entered her space. At once the door closed of its own accord, and the scenery within shifted. Around him, the view changed into the likeness of a study in reality. This is Don't be alarmed. This space is my magic. It is reality, yet it contains the dream world. Naturally, for one who does not dream to step inside, such reactions occur. A non-dreamer only ever perceives reality. Even in dreams, they merely replay fragments of the past, not a world blended with imagination and the unconscious. Even in sleep, they remain bound to reality. Sit. Tap, tap. A staff appeared in Clara's hand. She tapped it twice on the floor, and a soft chair rose up under Ludger. He sat naturally. So, you wish to enter the depths? Yes. Why, there is something I must find there, something to find. I cannot say if such a thing exists in the depths, but if you insist on going to that perilous place, then it must be very precious to you. It is. Clara gave a small nod. The depths of dreamland can be reached. You mean even if it is a forbidden space, access is not blocked. One may go if they wish. But what follows is the true problem. I am prepared. No, this is not a matter of mere resolve. Clara struck the floor with her staff. In the depths of that world lies a being that must never be awakened. And the scenery around them changed. 505 chapter Dangerous Thing in the Depths. 2. The wavering space projected a scene as if reflected upon the surface of water. Ludger's eyes widened. This is, you must have seen this once before if you came to ask me about it, right? Ludger gave a slight nod. The landscape around him was the fragmented vision he had glimpsed through the shard of the relic. The depths of dreamland. It wasn't exactly the same as what he had seen back then. From the way the colors here bled into each other in patchy distortion, it seemed this landscape changed frequently. But with plains, forests, and deserts scattered together, ruined relics standing amidst them, and the sky painted in countless hues, there was no mistaking it as anywhere else. A question rose within Ludger. I heard only one person has ever witnessed this view. How can you replicate it so precisely? Unless you mean to say, perhaps, I have personally been to the depths of dreamland. It is crafted with such refinement one can hardly think otherwise. Ho ho ho, that would make sense. But once you learn a little more about dreams, you'll quickly realize it isn't so. Come, let us walk. Clara tapped her staff as she moved forward. Ludger followed after her. Together they walked through the space modeled after Dreamland's depths. Though it was only a copy, Ludger tried to imprint every detail into his eyes. How strange. This was a kind of magic that drew a dream into reality, shaping it into partial form. And yet the sensations felt so vivid, as if they were real. In dreams, the senses were not so easily separated, and when he first entered this place, his senses had tangled and overlapped. It was difficult to tell what was dream and what was reality. This place was both reality and dream. Both, and yet neither. You seem confused. You wonder whether this is dream or reality, don't you? Even without turning her head, Clara knew what he was thinking. He gave no answer, but his silence was a tacit confirmation. As if expecting it, Clara replied, Everyone thinks the same. My chamber is unlike ordinary reality, but unlike most, you are rather calm. Instead of panicking, you're trying to analyze where this place belongs, because it's also where I must go. But is that so important? Dream or reality, it doesn't matter. The only truth is what you see before your eyes, right now, in this moment. Her voice carried a depth of wisdom impossible to measure, and it confirmed that this space was anything but ordinary. Right now, this moment is the only truth. Ludger murmured her words. They left the misty, dreamlike forest and emerged onto a sandy shore. Beyond golden dunes, the sky was still filled with stars. The Milky Way glowed in strokes of violet, indigo, and pink, a painting of splendor. They climbed the dune as though standing in the heart of a desert at dawn. Shhhhhhh. The wind blew, shifting the ridges of sand. The desert moved like waves. Among the shifting sea of sand, ancient statues appeared here and there. Ruins. Half-collapsed stone pillars, arches worn away by storms, domes riddled with holes. How could such structures exist within a dream? It defied all sense. Isn't it curious? Dreamland is the land of dreams, yet ruins such as these exist within it. Is it because of the influence of the unconscious? That is what we assume. The established theory is that dreamland came into being the moment humans began to dream. I've heard of its origins. That when the first humans capable of thought appeared and began to separate consciousness from unconsciousness, dreamland was born, exactly like sediment gathering at a river's mouth. Through flowing years in history, countless lives are born and die. And in the process, a world is built, grain by grain, like deposits of sand. Dreamland, in the end, was a massive world built from the thoughts of all humanity. That was why, no matter how different people's dreams were, they could enter the same dreamland. It was the unification of the collective human mind. Even the stars scattered across the sky above them, those were nothing less than the dreams of sleeping people given form. Clara continued, but dreamland was not created by humans alone. After all, humans are not the only ones who dream. You mean other races. They dream too. Even speechless beasts dream. So you see, perhaps dreamland did not originate with humankind at all. It may have existed long before, and humans were simply the first to discover it. How many dunes did they cross before the scene opened into vast grasslands? That is a fascinating theory. But I didn't come here to learn the origin of dreamland. Indeed, you came to ask how to reach the depths. Though his tone could have been seen as rude, Clara accepted it with a laugh. At the front, she stopped walking. Ludger halted as well. Do you recall what I said earlier? That in this world lies a being that must never be awakened. Yes, you did. That is it. Her gaze turned forward. Following it, Ludger also saw something beyond the field, a massive structure. And at once, he recalled the words Maria Selmore had told him. That is a colossal monolith, standing alone in the depths of dreamland. Unlike the other ruins, its smooth surface had endured the ravages of time. Black as pitch, with lines of green light seeping from its carved patterns, it was clearly no ordinary structure. What is that? I call it a stake. A stake? The word made a strange sort of sense, but also raised another question. Stakes are usually used to hold something down, aren't they? Exactly. To fix something in place so it cannot move. Clara resumed walking. Heading toward the stake, Ludger followed naturally. Are you saying something is beneath it? The very thing you mentioned, the one that must never open its eyes. You grasp quickly. It is strange, then. What is that being, and who drove the stake into it? That is the question we must unravel. The towering stake loomed closer. It had seemed enormous from afar, but up close its size was overwhelming, comparable even to the world tree. No matter how he craned his neck, Ludger couldn't see the top. Yet his gaze fell not upward, but downward, at the base of the immense stake. For something was impaled there. That is, Ludger's voice carried wariness. What is that? Even he, who had seen so much, could not help but ask. For the thing had no distinct form. I don't know either. I only know it is something very dangerous. Beneath the stake, something black and shapeless was pinned. It was neither solid nor liquid, like sludge mixed with filth. If a child had scooped sewage slash NOVELIGHT slash muck and clumped it together, it might look like this. It seemed like if touched, it would squirm. Its dark surface was streaked with grotesquely mingling colors, like oil on water. Don't worry. Ever since it was discovered, it has remained asleep. Or perhaps sealed would be the better word. It lay bound beneath the stake, unformed, slumbering. Have you heard of the first dreamwalker who entered the depths? Yes. He said he saw something immense there. Correct. What you see is the landscape he witnessed. If this was brought from then, it's already been decades. Her voice carried a longing sorrow for the past. The name of the mage who entered Dreamland's depths was Nathanael. He was once the head of the Dream School. And my husband, he is the one who saw all this. Yes, this is his last legacy, and his warning that no one should ever enter the depths. Ludger nodded. But he wondered, why did Nathanael seek the depths? Maria Selmore had said it was to explore a new world. But was that truly the reason? Why tell me all this if it is so dangerous? Because I thought, perhaps if I tell you, you would abandon it and turn back. Clara chuckled softly. Child, I know even if I show you this, you will not stop. I can see Itu resemble Nathanael. Those like him always make the same choice. Even if it leads to ruin, they go on. She turned her gaze fully on Ludger. Her eyes held the clarity of one who completely understood him. Am I wrong? You are shy. Nathanael would have laughed boldly and admitted it. That's the difference between you two. I am not him. Of course. Her eyes shifted back to the massive stake. There are many dreamwalkers in our school, all excellent mages. Recently, our youngest, Julia, has shown remarkable promise. She may well be the next master soon. Yes, I have heard. But there was once another, expected even more than Julia. Young, brilliant, overflowing with talent. Another one. His name was France. He was our adopted Sarmine and Nathanael's, once the most promising dreamwalker. France, a name Ludger had never heard before. Yet he could already guess who it might be. He wanted to study the depths that drove his father mad. When I forbade it, he left the dream school and continued his research alone. Meaning France is still pursuing the depths now. Yes, and one day he will dive into it. Do you want me to stop him? How could an old woman force a young man's path? No. I only wish, if it must happen, that someone else go in his place. You are harsher than I expected. You wish to go in, and I wish for another to go instead of France. Could there be conditions more perfectly aligned? Ludger stared at the stake. Clara's France must be that man who stood beside Zero Order. To explore the depths of Dreamland, he allied with Zero Order and built dwellings in the surface world using dream magic. So his goal is Dreamland too. If Zero Order is supporting him, then surely they also seek something there. What is it they want? Could it be related to what Ludger himself is searching for? Could this really be coincidence? Just then Ludger saw it. The formless thing bound beneath the stake twitched. Did that just move? Move. Clara's tone was puzzled. Impossible. It has always slept. I've watched this scene many times, and it has never stirred. Besides, this is just a reproduction of what was recorded long ago. It was Nathanael's dream, replayed by her magic. No different from watching a videotape of the past. Clara insisted it had never moved. Therefore it should not move. But just now yet Ludger had clearly seen it twitch. And again, blorp. The shapeless mass bubbled, its surface swelling with boils. From its bursting bubbles, something emerged. Eyes. Dozens upon dozens of eyes of varying sizes, swiveling, scanning, then locking all at once on Ludger. Both Clara and Ludger were struck speechless. It was too sudden, too incomprehensible. And then a sharp pain stabbed into Ludger's skull. KH! He clutched his head instinctively. With ear-splitting tinnitus, a voice resounded within his mind. A voice that should have been impossible to hear through the seal. 506 chapter Dangerous Thing in the Depths. 3. Ludger clenched his teeth against the sudden ringing in his ears and the splitting headache. Damn it. In the middle of the chaos, he checked above his head, but there was no trace of the door having opened. And yet, the fact that a voice was heard meant that the beings beyond it had reacted violently to something. The one nailed into that stake. The being impaled in the stake was also rolling its eyes toward Ludger. The space that had merely reproduced the scenery of a dream had, in this instant, become directly linked with the true depths of Dreamland. Rumble. The colossal stake trembled. When the thing nailed within tried to move, all of Dreamland shook as if an earthquake had struck. Ludger calmly channeled his mana. Thanks to the seal not having been broken, the headache quickly subsided. The piercing ringing in his ears also receded like the ebbing tide. Perhaps because the sound was fading, even the thing that had been rolling its eyeballs began slowly closing its eyes. Even so, the aftershock was by no means small. It had only moved slightly, yet the entire dreamland trembled. This was something that had never happened before. What in the world is happening? Even Clara Cohen could not conceal her bewilderment at experiencing something like this for the first time. Her unbelieving gaze turned toward Ludger. Still frowning as if his head ached, Ludger stared fixedly at the being nailed to the stake. From his actions and his eyes, one could not help but feel that such a being was not unfamiliar to him. He had thought it was not an ordinary magician, and since it had attempted to explore the depths of dreamland, he had suspected there might be some connection. Child, just what are you? Let us return for now. Clara spoke so, suppressing the doubts welling up inside her. The inside of the room shifted back to the starlight of the night sky. Go on out. I must return into the dream once more. The way to reach the depths, do not be impatient. I shall send someone before long. For now, confirming the abnormality that has occurred in dreamland is the priority, so I hope you understand my position. I understand. It has been a long time since I've fallen into a deep sleep. Clara said this and curled her body once more. Her body floated gently upward, drifting like a jellyfish submerged in water, just as when they had first met. Ludger watched her for a moment before stepping outside. Xantman and Julia, who had been waiting, turned to him. What happened inside? The mages of our school who had been sleeping outside all woke up in a commotion. They all woke up, Ludger responded with doubt to Julia's words. Some of the senior dreamwalkers who had been in deep sleep, they all woke in shock. I heard they felt a massive tremor from the very depths of dreamland. So then, it had not been a mere illusion. Ludger forced his expression under control and made an excuse that he did not really know. What he had just seen was not something he could speak of to anyone, and even if he did, it was doubtful anyone would believe it. Even I have no idea what this was, so what use would it be to tell anyone else? Ludger let out a sigh. He had come to learn something about dreamland, but instead it felt like he had picked up an unnecessary burden. What did the master say? Julia asked Ludger. By master, she meant Clara, the head of the school. She said she would be sending someone soon to handle going to the depths. Well, that makes sense. It'd be lacking to send someone right away without proper preparation. Is there anything needed to go? You know how the deep-sea explorers wear diving suits to go underwater? Dreamland is the same. Skilled dreamwalkers can just walk into the upper middle layer, but if you want to go deeper, you need thorough preparation. Since you don't have the experience, Yowl Envy, original source, obviously need even more ready. I could provide money, at least. If the master said shall send people, then you can consider all the preparation to be handled on this side. You probably won't have much to do, I see. Still, it's strange. Even if the master is kind, in matters like this she's always thorough. Julia let it pass without much thought, but her observation was actually correct. Clara had, after all, struck her own sort of deal with Ludger. In the end, to reach the depths, I can only wait. Since something was clearly wrong in all of Dreamland, it was the obvious course. It also required time. For someone who was not a dreamwalker to enter the depths, preparations had to be even more meticulous. But what gnawed at Ludger the most was that being in the depths. The monster nailed into the stake. No, that was not some monster. It was certainly not a demon. Rather, it was something far stronger, transcendent, an existence whose age and power could not even be measured. Because he had heard much of the attention and voices of such beings, Ludger could recognize it. That one nailed into the stake. It was undoubtedly a god. One of the gods worshipped by heretical sects beings known to have all vanished or been exiled, save only for the Lord God Lumines. One of them was sealed now at the bottom of Dreamland. Time slipped away like sand. For the students, the happiest of vacations had at last come to an end, some with satisfaction, others with regret. Thus Sion entered its second semester. It's been a while, everyone. How have you been? Wow, where did you go during break? Your skin's all tanned. I did some traveling. A southern island. Jealous. I just spent my time at home buried in magic research. Students meeting again in the classroom blossomed with chatter. They were curious what each had done during break, or bragged proudly about their own activities. Laughter and conversation bloomed everywhere. Clatter. That noisy scene paused for a moment when a new arrival entered. Hey, isn't that Aiden? Aiden, really? Flesh-colored hair, glasses, a kind impression. Before the break, Aiden had been exactly that kind of student. But the Aiden who entered, no how should one put it? Doesn't he seem sturdier? His clothes look tighter somehow. He even feels kind of wild now. Whatever had happened to Aiden during the break, his image had changed considerably. He had already been known as the strong-bodied fool, but now his shoulders were broader and he looked more grown. Even the gentle eyes behind his glasses had taken on a keener sharpness. There was something unfamiliar about him. Even so, some of the female students could not stop sneaking glances his way, because Aiden's changed appearance had made him far more attractive as a man, nor was it only Aiden who had changed. The others who entered with him too. Leo, Taishi Fried, and Iona Arbelli. The group of four who were often together were clearly different from before the break. Outwardly, Aiden showed the most striking transformation, but the other show to put it. Their aura, their presence, their pressure was entirely different, as if chrysalises had shed their shells and emerged as butterflies. Aiden's group had become stronger, more mature. They seemed like people who had undergone grueling training deep in some remote mountain. These stairs are kind of sharp. Aiden sat down with an awkward smile. Though his outward appearance had grown sturdier than before, that familiar, loose grin remained the same, and the subtle stares of the other students felt quite burdensome. In the past, he might not even have noticed such looks perhaps. His sharpened senses made him more aware now. It felt as though a small inconvenience had been added to everyday life. Well, maybe you're not unrecognizable, but you've definitely changed a lot. Really, I mean, yeah, my clothes do feel a bit tight. What about you, Leo? Did you get bigger too? Are you picking a fight with me right now? Leo snapped irritably. Aiden, still not done with his growth spurt, had grown a little taller over the break. Leo, however, had not. He was still small in stature, delicate in frame. The only change was that the light in his eyes had sunk into something deeper, heavier. Proof that, as a magician, he had crossed another threshold. The same was true for Taishi and Iona. Well, considering what happened during the break, it's no wonder. Aiden chuckled, recalling those days. Invited by Iona, they had visited the Beastkin tribal union and met with the tribal chief. But the timing was unfortunate, missing persons' cases had begun nearby, and tensions with humans were at their peak. How much hardship they had gone through after being caught up in all of it. Seriously. That was chaos, real chaos. Even now, Taishi collapsed onto her desk, looking exhausted at the memory. Her red hair held even stronger magical power now, dyed a deeper crimson. Where the light touched, a faint vermilion glow shimmered. It was the intensified mana bleeding out into her hair. Missing persons, outsider raids, just remembering that first day's events at the Beastkin Union still sent a chill down the spine. They had ridden a train through the frontier wilderness. The frontier was so vast that ordinary carriages or wagons could not cross it. Stations had been built here and there, with trains running between them, and of course, the incident had struck on their very first day. The outsiders' raid. Beastkin in ponchos and wide-brimmed hats, mounted on horseback and armed with long rifles, attacked the train. When they threw dynamite to blow up the tracks, I really thought it was all over. Lucky we barely stopped it. Otherwise, we'd all be dead. After driving back the outsiders and finally reaching the Union, Iona's father, the great chieftain, would not even meet them. The surrounding beastkin regarded humans with suspicion. If not for Iona being with them, it would not have been strange for a disaster to erupt right there. Then came news of the missing people, and as they moved among different tribes, they discovered a suspicious group. Following them in secret, they stumbled on a hidden laboratory to be discovered and nearly killed. Especially that strange golem made of liquid, impervious to magic. What in the world was that thing? If not for Sir Iron Mask Rotron, a sixth circle mage, appearing then, someone surely would have died. Now that I think about it, we were really lucky to make it back alive. They had encountered Rotron, and also a masked pair whose identities were unknown. One was a hulking giant of a man, the other a tiny child. Not enemies, but not allies either. Still, when they had to deal with the mad scientist conducting human experiments in that laboratory, they fought side by side. And those two were formidable. Especially the giant. Each time his fists or feet lashed out, the very air exploded, and everything shattered. The realization that such destruction was wrought by sheer physical strength alone had been staggering. Then the experimental subjects went berserk, the insane scientist fled, and in the midst of it all, outsiders interfered again. Leo, you almost died back then too. Leo mumbled at Taishi's pointed remark. Indeed, Leo had been gravely wounded trying to protect Ona. Only thanks to the renowned shaman of the Union, who used the power of a spirit to heal him, had he survived. Otherwise, he would truly have died. A mischievous smile crept across Taishi's lips. So when's the wedding? Leo's shoulders flinched, his face flushing bright red. Iona, in contrast, remained expressionless, but her amber eyes never left him. During the break, the relationship between the two had advanced considerably. The decisive moment had been Leo throwing himself in harm's way to save her. Even Iona's father, the great chieftain, acknowledged Leo's spirit and granted permission for him to be bound with his daughter. That's none of your business. Maybe you should try being more honest yourself. Leo shot back pointedly. At those words, Taishi's smile froze. While Leo and Iona had grown closer, Taishi had made no progress at all with Aiden. Worse, Aiden had become stronger while living among the Beastkin, exploring the wilds and training. Beastkin women had aggressively courted him, and Taishi had been busy fending them off. Leo had watched the whole ordeal from the sidelines. That idiot will never know unless you spell it out. Ha! What are you talking about? When Aiden asked, curious, Leo brushed it off with a vague excuse. Just look at that innocent face. The fool had even thought the Beastkin women who approached him only wanted to be friends, and had happily agreed to them all. The real problem was that his idiotic answers had actually worked. The Beastkin had a culture where polygamy was permitted. You're so manly. Live with me. Sure, sounds good. Let's get along. Oh, such a spirited answer. They were actually impressed by Aiden's boldness. A human with such an open mind. He suits our Beastkin warriors well. Even Beastkin warriors who had disliked Aiden had widened their eyes at his hearty replies, nodding in reluctant admiration. It had been a spectacle. That, and the fact that Aiden had played a decisive role in saving the Beastkin tribe, only added to his reputation. The effort it took to persuade and stop them had left everyone drenched in sweat. Even Iona had let out a disbelieving laugh when she recalled the moment. Man, that was long. Yeah, really long. If the story of their break were written out, it would have been an epic in volumes. Conflict between humans and beastkin, secret organizations, mysterious allies. Released as a book, it would have filled an entire series. And so, here we are again, second semester. Well, not bad. I kind of wanted to be back in class anyway. That's just you, idiot. Thinking of assignments starting up again already gives me a headache. At that moment, the front door slid open. The chattering students all fell silent. Step, step. With the sound of shoes striking the floor, the man who took his place at the lectern had not changed at all since before the break. Still noble, still intense. Just standing there, his presence overwhelmed the entire classroom. For a moment, everyone in the room shared the same thought. It felt as though they had returned to that very first day when they had just entered Sion and attended this lecture for the first time. Let us begin the lesson. Ah, Professor. Class from the very first day of the semester. 507, Chapter Sleeping Sickness. 1. Despite the students' groans, Ludger did not show any leniency. Although there were no textbooks yet, Ludger had already prepared separate teaching materials in anticipation of this. Assistant Sedna. Two people reacted to that call. One was Sedna Roshan, who had been waiting outside the door. The other was Julia Plumehart, sitting in her seat with a languid face. Julia, her pupils slightly dilated, gazed at the small girl carrying a bundle of documents. She had heard from Ludger that Sedna had gone to the elven forest during the break, though there had been no news until now, so she must have returned before the second semester began. As Sedna handed over the materials, her eyes shifted toward Julia. Their gazes naturally met. Normally, Sedna would have averted her head at this moment to avoid Julia's eyes, but now she did not. Sedna gave Julia a nod. That nod carried the meaning, let's meet later and talk. Julia almost let the corners of her lips rise, but barely restrained herself after noticing the stares around her. Meanwhile, Ludger's gaze swept over the entire classroom. His eyes lingered noticeably long on certain students. Aiden's group, Rhine and Erendir, Flora Lumos as well. Most of them had not merely played during the vacation, but had achieved magical progress in some form. Looks like you all enjoyed your vacation. No one denied his words. The joy of being freed, even for a short time, from the hell of assignments and exams had been savored to the fullest. Of course, there must be those who didn't just waste their time idly. How you chose to spend the given break doesn't matter now. But the new semester has begun, and it is time for you to readjust your mindset. A break was a break. Now that it was over, if they carried on half-heartedly, they would suffer for it. Don't complain about having class on the first day. In fact, from now on, it will already be barely enough to regain the sense of the early semester. That's why I'll personally help you. His words sounded less like advice and more like the prelude to upcoming hardship. The students felt discontent but could not show it. They already had a vague feeling that their happy vacation was truly over, that it was time to return to lectures once again. Why is everyone acting like this? Isn't class fun? SHH. Aiden. Quiet. A clueless student made a needless remark, only to be hushed by his close friend. It was a trivial scene, common enough to pass quickly. With the start of the new semester, the students immediately plunged into a busy routine. Those who had been diligently studying before adapted quickly, but those who had only played could not. The students who had sunk into idleness now had to wrestle desperately with assignments, even when others were resting. The price of laziness was harsh. Even students who had prepared consistently during vacation had to push themselves harder to avoid being caught up. The looseness of just finished vacation disappeared without a trace, and Sion once again burned with academic fervor. It had regained the atmosphere of the year's beginning. But even in such a flow, there were students unaffected. Julia Plumehart was one of them. True to her status as the top freshman, she handled even a tight schedule with ease. And in the midst of that, she made time to stroll through the park built on Sion's grounds. Of course, it was not simply to relax her mood. At the end of the path where her steps led stood her true destination, Sedna. Julia called out to the girl sitting against a large tree trunk. The girl, who had come first and was waiting, turned her head to look at Julia. Julia. Hello, it's been a while. Yeah, it's been a while. It was just a light exchange of greetings, but it carried deeper meanings within. The two of them were silent for a while. They had much to say, but now that they faced each other, they did not know where to start. Both Julia and Sedna. Awkwardly, they hesitated. The one who first found courage was Julia. I heard about it. That you went back to your hometown. Hometown. Ah, yes. Are you all right? Her voice brimmed with concern. If the students who usually found Julia intimidating saw this, they would have been shocked to the point of fainting. Sedna accepted Julia's worry naturally. Julia had always been that kind of friend. Yes, I'm much better now. Of course, I'm not completely fine, but with time, it'll gradually heal. What happened during that time? Many things. So many that I can't explain them all at once here. Is it something I shouldn't know? No, it's just not the right moment to talk about it. But when the time comes, I'll tell you. Everything. Sedna was different now. She no longer said things like it doesn't concern you or you don't need to know. She had changed, and she had resolved to treat Julia differently. Even as she explained that she could not speak of it now, her tone carried an obvious sense of guilt. That alone was a great improvement, and Julia was satisfied as she nodded. All right. I'll look forward to that time. Actually, I am more curious about how you spent your break. How was it? I just lived as usual. Other than the teacher, no one knows I went to the forest. Did you also meet him during that time? It was coincidence that we ran into each other, but we did talk quite a lot. We each had something to gain. Just as I was curious about him, he was curious about me. Professor Ludger. I can't really imagine that. Not exactly me as a person, but our school. You know which school I belong to, don't you? The Dream School. Everyone knows it. Professor Ludger seemed interested in that. So he came to us, half visiting, half inquiring. She did not mention the depths of Dreamland. Not only would it do no good to tell, but also because the school had ordered everyone to keep silent about the recent incidents in Dreamland. I see. For Sedna, who had wondered what Ludger had been doing in her absence, it was quite an intriguing piece of news. Just then, a gentle breeze passed between them, playfully brushing by. Julia tucked back the strands of hair fluttering by her cheek. Glancing at Sedna, she saw her calmly gazing at the garden scenery with a relieved expression. Sedna muttered as she recalled the past. Somehow, this feels like we've gone back to the old days. The old days, her Julia nodded with a bitter smile. When they were very young, the two of them often played together like this. It was the age of childish innocence, a time when they were far more pure than they were now. She still remembered it vividly without forgetting. Julia, I'm really sorry for everything until now. Julia's eyes widened, then curved into a faint smile. It was a gentle smile, different from the guarded wall she usually put up with others. There's no need to be sorry. Sedna turned to Julia in surprise. Julia, a little embarrassed, glanced away. Between friends, it's natural to quarrel a little sometimes. Sedna's eyes widened, then she let out a small laugh. Yeah, that's true. Just then, another gust of wind blew. Unlike the gentle breeze earlier, this one surged as if it wanted to scatter everything away. What drifted in with it was an unfamiliar unease. Julia's face stiffened as she stared toward the direction the wind had come from. For a moment, she felt the same kind of ripple she had once sensed in dreamland. But when she looked around again, there was no trace of that unease. Julia, what's wrong? It's nothing. I must have imagined it for a moment. Julia brushed it off like that. But the strange uneasiness that tickled her body clung to her like sticky humidity, refusing to leave. With the start of the new semester, time flowed swiftly. The routine was little different from the first semester, but that was precisely why the students' days were busy to the point of suffocation. Perhaps it was because of the sweet rest of vacation sometimes, even during lecture hours. There were students who failed to show up for class. "Isn't Damien here today?" "That's unexpected. I thought Charlotte was diligent. Could she be sick? Please tell Jamie's close friend not to be late turning in the assignment." Empty seats began to appear one by one in the lecture hall. Neither the teachers nor the classmates thought it strange. They had all been through a brutal pace, and it was still the season when the aftertaste of vacation lingered. "Don't you think the students have grown too lax these days? You're telling me. 3 students skipped my lecture today." While eating together, Selina and Merelda brought up what had happened in their classes. It was the first time students had started skipping lessons, so both of them seemed troubled about how to handle it. Is it just because they're still caught in vacation mode? How much must they be looking down on us to dare skip class? We should use this chance to set them straight. But they might have unavoidable circumstances. Selina, you're too soft. That's why they end up taking you lightly. At times like this, you need to be firm. Look at Professor Ludger. Ludger, who had been cutting into his steak, stopped and fixed his gaze on Merelda. Why was his name suddenly being dragged into this? Since we're on the subject, may I ask, have there been any absentees in your class, Professor Ludger? No. None of my students have missed class. Not yet, anyway. See, anyone who doesn't want to die will obviously show up. Ludger cast her a mildly sour look. Not want to die? What am I supposed to do, hunt down students and kill them if they miss my class? If a student were absent, my first thought would be to worry about them. You seem to think of me as some kind of drill sergeant, but isn't that a bit much? Oh, wasn't it like that? Selina, sitting beside him, blurted out the question without thinking, then immediately realized her mistake and clapped both hands over her mouth. But it was too late. That innocent slip stung Ludger more than he would have liked to admit. Come to think of it, I had absentees in my lecture too. The worried tone belonged to Brino, and both Merelda and Selina were startled. Your students love your class, don't they? Brino's steam golem lecture wasn't broadly popular, but it was praised passionately by a certain group of students. Since it covered both golem theory and hands-on construction, anyone interested in magitech engineering had to take it. That was why his class was famous for its exceptional attendance rate and lively atmosphere. For absentees to appear, there was unusual. Considering how motivated his students were, NVLGHT, exclusive on NVLGHT, it felt odd. Ludger, meanwhile, had yet to experience absentees himself, so it did not strike him deeply. But judging by what he was hearing, it wouldn't be strange if 1 or 2 started skipping his lectures as well. Is it because they're first years? I wonder how it is in the upper years classes. Still, Ludger decided he wouldn't make a fuss as long as there was a reasonable excuse. After finishing the meal, he headed back to the staff office. There, he happened to run into Chris in the corridor. Ludger Cherish. Their relationship was still complicated. Ludger didn't pay Chris much mind, but Chris harbored conflicted feelings toward Ludger, a man who made him feel inferior, yet whose ability as a mage and teacher he could not deny, and also the one who knew most about the whereabouts of his beloved Lady Bellaruna. That made Chris hesitate over how to speak to him. "You seem very busy." It was Ludger who first opened his mouth. Chris felt a touch of gratitude for the gesture and answered, "Lately, there have been a lot of students cutting class. How about on your side?" "In my case, I don't even need to ask. Of course. No student would dare skip your class unless they'd lost their mind." Ludger seriously began to wonder how dire his reputation among the faculty had become. "But what I really want to ask, do you think I can see Lady Bellaruna again? She hasn't replied to any of my messages lately." Apparently, Chris had been in personal contact with Bellaruna, but her absence must have unsettled him since she had been away visiting the forest of life. She was busy returning to her hometown. Now that she's back, it wouldn't be bad to try contacting her again. And how would you know that? You weren't already aware. At Chris' jealous glare, Ludger hastily added, not just meet Professor Virno knows as well. You can ask him, I see. Thanks for telling me. Chris gave a polite nod and walked past. So love really can blind a man to that extent. Even as he thought this, Ludger recalled Chris' earlier remark. He said students were skipping class. Chris Benamore is strict and touchy enough that no student would dare think of skipping for absentees to appear in his lectures. Something is odd indeed. Back in the office, Ludger sat down. He was about to check over some materials for his next class when he needed something from the assistant's office and rang the bell. Normally, Sedna would open the door immediately, but even after the bell rang, there was no sign of her. Did she step out for a moment? Ludger rose from his seat and entered the assistant's office. Inside, as before, it resembled a greenhouse filled with lush plants. He examined their condition. Ludger's eyes narrowed. There's no sign they've been watered. 508 chapter Sleeping Sickness. 2. The soil is dry. That means she hasn't watered them all day. Sedna cherished the plants enough to come to the assistant's office in the morning just to water them. Even on busy days, she never once skipped coming early at dawn to tend to the pots. To dismiss it as simple forgetfulness would be impossible. Weight of her consistency was different. Someone who dragged herself in with apologies no matter what happened, suddenly absent without a word. Ludger suddenly recalled the conversation other professors had shared at the dining hall earlier today. He looked out the window. On the peaceful grounds of Theon, students walked under the warm sunlight. It was the same scenery as always, but today it felt strangely out of place. First, finding Sedna was the priority. As Ludger opened the staff office door with that thought, he ran into a student about to enter. Julia, what brings you here? Sedna didn't come today. I thought something might have happened, so I came to ask, is she here? I was just about to go look for her myself. It's strange. A usually diligent girl, suddenly absent without notice. I know where Sedna's room is. The two of them headed toward Sedna's dormitory. She had been given a room to herself. Since it was the women's dormitory, Ludger waited outside. It did not take Julia long to return from searching, but her expression it was more serious than ever before. Professor, Sedna, what happened? Is she inside? Julia nodded, lips trembling. Sedna won't wake up. Zero order drifted in the sky. A high altitude where breathing was difficult. Even a short stay would coat the skin in frost under sub-zero temperatures, yet he was unscathed. Below him stretched endless white clouds, above him the vast blue heavens. It felt like the world lay beneath his feet, but Zero Order kept looking upward. Because above the ocean of clouds where he stood, something greater still hovered. Wings. Enormous wings. 3 pairs of white, bird-like wings spread wide, while another 3 pairs wrapped around its body an oddly formed being. With a single beat of its wings, it overturned the land. With a second, it erased kingdoms. With a third, it tore the heavens. In ancient records, it was said to appear only once in an age, bringing storms and tempests in its wake. The elemental lord of wind. The elemental lord of wind hovered silently at high altitude where oxygen was scarce, without even stirring its wings. One might ask why it bore wings if it did not need them to fly. But that was ignorance, for if those wings were ever to stir, it would herald an irreversible calamity. Zero Order gazed at the elemental lord of wind in silence. It appeared to be asleep. Not just seemingly, it was truly in a slumber with no telling when it might awaken. Yet to move closer would be courting death. Zero Order stood precisely on the boundary. One step further, and the elemental lord of wind would sense the intruder and react. That was not what Zero Order desired. Beep. A magic tool tucked in his coat lit up. After confirming the signal, Zero Order's body dropped downward. He plunged through the sea of clouds, leaving a long white trail. Minutes of freefall passed. At last, the dense canopy of forest came into view. Just before striking the ground, Zero Order NVLGT, only on NVLGT, twisted his body, landing lightly on both feet. The landing was so effortless, so graceful, it seemed natural. Zero Order showed no joy, only turned his gaze forward. Were you watching the elemental lord again? The man who had sent the signal awaited him there. Well, there's no harm in checking regularly. The one who had called him, Franz lifted his head to the clouds above the forest. To his eyes, nothing was visible beyond the clouds. But if Zero Order had been up there, then the elemental lord of wind was surely present. Why pay so much attention to a spirit that has slept for centuries? At that, Zero Order gave a faint smile. Because when the elemental lord of wind awakens, it will be troublesome. All elemental lords were dangerous in their own right. But the elemental lord of wind was exceptional. If it willed it, it could cross the continent at over 5 times the speed of sound. With a wingspan of 300 meters, its speed was beyond perception. To say a single wingbeat overturned the land was no exaggeration. If it chose, it could tear through the stratosphere or slaughter life upon the surface. Of course, beings of nature did not normally act so, but the elemental lord of wind was different. Other elemental lords, no matter what unfolded in the world, usually remained observers. Even the recently cited elemental lord of earth, with its unusual patterns, did not interfere in the ecosystem. But the elemental lord of wind was not like that. It was the only one in ancient history to ever create a contractor. An elemental lord is the ultimate state all spirits of its element strive toward. Naturally, like lesser spirits, it was not impossible for them to form contracts at least in theory. That one bears a vow. The elemental lord of wind, having once formed a contractor, carried an eternal pact engraved into its being. Even with the contractor long dead, the vow still existed. If the trigger were pulled, if the vow caused it to open its eyes, even Zero Order could not predict what would happen to the world then. For once it moved, no being in existence could stop it. Not even another elemental lord. The realm of the Wind Lord's dominion was the entire sky. The elemental lord of fire, dwelling in volcanic magma. The elemental lord of water, sunk deep in the abyss of the seas. The elemental lord of ice, confined to frozen lands. The elemental lord of earth, slumbering beneath the ground. All their realms combined still could not rival the vast dominion of the wind. That was why the elemental lord of wind was to be feared. It's best if the typhoon never awakens. Is there not another reason as well? Well, I can't say there isn't. Anyway, did you call me here? Zero Order smoothly shifted the subject. France did not press further. He too had urgent business. It seems the subject has already begun to move. If you put it that way, then Zero Order let out a wry smile, so it has finally awakened. Nerva, Sedna is inside. But her condition isn't good, not good. In what way? She's asleep. Asleep. At this hour, if she was in the dormitory, it would not be strange if she had lain down from fatigue or illness. But the one saying this was Julia Plumeheart, a mage of the Dream School, and a future master-level dreamwalker. Of course, you would know better than anyone whether Sedna was simply sleeping or lying unconscious for another reason. Tell me exactly what state is Sedna in. She's sleeping as if dead. No matter how much external stimulation is applied, she won't wake. Quite literally, she has fallen into a sleep from which she cannot awaken. Has there been a similar case? Yes, but it has never been observed in ordinary people. It usually happens to dreamwalkers, specifically to those who grew greedy beyond their limits. Greedy could it be what I think it is? Julia gave a heavy nod. Yes, Sedna is now trapped in dreamland. Julia looked around the dormitory. It was the same dormitory as always, yet now that the abnormality had been confirmed, it looked different. Inside, besides Sedna, there were other students who could not awaken from their sleep. Not just here. The boys' dormitory would be the same, as well as the quarters where the staff lived. An unspecified number of people have fallen into dreamland. No matter how I look at it, this is not natural. Yes, I think someone deliberately carried out a terrorist act. Terrorism, you say. It was not strange for such a thing to happen. If someone targeted Sion with terrorism, it would create massive ripples across the world. But the method was unusual. To cast people into a sleep they could never wake from. Even Ludger had never heard of such a thing. Could it be because of what I saw before, deep within dreamland? This incident could not be said to be unrelated to the guard pinned by the stake. In any case, it was deeply tied to dreamland. But for now, he had no proper answer. What mattered more than why this had happened was how to resolve it. I must inform the headmaster of the situation. There's no need for that. It was at that moment that another voice was heard. Ludger and Julia turned their gazes toward the one who had spoken, because I came here myself. Elissa Willow, headmaster of Sion. She appeared with light steps. Her face wore its usual soft smile, but a subtle trace of irritation lingered there. I came here to see Miss Julia because of the incident taking place right now, but to think you would be here as well, Professor Ludger. So you too are aware of the situation, Headmaster. How did you come to know of it? Wilford did not come to work today. That is rather serious. Wilford was a retired knight. Moreover, he possessed at least the skill of a high-ranking knight. Even though he had grown old, Wilford still had a mind and body far beyond that of any ordinary person. If even Wilford could do nothing and fell into sleep, that meant this mysterious incident was unaffected by the strength of the victim. We may need to consider evacuating the students and staff outside of Theon. If we assume the worst, yes. We don't know how the situation will develop, but if we move diligently now, we may be able to end it here. I understand. If such an incident were to occur so soon after the semester began, it would cause all sorts of trouble. It had not yet reached a dangerous level, but the fuse was already lit, and the spark was racing toward the powder keg. They did not know when it might explode, so they could not remain complacent. To suddenly fall into a dream, this must be magic related to dreamwork. Julia shook her head. If it were dream magic, I would have noticed it before anyone else. The fact that I didn't notice until things reached this point means it is something different. As headmaster, it may be improper to say this, but is it not possible there exists a mage more skilled than you, Miss Julia? No, Julia denied it firmly. Her answer was so sharp and certain that both Ludger and Alyssa were taken aback. I am marked as the next master's successor. There may be dreamwalkers who surpass me in raw ability, but there is no dreamwalker who could wield dream magic so skillfully as to deceive my eyes. Not even the current master. Her voice did not waver. Her clear eyes carried conviction. It was a stance that could not be shown without absolute confidence in her own talent. Truly, she was worthy of her overwhelming position as top student. Alyssa regarded Julia with a gaze filled with complex emotion. To Alyssa, Julia was a strange child. She stirred within her an odd sense of nostalgia. Yes, this girl resembles me. Alyssa realized the source of the familiarity she felt. Julia was a reflection of herself in her student years. Overwhelming talent that looked down on peers with ease, and infinite trust in that very talent. A little nostalgic. There had been a time when she too brimmed with such audacity. Not now. It was not humility. She had simply grown used to concealing that boldness. Would this child grow to become like her, or someone else entirely? Alyssa envisioned that amusing future while fixing her eyes on the present reality. Whatever the case, this incident means there is a caster somewhere. And that caster must be inside Theon. A caster, yes, but won't it take far too long to identify them? There are more than 10,000 people staying here. For now, it would be best to scatter and search before the situation worsens. Professor Ludger is right. Shall we inform the other instructors of the situation? We must. Not only those we can truly trust with this. For now, they would scatter and seek out clues. Having agreed, the three separated. Ludger headed outside Theon. Though the incident was unfolding inside, there was a chance that someone had secretly infiltrated from outside. And nothing was better for confirming that than the private information network he had established in Riederbelk. As he entered Royal Street, a guide approached him as if waiting. "Owner, we have been waiting. What is it?" Normally, he would have feigned ignorance, but the fact that they had come to him directly meant there was indeed business. Yet the guide could not answer immediately. From that hesitation, Ludger sensed unease. "Where is Hans? Please follow me." Follow. Normally, Hans would be in the secret branch office, reviewing documents. Ludger followed the guide to where Hans was said to be. It was Hans' personal residence, and Hans was there sleeping in his room as if dead. No matter how much he was shaken, he would not wake, sunk in the deepest of slumbers. 509 Chapter Nerva. 1. When did Hans end up like this? Since this morning. He didn't come to work as usual, so Lady Sheridan went to wake him and found him like that. At that moment the door opened and Sheridan rushed in. "Master, Hans won't wake up, I can see that. I hit him really hard, but he still wouldn't open his eyes. So that's why Hans' cheeks were swollen." Ludger looked at Hans lying still in bed. Both sides of his face were puffy, probably from Sheridan's attempts to wake him by slapping him. It was a comical sight, but Ludger stared at Hans with sunken eyes. Standing beside him, Sheridan asked in a worried voice, "Master, what is happening here? Looks like someone is playing a very interesting game." "Who? I'll blow them up with a bomb right now. Calm yourself." That's what we need to figure out from here on. Still, the situation doesn't look good. At first he thought it was limited only to within Theon, but the fact that Hans had also been affected meant the phenomenon had reached Riederbelk as well, and that meant it could easily spread beyond Riederbelk to other places. You. Yes, owner. Ludger spoke to the guide. Immediately check Royal Street for anyone who has fallen asleep. People who have fallen asleep, sir. Yes. This won't be limited to Hans. Others will be the same. Find out as quickly as possible. This is an emergency. Understood. The guide hurriedly rushed outside. Master, will he be all right? What do you mean? I mean Hans. What if he never wakes up? He'll be fine. He isn't dead. He's just asleep. But how long could this go on? Even if one fell into sleep, the human body still needed nutrients to survive. Not eating might be tolerated for a while, but water. And they couldn't expect 21st century medical care here. An IV drip would prolong survival a little longer. But even that was nothing more than a stopgap. Without solving the root problem, the body would eventually reach its limit. And then death would follow. The body would die, and the spirit would wander dreamland forever. How was that any different from ordinary death? Master, is there anything we can do? We'll have to find out now. Ludger began moving. Summon Owens. F4 now, there are no special biological abnormalities. Bellaruna pried open Hans's eye and shone a small light into it. He's literally just sleeping. There's nothing particularly wrong with his body. If there's an issue, it's definitely the mind. Why, yes. No matter how many medicines we give, it won't help. It could even make things worse if side effects arise. Bellaruna clicked her tongue in frustration. She had considered trying out a rare herb medicine she had gathered from the elven forest, but there wasn't even the chance to use it now. So, what do we do in this situation? Alex asked, sinking into the sofa cushions. The outlook isn't good. After confirming the incident, I inquired around, and it seems quite a few people are falling into deep sleep just like Mr. Hans. Violetta had confirmed that many of Royal Street's members were already asleep, and it wasn't stopping more, and more were still being added. Phantos sat silently with arms crossed, and Arthur remained equally quiet. For now, this incident is also happening in Theon. At first, I thought it was a random terrorist attack targeting Theon, but now that the same thing is occurring in Riederbelk, it doesn't look like that's the case. Just who and why would commit such an act? Ludger asked Violetta. Violetta, when did people start falling asleep? Most cases appeared from this morning, so effectively today. But in Theon, it had started a day earlier. Since magic typically activates around the caster first, it was certain that the caster was inside Theon. Then the question was, who was it? What about the list of people who passed through Riederbelk to enter Theon? I checked all of them. Because the semester just began, there were a lot of comings and goings. It took some time to narrow it down. Even so, the fact she had checked them all was impressive. In the past few days, over 3-0 outsiders had entered Theon. Narrowing that list to those connected with magic left about 1,000. That's a damn lot. How long will it take to check them all? We can reduce it further. To cast magic of this level, the caster must be highly skilled. That cut the number down to less than 50. Exclude family members of enrolled students as well. Ah, right. No one would stage a terror attack in the very academy their own children attend. Liberation Army maybe, but not nobles or reputable houses. After narrowing further, only 5 remained. And of those, only one had an entry record into Theon but no exit. This person. Do you know him? It was not Violetta who answered, but Arthur. It's Gregorium. I saw him during Mystic Night. He's from the old Mage Tower, and I remember he was a very nasty old man. Just as Arthur said, the final name left on the list was Gregorium of the old Mage Tower. I heard he was expelled from the old tower because of what happened at Mystic Night. Could it be he holds a grudge against you, owner? Violetta asked cautiously. Gregorium had indeed been cast out of the old Mage Tower because of that incident, and Ludger's involvement there could not be denied. But even so, the Utah Kingdom cannot be excluded either, especially since Gregorium had been humiliated in front of everyone by being punched by Yekaterina. If he wanted revenge, going to the Utah Kingdom would have been more reasonable than coming to Theon. Maybe he thought Theon was easier to attack than a kingdom. Ludger shook his head at Alex's opinion. To commit something of this scale, the question of easy or difficult doesn't matter. Anyone reckless enough to march into a powder keg with a torch wants to cause the biggest explosion possible. That makes sense. Besides, there's another problem. Gregorium is certainly a skilled mage, but as far as I know, he doesn't have abilities on this level. Magic that could plunge countless people into sleep. No one had ever heard of such a thing, and even if one tried to learn it, it wouldn't be mastered so easily. Everyone present came to the same conclusion. Gregorium is just a tale. Something bigger is hiding behind him. Ludger issued his command. Spread out across Riederbelk and gather information on suspicious people. Do it quietly and discreetly. I will pursue Gregorium in Sion. Even if I can only catch the tail, it will give me a glimpse of the body. Understood. Everyone responded in their own way. It was then yawn. Sheridan opened her mouth wide and yawned. It was a natural sign of fatigue, but in this situation Ludger's eyes caught on it sharply. Sheridan, are you tired? Yeah. NVLGHD, read the full story. Something feels strange. Did you stay up all night yesterday? Sheridan shook her head from side to side. No, I slept soundly last night. But why am I so sleepy? Why her voice gradually stretched out. Her eyelids drooped halfway shut and her head bobbed up and down. Sheridan, ah. She could no longer answer properly. At last, her head slumped sideways. If Phantos hadn't caught her, she would have struck the ground. Seeing Sheridan sink into quiet sleep, the expressions of Owen's members grew grim. To suddenly collapse into slumber simply from being tired was anything but ordinary. It was the same phenomenon that had afflicted Hans. And at the same time, it hammered into everyone present a grave awareness. No one here was safe from this strange occurrence. Master, it's me. Ludger stood before the door of Grander's quarters. He hesitated over what to say. Should he ask for help regarding the bizarre phenomenon unfolding lately? Should he ask about the meeting with the Lumines church priestess? Or should he apologize for neglecting to visit often enough? Perhaps because there was a mountain of urgent matters weighing on him, his head felt tangled about where to begin. In the end, the words he finally chose were something else. "I'll come again another time. Please rest well." As he turned to leave, a voice came from within the room. "Remember this. Even within dreams, there always exists a path." Ludger stopped in his tracks and looked back, but Grander said nothing more. A path within dreams. It was as though she already knew everything he was going through. No, if it's my master, then of course she would know. He thought of asking further advice, but quickly realized it was pointless. That one line she had given those words were the first and last counsel he would receive. Though it might sound like empty riddles, it was her way of offering consideration. In uncertain times, that single phrase was worth more than gold. "Thank you," Ludger spoke with genuine sincerity. There was still no reply. "Do not worry, I'll resolve this soon." With a flick of his frock coat, Ludger departed. Time passed since the incident began. The phenomenon of people falling into sleep began quietly spreading throughout Riederbelk. An article about it appeared on page 2 of the morning paper, but everyone knew by the next day it would dominate the front page. Day by day, the number of people who would not wake from slumber was increasing. Even at Sion, classes were suspended. This is troublesome, for it to spread enough to affect even the neighboring city. Even Alyssa, who usually wore composure, could not take it lightly this time. This incident had not remained confined within Sion. The shockwave reaching Riederbelk meant its scale was beyond imagination. Is Gregorium truly the culprit? Alyssa asked Ludger as they searched together. Even if he isn't the true mastermind, he has certainly played a role akin to one. At the very least, he is the focal point of this mysterious spell. We mobilized people and scoured every inch of Sion. Yet we still haven't found him. That means he's hidden himself well. The vast grounds of Sion became a disadvantage in such times, but with most places already searched, only a handful of locations remained. That leaves the forest. It's rich in mana, so there'd be no risk of immediate detection. Still, it won't be the places where spirits dwell, otherwise they would have sensed it. Then we'll find him soon enough. Ludger and Alyssa made their way to the silent forest. It was a place both had memories of. For Ludger, it was where he nearly died under Alyssa's assault because of the Philosopher's Stone. For Alyssa, it was where annoying pests had fled. But now pursuing the same goal side by side, the silent forest gave them both a different, newer feeling. It is very quiet. Ludger gave his impression of the eerie woods. The name Silent Forest suited it, But in truth, the name came from the idea that those who entered would themselves fall silent. Now there was no trace of eerie laughter or malevolent spirits. For it to be this unnaturally quiet, it does seem this must be the place. Be careful. You never know when you might suddenly fall asleep. Oh my, is that concern for me? I do have some defenses against mental attacks, you know. Still, pleased by his concern, Alyssa hummed a little tune. The silent forest was vast. Finding Gregorium, who was hiding within, would take considerable time. Even without spirit interference, locating someone concealing himself was no easy task, Professor Ludger. Yes, I saw it too. They both spotted it at the same time. Beyond the thicket of bare branches, a human figure stood. Though only the back was visible, who else could it be in the silent forest at this moment? Slowly, they approached the man facing away from them, Gregorium. Despite the closing distance, he showed no sign of noticing them. Just as they prepared to strike together, Ludger noticed something strange. Headmaster, what is it? Gregorium isn't moving. His sharp gaze scrutinized the figure. Even the faintest signs of life, the subtle traces of breathing that ordinary men revealed Gregorium had none. That is a corpse. 510 Chapter Nerva, 2. There were no signs of life from Gregorium. Ludger approached slowly without lowering his guard. Even when he closed the distance to a stone's throw, Gregorium merely sat there, unmoving. Only then could Ludger see Gregorium from the front. What? Gregorium's face had rotted away like that of someone who had died a very long time ago. There was not a drop of moisture left in his body, quite literally the shriveled visage of a dried mummy. It had not even been a week since Gregorium entered Theon. Yet, judging by the condition of the corpse now, did it not look as if nearly 30 years had passed? It was not bare bone, but at a touch, skin and hide alike seemed ready to crumble away into powder. Did he come in already dead? That made no sense either. If it were this severe, they would have noticed at the entrance. If he were a black magi, especially one who used summoning of the dead and necromancy alarm magic installed at the gate, would have reacted. If so, that means Gregorium walked in alivened in his right mind. Even the cause of death was unknown, and the condition of the corpse itself was a mystery. What do you think? At Alyssa's question, Ludger shook his head. Something is off. Going by the state of the body alone, you could say he died ages ago. And what's happening right now is not something a dead man could possibly unfold. If he burned up his own life to set this up, the duration is far too long, isn't it? Yes, exactly. The first shockwave would certainly be powerful, but as time passed, the effect would inevitably weaken. Yet what we are seeing is growing stronger the longer it goes on. Alyssa's expression grew equally grave, which meant Gregorium might not be the real culprit. From the outset, it hardly made sense that he could pull off something of this scale with his level of magic. They had suspected someone in the background, but for the tale they finally managed to seize to be cut clean with no trace like this. Is there no one you suspect? I mean the place you're affiliated with, Mr. Ludger. Ludger shook his head. It's not that I never suspected them, but it's unlikely. Why, if they were going to act, they'd have done it long ago. Besides, this is not their way. Zero Order had someone he was looking for at Theon. By Ludger's estimation, the one Zero Order sought was surely Rhine. She possessed a judgment granted only to a saintess, so it was fully plausible that a demon like Zero Order would seek her, and yet to stage indiscriminate terror like this now. No matter how he looked at it, this was not something Zero Order would do. Most of all, what's strange is that I sense no traces of mana anywhere in the vicinity. So from the start, what's happening now isn't simply a situation caused by magic. Is that it? It's a stretch to call it a mana disaster. It would be strange enough for a mana disaster to suddenly break out in Theon, but even that would accompany mana. Then what in the world was it? Gregorium, the only lead they could call a clue, was dead, and the dead did not speak. Of course they don't, because this isn't magic. There should not have been a voice. Ludger and Alyssa both extended their hands toward Gregorium's corpse at the same instant. Spell forms manifested in a flash, then were released. A torrent of energy laden with massive mana struck Gregorium's body. The corpse turned to dust and scattered in all directions. Yet neither could relax their grip on tension. The dust that had dispersed as fine particles gathered in midair and soon began to take on a form. It was a thin old man neatly dressed in a suit. His limbs were long, so he looked like a gangly stick. His mustache and beard were white and grown out long. His cheeks were hollowed in, while his aquiline nose jutted sharp and long. The old man had no pupils. Instead, where his eyes should have been, a golden current flowed out faintly. What I use is on an entirely different level from those base methods humans use, far more mysterious and vast, and very beautiful. So don't you dare apply your narrow, shallow standards as a measure. The old man chuckled as he spoke. Ludger and Alyssa readied for battle. They had no idea who the suddenly appearing old man was, but it was plain he was the ringleader of the incident. Normally, in a situation like this, capturing the culprit alive would be the priority. Alyssa roused mana through her whole body. As immense mana arose, pink petals began to whirl and scatter around them. But I suppose I shouldn't try to hold you to the same standard. Ordinarily, this was where Ludger would have restrained her, but he agreed wholeheartedly with Alyssa's move. Capturing or taking Alivithos were things you did after weighing the opponent. From Ludger's perspective, that old man was absolutely not someone who could be handled by such half measures. Alyssa's urge to go in hard was born of the same instinct as Ludger's. The opponent was exceedingly dangerous. The old man showed not a flicker of fear even before the great surge of mana closing in on him. Since you've come all this way to find me, a self-introduction is the least I can do. A pleasure to meet you. My name is Nerva, a servitor of the goddess and the administrator of dreams. The old man who introduced himself as Nerva bowed with courtesy. Good morning, and I suppose it shall become a good afternoon. He raised the head he had inclined in a nod. So have a good night, and sweet dreams. Flash. At the same time, the mana Alyssa had raised washed away as if rinsed by water. From the heart of the storm woven by those petal-like currents of mana, Alyssa's body, her consciousness, Garna collapsed limply to the ground like a puppet with its strings cut. Ludger's eyes flew wide at the sight. Headmaster Alyssa, a sixth circle lecturer class mage, had been struck down without even a chance to react. At the same time, from the self-introduction Nerva had spoken, he could immediately surmise the man's nature. You're a demon. You humans call me that. It's hard not to find it offensive. Analyze the meaning packed in the name, and it says an evil fiend, does it not? It's no different than insulting us who bear the solemn mandate of God. Nerva's golden gaze turned to Ludger. Even so, dreams are equal for all, just like our great goddess. Thus even to dull-witted humans like you, I shall show ample mercy. Nerva smirked. Fine wrinkles crowded across his cheeks. So have a good night, and sweet dreams. It's coming. Whatever had felled Alyssa Willow in an instant, it was surely the authority of that demon called Nerva. Ludger triggered a spell, not a physical attack, something else that, at the very least, affected the mind. So he had to protect brain function as much as possible and retreat far away as he tried to slip out through shadow. Ludger felt the strength drop out of his legs. Doubly what a slackness swept through his whole body. At the same time, the edges of his vision turned hazy and everything began to blur. Drowsiness surged over him. When did it even any attack should come with some kind of precursor, yet Nerva's authority did not. He must not sleep. Ludger clenched his teeth and fought to endure, but once the wave of sleep rolled in, it would not recede. His legs gave out, and one knee hit the ground. He remained upright only by barely managing to draw his cane and brace himself. But that, too, was a desperate stopgap. Beyond eyelids growing as heavy as 1,000 catties, Nerva spoke. How astonishing, for a mere human to resist my authority to this extent. Even the voice of admiration brushing his ear sounded like a lullaby. Sleep now, close your eyes and dream sweetly. His whole body seemed to cry out for it. Flash. Ludger forced strength into his legs and sprang to his feet. At the same time, the blade concealed in his cane flashed from his hand and swept for Nerva's neck. SSSRKT. The strike had landed clean. Nerva's widened eyes fixed on Ludger in astonishment. Impressive, to move in that state such willpower far beyond any human. But the moment Ludger saw the severed head grin slyly, he knew something was wrong. I commend that desperate effort. Unfortunately, I do not exist in the current plane, so even if my head is cut, I cannot die. Even if you cut the moon reflected in water with a sword, the moon itself is not severed, is it? The cross-section of the severed neck golden sand flowed writhing as though alive. So then, have a good night and dream sweetly. Ludger's body collapsed to the ground, his eyes shut, vision drowned in black. He sank into slumber, deeper an eternal sleep from which he would never awaken. Confirming that Ludger had fully succumbed, Nerva reattached his severed head. His eyes, filled with golden light, lifted toward the sky. This place is still as suffocating and nauseating as ever. His muttering voice brimmed with disgust, a stark contrast to the manner he had shown facing Ludger and Elissa. Normally, I should wait a little longer before rising, but time is short. He'll have to be satisfied with this much. Nerva's body lifted into the air. Then, from the ends of his form, he began to scatter like powder, golden, shimmering sand. It caught the wind and spread in all directions. Ha! What's that? Some students passing by stopped in their tracks at the faintly glittering golden dust in the air. Those touched by the dust went glassy-eyed and collapsed where they stood. The students who panicked and tried to run met the same fate. In an instant, people began to topple everywhere, consumed by sleep. Students, teachers, servants, none were spared. Regardless of strength, anyone touched by the sand fell into slumber. The whole of Sion sank into silence, and the golden dust did not stop at Sion. Like dandelion seeds carried on the breeze, it drifted toward the nearby city outside the academy, to bestow more dreams. Riederbelk bustled with life even from midday. As a city of advanced magitech and industry, steam and machinery never ceased their rhythm. Workers noticed a golden cloud rolling in from beyond. Hey, look at that. You know what that is? Some new factory opened nearby. Smoke from a factory wouldn't be that pretty a color. Isn't that direction where Sion Academy is? To Riederbelk's citizens, the golden cloud didn't look threatening. It floated slowly on the wind, and above Alet was beautiful, so no one thought to flee. The wave of slumber swept through the factories on the outskirts of Riederbelk. The shouting of men above the roar of machines fell quiet. Trucks in motion ground to a halt, and even steam golems stopped following their operators' commands. The golden cloud rolled through the factories and spread steadily across all of Riederbelk. What the hell is this? Alex, seeing people collapse in the distance, quickly retreated backward. His keen sense told him at once, touch that golden dust and you fall. He tried to call for backup, only to realize no one else was answering. Don't tell me they're all already down. At that moment, a shadow dropped straight from the sky and landed beside him. It was Phantos. He had Arthur and Bellaruna tucked under his arms. You're safe. Thanks to you, Mr. Phantos, we barely made it out. Bellaruna, dizzy from Phantos' sprint, spoke with glazed eyes. The golden tide pressed toward Owens. They had to evade it. Alex was about to shout a warning when the wind surged, scattering the golden dust far away. What in the world is happening here? Violetta descended slowly, a black parasol shading her, as if drifting from the sky. She wore practical clothing, as though she had left her work at once. Aside from Hans and Seridan both, fast asleep the members of Owens were gathered in one place. Does anyone know what's going on here? At Alex's question, no one could answer. They were just as shaken by the situation. From the way people collapse into sleep, it seems that cloud must be the cause our leader spoke of. Alex clicked his tongue. Meanwhile, the golden cloud thickened its shape, closing in on Owens. Violetta swung her parasol, raising a fierce gale. The golden cloud shredded apart, pushed backward by the wind, but Violetta's face was grim. This cloud, its resistance is stronger than just a moment ago. I saw it too. Phantos' sharp gaze fixed on the golden haze. It rose thick, now NVLGHT, read the full story, resembling smog more than cloud. The golden dust filled the air, surrounding Owens, cutting off escape. It wasn't simply drifting aimlessly, it moved with will. Ill open a path. Escaping now was the priority. Violetta stirred her mana and wove a spell. She had never wasted a day of training since learning magic in snatches from Ludger. Especially with wind-based spells, Violetta possessed an exceptional talent. Even Ludger had been genuinely impressed while teaching her. Thanks to that, in a short time, she had mastered powerful magic. Though she lacked the breadth and versatility wind spells could offer, her raw output was formidable anywhere. Violetta extended her parasol. From its elegant tip burst a small vortex, colliding with the golden haze. Quagagagag. But instead of driving it back, her spell scattered as if striking a wall. Everyone's eyes widened in shock and horror. Most of all, Violetta herself, who had cast the spell, was shaken. Impossible. How can mere haze block the wind? She had thought it was no ordinary cloud, but to resist wind magic of near fourth circle level. Whoosh. Before they even had time to grasp the danger, the golden cloud surged, rushing to engulf them all. 511 chapter in Dreamland. 1. Phantos thrust out his arm. Each time he struck, an immense, irresistible force burst forth. Whenever his fist blurred, space twisted and a shockwave resounded. Alex let out a whistle. You said you were going back home. What did you eat down there that made you come back like this? Phantos, who had already been strong, had now advanced to a whole new level. Even without properly equipping his weapon, he had already surpassed the realm of a master. What would happen if he were to take up his favored anchor chain here? Boom! The golden dust that had not yielded even to the wind burst apart helplessly beneath Phantos' fists. But that dust, being a condensed mass, was not something that could be destroyed by raw power. On the contrary, the more it was struck, the more resistant it became, gradually pressing Owens harder and harder. What do we do? Bellaruna panicked, not knowing what to do. This was no living creature. Faced with such a bizarre phenomenon, there was nothing she could do. What was worse, they were already surrounded on all sides. Even if they tried to stall for time, there was nowhere left to run. They thought about using Violetta's wind magic to fly up into the sky, but the air was already choked with dust. If we can't go up, then well go down. Alex gripped his sword and spun in place. Slash! The ground split open along the sword's arc, sinking into a wide circular pit. Owens dropped down into the underground waterway, and without any confusion, they dashed quickly over its surface. For now, let's retreat through the emergency escape. They had prepared a path of escape in advance, for times when they might be attacked or exposed and hunted down by a large-scale search. Through this escape route, they could make it outside Rederbalk. From there, they planned to regroup and reorganize. We're here. At the end of the waterway stood a massive steel door. It looked as sturdy as the entrance to a vault. This was the emergency passageway that led outside Rederbalk. What about that golden smoke? It's not following us. Looks like we shook it off. So for now we're safe. Even so, they could not afford to drop their guard. Alex quickly pulled down the lever on the steel door. Clang! With the sound of gears grinding together, the door opened. Beyond the open doorway stretched a long, straight corridor. And then, this is hopeless. The entire corridor was filled with golden haze. Whoosh! The golden smoke, having already invaded even the underground, swallowed up the Owens members whole. Wake up! A voice rang out in the darkness. I said wake up. The sound echoed like waves, crashing against Ludger's mind. Wake up already. Ludger opened his eyes. A pitch-black night sky stretched out above him, and looking down at him from beneath that sky was the face of Julia Plumerheart. You finally woke up. Ludger raised himself up. He instinctively checked his surroundings, only to let out a bitter laugh. The heavens were embroidered with countless glittering stars, and where Ludger stood was a forest filled with strange, unknown trees. Where is this? He asked Julia while checking his own condition. Fortunately, neither his body nor his belongings had suffered any harm. Don't you know, this is Dreamland. Here, I'd rather ask you, why exactly have we fallen here? Don't tell me this is related to the incident just now, is it? Do you remember the last thing that happened? I do. A golden cloud came rushing from afar, and as soon as it touched me, I fell here. The headmaster and I as well. We were almost at the core, hunting down the culprit, but we were too late. Ludger considered telling her about Nerva, but decided against it. There was no need to dampen the atmosphere by mentioning they had to deal with a demon. Still, this place is a little different from the dreamland I saw before. The dreamland he had once visited had been made up of shallow waters. Like a lake at dawn, it had been filled with mist, and beneath the waters, starlight had sunk down. This is the upper layer of dreamland. What you saw must have been the surface layer, so we've come deeper. Thinking about it, the fact that the stars were now in the sky proved it. On the surface, the starlight had lain beneath the water, but here the stars were above his head, meaning he had fallen to a deeper layer. Then that must mean many others fell here too. As far as I remember, all the students must have been dragged in. Julia's face grew grave. That's why it's not good. Is there a problem? How much do you know about Dreamland? Do you know what's here and what not to do? I don't know in detail. Only what's vaguely been told to the world. That's exactly the problem. If even the great Professor Ludger doesn't know much, then how do you think the others will fare? Ludger didn't understand why Julia was warning him so seriously. Even if Dreamland was unknown, wasn't it just a dream world, aside from its deeper layers? That thought vanished the moment he saw a massive shadow rise among the trees. An elephant. At first glance, the colossal creature looked like an elephant. It had a long trunk, flapping ears, and an enormous body. But its trunk was sharp at the tip, it had 4 tusks, and its head ended in points like a crown. And it wasn't alone. One after another, more silhouettes rose above the trees. Creatures like that actually exist. While Ludger was still puzzled, Julia grabbed his hand. "We have to get out of here." He followed her, running through the forest. "What on earth are those? Dream eaters, dream eaters." Ludger glanced back as they ran. The giant elephants were lifting their trunks toward the sky. Those elastic trunks stretched longer and longer until they touched the stars scattered above. If their trunks could reach the stars, then perhaps the sky wasn't as high as it looked. But that wasn't what mattered now. The dream eaters sucked in the stars with their pointed trunks. If those stars were the dreams of sleeping people, then the reason behind their name was clear. Do they attack people? Dream eaters only eat dreams. Then they're herbivores, aren't they? Calling that herbivory is silly. But there's a reason I said we should run. The reason soon became clear. Flap, the dream eater that had just consumed dreams, flapped its ears wide. Golden dust scattered from its ears, and from the forest sprang small, dark shapes. Birds with sharp beaks flew around the dream eater, devouring the dust. Predator birds. They eat the leftovers after dream eaters feed. That's why I said they're dangerous. Even before Julia had finished speaking, the flock of predator birds turned toward them. They found us. What happens if they catch us? What do you think happens when your mind gets eaten in a dream? Do you want to hear the answer? I'd rather not. The birds were fast. They flew in a swarm like a school of piranhas drifting in the sky. Realizing escape was impossible, Ludger stopped and raised his mana. "What are you doing? If we can't escape, then we fight. This is a dream. In here, magic doesn't work the way it does outside." Before Julia could finish, Ludger drew a spell formula. Her eyes went wide at the sight. The spell formations flowed out of him with no hindrance, natural and fluid, as elegant and lofty as ever. The completed formula activated into magic. Violet lightning burst outward in sparks, spreading everywhere like a net. The approaching birds were swallowed by it. Screech! The predator birds who had been targeting prey were instead fried in the net of electricity, shrieking in pain. Blackened corpses dropped from the sky, and the others turned and fled in panic. "For something you said was dangerous. They weren't that strong," Ludger remarked lightly, watching the fleeing flock. Julia stared at him in disbelief. In Dreamland, even skilled dreamwalkers need time to cast magic at a level equal to reality. Dreamland did not follow the laws of the waking world. Even breathing or walking, things natural in reality, could become difficult here. Magic, of course, was even harder, and yet Ludger had used it as naturally as breathing. Judging by the power, it was about the 4th circle. For a first-time caster here, it was unbelievable. "Professor, how many times have you been here?" "I've only been to the surface. This is my first time in the upper layer." "Then how? Even if one could cast magic here, its power should have been severely reduced." And yet he swept away a whole flock at once. Either he can use magic naturally even here, or even weakened. His power is that great. Either way, Ludger's ability defied common sense. Is there a problem? No. If anything, I am relieved. So this forest is that dangerous. He gazed into the distance. With that commotion, the forest has grown noisy. Yes. And the predator birds aren't the only dangerous things here. We need to move quickly while we still can. What about the others? I looked, but didn't see them. Usually those who fall into the upper layer gather in specific places. Is that so? This forest is one of the dangerous outskirts even in the upper layer. To fall straight here, you're really unlucky, Professor. They kept moving. Before long, the forest opened to reveal a great lake where massive glowing carp swam. Glow carp, an intuitive name. You visited my school. You know how terrible we are at naming things. Thinking of dream mist and weather clouds, Ludger nodded. Only dreamwalkers would name these creatures, so it was natural. At least they're safe. They won't bother us unless we touch them first. What do they eat? The lake was full of stars beneath the surface. They eat dreams too. Dreams. I thought only the stars in the sky were dreams. People's sleep differs in depth. Those who sleep so deeply they can't be woken, their dreams sink down even here, into the upper layer. Glow carp feed on those. A curious place indeed. He had admired the independent ecosystem of Cassar Basin, but Dreamland was on a different level. Here, even the laws of physics were different. Trying to apply common sense would only lead to failure. Good. We're finally safe enough. Julia let out a sigh of relief at the open plain. She turned her gaze to Ludger. So what now? We'll have to think on that. You know, the situation isn't good. Everyone from Theon fell into dreamland. Look, she pointed to the sky. The night was beautiful, unlike anything seen outside. The stars trembled, then began to fall one by one, shooting stars. The trails of light were breathtaking, but Julia's face was grim. Their meaning was obvious. Stars are falling. That means more people are still being pulled into dreamland. Not just Theon, but beyond as well. It doesn't matter yet, but if we don't get out soon, those people will be in danger too. Is there another problem? Think of a whirlpool. Once you're caught, you're pulled toward the center. Dreamland was the same, Julia said. You can stay in the surface layer as long as you want. But once you fall into the upper layers, you've stepped into the flow of this world. Even if you try to remain, you'll be dragged deeper. Time will always push you downward, like quicksand. Exactly. Even if you stand still, you sink. Struggle and you sink faster. For now we're safe, but will we stay that way? And it didn't end with the middle layers. Julia said they would be dragged to the very center. A whirlpool never stopped until you reached its depths. At the end Ludger lowered his gaze. Now that they had fallen into dreamland, everyone here was destined to fall into the depths. 512 chapter in Dreamland 2. If this keeps up, everyone will be trapped in dreamland forever. Then we must eliminate the source as quickly as possible. Eliminate the source. Do you actually know how to resolve it? I know what I have to do. They had to eradicate Nerva, who had caused all of this. To do so, they needed to find where he was. Considering his abilities and authorities, he would be in the deepest depths of dreamland. But remembering that he had briefly manifested outside through Gregorium's corpse, they had to assume he could move freely between the middle layers and the upper layers as well. For now, we move. First priority is to regroup with the others. They needed to join the others and share information. If this was a world of dreams, then resolving everything alone would be difficult in the end. If Riederbelk was affected, the others would have been dragged inward too. They had prepared an emergency escape route for this sort of situation. But it was hard to believe that would be free from a demon's authority. First, we should find Sedna, Hans, and Ceriden who fell in earlier. Even so, it felt like he could at least guess their heading. The falling stars were concentrating on a single location, shooting stars from every direction bent in arcs toward a narrow patch of grounder sight one would never see in reality. But knowing what it meant that this was a supernatural disaster made it hard to simply admire its beauty. How much farther? We have to go all the way to where those stars are falling, so it's still far. Walking will take quite some time. Julia nodded. If we walk, yes. But we're mages, aren't we? True. The two of them rose into the air using mana. From higher up, the scenery of Dreamland struck them even more vividly. A place filled with mysterious forests and plains. Looking down as they crossed it, they could spot peculiar creatures that lived only here. A gigantic salamander lifted its head from a marsh and stared at Ludger and Julia as they flew. The way it flicked its tongue with a wet slurp made it clear had they come on foot, it would have been a disaster. You're keeping up better than I expected. Half admiration, half teasing Julia's tone, drew only a casual reply from Ludger. And you seem even better than usual. Did you forget who I am and where we are? Fair point. For a dreamwalker, dreamland was home ground. In dreams, what was impossible in reality could be done as much as one wished. A dreamwalker roaming that realm freely could display skill far beyond what they showed in reality. If you put your mind to it, can you make something like wings? Wings. In a dream, anything you want should be possible now. Julia's eyes went round. That might be the most ridiculous thing I've heard, and yet, annoyingly, it isn't wrong. It was only a conjecture, so it really is possible. Not here. This layer is too high. The upper layer is properly within Dreamland's domain, but the surface layer's influence is still significant. People's reason remains largely intact, and the world still carries much of reality's influence. So the farther down you go, the stronger the influence of dreams and the unconscious. That's why dreamwalkers begin their real preparations from the middle layers. As they flew, they spotted a field crowded with lights and landed nearby. People. Looks like some fell here too. These seemed to be those who arrived a bit later. Their clothes were of all sorts. There were factory workers, restaurant staff, a flower shop girl, a cleaner, a driver. A few wore garments of quite fine fabric. Canyon could tell at a glance they were wealthy. So the whole of Rederbelk was affected. This really is the worst-case scenario. The gathered people looked utterly bewildered about why they were here. The world outside had seemed to turn gold in daylight. They'd lost consciousness, and when they opened their eyes, they were in this place. Of course, it was hard to understand with a clear mind. Where the hell are we? Everyone, calm down. Will yelling change anything? Do I look like I can calm down? They were huddled together only because the environment was unfamiliar. Most of them were already in a panic. At that moment, someone in the crowd noticed Julia and Ludger. Who are you people? Don't be alarmed. We're just like you people who fell into the world of dreams. Julia stepped forward and spoke, but the people only looked more confused. The world of dreams? What is that supposed to mean? Is someone playing a prank on us? Julia let out a sigh. These people were complete laymen with no connection to magic. Even if she explained dreamland this and that, they clearly wouldn't understand. Why you? You're a mages, right? Then do something about this. Yeah. If you're a mages, you must know how to get us out. The people fixed their eyes on Ludger and Julia as if they had found hope. Their eyes were full of expectation, but there was a touch of madness in them as well. To drowning men, the two of them looked like a lifeline. But what would happen once they learned the truth? Sensing the turn for the worse, Julia quietly asked Ludger for his thoughts. What do we do? They seemed to be under some strange misconception. Seeing her defer to Ludger, the people chose their target. Older than Julia and carrying an air of authority, looked like the superior. Hey there, get us out. I'll make sure you're rewarded. Sir Mage, just tell us where to go. I have something I have to finish today. Desperate pleas, each different. But once the number passed the hundreds, it became nothing but a deafening noise. Julia frowned at the voices crying out with such frantic urgency. From begging and bargaining, their impatience grew, and their tone turned aggressive. You two are suspicious. Don't tell me you brought us here. I heard things. That mages kidnap people and experiment on them. Are they black mages? Hostility seeped from the crowd. Julia was dumbfounded. They hadn't even said anything yet, and the crowd was throwing around accusations of black mages on their own. And despite calling them black mages, they weren't cowering. If anything, they were glaring. If you knew the other side was dangerous, shouldn't you be more cautious? Julia, precocious and rational for her age, found such excessive emotionality hard to grasp. Only when it came to Sedna did she get emotional. In other situations, she struggled to understand ordinary people's reactions. You filthy mage bastards, send us back now. Ludger, on the other hand, understood their hearts all too well. Of course they were fluster-red frustrated, stranded in an unknown place. But understanding them and quietly enduring their abuse were two different things. Keep talking, and y'all say anything, won't you? The voice that came from Ludger's lips shook the crowd. The mana-infused resonance instantly plunged the surroundings into silence. Those who had been ready to lash out in rage, fists clenched, realized belatedly what they were about to do and shrank back. Listen well. The mages you are so desperate to find have nothing to do with this incident. We too were dragged into this mess as victims. Every time Ludger's sharp gaze swept across them, the people flinched and shriveled. And yet you try to pin the blame on us. I find that deeply unpleasant. Only then did they remember what they had forgotten, just how superior mages were. And in this place, where no one was watching, what would happen if they angered one? Once the people finally calmed, Julia let out a sigh of relief. Before the situation could spiral out of control, Ludger had cut it off at just the right moment. What now? We'll have to take these people with us. No matter how things stood, they still had to head toward the central zone of the upper layer of Dreamland. Leaving these people here, only to be attacked by the creatures of Dreamland that lived nearby, would leave a bitter aftertaste. Follow. At a single word from Ludger, the crowd followed quietly. It wasn't only the show of force from moments earlier, there was an irresistible charisma about him. The panicked, confused crowd fell silent, walking only with their eyes fixed on Ludger's back. Julia was impressed by the sight. To subdue fear so completely, so effortlessly, Professor, your skill in handling people is truly remarkable. I'll take that as a compliment. Of course it is. Look at them. Just before they were filled with resentment, yet now they're trailing after you like children. To them, you may look like their only savior. Savior, was it? Ludger scoffed at the cumbersome word, but he didn't bother to deny or reject it. what others chose to think was beyond his control. They walked for some time. In the distance, a large gathering of people came into view, unexpected. Thave managed to put together something resembling a village. Ludger murmured with mild admiration at the sight. Of course, this is the first place anyone reaches when they descend into the upper layer of dreamland. Dreamwalkers come here often, so they built an outpost. An outpost. There was something similar in the Kassar Basin. We were the original, Julia said with pride in her voice. She spoke freely of we. Even if she quarreled with members of her school, Julia clearly held deep attachment to the School of Dreams. Still surprising. It was built to hold more than 1,000, yet it's already full, with people spilling outside as well. Just Sion's population alone exceeds several times that. And now with Rederbelk's population here too, that's not good. Julia glanced at those slumped around the area. Most were crushed by despair, unable to adapt to the unfamiliar environment. Even to mages, dreamland was no easy place to grasp. So for those utterly unversed in magic, the psychological pressure must be overwhelming. As they went deeper, familiar faces appeared. Sion's students, having fallen into dreamland first, were gathered in the village center. Professor Ludger, one of the teachers tending to the students, spotted him and ran over. Professor Selina, you're here too. Are you all right? When Ludger said he was fine, Selina sighed in relief, pressing a hand to her chest. Ludger looked over the students. Most wore grim expressions, but none seemed devastated. That was thanks to the teachers who had worked hard for them. But this is only a matter of time. Unless the root problem was resolved, the situation could only deteriorate further. He had just thought to meet the other instructors and discuss matters when rumble. A massive roar split the air, followed by screams. The ground shook violently, startling the seated people to their feet. Kaya! Selina nearly fell, but Ludger caught her at once. Thank you. Her face flushed with embarrassment. Helping her steady herself, Ludger asked Julia, does Dreamland get earthquakes? Of course not. A world without fault lines cannot have earthquakes. Then what is this? I don't know. Julia, too, was shaken. Perhaps we must consider the worst-case scenario. Worse than this. Think about it. Never before have this many people entered Dreamland. This is unprecedented. Indeed. Normally, aside from dreamwalkers, only a few deeply sleeping people ever came here. But now the numbers had surged far past tens of thousands. 100,000, 200,000, and still rising in real time. The upper layer is straining under the burden of too many people. Dreamland itself. I told you Dreamland is like a whirlpool, a quagmire that sinks you even if you stand still. With this many people gathered, what do you think happens? The rate of being pulled down increases. Julia spoke with certainty. That would almost be preferable. But what if it's worse than that? RUMMBLEE. Before she could finish, another quake struck, much stronger and longer than the one before. Save us. Don't move. Panicking won't help. Everyone stay calm. The crowd was thrown into panic. Amid the chaos, Ludger noticed something unnatural. Crack. The ground split open with a sharp sound. Before he could even shout a warning, the fractured earth collapsed beneath them. Over 300 people plunged into the depths. Down into nothing but pitch-black darkness into the deep abyss. 513 chapter middle floor. 1. The suddenly opened sinkholes devoured people like a monster's maw. Those who could barely stand due to the earthquake tumbled helplessly down. The sight of people vanishing beyond the darkness with screams created an endless sense of dread. Run! Where are we supposed to run? Everyone, back away. Move. Out of the way, sinkholes were appearing everywhere. The large ones swallowed hundreds at once, while even the small ones dragged dozens into the depths. People, terrified, tangled with one another. The chaos deepened. Even those who tried to keep their reason and calm the crowd could not stop the overflowing panic. The children. There were still students sitting frozen, unable to run. The teachers who realized the danger shouted something, but it was no use. There were simply too many people. On top of that, the sinkholes appeared irregularly, making their signs impossible to predict. In such a situation, where the ground could suddenly collapse at any moment, it was hardly wise to move recklessly. It was difficult enough just to protect one's own body. Yet even in that, a few students showed courage. Get up quickly, I'll support you. What stood out were Ryan and Aiden. They approached the frightened students, pulling them up by the hand even amid the chaos, a sight that caught Ludger's eye. Don't just sit still, move. Hurry. Selina also reached a student sitting on the ground in tears and helped her up. Move. Kaya. At that moment, someone scrambling to survive shoved Selina aside in his panic. He was so lost in fear that he did not even realize what he had done. And then the ground beneath the seated Selina began to sink. Professor Selina, Ludger called out her name. In the midst of confusion, Selina turned to him. Ludger opened his mouth to warn her, to tell her to get away. But the ground gave way faster than his words. The earth collapsed, a hole opening wide. A monster yawned open its maw. Selina and the students gathered around her disappeared into the darkness. No. With a desperate heart, Ludger tried to cast magic. If he used telekinesis, he could at least pull one or two up. It's dangerous. But before the spell could be cast, Julia yanked Ludger back. His mana flow broke, and the spell dissipated. Yet Ludger could not blame Julia, for the very spot where he had been standing crumbled like a landslide and fell below. The shaking quieted. Heavy silence descended on the plain once the quake had ended. On the once vast land, large and small holes gaped open everywhere. It looked as though a giant rat had gnawed through a block of cheese. The survivors trembled in fear. They dreaded that it might happen again at any moment. The situation has gotten worse. Julia, seeing the ghastly sight, covered her mouth with her hand, lost in heavy thought. At this rate, the collapse of the upper floor will happen faster than expected. Then everyone will fall into the middle floor. Ludger stared at the wide-open holes. What happens to the people who just fell? You don't need to worry. They won't die. The drop between the middle floor and the upper floor is considerable, but anyone who has dreamed knows. Sometimes you dream of falling, right? As Ludger gave her a puzzled look, Julia rubbed her forehead. Ah, I suppose it's not something to say to someone who doesn't dream. I've heard of it vaguely. It's like that. When you fall in a dream, you wake up, don't you? But it doesn't mean you truly die. When you fall back asleep, you continue dreaming just fine. That's the nature of dreams. So in dreamland, there's no such thing as dying from a fall. Essentially, yes. So those who just dropped won't have died. But you mean it's only a matter of time? Julia nodded. From the middle floor on, a completely different environment awaited. Ordinary people could never enter, and even a mage could not endure without being a dreamwalker. At best, they would have fallen into the upper section of the middle floor. But even so, the already short time limit had become even shorter. And what pricked Ludger's nerves most was that the students attending his lecture had been swept away. Professor Ludger. Someone approached Ludger and Julia. Headmaster, I'm glad you're safe. I as well. Hugh, I don't even know where to begin. Elissa shook her head, her mind tangled. What had unfolded after they chased Gregorium had been an unending chain of events beyond reason. Elissa gazed at the place where the vanished students had been, her face clouded. Was this that old man's doing as well? I am not certain. Elissa roughly brushed back her hair. Just from her touch, it was clear she no longer had her usual composure. Whatever he really is, it's humiliating. I came with serious intent to fight, but to be dropped here without even resisting, it makes me wonder if my skills have dulled. Your magic was strong, headmaster. The opponent simply wasn't favorable. Seeing that you're here too, Professor Ludger, I assume you also. Ludger nodded. Nerva's authority was difficult to resist, even for him. Indeed, most demonic powers were that way. I did manage to counterattack, but it was useless. You counterattacked. What appeared was only an illusion. He himself said it was like the moon reflected on water. His true body must be in dreamland, and what we saw was a projection. Wait, then Professor Ludger, you're saying you actually fought that old man. So what if I did? When Ludger asked with his eyes, Elissa found herself speechless. I didn't fight properly. I tried to hold out, to avoid being dragged into sleep, but at best, I lasted only a few minutes. As Ludger spoke with indifference, Elissa looked at him with a complicated expression. He seemed to regret only lasting a few minutes yet. She hadn't lasted even 3 seconds before collapsing. Well, Professor Ludger is exceptional, so I suppose it's to be expected. Even so, she could not help but feel a sting to her pride. Elissa Willow hardened her resolve. If she met that old man again, this time she would show him a proper payback. But more urgently, everyone must have fallen into the middle floor, right? Elissa had at least heard enough about the structure of Dreamland to understand. And what happened to those who entered? To save them, we'll have to go down to the middle floor at the very least. Even if we do, it won't solve the root problem. So in the end, we must defeat that Nerva, and for that, we must go deeper. Yes, I've heard if you go down to the depths, no one returns alive. To descend to the depths was madness itself. But someone must go, is that it? It was like saying someone had to defuse a bomb, but whoever went would surely die. And yet if no one went, the bomb would explode and kill them all. To save the many, a few had to be sacrificed. Was such a thing even acceptable? Considering Nerva's abilities, those few had to be the most skilled among them. The strongest here would have to sacrifice themselves so that the others could live. We'll have to gather people, but I'm not sure it will work. Elissa was doubtful. To ask someone to dive into flames, holding nothing but a reed mat, just to save other show, many would accept that. Such was human nature. If you sacrifice yourself, others live. But then, what meaning is there in that? Honor gained after death is worth less than a speck of dust. What use is honor if your body rots away in the ground? And besides, we don't even know how many we'll need. This Nerva's domain is his home ground. Even if we throw in all of Sion's strength, I can't guarantee we'll win. Yes, that may be so. Ludger's steady gaze met Elissa's. Still, we must do it. This is the only choice we have. There was no going back, no other path, just one way forward. What lay beyond, no one could guarantee. If they simply stayed here and waited, perhaps someone else might come to save them. If one had to pick the safest option, that was it. But that could not be allowed. The moment a person settled in place, that was where they died. In moments of crisis like this, one had to act. That was the way Ludger had learned through countless experiences. There's no way to wait for help. As desperately as we long for help, those who have already fallen below must be thinking the same. Ludger turned to Elissa. Who here do you believe can help them? Elissa remembered. The students and teachers who had been swept away while trying to save others. If those left behind survived by abandoning them, would she ever find peace with herself? It was not with such thoughts that Elissa had become headmaster of Sion. You're right. I guess I was overthinking. It's actually simple. Do you intend to go as well, headmaster? I may be the headmaster of Sion, but if the highest-ranking person won't go, who else would step forward? At that, Ludger gave a faint smile and nodded. Then first we must gather people. Wait, Julia stepped between them. You're not seriously thinking of just the two of you going down into the depths of dreamland, are you? What other method is there? If you go down, you'll never return. If we wait just a little, the outside world will realize what's happening and send help. To dreamland. Don't forget, our dream school exists within the Empire. Our seniors must have realized by now that something serious is happening. How long are we to wait? And in that time, what happens to the ones who fell into the middle floor? Can you be certain of their safety? That Julia trailed off. Could even she predict all of this? This was an unprecedented situation. Even if those who fell to the middle floor were still alive, for know how long could they last? For non-dreamwalkers to descend into the middle floor thys was almost the first time ever. They might not last even a day. And haven't you noticed something strange? What do you mean? That the people who fell asleep at the very beginning are nowhere to be seen here. That's Julia realized it only then. When people could no longer awaken from sleep, where were those who had fallen into dreamland first? What were they doing? No way they've already been pushed into the middle floor. After what we've just witnessed, I am nearly certain of it. Then Sedna too, not just Sedna. Hans and Sheridan as well. Ludger did not believe he had missed Hans simply because of the crowd. Hans was not foolish. If it were him, he would have already scouted where Sion's students were gathered, lingering nearby and waiting for Ludger to arrive. Sheridan too. But even when Ludger had appeared, neither of them were there. The meaning was all too clear. Then I'll go as well. There's no need for you. You must have forgot. Before I am a student of Sion, I am a dreamwalker of the Dream School. Among everyone here, no one knows Dreamland better than I do. Didn't you just say we should wait for your seniors? They'll worry. Then they're the ones who are late, aren't they? Ludger did not stop her. In Dreamland, Julia would be a better guide than any mage. Even if she was a studenthes was no time to draw lines. Fine. Then let's gather more people. Recruiting those willing to descend to the middle floor went faster than expected. The teachers, realizing the seriousness of the situation, volunteered themselves. Of course I am going. Selina fell down there, didn't she? Then I'll be the one to save her. Merrilda declared boldly. The students are below. We cannot sit idle. Brino spoke with determination. HMPH. Chris Bennemore scoffed and crossed his arms, but he did not object. Some were too frightened to step forward, but many more were not. Perhaps I was mistaken. They had been warned they might never return. It was practically a march to death. Yet even after hearing that grave warning, people had made up their minds. To think Sion has so many remarkable people. In that case, perhaps you should raise our salaries. When we return, ill consider it seriously. Though, of course, the planning director will have to weigh in. He'll agree. At the joking meant to ease the mood, Alyssa smiled faintly and looked back. The teachers of Sion were staring at her with tense faces. As their leader, she could not show weakness or hesitation. Everyone. From this moment, we will descend into dreamland. Since NV8, original source, she had already explained in advance, there were no outbursts of surprise. None had volunteered without knowing. And they had also received basic information from Julia, who had experience with the middle floor. Once we enter below, a completely different world will unfold. Reality's laws will twist, and impossible things will happen everywhere. And you know this already, once we descend, we will all be scattered. When moving from the upper floor to the middle floor, people were thrown to random locations. Even if they went together, they would be forced apart. If they were lucky, a few might end up together. If not, they might find themselves utterly alone. Julia had already taught them the rough geography and maps of the middle floor, so it was no problem. Fear is natural. Truthfully, I am very nervous myself. This is my first time, too. Alyssa drew a steadying breath. So remember only one thing. The children and civilians who have fallen belowly, we can extend a hand to them. Merylda clenched her fist. Brino nodded firmly. Chris Bennemore adjusted his glasses, and Virno flexed his wrists. Everyone ready. Alyssa turned. Before them spread a vast lake, clear and pristine. The water so pure that even the grains of sand on the bottom could be seen. At its depths lay a pitch-black hole. Sand from the lakebed poured down into it like a waterfall. It was as though a monstrous maw was endlessly devouring all before it. That was the entrance to the middle floor of Dreamland. The sight stirred primal fear. The instant one submerged, it felt as though one would sink into an endless abyss. Some teachers inwardly regretted volunteering. Then let us go. With those words, Alyssa was the first to leap into the lake. Ludger and Julia followed close behind. The other teachers, faces set with resolve, also dove in. The moment they entered the water, an unseen force seized them, dragging their bodies down. They fell into the endless abyssal hole, yet their breathing was not cut off. Perhaps because this was the world of dreams, they could still breathe even underwater. How far down did they sink? At last, a dazzling light tore through the darkness, and a strange new sight spread out before them. 514 chapter middle floor, 2. A state emergency disaster response unit was established in the Exilian Empire. The unknown incident that had broken out in Riederbelk had long since reached many ears. From Riederbelk all the way to Sion, an entire metropolis with a population of over 500,000 was swallowed by golden dust and fell into silence. First Princess Aileen immediately gathered people and summoned gifted individuals from across the nation. Even the nobles and corporations, who were usually slow to act in such matters, moved quickly this time. Most of their children were enrolled in Sion, and as parents, they could not simply sit idle. So they selected and dispatched the first expedition to Riederbelk. But they never returned. This is serious. Lutus Wardart frowned as he looked at the distant scenery of Riederbelk. Originally, Riederbelk was an industrial city, filled with factory chimneys and billowing white smoke. It was not a pleasant sight even then, but compared to what he saw now, that time seemed better. The city was covered in golden dust. It resembled the sands of a southern desert, or finely ground gold scattered in all directions. It was a sight that one could believe if told that sunset-colored clouds had descended to earth. From one perspective, it could even seem dreamlike and beautiful, but once you heard what was happening inside, such impressions vanished. The first expedition had entered and lost all contact. When they tried to send a second expedition, those nearby suddenly fell asleep just from observing the situation, forcing a retreat. It's spreading little by little. Standing beside Lutus, First Princess Aileen gazed at the city. Her expression was more conflicted than ever. Are you worried about Third Princess Erendir, HMPH? Why should I care about that fool? If not, then it can't be helped. Well, I do think it's a little pitiful. This isn't her fault, it's more like a natural disaster. A disaster, and yet it's hard to erase the sense that someone caused it. Both Lutus and Aileen understood. That golden cloud had not occurred naturally. If anything, it resembled the black storm that had once struck the capital, which meant that a demon might be involved in this incident as well. For now it's quiet, but the range is steadily expanding. At this rate, the whole empire will be covered soon enough. Not just the empire, neighboring nations won't be safe either. They had tried many methods to eliminate the golden cloud, but nothing worked. Not reagents, not artifacts, not magic. Worse, the moment anyone approached to attempt something, the cloud would draw them into sleep. It doesn't kill, but it plunges you into an endless slumber. So when is the specialist finally arriving, Your Highness? At that moment, Aileen's sword, Passius, came rushing in. They're here. There was no need to ask who. Aileen and Lutus immediately moved. They arrived at the command center of the response unit, where an elderly woman was already waiting. It is an honor to meet the master of the dream school. Aileen bowed respectfully to the old woman. Though she bowed to no one, this elder was worthy of such courtesy. Clara Cohen, master of the dream school, received the greeting with a face lined with countless wrinkles. Yes, it is also my honor to meet the future of the empire, but now is no time for introductions. Indeed, then let us begin right away. Children, come in. At Clara's tap of her staff, dream school mages poured in from outside. What's all this? My, so many lofty folk. I am tired. Can I just nap here? Each entered with some careless remark. For all the dream school's fame, they were far from disciplined. So what do you plan to do? Ludus asked the dream school mages. Since this disaster had plunged people into slumber, only the dream school could resolve it. At that, Zantman stepped forward as their representative. We're going into dreamland. Though he often joked with Julia, his eyes now gleamed grimly. The root of this incident lies deep in the dream. We must go there and cut it off. A spectacular sight, really, at the edge of a cliff overlooking distant Riederbelk. Zero Order let out an admiring murmur as he gazed at the city blanketed in golden clouds. Standing beside him, France said nothing, but his gaze at the clouds was anything but favorable. I was thoughtless. My apologies. No, sir. It is simply that my own inadequacy frustrates me. Don't take it too hard. This isn't your fault. Who could have known that Nerva would seize Gregorium's body? That day, when Zero Order and France abducted Gregorium, they had put him into slumber and sent him into dreamland. The goal was to confirm whether Nerva, who had long slept in the depths, had awakened. Since Nerva scorned humans, they assumed he would inevitably tamper with Gregorium, perhaps by keeping him in eternal sleep. Given Nerva's nature, he would never let a human simply pass through. They only had to check whether Gregorium awoke or not. It should have been simple, but the timing of his awakening had been odd. I should have noticed then. Zero Order shook his head. Cunning as ever, Nerva had instead taken advantage of the human who entered his domain. He deliberately seized Gregorium's inner self and used him as a vessel. That day, when Gregorium opened his eyes, he was no longer Gregorium. It was Nerva wearing his shell, and they had failed to suspect it. I've grown rusty indeed. It was unavoidable. Who could predict that demon's move? Right. So don't blame yourself too much. Fran's silence brought a bitter smile to Zero Order's lips. You're strict with yourself. Perhaps that's why you left the school and chose to join hands with me. France still said nothing. Zero Order had not expected a reply anyway. It was just a sigh. That's my fate. Of the two arms I call my own, one never stops criticizing himself, and the other wishes me dead. No wonder this body doesn't feel like mine. Forgive me, nothing to forgive. What matters now is how to handle Nerva's schemes. The golden cloud covering all of Riederbelk might look beautiful, but its effect was far from it. Nerva's dream dust. I never thought I'd see it again in my lifetime. Demon Nerva, a parcel of dreams, and even among apostles, one shunned by his peers. Touch it, and you fall into eternal sleep. Magic, mental barrier, none of it works. Because it's not mere magic, it's authority. And eternal sleep was no different from death. Thus Nerva was both the apostle of dreams and the apostle of death. After that day, most apostles had found a shared purpose, but Nerva had none of that. He might share the same ultimate goal, but his methods were entirely different. For his own ends, he would even kill fellow apostles without hesitation. That was why Zero Order regarded him with the utmost caution. He had believed Nerva would remain harmless, sleeping deep within dreamland. But now he was stirring awake again. He drags others into eternal sleep, yet he himself does not slumber, truly ironic. And yet it was an inevitable causality, so Zero Order was not surprised. What will you do? When NVLGHT, the greatest goal of your life, appears before you, I can't stop you from chasing it. France nodded firmly. Why had he left the dream school and joined hands with Zero Order? Because of the one who had driven his beloved father insane. For revenge. And now that very being had fully awakened. Even from afar, his fists clenched involuntarily. But you can't last long. I know. To be blunt, you absolutely cannot defeat Nerva as you are now. Harsh words, but France could not refute them. Zero Order was right. And yet France was determined to fight. If not now, then never. Then if you fight, do it properly. What do you mean by properly? I mean throw away all pride if you want to win. Zero Order looked at him. Meeting that gaze, France felt something he could not describe in words. Founder of the Black Dawn Society, a man whose true nature was still shrouded. His very existence overwhelmed everything around him. But right now, he seemed different. The eyes he turned to France were not those of an absolute ruler. They were eyes that understood and empathized. Eyes that pitied, that regretted. Don't forget. If you can't win alone, borrow another's strength. Ask for help. Don't hesitate to bow your head. You want victory, don't you? Then kneel if you must, just as you once did to me. But there is no one. There is. Zero Order spoke with conviction. Once you enter, you'll see. In that dream, someone who can help you most is waiting. Ludger opened his eyes. To open one's eyes meant to wake from sleep. But this was not reality. So in a dream world, was opening one's eyes Wackinger falling into a new sleep. It was a strange thought even to himself as Ludger lifted his head to the sky, the middle floor of dreamland. The sky here was clear enough to remind him of daytime outside. If the upper floor of dreamland was night, then the middle was the opposite. There was no sun, yet the blue sky overflowed with light. Whoosh, an ear-splitting roar. Ludger stared at the endless waterfalls pouring from the sky. They fell from black holes torn open in the blue heavens. One of them must have been the passage through which he had descended from above. The middle floor feels very different from the upper. He looked around. This was an island, a massive island floating in the sky, and beyond it, countless other islands, each varied in size and shape. One was a desert, another a tropical jungle, another an enormous lake. Between them, endless waterfalls cascaded. That was the middle floor of dreamland. Have people been scattered? Though they had entered almost simultaneously, no one was nearby. There were at least 100 islands in sight, and beyond them, likely countless more. Finding someone here will be quite the task. He suddenly recalled Julia's words. From the middle floor on, you needed a proper guide. Now he understood why. But at least the direction is clear. Standing at the island's edge, Ludger looked down. Below lay countless more islands, waterfalls crashing between them. He did not know what lay further beneath. But if this was the middle floor, then to go deeper into dreamland, he had to descend. Thinking so, Ludger leapt from the cliff. Anyone else might call it madness, but to him it was natural. The freefall from such a height. He immediately attempted to cast flight magic. His mana would not circulate properly. The formation blurred, fraying apart like snapped threads. He had felt this before in the upper floor, but the resistance was far stronger here. They say from the middle floor, the unconscious grows stronger. For a mage who drew spells with logic and reason, unconscious interference was a massive obstacle. But not for Ludger. He reconnected the severed mana and swiftly rebuilt the formation. Though there was some resistance, the magic unfolded without issue. He glided slowly, scanning the surrounding islands. How far had he descended? From one island, loud crashes rang out, flashes of light bursting forth. The pulse of mana rippled across his skin. Found them. There were survivors there. Ludger set his course and flew toward it. 515 chapter middle floor 3. Everyone fall back. It was an irritated voice, uncharacteristic of Julia's usual calm and composed tone. At the end of her sharp gaze was a black mass. Woo-wong, it looked like drifting black smoke. But on closer inspection, its body was not smoke at all, but countless grains of black dust. Crackle! Julia shot lightning at it, and the black mass shook violently when struck. But rather than pain, it only showed slight bewilderment at the unexpected attack. Julia frowned at the sight. Of all things, it had to be the most troublesome one on the middle floor. That black cloud-like being was a nightmare entity, found only on the middle floor. Normally, it lingered in that form of black smoke, but once it came into contact with a person, it turned into something far more dangerous. Just like now, you were a. One student who had failed to retreat in time was approached by the nightmare entity. The entity stared at the student from a short distance, and then its form began to change. The black smoke twisted and writhed, until at last it became a humanoid figure with grotesque proportions. Hehehe. Its limbs and face stretched unnaturally long. Between the disheveled black hair, its eyes were nothing but empty holes, and its gaping mouth revealed 3 rows of shark-like teeth, a monster straight out of an urban legend. This was why nightmare entities were dangerous. The moment they touched a person, they transformed into whatever that person unconsciously feared most. Hehehe. The nightmare entity crawled on all fours toward the student whose fear had shaped it. Its twisted laughter and cockroach-like movements truly made one feel trapped in a nightmare. Gee, get away from me. The terrified student screamed with tears streaming down his face. Julia wanted to help, but she could not. She was already restraining 3 nightmare entities herself. If she rushed to help, the situation would spiral further out of control. Just then, someone else stepped forward in her place. It was Selina, who had fallen with the other students. Stay back. Selina unleashed the power of a spirit. With a gust of wind, she struck the nightmare entity from the side, flinging it away. The monster quickly regained balance and fixed its gaze on her. The student narrowly escaped, but Selina's face darkened. Too weak. At a level, she should have been able to cut it apart with wind. But here, it wasn't working. It felt like swimming with heavy iron weights strapped to her. For a spirit user like Selina, Dreamland was the worst possible environment. Hehehe. The grotesque woman set her sights on Selina next. Clinging low to the ground, she rushed in, mouth opening wide to tear out Selina's throat, like a jaguar stalking prey in the dark. Selina's reaction was too slow. Ordinarily, she could have blocked it by summoning an earth spirit. But the special nature of the Dreamland middle floor hindered her. The sharp fangs looming right before her eyes were reflected in her pupils. At that instant, pure darkness swallowed the monster's head. Kiik! The grotesque woman thrashed wildly, but the darkness clinging to her face would not come off. Her struggles weakened, and her limbs went limp. Moments later, when the darkness receded, her head was gone. The neck was cleanly severed, as if something had swallowed it whole. The corpse then crumbled into black dust. The nightmare entity was dead. Selina widened her eyes, realizing who had saved her. Esmeralda. Unlike the other spirits that had remained hidden, the black orb Esmeralda had appeared the moment Selina was in danger. Thank you. You saved me. Esmeralda trembled in her palm, as if delighted by the praise. But Selina could not relax yet. More nightmare entities remained. Julia was holding them off for now, but she wouldn't last. Esmeralda, lend me your strength. With the same power that had just destroyed the entity, the rest could surely be subdued. But suddenly, Esmeralda vanished. Selina had no time to question why, because someone descended from the sky. There are quite a few people here. With a familiar voice came a surge of powerful mana from above. Then spears of ice rained down, piercing the 3 nightmare entities that Julia was battling. The ambushed monsters scattered like mirages, vanishing. Professor Ludger. The students' faces lit up in joy as they cheered. To appear at the most dangerous moment, like a favorite, was no wonder they reacted so. But Ludger did not respond to their cheers. His eyes turned to the remaining nightmare entities. Whatever else, he would eliminate the most troublesome ones first. The entities trembled as they faced him. Those that had withstood Julia's magic were now cowering. Julia's eyes widened. No way are nightmare entities afraid. 5 remained. As if on cue, they scattered in all directions. Trying to run, Ludger pointed his finger at the first one fleeing. From his fingertip, a beam of light shot forth, piercing it. Julia swallowed hard. He can use magic like this even on the middle floor. Impossible. She had been shocked when he cast magic on the upper floor, but the middle floor was different. The upper floor favored the conscious mind. The middle floor was nearly half unconscious. For someone to naturally use magic here, it was like casting spells in your sleep, as if sleep-talking. Just how much of a monster is he? To the other students, it was incredible enough. But to Julia, who understood the situation better than anyone, Ludger was a monster incarnate. Meanwhile, the fleeing entities changed tactics. Better to fight than die fleeing from him. The remaining four charged at the students. Caught off guard, the students faltered, and the entities absorbed their nightmares. Their shapes shifted in an instant. One dove into the ground and disappeared. Then the earth erupted, and a massive silhouette burst forth in a cloud of dust. Ruor, a colossal worm-like monster, lunged at Ludger, more gaping wide. A sandworm said to dwell in deserts. It swallowed him whole. The students screamed, despair overtaking them, but a few did not panic. Selena, Rhine, Julia, and Erendir, Professor Ludger Cherish, felled by something like that. Their eyes all said the same. And sure enough, the sandworm's head exploded like a bomb. Its scattered flesh dissolved into black smoke and vanished. Ludger hovered in the air, his bluish eyes looking down upon all with lofty calm. Though swallowed whole, not a single blemish marked him. He's fine. How? That overwhelming sight rekindled their fading hope. Three remained. At his gaze, one of the nightmare-fed entities trembled. Screech, a grotesque man with springs on his feet, leapt at Ludger. Spring-heeled Jack, a male student, cried out, recognizing his worst nightmare. Ludger calmly raised his palm toward the creature charging into his face. Mana condensed in front of his hand, erupting in flames. The monster shot skyward, only to fall even faster, engulfed in fire. Two remained. One swelled monstrously, having absorbed multiple nightmares. Not just one, three or more. Its body twisted into a fusion of horrors. Unable to face him with one nightmare, it sought strength in numbers. I commend the effort of taking in several nightmares just to fight me. But Ludger's eyes did not waver. It still won't be enough. Krrrrrog. The nightmare entertino, nightmare fusion, bared its teeth. With bat-like wings spread wide, it took flight. Ludger simply watched. No matter how he examined it, there was nothing in such a thing to inspire fear. Of course. Compared to the nightmare I faced in Dermang, this is nothing. A murmur only he could hear. Words to reaffirm his own certainty. Nightmare entities took the form of others' fears. But to Ludger, these grotesque fusions didn't even count as nightmares. How could such crude things be called that? A true nightmare was the red moon looming over all, its colossal body gazing down on the world. And Ludger had once been the hunter who felled such a nightmare alone. Purple lightning crackled around him. The fusion monster tried to veer away, but his magic was faster. Bolts shot forth at supersonic speed. They pierced its body, then fried it NVLIGHT from within with roaring current. A brilliant flash, and the entity crumbled to ash without a scream. Only one remained. Still in its smoke form, it had yet to absorb a nightmare. But it looked shaken by what had befallen its kin. To it, Ludger's very existence was a nightmare, yet instinct urged it to act. It searched the people around for a suitable nightmare to embody. At last, it locked onto its target and lunged. Gasp! Your Highness! Princess, get back. Its prey was third Princess Erendir. She recoiled beside Rhine as the entity rushed at her. Her eyes met its form. Normally, it required direct contact, but this one was different. Just by meeting her gaze, it began to change. A special specimen, Julia was horrified. This was the leader of the nightmare entities. Even dreamwalkers rarely encountered such a creature. If it's special, then it'll take a far stronger form than the others. Julia tensed. Whatever form it took, even Ludger might struggle against it. That thought was shared by Ludger, the students, everyone watching. Slowly, the special entity solidified. Unlike the others, it shrank, and then revealed its form, a beautiful woman in a jet-black dress. Erendir's eyes widened. Everyone else watching froze with mouths agape. The leader stood proudly, as if to show off its new form, the form of first Princess Aelin. Every gaze turned incredulously to Erendir. Cold sweat ran down her cheek as she averted her eyes. She was as flustered and dumbfounded as the rest. Only the nightmare entity itself seemed confused, unable to understand why the sudden reaction had changed. 516 chapter, Beneath the Island, 1. A massive island covered in dense jungle. Two small figures darted quickly across the forest as if sprinting dolls. The two of them panted heavily, but they kept running. The reason they couldn't stop was simple. A monster was chasing them from behind. Don't stop, keep running. Sheridan pulled Sedna by the hand. The fact that the two of them had managed to meet here in the middle layer of Dreamland was nothing short of miraculous. If either had been left alone in this empty world, survival would have been impossible. But the problem was that the moment they ran into each other, some unknown monster had been dragged in along with them. What the hell is that thing? Trees cracked apart as the unidentified monster came barreling forward. They couldn't see it clearly yet, but judging by the crashing trees and overturned boulders, it was obviously no ordinary beast. I don't know either. If only I had my bombs, something like that would be. Sheridan bitterly regretted that this was the dream world. It was bad enough that she had been dropped in here without warning, but even worse was that all her beloved belongings had vanished. Normally, her suspenders bristled with small trinkets that packed tremendous explosive force. If she had them, she couldn't have killed that monster, but at least she could have driven it back. Can't you use magic? You said you'd gotten stronger recently. That's easier said than done. Even though they were in a thick forest, Sedna still had to flee. In the real world, she could freely command the plants around her as a green element mage. But in Dreamland, it didn't work the same. This was a dream, and dreams twisted reality. Unfamiliar with Dreamland, Sedna found herself unable to use proper magic. In the end, all she and Sheridan could do was run from the nameless monster. Damn it, doesn't that thing ever tire out? We need to head to another island. Another island. We're floating in the sky. What are we supposed to jump off? There's a waterfall. If we ride it down, we should land in a pond on a nearby island. No choice then. If they didn't escape, it was only a matter of time before the monster behind them devoured them. And even if this was a dream world, being eaten still meant death. The two of them broke free of the forest, and a wide-open vista spread before them. A vast sky and countless floating islands scattered beneath it. Sedna and Sheridan immediately spotted the stream flowing to the edge of the island and bolted toward it. Crack, crash. The monster was closing in fast. Thick trees toppled to either side, and through the jungle shadows, a massive silhouette loomed closer. Jump! The instant they reached the stream's end, they leapt without looking back. The monster's roar followed them as they fell. You-woo! A shrill cry that made the whole island tremble. Glancing back mid-fall, they caught sight of the creature's outline at the cliff's edge. Backlit by the sun, its true shape was hidden, but its bulk was enormous. For a fleeting moment, relief washed over them as another island and its waterfall basin grew nearer. Splash, Sedna's judgment had been correct. Thanks to the huge pond at the bottom, neither of them was hurt. They flailed their limbs and swam ashore, gasping in relief. We made it. There's no way even that thing would chase us this far, right? As Sheridan spoke, she froze. Above the pond where she had just fallen, a black shadow blotted out the light. No way both she and Sedna looked up. The giant shadow dropped into the water, backlit against the sky. Swoosh! The impact was so immense that the pond overflowed, creating a miniature tidal wave. Caught in the surge, Sedna and Sheridan were swept backward. A geyser of water shot upward, followed by sheets of rain. From within the spray, the black figure rose to its feet. Without a word, the two turned and bolted again. That monster clearly had no intention of letting them go. This is turning into a real pain. Alex scratched the back of his head as he gazed up at the beautiful galaxy spread across the sky. If circumstances had been different, he might have admired the breathtaking view. But now was not the time. What do you all think? He glanced back at the others, Violetta, Bellaruna, Phantos. They only traded looks, offering no real answer. The only one to speak was Arthur. I think this place is Dreamland. Dreamland. So all those people who fell into that sleeping sickness, they ended up here. Arthur gave a concise explanation of what he knew. Dreamland is said to be a world woven from people's dreams, unconscious minds, and spirits. Unless you're a dreamwalker from the dream school, it's almost impossible for an ordinary person to come here. But here we are. Yes, that's what's strange. I'm an automaton, I don't even sleep yet I'm here in this dream world. It must be because of that golden dust that engulfed us. Well, whatever the reason, one thing's for sure, we've been dumped into fairyland. Damn it. I never thought I'd actually see a childhood bedtime story come to life when I was grown. So what do we do now? Violetta's question hung in the air. Originally, their plan had been to escape safely to Rederbelk, but the golden dust had dragged all of Owens into Dreamland. How could they ever face Ludger after this? Just sitting around here doing nothing doesn't feel right either. Alex looked around. All around them, people had gathered in clusters. The number was staggering, and it was still growing by the minute. It seemed safe to assume that everyone from Rederbelk had fallen in. Looks like Sheridan and Hans got dragged in too. And our youngest should be here somewhere as well. From what I hear, people have been heading deeper down. Arthur, with his keen hearing, picked up scraps of conversation from nearby groups. Apparently, Sion instructors and others had all leapt into some lake. If Sion instructors went, that means the leader must be down there too, right? Most likely. Good. Then it's settled. Alex's words made Violetta frown. Don't tell me Ray thinking of going down there. What else? Just sitting here twiddling our thumbs while the leader's below. But you don't know what dangers are waiting there. If you move rashly, I get the concern. But what if right now, this very moment, they're desperately hoping for our help? Are we just going to sit here? Well, and besides, if the leader isn't around, then naturally I am the next in charge, right? Phantos shot up at that, indignant. Who made you leader? Well, I am the smartest, the best looking, the most charming, obviously. The strongest one here is me. Please, calm down. As Phantos rose to his feet, Bellaruna frantically tried to stop him, but Alex didn't look away. Me too. Please include me as a leader candidate. Arthur laughed innocently, gleefully pouring fuel on the fire. Watching the ridiculous scene unfold, Violetta shook her head. Men, always the same. If things continued like this, Alex and Phantos would end up fighting, so Violetta stepped forward to mediate. What do you think you're doing? Are we really going to sort out our ranks here of all places? Why not? Oh, is that a challenge? I'll take you up on it. Looks like you've gotten stronger since your trip to the Beastkin lands. For crying out loud, get a grip. Should I tell the owner later that the two of you were about to start fighting here? Her eyes glinted sharply. At the mention of Ludger, Alex and Phantos both backed down. Still, their pride wasn't completely swallowed, and a subtle tension lingered between them. For now, let's at least find that lake we're supposed to use to go down. No need for that. A voice cut in someone not from Owen's. It was a figure wearing a black hood. And who are you? Someone who shares your purpose. And what exactly is our purpose? Saying it like that just makes you sound more suspicious. Believe me or not, it's up to you. But you want to go down deeper, don't you? I can give you real help with that. Violetta still looked unconvinced, so Alex answered in her place. Fine, let's go. Wait a second. Who gave you the right to decide that for us? They said they'll show us the way. Then we'd be fools not to go. Alex tapped his finger against his forehead. Besides, my gut tells me this person will be useful. Really? Alex had reached the level of master. His already sharp instincts had developed into something even keener after that something one could only call intuition. And with that intuition, Alex judged that the hooded figure was not an enemy, at least for now. This time I agree as well. Phantos folded his arms and nodded solemnly. He too had sensed something with his own sharp perception. A moment ago he had seemed ready to fight Alex, but now HT was supporting him. Faced with that, Violetta had no choice but to surrender. Fine, let's see where this goes. Her voice was laced with resignation. The last nightmare construct was swiftly destroyed. This one had taken the form of the first Princess Aileen. Compared to the monstrous shapes before, it was actually weaker. Of course, being a nightmare given flesh, it was still formidable, but not enough to stand against Ludger. Yet even as he struck it down, a sour feeling lingered. Even knowing it was fake, attacking something wearing Aileen's face left him unsettled. Good grief. He told himself to put it out of mind. Just as he did, someone approached him cautiously. It was the third princess, Erendia. When he looked at her questioningly, she spoke in a small voice only he could hear. Please don't tell my sister about this. If she finds out what happened here, I am dead. Would she really go so far as to kill her? Ludger thought so for a moment, then corrected himself. No, Aileen wouldn't kill her, but the torment she'd inflict would be close enough. So that's why she's called a nightmare. Who would have thought that a princess would fear her older sister more than any imaginary monster? Y'all keep it a secret, right? Please. I'm not the type to run around blabbing. Don't worry. At that, Erendia's face brightened immediately. Seeing her like this, Ludger could understand why Aileen tormented her useless little sister. All right, gather everyone. He called the group together. Most were students, with Selina the only other teacher besides him. It turned out Julia and Selina had fallen onto the same island. Thankfully, many students had landed nearby, so they had reunited quickly. But the large gathering had also drawn nightmare constructs down on them. Without Ludger's help, casualties would have been unavoidable. Some faces are missing. He checked through the students. Quite a few of those swallowed by the sinkhole above were nowhere to be seen. Aidan and his friends, Flora Lumos and Cheryl Wagner among them. They had clearly been scattered elsewhere. What should we do? Selina couldn't hide her worry that students might be in danger somewhere else. For now, considering how many people are around, they've likely run into others already. The students weren't fools. They knew that wandering recklessly among these floating islands was dangerous. The problem was that large gatherings attracted the creatures of the middle layer. Julia, aside from nightmare constructs, are there other threats here? Not a few. So you're saying we need to move as soon as possible. But another problem arose. If Ludger left, what would become of the students? They could stay put, but if more nightmares attacked after he left, he couldn't take them back up either. He had to descend. But staying here waiting for rescue was no solution either. Who knew when help would come in a situation like this? Just then are you all enjoying your dreams? An old man's voice echoed through the Sky Islands as if it were watching them in real time. It rang from everywhere at once. The voice of Nerva. What? Where's that coming from? So scary the sudden sound made the students tremble and huddle together. Quite the crowd gathered. But I see you're all still dreaming shallow dreams. What a shame. Since you've come to dreamland, wouldn't it be better to dream deeper? That bastard the source of all this chaos, Nerva. His voice was full of discontent, as though displeased with the situation. And yet Ludger was certain his face was twisted in delight. So, to make it easier for you, I'll lend a hand. With that, his voice vanished. Woo-wong. Instead, a tremendous sound reverberated between the Sky Islands. What was that? It sounded like a horn or a beast's cry. The students realized it was a sign of disaster, and terror took hold. Look up there. A student pointed to another floating island in the sky. The massive rocky island was being devoured by something black disappearing into nothing. 517, chapter Beneath the Island, 2. It was a colossal eel devouring the island. Each time it opened its maw, entire swathes of land, the size of mansions, disappeared into the abyss. In moments, the monster consumed the whole floating isle. And still unsatisfied, it slithered forward in search of its next prey. Its target was the island where Ludger stood. It's coming this way. Run, everyone. The students broke into panic. Even Ludger found himself unsettled. To face a creature that fed on Sky Island's head-on was pure madness. Stay calm and move back. You heard Professor Ludger. Move quickly. Ludger and Selina led the students toward the island's edge. As they ran, Ludger asked Julia, "What in the world is that giant eel?" "It's an island swallower." "Gods, what kind of naming sense is that?" "Don't complain to Metakerit up with the dreamwalkers who came before me. Tell me Thisare monsters like that common here." "Not at all. They're a rare even in the middle layer. I've never seen one in the upper middle before." Julia's expression was just as shaken as his. There was no reason such a far more dangerous monster than the nightmare constructs should suddenly appear here. That old man's voice earlier, what was that? The cause of this whole incident. Just who the hell is he to be able to stir up even an island swallower? But Julia never got her answer. By the time they reached the edge of the island, the opposite end was already crunching away inside the swallower's gaping maw. The ground quaked as though an earthquake had struck. Trees and rocks making up the isle were dragged straight into its black throat. The swallower pressed forward without pause, more yawning wide as it lunged closer to Ludger's position. Everyone jump. But it's too high, no time for that. At Ludger's bark, the students squeezed their eyes shut and hurled themselves off the edge. Only after the last of them did Ludger himself jump down. A split second later, the monster's gullet swept across the spot they had all just been standing. "You are," the falling students screamed. Not one of them thought to use their training spells in the moment. "Hold still, all of you." Julia whipped out her staff and traced a formation. Her formula was brief, almost simplistic, for too crude to work in reality. But this was dreamland. In the middle layer, where the unconscious shaped the environment, magic didn't rely only on formulas, mana distribution, or flow. The only thing that mattered was will-fixing a firm image in the mind and giving it form. With a great flutter, translucent white wings spread wide. A giant bird made of paper unfurled, catching the falling students on its back. We were alive. What is this? Some kind of magic, too. The students were stunned by the sight of such a spell for the first time, but Julia had no time to answer. The island swallower, having already consumed one isle, now turned its sights on them. It looked like an eel, yet the way it writhed and slid between floating islands made it more like an immense eastern dragon. It was known for devouring islands, but this time it was hunting people. Hold on tight. Julia commanded her conjured paper bird. The bird darted through gaps between the floating isles, weaving and darting like a swallow. But the swallower had no intention of letting its chosen prey escape. Crash! A massive floating island exploded into fragments. The beast simply smashed aside whatever obstructed it with head or body, surging ever closer. It's gaining on us. The paper bird's flight was swift, but not swift enough to outpace the gigantic swallower. Julia gritted her teeth. This was already her limit. She couldn't push its speed any further. Now she understood why dreamwalkers before her always said to flee on sight of an island swallower. But this is unfair. I didn't even go to it came to me. The thought that she might die here filled her chest with a hot, bitter surge. No matter how calm she tried to stay, she was still just a student of Theon, no older than the ones she carried. Ill drive it back with magic. Ludger's words made her snap her head around. What did you just say? If we keep running, it'll catch us. Better to resist, even desperately. And you think magic will work on a monster that eats islands? We won't know until we try. Did you forget? This is the middle layer. Magic here was far harder to control than above. Even Ludger's mastery didn't guarantee victory against a creature like this. The swallower was a beast that fed on entire islands. Its scales alone might shrug off any spell. That was why dreamwalkers always fled at the mere sight of it. And yet he meant to face it. We can't just sit and do nothing. Julia couldn't bring herself to argue. After everything he'd shown until now, part of her couldn't help but hope maybe. Imagination. She shouted over the wind, giving advice as she steered the bird. In the middle layer, theory's worthless. Like my spell, just know it's will that matters. Don't rely on formulas or chanting. Project it straight from your heart. The moment she said it, she realized how absurd it sounded. Feel it in your heart was the kind of thing people marked as superstition now. And yet, in this crisis, that was all she could offer a fellow teacher. She braced herself for him to ask how, or scoff at the nonsense. Then that makes it simple. Was it a lie to reassure her, or bravado to appear unshaken? Nohai's voice carried a certainty that was neither. Ludger stepped past the wide-eyed students, standing tall on the paper bird's tail feathers. The island swallower loomed close, gaping more opening like a tunnel into the abyss. Some magic of the heart, is it? The dreamwalker's way of wielding dreamland's power. Foreign, forgotten, long abandoned in modern sorcery. But for him, that's my specialty. A dazzling white radiance burst from behind his back. The glare was so bright the students shielded their eyes. Peering through the blaze, their jaws dropped. A vast divine general towered behind him, gripping a sword in its right hand and a cord in its left. Its savage visage twisted as it glared at the swallower. At the sword's tip, energy coalesced and erupted into a torrent of golden fire. A calantha. At his command, the guard moved. The flaming sword lunged into the swallower's open maw. The fire speared straight down its gullet. Heat blazed through its throat, scorching not only its esophagus but its innards, spilling outward until even its scales burned. In moments, its entire bulk was engulfed in golden flames. The island swallower writhed violently. Its thrashing head, body, and tail smashed floating isles into fragments, scattering debris in all directions. Those shards hurtled toward the paper bird carrying the students. If Julia hadn't barely managed to change direction, she would have fallen straight down. We'd better put some distance. Ludger turned his head and looked at Selina. Professor Ludger, take care of the students. Leaving only those words behind, Ludger rushed straight toward the island swallower. Professor, that's too dangerous. He ignored the desperate voices calling out behind him as he controlled the immovable Wisdom King. Chalantana appeared behind his back, raising its sword and striking down at the monster's forehead. Engulfed in golden flames, the island swallower tangled with Ludger and plummeted down below. Selina could only stare in hollow disbelief at the sight. Julia, on the other hand, was shocked for another reason. What was that magic just now? That dreadful deity-like figure that appeared behind Ludger's back, it was magic Julia had never seen in her life. To burn away the island swallower in a single blow, was such magic even possible? Magic. Can that even be called magic? It looked far more transcendent than anything she knew of as magic. No. This isn't the time for such thoughts. That commotion just alerted other creatures to our presence. She felt new presences in the distance. Not as massive as the island swallower, but still danger-rouse creatures of the middle floor that could pose a serious threat if encountered. Everyone, hold on tight. Julia commanded the paper bird, pulling them swiftly away. Ludger and the island swallower kept falling endlessly. The monster was stubborn. Even with no part of its body left untouched by fire, it screamed and thrashed violently. On the way down, it smashed through who knew how many islands. But like everything else, its rampage too came to an end. You damn persistent beast. Standing on its completely charred corpse, Ludger caught his breath. The way of manifesting whatever one imagined connected with the method of his real magic from the outside world. If anything, the lack of mana restrictions here made it easier than reality. Still, since it was his first time using it, the drain on his mind was far from light. Ludger stepped off the island swallower's carcass and leapt toward a nearby island. Behind him, wings of shadow spread wide. This part's convenient, at least. Normally, he would have had to use Aether Nocturnus to fly. Here, simple imagination sufficed. He headed toward the largest-looking island nearby. The reason was simple. The larger the island, the more likely he'd find someone there. Landing at the island's edge, Ludger looked upward. Light poured between countless floating islands, and the spray of waterfalls painted rainbows in the air. They should have gotten out safely. He thought of those he had sent ahead, though he worried Julia was with them. In Dreamland, few mages could match her. After steadying himself, Ludger started walking inward. A modest hill, a modest forest. The kind of landscape often seen in V8, original source, around Riederbelk. Keeping his guard raised, Ludger walked slowly. The forest was so silent he wondered if everything inside had died. But Ludger did not relax. For all he knew, something bizarre could burst out at any moment. Rustle. He stopped walking. The undergrowth in the distance was moving rapidly. Something was rushing toward him. Ludger heightened his senses and prepared magic. Just as he was about to fire at whatever emerged alive, through the leaves burst a familiar face, halting his hand. The same happened to the other side. Ha! A small-bodied dwarf girl with white hair. Ceridon Ironfeet stared blankly at Ludger with wide eyes before letting out a joyful shout. Master, you came to save me. Ceridon, you're safe. I thought I was dead for sure. What the hell is this place? Ah, no time to explain. Ceridon grabbed Ludger's hand and pulled. Sedna's in danger right now. What? I'll explain while we run. Ludger followed as Ceridon ran ahead. As they moved, she quickly recounted everything Shed gone through. So Sedna is fighting some unknown monster right now. Yeah. She said at least one of us had to survive, so she sent me out first. I was trying to find help somehow. Master, if we don't hurry, Sedna might die. I understand. Which way? Over there. I'll go first. Black wings spread wide behind him. With the crow mask on his face, Ludger skimmed low over the forest. As he raced ahead, a tremendous noise echoed in the distance. That's the place. He turned and headed straight toward the sound. When he arrived, he saw a black beast baring its teeth at a collapsed Sedna. How dare you? Blue fire sparked in Ludger's eyes. Without slowing down, he accelerated even more. Air exploded around him as he wrapped mana around his legs and slammed a kick into the beast's flank. Boom! The giant creature was sent flying sideways. Saved at the last possible moment, Sedna's eyes widened when she saw him. Professor, roar! The beast staggered back to its feet, furious after the blow. Save your thanks for later. First we deal with this thing. Just as Ludger was about to unleash his killing intent and cast magic, Sedna rushed up to stop him. W8, that's no ordinary beast. From her mouth came a shocking truth. That's senior hands. 518 chapter manifestation of the unconscious. 1. That's hands. At Sedna's words, Ludger studied the creature carefully. It was a beastly form, a grotesque mixture of many animals. One arm was swollen to the point of deformity, while its body, covered in black fur, was streaked here and there with patches of white. Its head resembled that of a wolf, but from one side of its skull sprouted a crimson horn, throwing the image off balance. From a distance, it hadn't been clear, but when broken down piece by piece, every feature was familiar. So it really is. He immediately understood why hands had taken such a form. From the middle floors of Dreamland onward, the unconscious within a person begins to manifest. For an ordinary human, that unconscious would not have such dramatic impact, But Hans was different. Hans carried the traits of beasts. Until now, he had suppressed them with reason, but in dreamland that restraint was meaningless. The instincts of countless beasts slumbering within him, and above all, the most dominant was the wild nature of the beast of Javoden. The only fortunate part was that he hadn't yet completely lost control. Whenever the beast of Javoden's essence tried to erupt, the white hairs sprouting across Hans' body acted as if to suppress it. That was the spirit lineage of the stag from the Kassar Basin, holding back the beast. But that's only a matter of time. Even the power of a spirit beast could not fully restrain the warped essence of the beast of Javoden. And now, because of the blow Ludger had landed, Hans' fury was boiling over, his body swelling ever larger. Professor, what should we do? If this continued, Hans would never return to what he was. Once devoured by the wildness, Hans would become the beast of Javoden itself. Sedna sensed this instinctively and begged Ludger for a way. If anyone knew, it would be Ludger, who had known Hans the longest. There is a way, really. Yes, and it's simpler than you'd think, simpler than expected. As always, Professor Ludger had an answer. Sedna felt both relief and admiration as she asked, "What way is that? Beat him." "What?" The single word, spoken with deadly seriousness, made Sedna's pupils contract. The most effective way to subdue an unruly beast is to show it the gap in strength. Ludger stepped slowly toward Hans. Hans, writhing as the powers of spirit beast and cryptid clashed within him, turned his gaze toward Ludger. Grrr, the beast that was Hans bared its teeth, bracing itself. Normally, it should have lunged and torn him apart instantly, yet, strangely, its body refused to move. "Run! Run away!" The monster was bewildered by the voice echoing from somewhere inside. Run away? Why? Wasn't it the fearsome beast dreaded by all? What little reason it had was steeped in supreme confidence. There was no such option as flight, especially not against the puny human who had dared to kick it moments ago. What was so terrifying about that frail little man? The beast's instinct mocked its reason. "Shut up and just watch," it sneered at its weaker self. Fixing its glistening red eyes on Ludger, it relished the thought of crushing the small human who barely reached its thigh. But the delight lasted only a moment. Grrr, the beast froze. Ludger's figure, advancing toward it, was growing larger. Soon it found itself looking up at him, not because Ludger had actually grown, but because behind him loomed something vast. It was a colossal form staring down, and the beast had mistaken it for Ludger's size. A benevolent face made of light gazed downward. Behind it stretched countless golden arms. The towering golden statue slowly raised its hand, and then toward the beast it pressed down with an immense palm. As its entire vision flooded with gold, Ludger's voice rang in the monster's ear. "Don't worry, I won't kill you." The students, carried to safety, disembarked from the paper bird. The island was a broad plain, open on all sides. There was little chance of a sudden ambush. Barely surviving, the students sighed with relief. Thanks to Julia, not one had been harmed or killed. But the truth was, it was Ludger's actions that had saved them most. Professor Ludger, he sacrificed himself to protect us. The image of Ludger charging the monster would not leave their minds. Golden flames cloaking him as he faced the colossal beast sight had been awe-inspiring. The magic had looked overwhelming even at a glance, yet even Ludger could not possibly fight such a creature and live, could he? He didn't die, did he? Don't say something so ominous. With their most reliable protector gone, gloom quickly spread through the group. Selina felt her chest tighten painfully. She too was deeply shaken by Ludger's disappearance, but she refused to show it. She was the only adult here for the students to rely on. If I show weakness now, they'll suffer even more. I have to be strong. She told herself this, but the rising tide of worry in her heart would not subside. It was then that a puff of black fluff appeared before her eyes. Esmeralda. The dark spirit Esmeralda rubbed its soft body against Selina's cheek as if to cheer her on. Selina gave a small laugh at the gesture. "Thanks for worrying. You've given me strength." Esmeralda shivered once, then vanished. Strangely, her support lifted Selina more than any words another person might have said. "It feels like my very soul is being healed." And here in Dreamland, other spirits could not even be summoned, yet Esmeralda had appeared as naturally as if it were nothing. Are all dark spirits like this? I'll have to ask Professor Ludger later. Selina did not believe Ludger was dead. Yes, the situation was dire, but she was certain Ludger would survive no matter what. Everyone, listen. We can't just sit here doing nothing. She rallied the disheartened students. She might not have managed alone, but to her surprise, Julia Plumihart stepped in to help. Julia, I owe him, so I have to do something too. Julia spoke lightly, then pulled out the trump card shed prepared to gather their attention. What, are you all just going to sit there sniveling? How about you use that time to adapt to this world instead? Adapt to this world. The students looked at her, doubtful that such a thing was possible. Listen carefully. This is dreamland. The physical laws of reality don't apply here, and magic works differently too. The giant paper bird I created to carry you was the same. Here, what mattered most was imagination. If they could master that, they could use magic they could never wield in the real world. Even a 3-year-old child could become an archmage here if they had the mind for it. That was dreamland. At those words, a spark lit in the students' once empty eyes. Even in despair, they were still mages. The prospect of exploring new magic in a new environment was a temptation too great for Sion students to resist. So, even I could try. Is that really possible? The students leaned forward, caught by Julia's words. There is nothing more alluring than the promise of doing what cannot be done in reality. Since words alone would not be enough, Julia gave a simple demonstration. For example, to fly in the sky, you'd normally need flight magic. Or you'd have to propel yourself with mana or lift your body with telekinesis. But here, there's no need for that. Shag. From Julia's back, pure white wings spread wide. Wow, the students gasped at the beautiful sight. Julia already carried a mysterious aura, and with wings upon her back, her beauty doubled. See, she stroked her wings as she spoke, and she didn't stop there. She flapped them, rising lightly into the air, like this. In dreamland, you can create wings and fly without buoyancy magic. I want to try too. One curious student blurted out boldly, "It won't be easy. I'll still try." The boy squeezed his eyes shut as though imagining hard. "I'm a bird. I have wings." And then a change really happened. What is this? His mouth had turned into a yellow beak. Instead of wings, his efforts had twisted him in a strange direction. Some students burst into laughter at the ridiculous sight. The heavy mood lifted a little. Julia shook her head. Just imagining isn't enough. You subconsciously pictured a bird, didn't you? That's why its traits stuck to your body. How do I go back? If you've spent a lot of time looking in the mirror, you should remember your original appearance clearly. Her words were sharp but useful advice. The boy now returned to normal lips, touched them with relief. Too bad. I thought it would work. If it were that easy, anyone could be free in dreamland. It's Professor Ludger who's abnormal. That golden statue alone, it was far beyond anything mere imagination should be able to produce. The more she thought about it, the less sense it made. But Julia/Novelight/ chose instead to accept it. And at the same time, because Ludger had shown such power, she found herself believing he could not be dead. Even though he had fallen with the island swallower, somehow she was sure Ludger would still be alive. Still, this situation won't last long. Julia looked upward. They had descended quite far already. At this rate, they would soon reach the middle region of the middle floor. It might seem safe to stay still, but reality was not so kind. That old man's voice had barely ended before the island swallower came straight for us. That was strange. The island swallower fed on islands. It was known not to show itself in the upper part of the middle floor. Yet one had not only appeared, but deliberately targeted them. It reeked of artificial intent. Julia could faintly sense what their enemy wanted. They're trying to push us down. Nor rather than sending them down, it was more like an invitation to come. The others hadn't noticed, but Julia could. The islands in the highest part of the middle floor were collapsing one by one. That meant only one thing. Anyone else entering from the upper floors would fall straight down into the middle regions. They might not die, but to bypass the upper levels and plunge directly into the center, was that any different from death? To overcome this, as Ludger had said, they would have to be prepared. Prepared to face the immense malice lurking below. Feels like we're screwed, huh? Aiden sat on a rocky peak looking out. From high up, the sight was overwhelming. Countless islands floating in the sky. What could this possibly mean? You only realized that now. Well, I thought maybe what you thought falling from an earthquake would land us somewhere better. Leo's sharp jab made Aiden scratch his head sheepishly. He wasn't alone here. Taishi, Iona, and several other students, all wearing hollow expressions, were with him. Among them, one figure drew all attention: Flora Lumos, the senior who had taken Ludger's class. Flora, what do we do now? Calm down, Cheryl. Panicking won't help. She silenced her close friend with a single sharp remark, her keen eyes scanning the islands. Senior Flora. Flora narrowed her eyes at Aidan as he approached. Of course, she knew of him. They shared classes, but more than that, he had made quite an impression with his unusual display. What is it? I think we should talk. With me. There are plenty of others here, so why me? They don't look like they can manage right now. Flora glanced at the other students, their faces drained, and sighed. You're right. Besides, you seem like the most dependable one here. So what is it you want to say? Well, it looks like we're stranded somewhere strange, right? So I think we need to stick together and move as a group. At the word move, Cheryl asked, why? Wouldn't it be better to just stay put? The professors will come rescue us. Well, the thing is, Aidan pointed, something keeps watching us from over there. What? Flora and Cheryl turned their eyes where he pointed, but along the rocky ridge, only small stones could be seen. Cheryl frowned suspiciously. What are you even talking about? You want to pull a prank in a situation like this? No, Cheryl, he's right. Flora's gaze sharpened as she stared hard at the rocks. There's something there. 519, chapter Manifestation of the Unconscious, 2. What do you mean something's there? Flora, don't scare me. Step back, Cheryl. Perhaps it was the seriousness in Flora's voice. Cheryl shuddered. Aidan also pulled out his wand, shaped like a sword, from his waist. Maybe because they realized their presence had been noticed. The things hiding began to reveal themselves. The rocks that made up the mountain quivered, and from beneath them emerged hard pincers. What is that? Looks like some kind of crab. Crabs camouflaged as rocks clicked their pincers together and crawled toward them. Flora's expression hardened as she saw a large boulder in their path split apart by those pincers. The cut surface of the severed stone was too smooth. It wasn't. A dull clowet had cutting power comparable to an industrial saw. Flora wasted no time in assessing and immediately drew up mana. They had been lying in wait in disguise, and once exposed, they began charging straight at them. Flora, as usual, wove mana into threads to form a spell. Normally, it would take less than a second to complete. Now it felt like she was drawing underwater, the process dragging painfully slow. It's not working properly. Flora grit her teeth and forced the spell to completion. The source code she had received from Ludger helped, and more than that, the experience of opening her mana path under suppression served her well. She had already endured squeezing out unmoving mana before, so it did not trouble her much now. Even within Dreamland's strange environment, Flora's magic showed remarkable completion. Beasts of flame surged forth, rushing at the rock crabs. The leading crab swung its pincer, but the flaming beast burned it away, pincer and all. Seeing this, the other rock crabs immediately hunched their bodies down. Whoosh! A wave of hot heat swept past, but the crabs with their shells turned up were unharmed. Those that withstood the attack lunged again. Their speed was even faster than before, and Flora bit her lip. What the hell are these things? She quickly prepared her next spell, but there was no time. Because she had recognized their camouflage too late, the distance between them was already too close. I need to buy time. And in front of Flora's eyes, Aidan's back as he rushed the crabs. Wait, you! Before Flora could shout, Aidan swung his wand shaped like a sword at the crab. It wasn't a real sword, just a wand molded into that shape. It shouldn't have been able to cut the crab's carapace, which hadn't even flinched from third circle fire magic. But slice. Aidan's wand sliced through the crab's shell as if it were nothing. More than that heat split the crab's entire body clean in half like firewood. Flora's pupils dilated wide at the unbelievable sight. Ha! Aidan, the one swinging, was just as shocked. This actually works. Even as he muttered in confusion, Aidan didn't stop swinging. The crabs lashed out with their pincers, but Aidan dodged with fluid grace, countering with each move. With every swing of his wand, crabs were cut apart. Leo, Taishi, and Iona, who had rushed over to help, stared in disbelief. Even if Aidan has gotten stronger, not like this. Leo's pupils reflected Aidan, raging like a wolf among sheep. He had gotten stronger over the break. But what Aidan was showing, Nauthi's went beyond mere growth. It was something else, as though this restrictive environment was, for him alone, granting even greater strength. Slash! Aidan swung his wand horizontally, cutting down 3 crabs at once as they charged. Every swing burst with condensed mana at the tip, sweeping a wide arc. It looked as though he had cleaved through space itself. It was technique he could never normally perform. My body feels light. Strength keeps overflowing. And more than that, I feel like I can do even more here. Aiden didn't understand why he had become so strong, nor did he try to. The only thing filling his mind was the vow to cut down the enemies before him. Like a single straight line piercing through his mindset resonated with Dreamland's strange nature, and his talent blossomed. Encouraged by his body moving better than ever, Aiden felt thighs he could handle. Stronger, faster. Aiden didn't just swing his sword. He also pictured spells in his mind, channeling desperate will into reality. The crabs that tried to go around his sword's arc to target him couldn't react to the magic that followed. This should almost finish it. But just then, one crab camouflaged in the ground suddenly rose and lunged at him. Dust exploded, and within it gleamed sharp, powerful pincers. Even Aiden hadn't expected this, and his reaction was too late. Just as the pincers were about to strike Crackle, a sharp spear of lightning pierced through and blasted them away. When Aiden turned back, he saw Flora, arm outstretched toward him. Aiden nodded toward Flora in thanks, then charged the crab again. For Flora, too, having such a capable vanguard made casting her next spell much easier. Thanks to their combined efforts, they subdued the crabs without casualties. But no one felt relief. No one knew when, or from where, the next life form might attack. One could say maybe if they stayed still, nothing would happen, but the atmosphere suggested otherwise. Because above them, something enormous cast its shadow as it moved. The survivors' faces went pale. They didn't know what exactly it was, but it was clear it was hundreds of times more dangerous than the crabs. It drifted above, circling, but could descend at any moment. Flora, what do we do? Hold on, I'm thinking. Flora hesitated. Truthfully, she had no idea what to do. And yet she thought anyway because of the gazes fixed on her. Aside from me and Cheryl, they're all first years. Here I am the oldest, even if barely. It was only a 1 year difference, but to the drowning, even a straw feels like salvation. I hate this. To be admired is one thing. To actually shoulder responsibility and live up to it quite another. Barely surviving herself, she now had to protect underclassmen who couldn't even help. If it were up to her, she'd just take Cheryl and move separately. Survival odds would be much higher. But she couldn't bring herself to say it, because Ludger's face kept surfacing before her eyes. What would Teacher have done? The question was to herself, but the answer came easily. He would speak coldly, glare sharply, intimidate the students. But he wouldn't abandon anyone. He would save everyone. Realizing that, Flora's shoulders relaxed. There's no helping it. She looked at the younger students, their eyes desperate like baby birds waiting for a mother bird's feed. She wouldn't achieve the best outcome, but she could at least give her best. We're going down. Words spoken dictatorially, allowing no objections. Yet that boldness, that fierce charisma, lent conviction even to this absurd order. If you don't want to die, follow me. Cheryl's eyes went wide at Flora's commanding stance. In that moment resembled Ludger. Ugh, damn, my whole body aches. Hans groaned in pain. Not a single part of his body was without ache. What the hell had happened? Hans slowly raised his upper body. You're awake, boss. This isn't a dream, right? It is a dream. Then Hans remembered Belate Lithis was dreamland. Right. He had opened his eyes and found himself in a forest he'd never seen before, wandered, then the ground had collapsed beneath him. And then what had happened? Ah, my head, you should rest a bit. It's still hard to keep your mind steady. What exactly happened? Ludger explained everything to Hans. The sudden outbreak of the sleeping sickness, the demon Nervara who had caused it, and how this was the middle layer of the dream world where the unconscious revealed itself. I see. No wonder I remembered Nthingso, my beastly nature rampaged again. No one was hurt. Fortunately, INVLG, continue reading, stopped it beforehand. Hans let out a sigh of relief. Thank you. I almost harmed innocent people again. To Hans, situations like this were little more than trauma. If it had happened again, he would never have forgiven himself. Sorry, I made things dangerous because of me. He apologized to Sedna and Sheridan too. It hadn't been intentional, but he knew it was a burden, a kind of karma he had to carry. That was why Hans had a sense of responsibility. You idiot, what's there for you to apologize for? She's right. Senior, it's your constitution, you couldn't help it. No, even so, instead of whining, think about what to do next. Sheridan pressed him hard, and Hans blinked. I agree with Sheridan. Boss, you've regained clarity for now, but we can't know when your wildness will surge again, so we need to stay cautious. No need to worry about that, I think. Since boss beat me senseless, my mind's clear now. Is that so? It was just earlier I was thrown into this strange place, caught off guard, and it happened. If I stay careful, it'll be different. Hands brushed off the dust and stood. Though his body ached like muscle pain, it was already healing quickly. He realized Ainwai's body was beginning to break free of human limits. So we have to defeat that Nirvara, right? Correct. And it's waiting below in Dreamland's deepest layer. It'll be waiting in the very depths. Do we really have to go there? Hans's cowardly streak surfaced again. Sheridan arched a brow, and Hans scrambled to justify himself. And no, I mean, even here in the middle layer it's like this, so the depths can we just rush into a place that dangerous? I heard it's deadly down there. Even if we don't, we can't avoid death. Whether we want to or not, we'll eventually fall into the depths. It's just a matter of time. Damn it. So our only choice is to fight head-on. Hans checked his body. Because this was a world influenced by the unconscious, the sensation in his hands as he clenched and unclenched them felt wrong. Like he wasn't moving a man's hands, but a beast's arms. Probably the beast factors within him, together with animal instincts, were overflowing now. Don't worry too much. Ludger's words pierced him, and Hans flinched. What do you mean? As I've said before, it depends on how you choose to use it. You can't let yourself be swung around forever by the sword you hold. That's remember the sense when you transformed into a spirit beast. The beast of Javodden isn't the same, but the essence isn't so different. Hans decided to carve Ludger's advice into his bones. Truth be told, he had already faintly thought maybe I could. What he lacked was confidence in doing it alone. But with Ludger saying it so firmly, he felt it might actually be possible. His mind grew lighter. More importantly, what about the others? The other Owens members, I told them to retreat if in danger, but judging by the situation, that doesn't seem likely. The entire city of Riederbalk had been hit. Even if emergency escape routes had been set, the others must have been swept in too. Then there are in the upper layer. Should we wait here to join up? How could they possibly find us among so many islands? That's true. So for now we go down with just this group. Then Sheridan, who had been quietly listening, spoke. My lord, I think he'll have to drop out here. 520, chapter Declaration of War 1. What do you mean by that? When Ludger asked, Sheridan spoke in a voice that sounded far less confident than usual. I won't be of any help. There must be a reason you think that. My specialty won't work here. There are no explosives, no materials to make anything. Sure, if I searched, I might find something, but there's no time to gather and combine it into something new. Sheridan's talent lay in assembling and creating things. Her greatest strength, especially, was in making explosives. Outside, with proper support, Sheridan had no problem creating whatever she needed. But here was different. Not a single one of the basic materials was available. With even the fundamentals missing, there was nothing she could do. Her bold nature and fearless tendency to charge ahead only worked when her abilities could back it up. Sheridan wasn't stupid enough to stubbornly force herself in a situation like this. Ludger understood her thoughts well enough. Truthfully, I've been feeling the same way. Sedna confessed her honest feelings too. My magic doesn't work properly here. Spells take too long to cast, and more than anything the voices of the plants I used to hear aren't reaching me at all. She had been so overjoyed at becoming a true green mage recently. She had been full of hope that she could finally stop dragging everyone down, that she could be of real use to Ludger. And Yethais was the result. In the dream world, she couldn't hear the voices of plants. The plants here were nothing but illusions shaped by unconsciousness and memory. Not real, so Sedna couldn't control them. In the end, all she could use were her paper spells, but even those struggled under Dreamland's rules. Like Sheridan, Sedna believed she was useless here. I understand both of your positions. If you would only drag the team down, then not going may seem better. But I do not agree. That is nothing more than giving up. But my lord, this is the reality. If we insist on doing what clearly won't work, it'll only cause bigger problems. Sheridan didn't want to say it, but she had to. As her usual behavior showed, Sheridan was a dwarf girl with strong pride, not just in creating things. Now, when her comrades had to fight in dangerous circumstances, being unable to do anything left her deeply frustrated. It was the same for Sedna. Ludger glanced between them, then nodded. True. As you are now, you may indeed be useless, At those blunt words, both of their faces darkened. But perhaps you've forgotten that limitation only applies in reality. So there's a way. This is not the real world. This is dreamland, which means this place has its own rules. One of dreamland's characteristics is that imagination becomes reality. For example, in Ludger's hand appeared his staff, black with subtle gold accents, topped with a raven-shaped carving. It was not the usual way he summoned his staff. Normally he drew it from the shadows, but here he conjured it out of empty air. Sedna and Seridan's eyes went wide. The sight of the two small figures reacting the same way reminded Ludger of children seeing magic for the first time. In dreamland, magic, spirit arts, necromancy, none of it functions properly. This world is governed by rules wholly separate from the reality we knew. So in Dreamland, one had to follow Dreamland's ways. From now on, discard your old common sense. Believe with certainty that you can do anything. My lord, how did you manage it? I just did it. And it worked. What kind of answer was that? Sheridan stared at him in disbelief at his confident expression. But for Ludger, it came naturally, was used to working with Dreamland's logic. The true magic he used was not of reason, but of emotion. And the rule here, that conviction and imagination became reality, was strikingly similar to that true magic. I know it's difficult. To imagine something and make it real, it sounds absurd, and carrying it out is harder still. Then any advice at all? Sedna asked, and Ludger paused before answering. The simplest place to start is with what you do best, what you like most. What I like. Sheridan's twin braids twitched at that. As if catching onto something, she spread open her right hand and stared intently at her palm. MMMGHHH, her eyelids trembled, her face twitching as though in a spasm, and in her palm, something appeared as if by magic. Got it, her face lit up with joy. What she had created was a stick of dynamite. There was no mistaking it. Sheridan's greatest talent was making explosives. She immediately hurled the dynamite into a nearby puddle. Blow up. The dynamite splashed into the water, and after a brief delay it exploded. The surface churned violently, a thin pillar of water shooting skyward. Hans and Sedna widened their eyes in shock, though Sheridan herself didn't look pleased. The power's lacking. Just from the size of the water pillar, it was obvious her dynamite was far weaker than the real thing. What went wrong? Because unconsciously you doubted it would work. This place is influenced by the unconscious. Unless you control that as well, it will be difficult, so it's harder than I thought. Ludger shook his head. No, it's impressive. Most people couldn't manage it even if I explained the method. You fell short of your expectations, but your dynamite still exploded, did it not? Still, it's frustrating. But if I keep practicing, it'll get stronger, right? Yes. Her dynamite might have lacked raw force, but it had other strengths. When she threw it, she hadn't needed a fuse or detonator. And yet it had still exploded. That meant all the fiddly steps required in reality could be ignored here. Probably because she only focused on the explosion itself, instinctively leaving out the troublesome parts. If she could refine that imagination and learn to wield it properly, it would be a weapon greater than any. Even in a world as absurd as this, if you adapt, you can find another path. Indeed, those who had failed to show their talents in reality might shine here in Dreamland. Whether that leads to good outcomes or greater dangers, we'll have to wait and see. Ludger's gaze turned to Hans and Sedna, both still looking dazed. Prepare yourselves. Before we depart, you must at least grasp the basics of wielding power here. Be boss. Be warned, me lessons show no mercy. Wait, why all of a sudden before Hans could finish, Seddon already straightening like a soldier answered first, quick and loud. Yes, understood, teacher. Hans swallowed hard. Now he understood why Ludger had such a fearsome reputation among the Sion students. When Ludger was teaching, was a completely different person. So you're saying you just imagined it in your head and it happened? Yeah. At Aiden's bright reply, Leo pressed his hand to his forehead. That's what you call an answer, but it's the truth. The unbelievable strength Aiden had displayed was the main focus of everyone gathered here. How had he shown such power? The answer he gave was utterly outlandish. Imagination, you say. They wanted to argue that it made no sense, yet remembering what Aiden had actually done, they couldn't flatly deny it either. So what you're saying is, when you imagined yourself cutting down those rock crabs with your staff, you NVLHT, don't copy, read here, really could slice through them all. Yeah, how can that make sense? And more than that, how do you even imagine that? Wouldn't you normally assume it wouldn't work? Aiden scratched his cheek with his index finger. I guess because things got urgent, I felt like I had no choice but to do it. But if I jumped in and got beaten, you guys would just end up worrying, right? Does a sane person just charge in like that? Haha, sorry. But deep down, I was certain it would work. Maybe it's that beast instinct I learned from the beastkin. It went beyond, I must do this, it became I can do this. And so it just worked. The more Aiden explained, the more the other students' expressions grew uncertain. For mages trained in strict theory, this idea of imagination didn't sit easily. He's right. The one who suddenly supported Aiden was none other than Flora, the de facto leader of the group. When I clearly pictured something in my head, the spell formed far more easily than when I tried to use a formal casting. Flora, is that really true? At Cheryl's question, everyone's eyes turned to Flora. She twirled a strand of her now dark-tinged hair around her finger. Considering this is a dream world, it's natural to think the unique environment is affecting things. You all know the saying, right? In dreams, anything can happen. People can fly, children can become adults. It's the same here. Then does that mean we can too? Taishi's hopeful words were cut down cold by Flora. Not so easily. Why not? Because completely manifesting what you picture in your mind might sound appealing, but it's hardly something simple. But you won't know unless you try. At Taishi's protest, Flora let out a short laugh. Really? Then go ahead, don't think of a cat. Huh, a cat. Easy, right? Just don't think about a cat. For a moment Taishi looked flustered, then small cats appeared around her. Their fur was red, the same shade as Taishi's hair. What the? A cat. Out of nowhere. Cats popping out of empty air, unbelievable. Taishi stared down at the little one rubbing against her leg in utter disbelief. Why is this happening? See. Proof you can't even properly control your own thoughts. But it's just a cat. Oh, are you sure it's really a cat? Flora lowered her voice. Her chilling tone made Taishi flinch. Can you truly believe that's a cat? What if it's actually a monster disguised in that shape? What if the way it's rubbing against you isn't affection, but a trick to lull you into letting your guard down? Flora's words sank into Taishi's ears like a curse. Her brain, against her will, forced those images upon her. No, don't imagine it, don't think about it. But her mind betrayed her. Kairak. The cat at her feet twisted grotesquely, its mouth split wide, razor teeth snapping toward her ankle bang. A burst of magic light from Flora blew the creature's head apart. The cat-shaped monster scattered into smoke. Taishi, drenched in cold sweat, clenched her fists. You see, when people are told not to do something, they cling to it all the more. How do you plan to handle a power that doesn't obey your will? Flora's gaze swept across the others. The excitement stirred by the strange cat had drained, replaced with heavy dread. The same goes for you. This power here may be great, but misuse it, and it will become poison. It'll leave it to your imagination to figure out the consequences. Dreamwalkers who ventured into the mid-layer train their minds rigorously to avoid being devoured by their own unconscious. No one was perfect. Even the most cheerful, positive person could fall into gloom when their condition faltered. And in dreamland, such negative thoughts became harsh reality. You have to master your unconscious and emotions completely. Do you really think you can manage that without training? But Aiden, he's different from you. You know that, don't you? Aiden was naive to the point of foolishness and upright. He rarely doubted others, always acting with good will. And that conviction translated directly into action without hesitation. A righteous man, out of place in this age. What didn't suit the rational, calculating mages became the very wings that let Aiden fly here. Not by logic, but by innate nature and instincts was his result. Like a line pulled from a story that hard work always bears fruit. All right. If you understand, stop arguing and move. We don't have time to waste here. Flora had no desire to linger. Even now, while they loitered, the threat above was descending. The deep layer of dreamland. In that warped abyss of time and concept, a humming tune drifted softly. Navara hummed cheerfully before his golden, glowing eyes turned slyly in one direction. A familiar face. It feels like it's been so long. Have you been well? He smiled kindly at the man before him. Zero Order. So what brings you here? If you've come to join in my great cause, I'll gladly welcome you. Join you. Zero Order gave a thin, mocking laugh. I came to declare war. 521, Chapter Declaration of War 2, Declaration of War. Ha ha ha. At Zero Order's proclamation, Nerva burst into laughter as if genuinely amused. Your sense of humor has improved a lot since I last saw you. Well, I suppose that makes sense. You've always harbored a different intention from me, even among the apostles. Nonsense. You were the only one who held an intention different from the rest of us. The apostles were not particularly close to one another. That said, neither were they openly hostile toward each other. The one and only exception was the very Nerva who had now caused this sleep plague incident. That's a misleading way to put it. I too, just like the rest of you, seek to restore a twisted world back to its rightful state. Rightful. Am I misunderstanding the meaning of the word? Where exactly in this world is there anything rightful? Even more than that. This place is the very cradle prepared to save all. Even the lowly ones who do not know the truth may still receive the goddess grace. And that so-called grace of yours means putting people into a slumber from which they will never wake. Nerva clasped his hands behind his back and nodded. The world of dreams is the place where everyone's hope is realized. To live out one's entire life there, if that isn't grace, then what is? That is nothing but escapism. It can become reality. That is, once the goddess awakens again. The goddess, is it? Zero Order turned his head, gazing at the enormous obelisk. Beneath it was embedded the shapeless mass, sleeping still. It looked like that now, but once she had been one of the goddesses who bestowed dreams upon all beings, until her sovereignty was stolen by the high god, Lumines. Not the kind of reaction I enjoy hearing. Did I not tell you already? Making everyone live inside dreams is nothing more than escape from reality. Or could it be that you're merely jealous that I still have a goddess? Nerva sneered at Zero Order. Which apostles are left intact now? Only you and the dragon princess. Isn't that a pitiful sight? To be an apostle, yet to have no God you serve. That makes you little different from the devils people call you. What are you trying to say? I wonder if the reason you seek to interfere with me isn't because of your so-called grand cause, but rather for something far more personal. You talk nonsense. Did sleeping too long rot your brain? My mind is clearer and purer than ever. Sleep is my rest. The longer I sleep, the more normal I become. The very fact you can say something like that proves how abnormal you are. Zero Order turned his back, unwilling to listen any longer. After all, his true purpose was simply to declare war on Nerva and to check the state of the depths. Leaving already? Why? Are you going to stop me? Ha ha, of course not. Why would I? Nerva's voice brimmed with composure. The confidence of one who believed he held all of this in the palm of his hand. And indeed, Nerva had the right to such arrogance. When the goddess awakens, by her authority every living thing on the continent will fall into slumber. Doesn't it excite you? What kind of reaction do you think Lumines will have, seeing all the little birds in his beautiful cage lying as if dead in sleep? Who knows? One thing is certain, though what you're doing is no different from what that bastard Lumines does. That is a rather intolerable insult. The moment Luminis' name was mentioned, a faint anger seeped from Nerva. To Nerva, Lumines was nothing but a usurper who had stolen the throne slash, Novelight slash without right. That arrogant god who turned the world into nothing more than his birdcage, his fish tank simply because it pleased his view. To compare himself with his lofty will to such a being. Naturally, Nerva found it infuriating. You may disparage my will all you like, but to insult my goddess that I cannot overlook. Whoosh around Nerva, golden sand whipped up like a storm. Even faced with that lethal sight, Zero Order did not flinch or cower. Nerva clicked his tongue at such composure and withdrew his aura. This was not the real Zero Order anyway. Just a fragment, a mere projection sent below. Destroying it here would be easy, but it would not touch the true body in the slightest. Very well. I'll take your declaration of war to heart. But is that all you came to say? I am somewhat disappointed. I had expected you to descend in person. There are plenty of others who wish to kill you besides me. I intend to support them in my own way. Ha ha ha. Avoiding dirtying your own hands and handling matters sly the same as ever, I see. Think whatever you want. Zero Order turned to leave, but Nerva's voice followed after him. Did you know? Even when I sleep for long years, I can still sense the changes and flow of the outside world. Just by staying here in this dreamscape, information and knowledge of people come flowing in. And what exactly are you getting at? What I mean is this. Ever since I first fell asleep, until now, through all those countless years, I have observed the outside world. Zero Order turned his head back, meeting Nerva's gaze. Nerva grinned at him. I can more or less guess what your goal is. But like a gentleman, I shall not go shouting it aloud. It matters little, for once my goddess awakens, all such things will be meaningless. Still, I can give you one suggestion. What suggestion? If you join me, you too can obtain what you most desire in this world. What do you say? Does that not stir your interest? At that, Zero Order scoffed. Not in the slightest. Leaving only those words, he vanished in a green glow from the ring on his hand. Nerva stared for a while at the empty space where Zero Order had been, then slumped down onto a conjured chair of golden sand. People who want to kill me, is it? If Zero Order went so far as to say that, then he must have gathered capable people. How many they were, Nerva did not know, but he was certain of at least one. Ludger Cherish, was it? Through dreams, he had learned basic information about the man. A skilled mage and teacher, a hidden powerhouse concealing his true nature. But more than the surface, it was that brief moment when he had resisted divine authority itself that pricked at Nerva's mind. He's a bothersome one. If one had to name the greatest threat, it would be Ludger Cherish, and Nerva was not one to take such matters lightly. Originally, I intended to bide my time and watch, but a little overreach should be fine. He snapped his fingers. The sound was pitifully small and weak, but above what effect might it bring? A butterfly's tiny flutter here shall become a storm raging above. From Nerva's fingertips streamed golden currents, splitting into five as they drifted upward like smoke. Creatures, descend below, and sink deeper still. Only then will you face your true selves. Only then shall you escape the profane world and belong to the eternal realm. The Dreamwalkers appointed to the Emergency Disaster Countermeasure Unit swiftly prepared their spells. Do not approach this area. That golden dust will soon expand in range. Approach, and it will only get harder for Yaustep back. The Dreamwalkers, once on duty, shed their usual lightness and moved with sharp precision. Even for them, this was an unprecedented crisis they could not ignore. Before matters grew any worse, they would have to commit the full strength of the Dream School to stop it. Preparations complete. The mages of the Dream School each took their positions upon the magic circle drawn on the floor. They sat down, closed their eyes, and entered meditation. Keep your minds sharp. There was no reply to Clara's words, but that silence alone was enough. Clara Cohen stepped into the center of the circle and tapped her staff lightly against the floor. Thud. From the tip of her staff burst a wave of mana that fused into the circle, radiating a shimmering green light. A single, completed magic circle. Within it, the Dreamwalkers closed their eyes, their consciousness sinking downward, plunging into dreamland. The sensation was like diving beneath an endless sea of spirit. Before long, the Dreamwalkers arrived at the upper layer of dreamland. The upper layer, the place of eternal night, was a realm familiar even to them. But this time, not one of the Dreamwalkers could wear an easy expression. This is it's worse than we imagined. All across the upper layer, holes gaped open as though gnawed through by rats. Rumble. A corner of a towering mountain collapsed, debris and grey smoke tumbling into the massive pit that yawned beneath it. The sinkhole had already been immense, but now it was large enough to swallow an entire mountain whole. How could Dreamland have ended up like this? The upper layer itself could not withstand the overload, Zantman muttered. Clara answered him. Too many people fell into the upper layer. The weight exceeded its natural limit, and it began to break apart. Then doesn't that mean the surface is in danger too? Most likely. If the supporting pillar collapses, the ceiling will fall in an instant. Still Clara frowned at the half-ruined landscape. It shouldn't have been this devastated merely because of an excess of people, unless there was some other cause behind it. That great tremor I saw in the dream that day, was that the cause? Before Clara's thought could settle, one of the Dreamwalkers cried out, "Master, survivors ahead." Looking where he pointed, they saw a group of people gathered in the distance. The Dreamwalkers immediately approached them slowly. There are fewer people than expected, Zantman remarked, puzzled at the small number. If the entire population of Rederbelk had fallen into this place, it should have been hundreds of thousands. Yet what they saw was fewer than 100,000. Still many, yes, but the difference between 50 or more tens of thousands and fewer than 100,000 was vast. Who are you? A stout middle-aged man pushed forward through the crowd. Zantman stepped ahead. We are Dreamwalkers of the Dream School. We've come to resolve this crisis. At the word Dreamwalkers, relief washed over the man's face. Ha ha, thank the heavens. Then does that mean we can escape this place? That remains to be seen. And who are you? Are you the one in charge here? Ahem, I am Hugo Berteg, instructor at Sion Academy. Perhaps you've heard of me. He asked with a certain confidence, yet the answer that came back was far from satisfying. Never heard of you. W what? You mean you've never heard of House Berteg, a Marquis house? Anyone know him? Xantman asked the mages. Not me. Where's that supposed to be famous? Then one mage exclaimed, "Ah," he said, "Sion, Sion. Isn't that where our junior studies?" Right, then he's a colleague of that Ludger Cherish fellow. That must be it. At those words, Hugo's expression twisted in humiliation. They didn't recognize the noble house of Berteg, yet at the name Sion, the first thing they thought of was Ludger Cherish. That man, just how far does his reach go? He felt his noble honor and pride smeared with mud. Still, Hugo wasn't stupid. This was not the time to throw a tantrum. If these mages were truly dreamwalkers, as they said, they were the only ones who could get him out of this nightmare. So then, when will we be able to leave? And where are the others? At Xantman's question, Hugo blinked as though surprised they would ask. But recognizing their high standing, he answered politely. They fell into the holes that opened in the ground. They were swallowed below. Holes, you say, when the first hole opened, many vanished. After that, more appeared, larger each time, with earthquakes too. If we don't get out soon, all of us will be swept away. There was some exaggeration in his words, but truth as well. The dreamwalkers exchanged grim looks. If people had already been swept past the surface, and even the upper layer, that meant half the city's population had fallen below. They must have been dragged into the middle layer, Clara said. Her words stiffened the dreamwalkers' faces. The middle layer of Dreamland was an environment beyond the capacity of ordinary humans to endure. Of those who had fallen, how many could still be alive? You all heard, Xantman said, gathering the situation. We'll have to split up. If people have fallen into the middle layer, we can't waste time standing here. Divide into teams and prepare to descend. At his words, the dreamwalkers dropped heavy cases onto the ground with a thud. Cases big enough to fit a person inside. Those are. Hugo stared at them, eyes glinting with desperate hope. If the dreamwalkers had brought them here, surely there were something critical lifelines of salvation. I don't know what you're imagining, but it's not what you think. Don't get your hopes up, Xantman said, cutting him off. Then what are those? Think of them as diving suits, if that helps. Diving suits. Deciding it was faster to show than explain, Xantman opened one of the cases. Hugo's eyes went wide at the sight. The finest magical equipment the dreamwalkers possess. Hugo was struck speechless. His trembling gaze locked on the words engraved above the equipment inside. Ludger Cherish, the so-called diving suit his magical tool had been crafted for him. 522, Chapter 5 Dreams. 1. Xantman resealed the case with Ludger's name written on it. The item meant to be used by Ludger Cherish. Delivering it personally was Xantman's role. Judging by the situation, it seemed Ludger had descended into the middle layer. And Julia, the youngest, who had been swept up into this incident, would also be down there. This is why I say cleaning up after youngsters is a pain. Xantman sighed inwardly, yet he didn't stop giving orders. Everyone, get ready. His voice, usually cranky and mocking, carried unusual gravity and charisma. Though his behavior was mischievous, he was the second oldest dreamwalker in the dream school after Clara Cohen. Following Xantman's instructions, the dreamwalkers opened their cases and pulled out diving suits. One might imagine bulky, heavy suits for deep-sea diving, but the dream school's gear was different. Only gauntlets up to the forearm and greaves for the legs. So minimal it hardly deserved to be called a diving suit. Clack, clack. The dreamwalkers fastened their gauntlets and greaves. Then they twisted the watch dials mounted on the backs of their gloved hands, tuning them. Creaking sounds echoed as springs wound tight. The needles on the attached gauges spun to their maximum. Siesta ready, gauges normal, dials functioning properly. Protective ceremonial distortion armor exclusive to Dreamland, commonly known as Siesta. A magical tool of the Dream School, mandatory for dreamwalkers descending into the middle layer. Xantman issued his command. Those with Siesta on, you come down with the Master and me. The rest of you focus on protecting the survivors. W8. Are you really leaving like this? Hugo hurriedly grabbed Xantman as he moved to depart. What are you doing? We don't have time to waste. Move aside. What about the people here? That's why we divided the groups, isn't it? since still Hugo's desperate gaze refused to leave Clara Cohen. Clearly, he wanted the master of the school to remain rather than any lesser dreamwalker. Xantman wasn't stupid enough to miss that. As he briefly pondered how to scold Novelight, this greedy fool, Clara spoke. Xantman. Focus. Not the gentle, childlike tone she usually used, but a firm command. At her words, Xantman didn't ask why, simply raised his guard to the maximum. Everyone, stay sharp. At his shout, the dreamwalkers braced themselves. Only Hugo and the survivors failed to understand why, but they would soon find out. Rumbled Dreamland shook once more. It felt like another tiresome earthquake, yet something was different. The tremors were weak, the intervals unnaturally short. Normally, such quakes would leave behind only a few sinkholes, but this time the result was completely different. Be-woom. The ground swelled as if bubbling foam surged beneath it. The bulging swell looked eerily like an egg about to hatch. What is that? Even the dreamwalkers had never seen such a sight. The swollen ground burst like a balloon, and from within something uncurled itself. A colossus, a monstrous stone statue, hideous in form, gazed down at them with golden light flowing from its eyes. Thoom, thoom, thoom. The giant, over 30 meters tall, clenched its fist and raised it. Then came the crushing blow. The people watching couldn't even think of dodging. Even if they had sensed the danger beforehand, it wouldn't have mattered. The moment that massive fist came down, their bodies froze, unable to move. So something strange has crawled out. Clara Cohen stepped forward. Her frail, elderly body moved with an agility that didn't suit her appearance. She thrust her staff, and green currents burst forth, forming twin spirals. The counter-rotating streams of green wind blocked the Colossus' punch. It was Dream Wave, the magic of the Dream School's master, Clara Cohen. So a mere human dares put up a fight. A furious roar erupted from the Colossus' mouth. Not only its appearance, but also its ability to speak left the onlookers in awe. Clara narrowed her eyes at it. You can even talk. Clearly, you're no ordinary dreamland creature. Do not dare compare me to such lowly things. I'm a servant of dreams, created by Lord Nerva. I am the herald who will plunge you into eternal slumber. The Colossus clenched its fist again. Clara calmly prepared another spell. Xantman, move. Just before unleashing her dream wave, Clara gave her order. Xantman shouted in response. Move out. Those with siesta head down immediately. Be but master, idiots. Well, only be in her way. The rest of you, take the survivors and retreat far. Stay here and Ya'll be swept up. Before his words even faded, Clara Cohen and the Colossus collided once more. The dream servant created by Nerva roared as it noticed the fleeing group. Do you think you can escape from within a dream? You're a noisy child. My ears work just fine, so do quiet down. The tip of Clara's staff shot out green currents, striking the Colossus' face. Its hardened skin bore no mark, but its massive frame staggered. Oh, that hurts, the Colossus. The apostle of dreams, embodying the death dream, could only focus on Clara Cohen. Meanwhile, the dreamwalkers wearing siesta leapt into the sinkhole below. Xantman, the last to remain, looked back at Clara. Master, if you get hurt, I won't forgive you. With that shout, he followed his comrades down into the sinkhole. Hearing it, Clara's wrinkled face curved into a faint smile. Of course, where is this now? Alex whistled as he looked at the blue sky and the floating sky islands below it. This is the middle layer of Dreamland, near the top, but from here it gets dangerous alert. The hooded man in black, France, answered. Violetta asked him, so how far do we need to go? If we keep descending through these islands, there's an end. That's where we must reach. From this height, just step down the islands like stepping stones. There's no concept of falling to death here, so no need to worry. The problem is, we don't have much time. A distant roar punctuated his words. The cry of the island swallower. The accompanying thunderous crashes came from it devouring the sky islands. If we keep going down, we really will meet the leader, won't we? If he kept descending, then yes, we'll meet him. HMPH. With his personality, sitting still is impossible. Heading down is the right choice. Muttering, Alex drew his sword. At the same time, Phantos reacted as well. The two struck out at the empty air with sword and fist. A lightning-fast assault too swift for the eye to follow. Violetta, Bellaruna, and Arthur gasped at their sudden action. KHHK. I hid myself well enough, yet to be found so quickly a translucent barrier appeared, blocking Alex and Phantos' attacks. Retracting his sword, Alex twisted his lips at the recoil vibrating through the hilt. Hey, Black Hood, don't tell me this lair is crawling with these kinds of bastards. Impossible. France, too, was taken aback by the sudden intruder. Space rippled briefly, then a man in crimson armor emerged. His body was gaunt, yet his arms stretched unnaturally long. From the armored hands extended long, beast-like claws. He looked less like a man and more like a beast forced into armor. A dark voice seeped out from the hollow islets of his helmet. You shouldn't have interfered. Had you stayed still, I would have sent you off without pain. Your hiding was too sloppy. Hard not to notice. Kai hi hi, to speak so rudely before a servant of dreams, how arrogant, but perhaps this will be amusing. The armored man straightened his hunched back and gave a mocking bow. I am one of Lord Nerva's servants. They call me Syndrome of the Crushing Dream. Though his behavior was formal, his grotesque appearance and scraping metallic voice twisted the air with unease. As the group grimaced at this uncanny mismatch, France glared at him. Nerva's servant, you say? Oh, so you know of Lord Nerva. Indeed, I sense Dreamland's aura clinging strongly to you. Tell me, have you been here before? Violetta turned to France. You know this thing. He's one of the underlings of the one we're targeting. The 5 riders of the dream. Unlike other apostles, Nerva had servants. A privilege belonging only to him. Lucid dream, death dream, daydream, crushing dream, prophetic dream. These 5 dreams were Nerva's power, his sword, and the endless terror ruling Dreamland. So basically, a demon's henchman, Alex remarked. A surge of killing intent burst from Syndrome. You flap that mouth well. Let's see if you can still talk when it's torn wide open. Oh, then go on, tear it wide open for me. Alex never stopped talking. A blatant provocation meant to unbalance the foe. For a moment, Syndrome laughed, killing intent fading. Very well. Indulge yourself while you can. Now that we servants have moved, your fate is sealed. Eternal sleep awaits you all. Though his face was hidden by the helmet, everyone there could sense it. Syndrome was grinning from ear to ear. I came here to eliminate the greatest human threats, and no dissimilar scenes are unfolding elsewhere as we speak. Alyssa Willow frowned at the sudden appearance of a small child before her. So sad, a boy no older than 10, clad in pure white robes, eyes closed, endless tears streaming from them. I see it, your future. You struggle in vain, but in the end you cannot escape fate's crushing end. One of the dream's servants. The prophetic dream spoke to Alyssa and the teachers under her command. So surrender. Spare yourselves further suffering. This is the mercy bestowed upon you by Lord Nerva and me. I don't know what you're babbling about. Alyssa Willow raised her presence, but a disobedient child deserves a spanking. It's a pleasure to meet you. Ludger turned to Hans as the woman before him gave a polite bow. You 3, step back. Brother now. Reluctantly, Hans, Sedna, and Sheridan withdrew, leaving Ludger to glare coldly at the enemy. A woman with black hair so dark it seemed to swallow light, flowing down to her waist. Her dress was black as well, and most striking was the crimson eye patch covering one eye. I am one of Lord Nerva's servants. I am lucid of the lucid dream. She bowed politely to Ludger. Please give up this meaningless struggle and surrender. After all that, you appear only to suggest surrender. Fighting gains neither of us anything. The others may enjoy battle, but I do not. Personally, I would rather resolve this without conflict, resolving it without fighting a fair sentiment. Indeed, so then carry this message to Nerva. Return everyone to their world. Never show your face again, and sleep forever in that eternal slumber you so love. Do that, and ill agree to your terms. It was as good as a declaration of war, a provocation, knowing full well it would never be accepted. Lucid sighed softly. So be it. This is not what I wished, not what you wished. Don't make me laugh. Ludger smirked at her. She claimed she didn't want to fight, yet in truth you looked delighted by my answer. Ludger knew. He hadn't seen all the servants yet, but of them all, this one Lucid was the one who craved battle the most. 523 Chapter 5 Dreams 2 Lucid of the Lucid Dream. Though she possessed a delicate appearance and spoke in refined, courteous tones, her way of fighting was nothing of the sort. No weapon, no magically her bare fists. Ludger tilted his head aside to dodge the punch aimed straight at his face. Unfazed that her blow NVLGHT had missed, Lucid stepped forward and lashed her leg like a whip. Quite the savage way of fighting, given your looks. Ludger leapt backward, evading the kick. That was the right choice. for the air itself burst apart along the arc of her leg, ripping the scenery as if torn open. A martial fighter. With physical ability, this extreme Phantos is the only comparison that comes to mind. Engaging in close combat with someone like this would be foolish. Ludger planned to maintain distance, to fight from range. Do you think I'll let you? Tap. With a light stomp, Lucid closed the distance instantly. Her explosive leg power made her leap look like she was crossing space itself. But Ludger had expected it. If he were in her position, he would have closed the gap for close quarters as well. In fact, drawing her in was his plan all along. Behind Ludger's back, small formulae appeared, unfolding. Source code spread dozens of magic sequences in the blink of an eye, individually weak, but together enough to overwhelm and immobilize an opponent. Of course, this won't be enough to finish her. She was one of Nerva's 5 servants. This barrage was nothing more than groundwork, a stalling tactic. Would she dodge, counterattack? Either way, Ludger had prepared, but Lucid shattered those expectations from the ground up. Boom! Arms crossed before her, Lucid charged straight through the spells with her body. Not dodging, not defending, just tanking them head-on. Even weaker spells held killing power, and there were many. To take them with her body was absurd. When she emerged from the magical downpour, she bore cuts and burns, yet her body was otherwise intact. Such tricks don't work. She raised her right leg high, poised to stomp down on Ludger's skull. But before it struck, 5 layers of defensive magic shimmered above his head. Crash! Her stomp shattered the shields like roof tiles and slammed into Ludger's body. His form crashed to the ground, a cloud of dust erupting. Brother! Hans shouted as he retreated with the others, watching in horror. Lucid landed lightly, like a feather, and stared into the haze. Suddenly, a beam of light shot out like lightning, an attack forged from light magic fastest of all elements. Hidden by the dust, it left no room to react. Useless. Lucid merely stepped sideways, tilting her head. So simple, yet every beam aiming for her vitals missed by a hair's breadth. Hans, Sedna, and Sheridan froze in disbelief. Then the dust split apart. Ludger burst forth, charging. His whole body cloaked in shadow, his eyes gleamed with menace behind the crow mask as he swung his swordstick. Lucid set her stance and struck its side with the edge of her hand. Clang! The blade wasn't broken, but it was knocked far off course. Lucid stepped in and drove a fist into his solar plexus. A simple motion, yet powerful enough to warp space and tear the air apart. Ludger caught the fist with a hand shrouded in shadow. Boom! His legs sank into the ground up to his ankles, the earth splitting behind him like a drought-cracked field. But he did not fall. He held her fist firmly, enduring it. Impressive. Your shadow cloak grants you extraordinary strength, does it? And how can you see the future? Ludger recalled what he had just witnessed. The light magic he had fired at near point-blank speech had dodged it effortlessly. Not mere reflexes. It was more like she already knew it was coming. Apologies, but my ability isn't that. Right. You called yourself lucid of the lucid dream. Not complete foresight, but awareness. You perceive exactly what I am aiming for. Lucid said nothing, but Ludger knew he was right. Lucid of the lucid dream. Her true threat was neither her monstrous physique nor her martial skill. It was complete awareness. She perceived every technique, every target, every response her opponent intended. That was how she had charged through the spell barrage. Ludger had assumed shed dodge or defend prepared countermeasures for either, but she had chosen a third option, nullifying his plan. Because she knew what he was trying. Not foresight, but awareness of my intent. That's your power, isn't it? Remarkable. Lucid genuinely admired him. So little time, yet he had already dissected her ability. Most foes would have panicked and perished, never even realizing. If one servant is like this, then the other 4 must each carry unique abilities as well. And what difference does that make? None. Except shadows flared around Ludger like black fire. It means you're going to lose. My! Her ability flared again. Sensing his next move, Lucid stomped hard. A shockwave erupted point-blank, wind tearing stone apart. Yet Ludger strode forward through it. Did you think close combat would help you? From his shoulders, shadowy beastly hands sprouted, interlacing their fingers before crashing down at her head. Her awareness triggered again. If she raised her arms to block, spikes would rise from her own shadow beneath. So she moved to retreat, but Ludger pressed her relentlessly. Each time her feet touched down, spikes erupted from her shadow. Simultaneous, unrelenting assaults. Lucid twisted and dodged with superhuman reflexes. You dodge well. Let's see if you can dodge this. Behind Ludger, radiance exploded outward. Countless spear-like rays of light curved toward her in arcs. No way to avoid. Realizing this, Lucid deflected and struck aside what she could. But there were too many, too fast. She let the rest crash into her body, trusting her flesh. Pain racked her frame, but her expression never wavered. Instead, she smiled, enjoying it. You're insane, a battle maniac who thrived on pain. The most troublesome kind of opponent dragging fights into the mud. But Ludger had no intention of sinking with her. His method was to find a weakness and crush it swiftly. He would not let go of the initiative. He would only push harder. His eyes flared behind the mask as magic surged. F-Woom. With a thunderous sound, colossal warships of ice plummeted from the sky. The Sixth Circle Grand Spell, Heavenly Sea Icebreaker Fleet, not born of mana, but of sheer imagination. Lucid's answer was simple. She punched it, like a mantis striking at a cart absurd, unless the mantis actually shattered the cart. The ice warships exploded into hundreds of shards. Through the glittering fragments, Lucid appeared unharmed. She leapt skyward, higher still. From above, she looked down at Ludger. Her crimson eye patch burned, pink flames flickering beneath. She clenched her fist, pink energy spiraling upon it. Do you know what dream wave is? Never heard of it. This, she hurled her fist. The pink vortex shot forth like a dragon's roaring breath. Ludger sensed it, not mana, but a force unique to dreamland. He carved formulae, not drawn thread by thread, but imprinted whole, as if pressed from a mold. A spell born of memory and imagination, not incantation. Sixth Circle Earth magic. Gentian stone whale resonance. The ground surged, a massive stone whale erupting. It collided with the vortex, both vanishing in mutual destruction. Not yet. Her first attack had been only a greeting. Now pink flames wreathed her arms and legs. F-whoosh. Ignited, her legs flared like rockets propelling her forward. Major ex machina. Steel cubes whirled around Ludger, fusing into a colossal conical shield. Not so much a shield as a knight's gigantic lance. Her flaming fist struck it. BOOM. But instead of a clash, she pierced through easily. The shield's core glowed red, melting like molten steel. Lucid slipped through the gap without losing speed. Her opposite fist thrust at Ludger's chest. It ends here. A delightful fight it was. Forcing her to use Dream Wave had deserved that recognition. Were it not for Nerva's orders, she would have prolonged the battle for pleasure. But Nosh drove her fist for his heart. Thunk! Ludger caught it. What for the first time, Lucid's expression shifted surprise. He had blocked her before, but never a fist imbued with Dream Wave. That power should have shredded his shadows like paper, at least according to her awareness. Dream Wave, huh? His hand gripped hers. Black flames whirled upon it, swirling like her own power, an echo of Dream Wave. So that's how it works. Meeting his eyes, Lucid shivered. How can you dream wave isn't something one mimics with mere realization? You're saying nonsense. Behind his mask, his eyes bent in a mocking crescent. You showed me how. Copying it was the easy part. 524 Chapter 5 Dreams 3 You copied, did you? Lucid was recognizing the human in front of her, an outstandingly skilled mage. At the same time, excellent in close combat and possessing an unshakable conviction within. His intellect was extraordinary, his situational judgment top class. She did not know how high the standard of humans outside was, but at the very least, Ludger Cherish was the elite of the elite. Even considering all of that, Ludger's actions were far beyond the bounds of common sense, even if this was dreamland where imagination becomes reality. This surpassed that. Why surprised? I've shown it many times already. Or did it never occur to you that I might imitate you? Lucid fell silent. Ludger's words were not spoken to mock her. He truly meant it. Come to think of it, he has shown a peculiarly wide variety of combat methods. Though a mage, he wielded a sword, excelled in close combat, and used all kinds of magic without being confined to one. Far too bloated a fighting style for a single human to possess. But what if those were not Ludger's own? Even now, seeing him freely manipulating the dream threads in his hand made the speculation into certainty. How astonishing it was. Seems your curiosity is resolved. Ludger muttered as he stared at the dream threads swirling along his hand. Dream threads. It was indeed a peculiar power. A special force usable only within dreamland. One might say it resembled mana of the real world. But mana could be handled by many methods, while dream threads could only be shaped by personal imagination and mind. Because of that, however, the possibilities stretching out were far greater and more varied. So magic that I thought was simply imagination made real was in fact manifested through dream threads. The moment he realized what the power he had been unconsciously using was, his eyelids felt lighter, as if he had opened his eyes anew. Ludger realized that the entirety of Dreamland was overflowing with a vast energy, and that from the moment he entered, he had been influenced by it. So that's why magic doesn't manifest properly. This power responded to the human mind. It reacted sensitively to instinct and unconscious thought, interfering with magical casting. So dreamwalkers must have mastered how to wield these dream threads. Ludger shifted the threads flowing along his hand. The black current climbed his arm, up to his shoulder, and merged with the shadows wrapped around his body. I see. Form is nothing but a means of embodying one's image. If it is what one desires, then any appearance will do. Lucid had wrapped her limbs in dream threads because that was the form most optimal for her use. But delving deeper, one need not be bound to such forms. For instance like this. Shag. From Ludger's back, black wings unfurled wide. The form he only ever took when expanding Aether Nocturnus to its fullest. He rarely used it due to the enormous mana consumption, but here in Dreamland it was different. You what on earth? Murmuring so, Lucid belatedly became aware of her own state. I stepped back, me. In an instant she realized it. She had stepped back one pace from Ludger. Before a mere human, was she terrified? No, impossible. She who recognized all, how could she recoil in dreamland before a human? Is your belief wavering? Of course Ludger noticed her unrest. You said you perceive everything, but it seems you aren't so sure you truly can. Lucid bit her lip. Indeed, she could perceive what existed within dreamland. That recognition let her see a few steps ahead and gain the upper hand, but never before had she faced such an opponent. When she first fought Ludger, his stratagems and movements lay open in her palm. But now it was like staring into a pitch-black abyss. Nothing was visible. Worse, she felt as though the abyss was gazing steadily back at her. Her position of naturally looking down had reversed into one of looking up. More than rage or humiliation, bewilderment surged foremost. And then the abyss moved. Tap. Ludger stepped lightly forward, yet his body had closed the distance to Lucid as though folding and unfolding space. Almost simultaneously, the shadow that had wavered at where he had been vanished like a snuffed flame. It was nothing less than a movement that left only an afterimage. The very step Lucid had first shown in her battle with Ludger now refined through dream threads into something far more elegant and sophisticated. Lucid clenched her teeth and flared the flames of dream threads around her arms. The pink blaze she cloaked herself in was not for offense alone. If she wished, she could erect a wall of fire for defense, and its strength was little different from its offensive output. A flame of simultaneous offense and defense, overwhelming in both. That was Lucid's dream threads. Combined with her power of recognition, she was the foremost in close combat among the 5 vassals. Though that recognition did not work on Ludger, now the raw output of her threads still remained as fearsome as ever. SHRRK, but her pink barrier split apart too easily. One of Lucid's eyes fixed in disbelief. Ludger had only lightly swept his arm, yet his threads had shattered her defense without effort. Toward the stunned vassal of dreams, Ludger spoke with scorn. You are afraid. In his hand appeared a sword forged of lightning. Lucid barely perceived the arc of its great swing and twisted her upper body aside. But not perfectly, a shoulder was cut. So powerful was the blow that even her sturdy body felt the impact. Your certainty that you can block me entirely, that confidence is shaken, isn't it? Lucid did not answer. Rather, could not. It took all her focus just to perceive and evade Ludger's assault. Ludger stretched his right hand into the air. When he clenched it, a greatsword imbued with chilling frost filled his grasp. As he swung, countless shards of ice rose like waves, freezing all around. Lucid raised her output to the maximum in defense, but the icy spikes pierced through the pink flames, wounding her body in many places. She countered, slamming her fist against the blade's flat, shattering it like glass. But Ludger, unfazed, grasped the air with his left hand. Whoosh, a massive staff engulfed in flames appeared. As his body spun once, fire surged like a storm, devouring the surroundings. KHH. Lucid ground her teeth and stomped hard. A massive shockwave burst forth, rending the fiery maelstrom apart. Yet her expression did not ease. "I am being pushed back." The more they fought, the more precise Ludger's mastery of dream threads grew. At this rate, he would soon reach her level. No, he already had, perhaps even surpassed it. How could a human do this? Lucid could not comprehend it. The man called Ludger now appeared utterly unfathomable. Could she block that monster's assault? Even if she struck, could she wound that monster? Fear sprouted in the tilting battle. That unconscious dread gnawed at her body. Even if they were vassals of dreams, that did not mean they completely ruled dreamland. They were merely beings born with power here. In the end, still only existences belonging to dreamland. Crack. The flames around her arms shattered like glass, not extinguished, but broken under the weight of power itself. Lucid's pupils widened. Even the pink blaze upon her eye patch flickered like a candle in the wind. If you wanted me dead, and now the storm arrived to snuff out that candle, then Nerva himself should have come. Julia Plumihart sank to one knee. She could no longer endure the pressure of the red chains binding her. Her trembling gaze turned to their master. He was, in words, darkness clad in a white suit. From his face streamed two crimson beams of light where eyes should be, and his immaculate suit was accented with a red tie. On his hands gleamed golden rings and bracelets, drawing yet more attention. Where do such monsters come from? The place Julia had reached was a rendezvous point arranged in the mid-layers, a base to regroup in case they were scattered descending from above. Built in a safe zone free of the mid-layer's dangerous life forms, it was suitable even for long stays. But today, unlike usual, the place was occupied not by beasts, but by something far more dangerous, waiting for them all. One of Nerva's 5 vassals, Mirage of the Daydream. In an instant, Mirage had subdued everyone, there including Julia and Selina. To resist the red chains from every direction was meaningless. Julia and Selina fought desperately, but against Mirage, who manipulated dream threads at will, it was not enough. Yet despite their fury, Nerva muttered as though no one present mattered. "Oh dear, what a pity this is." The vassals derived from Nerva could sense each other's existence. No matter the distance, they were connected as one. And now one of the 5 had fallen, lucid of the lucid dream. Hearing of her death, Mirage lamented. Considering her nature, she would never have let her guard down. That means an opponent of great power. Not good. Mirage had not cared in the least about those gathered here. He had subdued them all with a mere gesture. So it was only natural envite. Read more on our source. He considered them beneath notice. But if a fellow vassal like Lucid had fallen, that changed things. Originally, I intended to observe longer before passing judgment, but I've changed my mind. He stroked his chin with a hand glittering with golden rings. His crimson gaze narrowed. It seems a dangerous element exists. Mirage had been drawn here by a certain presence, as had the others. They had sensed those in dreamland with the strongest presence and came to erase them. But in truth, all he found were fledglings. That white-haired girl showed skill far beyond her age, but that was all. Maybe later she could be a threat, but not now. So he had thought little of it until Lucid's death. It was here, that something which had drawn him. Who is it? His gaze swept over the students. Each time his crimson light touched them, those chains shrank and trembled. The weaker even burst into tears. "Oh dear, I didn't mean to frighten you." He scratched his head awkwardly, then pointed a finger at a weeping girl. "But I do hate the sound of sniveling. Could you be quiet?" Instead, her sobs only worsened. Mirage shook his head in pity. Oh dear, oh dear. Why do people never listen when spoken to kindly? Whoosh. His crimson eyes flared, tinged with annoyance. "So then, I must silence you by force." At his fingertip formed a red thread, sharp like a pen nib, aimed at the crying girl's brow. "Stop!" Selina leapt forward to shield her. She had been chained, yet somehow moved. "Remarkable willpower. I commend you. But if you do not step aside, you will die. I will not let you touch a student." At her resolute eyes, Mirage smiled faintly. "Is that so? Then die in her place." A red flash shot from his finger. Selina squeezed her eyes shut. But just before it struck, a black dart opened in the air, swirling wide and swallowing the light. What? Mirage was taken aback. The attack had not been blocked, but erased, vanished into nothing. An attack of dream threads erased so easily. So it was you. His crimson gaze curved into a grin. 525 chapter, 5 dreams, 4 pink petal-like mana scattered as if in full bloom. Small, fluttering, drifting it was even beautiful at first glance. No one who saw such a sight would think of it as dangerous, but the dream's familiar, appearing in the form of a boy. The precognitive dream's DJ Vu was not deceived by that beauty. His small frame moved with lively steps that didn't match his size. Bouncing like a rabbit, DJ NVLGHD Vu avoided every one of Alyssa's petals. Are you going to keep slipping away like a loach? Alyssa, cloaked in immense mana, stretched out her hand toward DJ Vu. From her hand, a long pink cannon of mana fired forth. DJ Vu, eyes closed, gave it no glance and simply did a backward tumble. The mana struck the ground and expanded past its limit. A massive hemisphere spread, yet within the rippling blast, DJ Vu remained unharmed. Wrinkles formed on Alyssa's smooth brow. Even if he avoided a direct hit, to take no damage at all from that much such nimble movements were nothing but mockery. Did it not prove that, in truth, no attack could harm him? No more than Thathai's eyes are closed. How is he dodging? To Alyssa, it was behavior she could not possibly comprehend. From beginning until now, the boy who had introduced himself as DJ Vu had never once opened his eyes. Were his closed eyes for some ritual reason? Even without sight, if other senses were heightened to a bizarre extreme, it would not be impossible. If so, Alyssa decided to change her approach. If moderate power did not work, then she would use stronger output. If he tried to dodge without looking, then she would unleash a range he could never avoid. Alyssa raised her right hand. On it, mana swirled into a vast sphere. The boy, DJ Vu, shed tears from between his closed lids at the sight. It is sorrowful to continue such meaningless resistance. Why must you go against the ordained flow? Are you done talking? Then it's time for your beating. Alyssa hurled her maximized mana sphere. Suddenly, she remembered something Caroline once said. All the people in the real world are idiots. Oh my, why such vulgar words again? They've no eyes to see. They babble about me being some tyrant this or that. What would you expect me to say? They don't know a thing. Caroline had looked at Alyssa with a sullen face. The true tyrant is not me, it's you. And how had she answered then? Did she feign ignorance, or tease Caroline for saying such? Ah, she remembered. She had simply accepted it with a laugh. The pink mana sphere fell like a meteor toward DJ Vu. Not elemental magic, but pure mana magic. Alyssa Willow's very own mana slammed down. Starlight fallen petals. At the start of the semester, she had erased part of the silent forest with this same overwhelming output. Now even stronger and faster, it streaked in a straight line toward DJ Vu. This is dangerous. Until now, DJ Vu had marked her every spell with simple evasion. But this was different. The massive pink sphere rushing at him was powerful enough to be felt even beyond the darkness covering his sight. How could a human, incapable of wielding dream force, unleash such magic within dreamland? And to think this magic was weaker than it would be in the outer, real world. The pure magical scale Alyssa Willow carried, as a mage one could say, it surpassed humanity itself. So this is what they call the lecturer rank, the summit of mages. You've got a nice tongue, but that doesn't mean ill show mercy. Alyssa replied after hearing DJ Vuss mutter. Already the enormous sphere had reached point blank. Dodging was impossible. Even if he tried, the explosion would consume him instantly. In that case, it cannot be helped. So murmured DJ Vu as he opened the eyes he had kept shut. DJ Vuss' eyes were clear and transparent, like glass finely crafted. In his pupils reflected the brilliant pink mana. But the instant that color vanished from his eyes, Alyssa's starlight fallen petals also disappeared. What? Even Alyssa could not hide her shock that her most decisive strike had been nullified. It wasn't overpowered. It vanished like a Muragian outcome that could only be called a miracle. What in the world? Personally, I didn't want to use a power like this. DJ Vuss' transparent gaze fell upon Alyssa, and when her figure in his eyes began to fade, headmaster, it's dangerous. With someone's cry, a massive shadow swallowed DJ Vuss' body. It was practically a sneak attack while he focused on Alyssa. But DJ Vu turned his head, as if he had known this would happen, staring at his assailant. Kayak! The steam golem's massive fist vanished like a mirage the moment it reached his gaze. The trait of the precognitive dream's DJ Vu was to see the future. To be precise, he observed the flow, the convergence of countless minds, and by combining elements, predicted events in the near future. He could avoid Alyssa's attacks without looking, because he had already seen the dangerous futures. And when he opened the dream's true power, he could make the future he envisioned become reality. Alyssa's spell, the steam golem before him by imagining a future where they did not exist, he could erase them. Ah, a nonsensical power at first glance, yet DJ Vu sighed at the future he saw. Behind the vanished golem more approached. Not one, two, three, their numbers multiplied in real time. DJ Vu's gaze turned past the golems toward a plump man with a gentle face, one of Sion's new instructors, the golem teacher Brino. In Sion he was obscure, forgettable, of little standing, but DJ Vu thought no such thing. To him, this man was the most dangerous one present. Hua! The giant colossus let out a roar of rage. Clara Cohen faced it with a calm gaze. It was not the first time the thing had howled since their clash began, but this time it was especially emotional, especially fierce. Lucid, that you would fall like this. It is truly lamentable. From its massive face, tears poured endlessly, so huge that even its tears gushed like streams. By its reaction, clearly one of its comrades had fallen, which means someone fought and won. A face came to Clara's mind, Ludger Cherish. If it was that boy with such peculiar power, it was certainly possible. And one thing became certain. You are not invincible after all. Clara leveled her staff. The dream force that burst from its tip struck the colossus' face. Sharper, stronger than before, half its face was blown away. A lethal strike, no doubt. But the colossus did not fall. Its staggering body regained balance, and the missing half of its face regenerated in an instant. The restored face twisted with rage. Human, did you truly think you could defeat me with such a paltry thing? The colossus, its tears dried, glared at Clara with murderous intent. I am undying of the death dream. The authority bestowed upon me in this dreamland is immortality. No matter what attack you unleash, I shall never die. There was no falsehood in that resolute cry. Had not half of its face been blown away, only to instantly regenerate? What awaits at the end of this fight is nothing but your ruin. Undying clenched its massive fist. Just as it was about to strike, Clara's dream force lashed out at the fist. There was no collision. Rather, her dream force slithered up the fist like a serpent and shredded one of Undying's arms into tatters. You, the pain. But even before that howl ended, the ruined arm regenerated. Futile. Strike as many times as you like, it is useless. With its restored arm, Undying tried to seize Clara, but she slipped effortlessly through its fingers with a light flight. Slippery little thing. Silence. I may be old, but my hearing is fine. Speak more quietly. You call me noisy. Undying bristled. Clara once more shot her dream force, blasting the opposite arm. Gra. I told you it was useless. And yet, you still cry out in pain. Clara's next strike targeted its legs. Twined like a double helix, the energy became a great spear and pierced the tips of its toes. Undying, shocked by the pain, lifted its leg end at that moment. The ground beneath its other leg rippled. Boom. The massive body lost balance and toppled. Undying tried again and again to declare her attacks meaningless, but Clara refused to listen, raining down more blows. Before, their clash had been strength against strength, but now it was different. She carved skin, split muscle fibers, and aimed for weak points. By this entirely new style of assault, Undying instinctively realized something. You surely not. Not dying only means the pain never ends. Clara Cohen's faintly glowing eyes gleamed cold. The immortal body may last forever, but let us see how long the mind remains intact through endless torment. She was just an old woman, one he could crush in a single hand. Yet in that moment, Undying saw Clara as something immense. Has Lucid fallen? Syndrome of the Nightmare chuckled from inside his helm. Tusk. Had he yielded that nearby prey to me, he would not have suffered so. Greed has only led to his ruin. Then words of provocation were thrown his way. Hey, did you come here just to talk to yourself? Then keep walking. What are you doing, standing around without fighting? Silence, human. If I willed it, you would already be slaughtered beneath my hands. That I have not is purely due to my mercy. You should be grateful. What an unbelievable bastard. To be exposed after failing stealth, and then claim victory in his own head. That arrogant posture, naturally looking down on others, only worsened the disgust. He seemed a special kind of being, yet he had not even fought seriously. Still, Syndrome appeared convinced of his own triumph. Alex, who could usually laugh things off, was now in no mood to smile. He had dropped out of the military academy, no longer thought of himself as a knight, but he was still a man who wielded a sword and fought, already irritated by the chaos of his companions being dragged into this world. Now one of the underlings of the mastermind dared openly look down on them. Alex was not alone in his anger. That arrogant behavior filled everyone with fury and irritation. Who? Haha. Syndrome, sensing the rising intent, let out a low laugh. So you dare hasten your own death? Very well. Though I dislike it, since a comrade has fallen, I must at least perform a suitable requiem. Clang! Syndrome spread his arms wide. Blades split from his fingertips, gleaming ominously in the light. I am Syndrome of the Nightmare, a familiar of Lord Nerva. I shall grant you a splendid paralysis of sleep. His figure blurred from the air. Like a desert mirage, not only his form, but even his presence vanished, an ability to hide by cutting off all five senses. Yet there were those who reacted, two of them, in fact. Alex and Phantos both struck instinctively at where Syndrome lurked. Alex's sword and Phantos' fist collided with empty air. Impressive. Syndrome blocked both attacks with his arms, and a voice of admiration echoed from within his helm. To pierce my stealth was no mere luck, so this is it. But you were careless, to close the distance to me. His arms danced like a performance. Arms abnormally long, tipped with grotesquely grown claws. They whirled dazzlingly as countless slashes rained upon Alex and Phantos. The attacks looked loose, floppy, as if easy to guard. But that was the trap. For Syndrome's true specialty was not stealth, but the dream force he wielded. At the ends of his claws gathered a dark violet sheen. Whatever it touched, it would cut. In sheer cutting power, Syndrome boasted the greatest of the five familiars. Clang! What? Yet the instant his Dreamforce claws clashed with Alex's sword, Syndrome sensed something amiss. How can a mere human? Still baffled, he heard Alex's mocking tone. I heard on the way. You use some peculiar power called Dreamforce, right? Something that reacts to imagination and willpower. Sure, it's sharp. It cuts anything, doesn't it? Even so, blocking it is. For the first time, Syndrome revealed discomposure, unnerved by Alex's words that laid bare the nature of his power. What are you babbling about? Who in this world draws a sword thinking it will break? 526 Chapter Esmeralda 1. Ludger silently looked at the dead Lucid. Lucid, whose life had ended, slowly turned into golden dust and scattered away. It was the sand Nerva had stirred up. The golden sand rode the wind and drifted far off, disappearing beyond sight. Since he was born by Nerva, he had merely returned to him. Professor, are you all right? Sedna approached, checking Ludger's condition. Considering that Ludger usually carried mana recovery potions with him, the power he had just displayed was clearly an overexertion anyone could see. I'm fine. Yet despite such a battle, Ludger was unscathed. No headache, no labored breathing. If anything was strange, it was only a faint sense of haze in his head. It was an unfamiliar sensation born from manifesting all his abilities through vivid imagination. Even that would soon disappear with a little rest. To think it really came true just by imagining it. Didn't you see Sheridan make dynamite? Still, the sight you showed us was far too different from that. Ludger stroked his chin. Indeed, when he thought about it, it was. You don't need to worry. In fact, in an environment like this, I can use my original abilities without much backlash. That's a relief. But what about the others? Lucid had introduced himself as one of the 5 apostles. That meant there were still 4 others equal in strength to him remaining. Since they had come here chasing powerful auras, it was highly likely battles were erupting elsewhere. Ludger had fought well, but could the others really do the same? What if the seniors of Owens are defeated? That's needless worry. Those guys aren't the type to be taken down so easily. But this is Dreamland. It is because it's Dreamland that I say so. Ludger's eyes did not waver. His belief was sincere that his comrades would not fall. Seeing his gaze, Sedna let out a faint breath. You look as though it's hard for me to understand. That's if I had gathered people only for pure talent and ability, Owens would be much larger than it is now. Then there was another reason you chose them. Yes, Sedna's eyes widened at that. Now that she herself was a member of Owens, she was curious what standard Ludger had used to pick people. The eyes. The eyes. Perhaps because it was such an unexpected answer, Sedna unconsciously brushed her own eyelids with her fingers. You can tell from a person's gaze, whether they have only strength and talent or if they hold something more. And that something more is what? I don't know either. The anticlimactic answer made Sedna drop her shoulders. Disappointed. No. Not exactly, I won't ask you to understand. What I see is something dwelling within those eyes. What that is, no one else can define. Only the person themselves decides that. But Ludger continued, breaking the pause. Most of those with such eyes possess a spirit stronger than anyone else's. Then, was that why you chose me, Professor? What do you think? When Ludger asked while turning to her, Sedna instinctively averted her eyes. If she stared into his gaze now, her face would surely flush bright red in embarrassment. Sedna, have you found what you will do, and why you want to do it? That is, she hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Yes. And for that, are you prepared to do anything? Yes. Strength filled Sedna's voice. Ludger gave a faint smile and nodded. That's enough. Then you mean we don't need to worry about the seniors? In a sense, yes. But what about the others? Since you're here, that means all the Sion students have been caught up in this, and other people could also be in danger. That may be so. Even if Nerva's apostle had gone after Owen's members, 3 still remained. If the Dream School Dreamwalkers came in, then 1 apostle must have gone to them. And the others? 1 likely went to where the headmaster is. Archmage of Lecturer rank, Alyssa Willow. Considering her ability, it was natural an apostle of dreams would go to her. She'll be all right, won't she? She's a Lecturer-ranked mage. That's not a level reached simply through abundant mana or cleverness. A mage could grow strong by pure output only up to the 5th circle. From the 6th circle, the Lecturer rank, true inner cultivation had to accompany it. Often called enlightenment, even those with insufficient mana could cast 6th circle magic if they had achieved it. In fact, Ludger himself was proof of that. From what he had seen of Alyssa Willow, her strength lay not in mere magical ability. And there's another reason not to worry. What is that? The other teachers are with her. If it was Alyssa, she would be moving in cooperation with the other instructors. And just because they were teachers didn't mean they were weak. Even while teaching students, they were still Sion's faculty. Individuals whose abilities would be recognized anywhere. Those who were unremarkable in daily life might even display their true worth most vividly in dreamland. Human potential cannot be measured with simple standards. Then what about the last one? That after a brief thought, Ludger gave his answer. It must have gone to where Julia is. What? Julia came here too. Sedna flinched in shock at Julia's name. She came all the way here to save you. Then isn't that dangerous? Even if it's Julia, facing an apostle of dreams would be too much. Ludger agreed with that. When he had fought Lucid, he had felt it the apostles were extremely troublesome enemies. They possessed the power to manipulate dream threads, each with unique traits. If Lucid had displayed the power of awareness, then the others surely had abilities of equal weight. We need to hurry and save Julia. There's no need to be impatient. By Julia's side, there's someone reliable. Reliable, Ludger recalled Selena. In Dreamland, Julia Plumeheart was indeed the best guide. But in actual combat, the one who could display the greatest strength was, without doubt, Selena. How could a spiritist be the strongest here when spirits could not even be summoned in Dreamland? Because by her side exists something that is not a spirit, not a relationship bound by the laws of nature, but a bond formed from the very soul itself, unbreakable and inseparable. As long as that existence was with her, not even Dreamland save for Nerva himself could touch Selena. What is this? On Mirage's face, shrouded in darkness, red pupils flared upward. His gaze would not leave the black mass that had appeared beside Selena. A spirit. For a being of nature to appear in Dreamland. No, was that even truly a spirit? Mirage could not help but wonder so. And with reason for that black creature had devoured every thread of dream Mirage had created. The red chains binding Selena no longer existed, because the dark spirit, Esmeralda, had eaten them all. An utterly incomprehensible sight. Even now it was the same. Esmeralda scattered darkness everywhere, devouring all the red chains that bound the students. This is freed at last. Julia trailed off as she saw Esmeralda's darkness. To summon a spirit in Dreamland was astounding in itself, but the power she displayed surpassed imagination. Mirage narrowed his eyes and snapped his fingers. At once, red energy rose, forming massive figures. Unlike Mirage, these had broad shoulders, large bodies, dressed in glowing red suits. Their mannequin-like faces, devoid of features, only heightened the eeriness. Let's test a little. With a flick of Mirage's finger, the red suits moved. Surprisingly fast for their bulk, they surrounded Selena from all sides and attacked in unison. In that moment, Esmeralda moved. Darkness spread like ink spilling across paper. The spreading shadow writhed like tentacles, spinning like a top. The red suits rushing Selena collapsed the instant they touched it. Some barely dodged, but wherever a tentacle brushed, flesh was gouged out as if carved by a sharp blade, as though an invisible beast had taken a huge bite. The battered suits staggered back, but Esmeralda had no intention of letting them go. The tenacious tentacles of shadow relentlessly hunted them down, swallowing them whole. Esmeralda. Selena was stunned by Esmeralda's power. She already knew this one surpassed normal spirits appearing on her own, unlike the others who no longer answered calls. But she had never imagined this level of strength. Even more shocking was what happened after Esmeralda devoured the red suits. Once just a black fluff, her form grew larger. Like spilling folded silk all at once, darkness cascaded like a waterfall, hanging in midair like a curtain. From that black veil something emerged. It was a human face, or rather, a mask shaped like one. A woman with long black straight hair down to her waist stepped from the curtain, her black dress fluttering lightly. Remarkable. Did you grow stronger by devouring my dream threads? Esmeralda gave no reply. She merely turned her head to check that her master Selena was safe. Esmeralda, is that you? Selena could hardly believe that the tiny, cute, dark spirit had transformed like this. And yet the form was not unfamiliar. If she had an older sister, perhaps she would feel like this. From deep within her soul surged such warmth that Selena unconsciously let tears fall. What? Selena herself did not know why she cried. That tears could suddenly flow like this was only astonishing. Esmeralda reached out and gently wiped her tears with a fingertip. Even her tears were erased by the all-consuming darkness. From that tender touch, Selena felt Esmeralda's emotions. No matter what happens, I will protect you. Wearing a pitch-black mask without any pattern or hole, Esmeralda fixed her gaze on Mirage. At the same time, her shadow-like hair began to ripple. Seeing this, Mirage snapped his fingers again. Red dream threads swirled and formed. Expanding rapidly like stacked blocks, they became massive beasts. Countless monsters over 10 meters tall bared their fangs at Esmeralda. Forget capturingly, by killing everything here will I be at ease. At his command, the beasts charged. Compared to their ferocity, Esmeralda's presence seemed faint, yet she stood unmoving, watching them come. Just before the leading tiger reached her, Esmeralda raised her hand. Darkness swallowed it whole. The massive crimson tiger did not even put up resistance. Where the shadow passed, nothing remained. Yet even after witnessing that, the beasts did not halt. If one direction failed, they would attack from all sides at once. A giant red hawk slashed with its talons at the back of Esmeralda's head. She did not turn. Instead, her hair rippled as if greeting the wind. Her hair extended in all directions. Wherever the beasts touched it, they were devoured instantly. None of Mirage's creations could even graze her. They were consumed by her darkness before they could. Esmeralda pointed a finger at Mirage. Beneath the hem of her long black dress, darkness spread wide like a pool. The darkness writhed, then regurgitated what it had swallowed earlier, the beasts, but now in pure black forms. Well, for the first time, Mirage's face betrayed unease. I thought Lucid a fool for being defeated, but perhaps it was I who chose the wrong opponent. 527 Chapter Esmeralda 2. The Precognitive Dream of Déjà Vu. The boy-shaped apostle's ability was to turn the scenery he looked at into the future he desired. Of course, it was not omnipotence. It was not the power of creation that could bring forth what did not exist. At most, he could only erase what already existed. But regardless of an opponent's strength, that power to erase existence itself was arguably the strongest among all the apostles. However endless, how Déjà Vu kept erasing whatever his eyes touched. With every glance, steam golems like mass-produced factory models vanished, dissolving like cotton candy in water. Even so, Déjà Vu was flustered, because more golems were being created than he could erase. The cause was Brino. Mechanical parts appeared around him, assembling at rapid speed. In an instant, the pieces formed a frame, mounted with plating, and completed the structure. Cheek, a brass-colored golem lit with blue light in its eyes, roared to life. Steam gushed out fiercely from the cylinders on its shoulders. At a towering 3 meters tall, its metallic form radiated sheer intimidation. Brino had taken less than 2 seconds to build it. Each blink of an eye, new parts assembled in the air, and another golem stood complete. My word, even Alyssa could not hide her admiration at the uncanny sight. She knew of Brino, a commoner-born instructor, gentle in nature, specializing in magitech. He had earned his place as a teacher at Theon, proof of his competence, but his presence had always been faint, even more so compared to the other new instructors who had joined at the same time. Indeed, among them, Brino had not stood out at all. His plump figure and kindly demeanor had made him seem even more unremarkable. And yet Professor Brino was now gaining the upper hand against the unbelievable power of DJ Vu. Even eyes that could erase sixth circle magic struggled before the endless onslaught of steam golems. It was simply a matter of compatibility. Though DJ Vu's dream could erase anything he looked at, he could erase only one thing at a time, and it took between 3 to 5 seconds to erase even that. But Brino was creating countless golems in less time than that, like a factory stamping out products. He was DJ Vu's perfect counter. Still, Professor Brino looked strained. After all, it was his first time using dream concepts in such a strange environment. He was holding out for now, but he would not last long. Alyssa immediately stirred her mana to support him. Her target, of course, was DJ Vu, retreating as he erased golems. Though his eyes remained fixed on the constructs, the boy knew full well Alyssa Willow had set her sights on him. As the apostle of precognition, DJ Vu could see the future. Thus he saw exactly what magic Alyssa would cast, where it would strike, and in what form. And so what? What good was seeing the future? If the sky itself collapsed, would seeing it allow one to survive under its fall? A limited glimpse of the future was meaningless against an attack impossible to block or avoid, even if foreseen. Realizing this, DJ Vu's once gentle expression hardened. His clear eyes fixed on Alyssa, brimming with mana. He intended to erase the most dangerous foe before him, but his dream was disrupted by the obstacle that forced itself between. Clank! Cheek! Huge golems stubbornly blocked his sight. Willingly becoming shields, they vanished under his power, but in that interval, Alyssa completed her spell. Let's see you block this. Sixth circle original magic. Petals scattered in paradise, pink flames erupted from her fingertips. Reaching critical mass, the mana split into 9 streams, each attacking DJ Vu from a different angle. His expression froze. He saw every trajectory. Not aiming for a direct hit, the paths all targeted the space around him. Its intent was clear. Knowing he would dodge anyway, she aimed to engulf the area in a sweeping strike. Quag-wag-wag-wang. Pink flames exploded, ripping the space apart. It was not a simple one-dimensional blast. The 9 streams resonated, each detonation triggering another, chaining explosions one after another. Whew! Shockwaves tore through, winds raging. Alyssa smiled faintly as she watched the billowing cloud of dust. Within, residual mana still flared in continuous blasts. It'd be nice if you died here. Of course, that was too optimistic. She had never expected this to finish him. But it had bought time. Professor Brino, are you all right? Huff, huff, yes, headmaster. Thank you, you saved me. And no, it's nothing. Rather, you just helped me. Alyssa glanced at the golem that had formed beside Brino. She was no expert in magitech, but she had enough basic knowledge to know what she was seeing. And what Brino had made was astonishingly close to the real thing. How did you build this? I just thought, with all my will, that I wanted to make one. Thanks to Dreamland's peculiarity, it worked. It shouldn't be so simple, unless you remembered every single component needed to build one. Well, Brino scratched his head with a sheepish smile. I've memorized every part. All of them. Just the components required for a steam golem exceeded 10,000. And factoring in the etched circuits to channel energy through mana stones, even dozens of experts were needed to assemble one. Even they could not build a golem without schematics. Yet Brino did it alone. Though he had not physically moved, the fact he had memorized every step of the process was beyond extraordinary. I know every material and how to put them together, even with my eyes closed. He had been hired as a Sion teacher thanks to his special talent. But this level was truly beyond belief. Amazing. Ha ha ha, thank you. Just a trivial trick, really. People often scolded me, saying it was useless to memorize such things. Alyssa shook her head. I'm not flattering you. I mean it. The ones who said that just lacked vision. Thank you for saying so. Can you keep making them? I wish I could, but his eyes creased as though his head throbbed. I may have overdone it just now, so it's not something you can sustain long. Yes, with that boy's eyes still covered, shouldn't we run? Running is meaningless. He already knows where we are. Even if we flee, he'll chase us. With his ability to erase anything he sees, retreating would only doom us. Alyssa instinctively realized it. If not now, there would be no way to defeat DJ Vu. So it had to end here. But how? We'll have to finish it quickly in a decisive strike. Professor, besides these ordinary industrial steam golems, can you create something new? Something new, Julia said so. Here, in this place, if you imagine it, you can achieve things far beyond reality. In that case, Brino's eyes lit up as he recalled something, and Alyssa gave him a firm nod. Wouldn't you like to build the kind of steam golem that could never exist outside, that only existed as theory? At those words, the exhaustion clouding Brino's eyes blazed into fire. Even Alyssa, who had suggested it, flinched for a moment at the intensity of his aura. To think I could create what no one else has ever made, what has only ever been dismissed as fantasy. For the first time, Brino's face, normally full of gentle smiles, was burning with raw passion. They say elephants only graze peacefully, but when they are angered, nothing is more terrifying. Right now, Brino was exactly that. Perhaps it was as though a switch had been flipped. Even Alyssa, for a moment, shrank under the sheer intensity of it. Brino regained his senses only after that flash of exhilaration. But if I try that, I won't be able to keep up the speed of production. In fighting DJ Vu, he had learned. The boy's ability, from the moment it activated until it could activate again, took no more than 5 seconds. Unless his sight was constantly blocked during that window, their defensive evasion would be meaningless. That was what Brino's golems were for. An endless tide, outpacing the speed of DJ Vu's erasure with sheer number human wave tactics against his eyes. It was the most effective way to fight him. If I keep making golems to press him now, that won't win. It would just turn into a war of attrition we can't endure. DJ Vu had remarkable defenses. Hadn't he come out unscathed from the aftermath of multiple bombardments Alyssa had launched? There was something odd about how such a small body could withstand so much. I think some peculiar power is protecting his body. You mean there's more to him? That boy can see the future. Not far ahead, but far enough to know what his opponent will do. That's how he dodged all of my spells. Indeed, DJ Vu had easily avoided Alyssa's attacks. Knowing exactly where and how they would strike, he could simply evade. But if he were truly that durable, would he even need to dodge? He was fine after the aftershock of my high circle spell. Yet he avoided weaker, probing spells. So he deliberately avoided direct hits. Exactly. He takes no harm from collateral effects, but a direct strike is another matter. His protection must be the kind that only works against indirect damage, especially considering how he had faltered, retreating against Brino's golems. The way to bring him down was not magic, but a physical blow of sufficient power. Alyssa was convinced of it. So in summary, he can see the future, has resistance to magic, and can erase anything he looks at. Yes, put that together, and he's utterly unreasonable. Seeing the future, erasing all he gazes upon, and the only way to beat him is physical strikes. For a mage, that was the worst possible matchup. Even for knights, they'd vanish before they got close. How could anyone defeat such an opponent? But we have Professor Brino, don't we? Steam golems. The field that combined magic, constructs, and mechanical science here, new horizon of magitech. Yet mages often dismissed steam golems as more science than magic, looking down on them. Even if their potential for the future couldn't be ignored, most insisted they could never surpass magic. It was never going to be mainstream, and Brino had suffered much bitterness because of that. But even now, with the stage set before him, he couldn't feel joy. Instead, anxiety and fear rose. Could he really succeed? Don't worry. I and the other instructors will keep up a relentless assault to draw his eyes. That only added to the pressure. The timid Brino could not bring himself to say more. At that moment, Merelda stepped between them. May I speak? I know this is an important discussion, but there's something I must say. Go ahead. Thank you, Headmaster. With Alyssa's permission, Merelda turned to Brino. Professor Brino, I know this situation feels crushing for you. Honestly, it'd feel the same. Professor Merelda, but from what I've seen of you until now, I believe you can do this. Why? Because this time, it's about building the greatest steam golem ever made. At those words, Brino's eyes flew wide as though struck on the back of the head. Forget the pressure of lives depending on you. Don't think about protecting anyone. Focus on one thing, on doing what you've never been able to do before. Creating something that will remain in your life forever. The steam golem that, until now, existed only in imagination you will complete it. As she said this, Merelda watched Brino's expression. Then she smirked. You've made up your mind, haven't you? Buy me time. His resolute voice made both Merelda and Alyssa exchange a shrug. The key was in his hands, and now he had declared it. You all heard him. The other instructors, who had been unable to intervene during Alyssa's fight, reacted at once. To act as someone else's backup was enough to wound anyone's pride, but not one voiced complaint. Even Chris Benimore. Buying time, that sounds simple enough. He even pushed up his glasses with confidence. At that moment, the storm of mana blasts subsided, and DJ Vu emerged unharmed. He shed tears as he gazed at the professors staring at him with defiance. How sad, to still live resisting in such meaningless ways. Meaningless. Weren't you almost finished just now? Alyssa mocked him as she raised her mana again. Around her, the other instructors prepared their spells. For the first time, DJ Vu's transparent eyes warped, as if irritated. Ha ha ha, what an absurd situation. The daydream mirage stared at Esmeralda as his fading body grew hazy. The dark spirit had absorbed every attack he unleashed and even turned them into her own. The more he fought, the Novelight, stronger she became. His body was covered with marks of beasts tearing at him. They once called me a monster, and yet the world is indeed small. The beasts under Esmeralda's command advanced slowly toward him. Sensing his end, Mirage looked up at her and spoke. Monster, 528 chapter Middle Dream. 1. The characteristic of dream fragment held by syndrome of oppression was severing. At first hearing, the name might sound simple, but if one could cut through anything without regard for strength or hardness, the story changes. He would slowly approach with stealth that no one could detect, then cut straight through. Syndrome's ability was specialized entirely for assassination. But now, for the first time, Syndrome's stealth had been seen through, and he had failed to cut something. I could let it slide 100 times that my stealth was exposed, but that I failed to cut nothing more than a human. Syndrome's power of severing originated from Dream Fragment. Dream Fragment was the foundation of Dreamland itself and an immensely powerful force. This dream fragment was realized based on the user's conviction and imagination. There exists the word contradiction, a spear that pierces everything and a shield that blocks everything. If those two clash, what would the result be? In Dreamland, the result is simple. The one with stronger mental strength wins. If one vowed to cut anything, then there would be nothing they could not cut. Yet he had failed. Does that mean this human's mental strength is equal to mine, a servant of dreams? It was something he could not accept. How could a mere human possess mental strength equal to his? He was one of the 5 servants of dreams, created by Nerva, ruler of Dreamland. He carried power on par with an enemy of the world. Syndrome's hand moved. The 5 blades at his fingertips caught the light and flashed, then flew at Alex from every direction. Slashing strikes came writhing like snakes hunting prey. A fierce, murderous aura pressed against the skin. Alex calmly steadied his breathing and readjusted his grip on his sword. As the slashes flew toward him, Alex's sword traced a circle in place. A circle so beautiful that even if told to draw it, one could not so easily manage it. That perfect figure drew in the slashes Syndrome had released, as if into a whirlpool. The absorbed strikes twisted together like a coiled rope and stabbed harmlessly into the ground. Ha! It was incomprehensible. To block his slashes was already shocking, but to deflect them naturally and gather them into one spot. While Syndrome reeled in surprise, Alex thrust his sword like a spear at the exposed abdomen. KWANG. It was a light thrust, yet it sounded like a cannon exploding. Syndrome's body shot backward like an arrow and smashed into a massive rock. A giant crater appeared in the boulder as cracks split across it. The impact did not stop with the rock. The surrounding ground also split apart with fragments scattering. Seeing it, Violetta caught her breath. My God, I knew he was strong, but not this much. Has his skill grown in such a short time? What played the decisive role in Alex's growth must have been when he followed Ludger into the elves' forest. From what she had heard, there had been a tremendous battle there, and clearly he had leapt forward through it. Even so, Alex's pace of growth was unbelievable. No wonder Ludger valued his talents so highly. "Hey, what are you doing there?" Alex pointed his sword at Syndrome stuck in the rock, tilting the tip slightly. "Are you going to stay buried in the rock, comfortable in there? Or was this truly all the level you had to be boasting that much? If so, I am too disappointed. How dare you?" From within Syndrome's helm boiled a voice filled with rage, like magma overflowing from the depths of the earth. Syndrome pulled himself from the boulder, ignoring the crumbling stones, and crouched low. "BOUK." His thighs swelled like balloons filled with air. KWANG. With a powerful leap, Syndrome's body shot like a shell. "He's coming." The instant Alex raised his sword to meet him, Syndrome's figure melted and vanished in the air. That's stealth. Alex's eyes swept quickly around. Even so, one could not see it just by looking. It was more like instinct, as if something tickled the brain. Unconsciously, the mind perceived that something was there. In that way, Alex naturally unraveled Syndrome's stealth. But this time it was not easy. Syndrome's movement was too fast. Even when Alex tried to instinctively grasp his location, Syndrome had already passed it. Alex's head spun. In that fleeting moment, the best choice was to predict where the enemy would aim and land a counter. Yet Alex instead eased his stance. At his lips bloomed a relaxed smile, as if not feeling tension at all. Syndrome, darting swiftly around him, grew quietly enraged at that sight. How dare he lower his sword? That expression was too offensive to think he had simply given up. Did it not look as though he were saying, "No matter what you do, I won't care. Fine. If you want to die so badly, I'll kill you." All thought of toying with him was gone. Syndrome darted in at Alex's blind spot and swung his hand, or rather tried to swing it, KWANG, until a massive blow slammed down on his back and drove him flat. W what? His stealth shattered, and his body lay pinned face down to the ground like a squashed frog. Alex turned his head at the booming sound behind and looked at Syndrome. "Oh, you were there." Syndrome had no strength to react to the mockery. The crushing pressure on his back made it hard even to rise. "You." Only then did Syndrome realize who was pressing him down. The massive beastkin man, Phantos. Syndrome, who had been aiming for Alex, was instead caught in the trap, hunted as prey himself. The best way to hunt a predator was to throw out an attractive bait. Phantos had one foot planted on Syndrome's backplate, curiosity flashing in his eyes at the armor's surprising durability. So he pressed harder. Crack, crackle. Armor was still armor, nothing that could not be broken. As Phantos bore down with his leg, Syndrome's armor groaned. KUUNG. The ground under Syndrome caved in again, as though gravity itself had grown too heavy on that spot. Craa! Realizing Phantos meant to crush him like an insect, Syndrome roared. "You dare, insolent beastkin, to try to kill me?" Not even a fierce duel, but to be trampled to death underfoot. There was no greater humiliation. Syndrome's hands dug deep into the ground. Seeing that, Phantos instantly leapt back. Beastly instinct warned him. FWOSH. From beneath Syndrome, countless white slashes erupted outward like a volcanic explosion, like ivory spikes thrusting up everywhere without aim. "Dodge!" Violetta shouted as she pulled Arthur and Bella Runa away. The slashes rampaged in a narrow area like a localized tornado. Alex and Phantos were squarely inside the range. "I'll slice you into minced meat." Within the whirlwind of blades, Syndrome rose. Moments passed, and the storm died down. Any ant caught within would have been torn into hundreds of pieces. Yet Alex and Phantos were unscathed. Not entirely without damage, their skin bore shallow cuts, and their clothes were torn. But that was all. That they survived such a deadly attack at all was itself a marvel. Once again, Syndrome's pride was wounded. Even Alex was one thing, but for Phantos to come out unscathed was beyond belief. The one who had dared try to trample him like an insect now stood there with arms folded, unharmed, twisting Syndrome's insides. "You will be the first I slice apart." Syndrome's figure vanished from his spot as if collapsing inward. He reappeared right before Phantos' face. Even then, Phantos stood calmly with his arms crossed. Syndrome's two hands swung, leaving afterimages. Dozens of slashes unleashed in less than a second. It was more than enough to turn Phantos into a three-dimensional puzzle. but Phantos was untouched. Instead, Syndrome reeled when he realized nothing remained at the tips of his own claws. How by then, Phantos had unfolded his arms, and in both his hands were clenched the very blades of Syndrome's claws he had swung. At the impassable sight, Syndrome let out a gasp. The return was Phantos' fist. KWANG. It was like lightning striking at point-blank range. Alex's thrust had been strong, but Phantos' punch was far more destructive. Syndrome's chest caved in, dented in the shape of a fist. As Syndrome went flying, Alex swung his sword as if waiting for that moment. Syndrome flailed, trying to counter, but only then realized his weapons were gone. SHHHH Karake. Countless fine lines traced in the air flowed across Syndrome's armor. An attack aimed precisely at the joints of the armor. Unable to withstand it, Syndrome's left shoulder from the armpit down was sliced off and dropped away. Alex whistled at the sight. "What's this? I thought you were wearing armor, but it turns out the armor itself was your body." Inside the armor there was nothing. Only black smoke-like vapor seeped out from the severed surface. Syndrome was not a person wearing armor, his body was the armor itself. GHHHHH. Syndrome could not even respond to Alex's taunt. His body was too ruined to allow it. What? After all that showing off, this is how it ends? You insolent human. From the blank slit of Syndrome's helm, a mouth split open wide. Fragments of armor scattered around the forcefully opened maw. Syndrome's body began swelling greatly. Though armor should have had no elasticity, it bulged as if bulking up with muscle. From the severed stump of his arm, black smoke rose and the arm regenerated. From atop his helmet sprouted multiple horns, and the nails broken against Phantos grew back longer and more vicious. Rejoice. You are the first to witness this power. Even speaking shook like a storm. With every word, massive waves spread in concentric rings. The ground trembled, the sky resounded, power enough to shake the land with just his voice. At the sight so different from before, Alex frowned. That looks like you're overexerting yourself. Indeed, I will not deny it. Burning all my power now, I have only 10 minutes of life left. Amid the booming voice, Syndrome admitted it frankly. But so what of it? Even admitting his weakness before enemies, Syndrome cared nothing. As I am now, I can butcher you all within 5 minutes. He opened wide his chest and spread his claws like a peacock's tail. His frenzied dream fragments surged upward, forming a pillar toward the sky. Alex and Phantos did not shrink before him. Without a word between them, they both took battle stance. "I will kill you all." Syndrome burst from his spot and charged them. And then this cannot be. The floating island lay shattered. As though a world war had taken place, countless craters parked the surroundings. At the center of the largest crater lay Syndrome, collapsed. His massive body bore the marks of fists and sword cuts everywhere. One leg was severed, one arm crushed. Wounds beyond recovery. Leaving the broken Syndrome behind, Alex and Phantos rejoined their companions. How long did that take? I didn't measure. About 3 minutes. Something like that. Let's call it that. In truth, it had been exactly 2 minutes and 42 seconds. The servant of dreams had burned every ounce of his power to unleash his ultimate technique. And these two had crushed it so easily, they spoke now as if nothing had happened. Syndrome could not even muster rage at their demeanor. With his life about to end, he had no such strength. Our Lord Nerva. Syndrome's body scattered into golden dust. As Alex and Phantos subdued the servant of dreams, France, hood pulled low, muttered in disbelief. What are you people, really? Suddenly Zero Order's words came back to him. Had he not said there were people in Dreamland who could aid him? France had thought little of it, but clearly he had been wrong. Is our identity so important? Or do you want us to introduce ourselves all over again here? True. I am in the same position. Pointless thing to say. Let's head down. From here we must be cautious and focus. France threw out a warning to all. From now on, we go to the middle layers central region. This place is Sedna could not finish her words at the sight before her. Hans and Sheridan were the same. Below the endlessly stretching floating islands lay, as if obvious, a sea. But it was no ordinary sea. There was no wind, no waves. So calm it felt less like a dawn lake and more like the world's largest sheet of transparent glass. A place that stirred strange feelings just by looking at it. This is the entrance to the central layer. In truth, from this surface on can be called the middle point of Dreamland. Just gazing upon the unnaturally still water, an inexplicable dread welled up. Though the surface was calm, it felt as though a vast storm churned below. Merely dipping a foot would drag one under head to toe in an instant. If fear remained, this was where one should stop. Are you all ready? Be brother. Are we truly going down? Wouldn't it be better to wait here and join with others? The moment we descend through that surface, joining will be meaningless. You know that. That Hans had no rebuttal. He knew better than anyone that numbers would not make this place safer. You remember the caution we were given, don't you? Do not be lured by anything, though I've no idea what that even means. I heard only that much as well. The details, well, only know once inside. It was the warning Julia had given Ludger in case they descended into the middle layer. Do not be lured by anything. 529 chapter Middle Dream 2. Do not be lured by anything. That was Julia's warning. It had sounded a little out of place, so Ludger had asked, why must it be so? But Julia had given no answer. The troubled look on her face made it clear to Ludger. It wasn't that she didn't want to tell him, it was that she couldn't. The moment she spoke, something would be altered. Yes, that meant it was something one had to experience firsthand. We're going in. Ludger jumped down. Yahoo! Sheridan immediately leapt after him. It. Sedna squeezed her eyes shut and jumped, as if bracing herself. Hans alone remained, floundering. To be honest, he absolutely did not want to go in. Hadn't he been dragged into this without any resolve of his own? Dreamland grew more dangerous the deeper one descended. He had already suffered when his beastly instincts ran rampant the moment they reached the upper middle layer. If they went further down into the central section, what else awaited? His meager imagination could not provide an answer. But still, everyone else was going. Could he alone remain behind? Yes. If he wasn't there, who would assist his brother? I'll go with you. Hans clenched his teeth and leapt toward the surface. In an instant, the calm water grew near. What if I sink and drown? I can't even swim that well. That fear lasted only a moment. SSSHH. When his body touched the surface, it slipped beneath so smoothly, not like water, but as though seeping into jelly. Ha! Hans, having braced himself, opened his eyes wide at the strange sensation. It was far too comfortable to be called water. He could breathe, and had no need to flail his limbs. What is this? Hans looked around. From the outside, the surface had seemed like an endless sea. It was natural to think there would be an unfathomable abyss beneath. But once inside, the scenery was utterly different. Beneath the surface stretched whiteness like a blank canvas. Was this what a whiteout in the Antarctic blizzards felt like? No life, no structure, no natureinly a world of white. When he looked up, he saw the surface as a boundary, and above it floated the islands and blue sky. From the outside it had looked like an endless abyss, yet within was white. The moment he recognized it, the world flipped. Ewok! From head to toe he felt as though spun half a turn. The white world below became above. The blue world above became NVLHT. Don't copy. Read here, below. The scenery changed as if a sandglass had been overturned. Thunk! Hans' feet touched a blue ground. The surface rippled beneath his soles like water. Hans checked it over and over. Now below he could see the floating islands inverted, the very ones they had descended through. My God, it's like stepping into a mirror. Thump, thump. He tapped the ground with the tips of his shoes. At the springing sensation underfoot, Hans murmured gloomily, "This looks like it'll be hard to get back. It's not hard. Ordinary people can never return." At Ludger's sudden reply, Hans nearly jumped out of his skin. Ack, scared me. Give some warning before you appear. And wait, never return. Then are we trapped here? Not trapped. We can keep going down. But Ludger's eyes narrowed at the snowy white expanse. What happens here, we'll have to see. That's Hans took a step toward Ludger. And then the world changed. Ludger's figure blurred and faded like watercolor dissolving in water, while the white scenery was painted over with every color. Hans froze in his tracks. Before his eyes spread a golden wheat field. Hans' mouth fell open. He could not help but stare. Beyond the field the sun was setting, the sky glowing with evening red. Ending the picture-like beauty was a small house beside the wheat. On the front lawn sat a rocking chair, and between two trees a hammock was strung. He could barely speak. How could he not recognize it? It was the scene he had pictured hundreds, thousands of times. If only, when everything with Ludger was finally over. When every incident had reached its end, and rest and peace had at last arrived. Hans dreamed of buying a wide tract of land with his saved money, building his own home, and living quietly. to sit in the rocking chair with a cool beer as the sun set, to end each peaceful day in satisfaction, then gaze at the starry sky before sleep. That was Hans's blueprint for the future, and that very scene now unfolded before his eyes, exactly as he had imagined. Even the smallest details that had never been formed in imagination were perfectly realized. He looked at the rocking chair. On the small wooden table beside it sat a glass of beer, bubbles rising within. Gulp. Without knowing it, Hans stepped toward it. In that moment he forgot everything where he was, what he was doing. Only the fact that his longed-for future lay right there sweetly thrilled his mind. It was only natural that one's heart would turn toward the ideal paradise before one's eyes, rather than the uncertain, hazy future. He was just about to step toward the house when Kehek, a rough grip seized the nape of his neck, making him choke. Who? Hans, what do you think you're doing? Brother. Ah, well, it's just at the sight of Ludger's sculpted face. Hans finally came to his senses. That's right. Come to think of it, I was in dreamland, but then, that scenery just now. Hans pointed with a trembling finger toward the wheat field and house. Ludger narrowed his eyes in that direction. What are you talking about? Brother, you don't see it. The scenery had changed. Hans's voice shook with excitement. At his reaction, Ludger's suspicion deepened. It was too earnest to be a lie. But in Ludger's eyes, nothing of the sort appeared. Only a blank canvas-like world stretched out. Just as Ludger was about to say more, he closed his mouth. For the hands he was seeing vanished, and instead a new scene spread before him. Whoosh! On a cold ridgeline buried in white snow, a blizzard raged. From within a makeshift hut there glowed a faint orange light. It was a sight he remembered. Ludger stood still, staring at the hut. Then the door opened, and a man wrapped in a fur cloak stepped outside. It's snowing heavily. Going, are you? The one seeing the man off was Ludger. More precisely, it was Machiavelli, as he had been called back during the Utah Kingdom's civil war. With a rifle slung over his back, Ludger spoke to the man. Because of the blizzard, we can't see the enemy's movements. If you head out recklessly now, Yowl only gets surrounded. No need to see it. It's obvious. They'll be raiding the nearby village. In this weather, they'll need supplies. Even while we're talking like this, they're slowly making their way toward the village. Tomorrow we're carrying out a large-scale raid on their forward base. Striking while they're away makes this the perfect chance. You're telling me you'd throw away such an important opportunity. Even if I step out, that doesn't mean this operation will fail, does it? That's an awfully modest thing to say, coming from the best marksman in the northern mountains. At Ludger's words, the man in his mid-40s gave a bitter smile. The steam from his mouth was instantly shredded and devoured by the blizzard, as if foreshadowing what would become of him. What exactly do you think a sniper alone can do? If you go, Yow'll die. If I don't go, the villagers will die. We already issued the evacuation notice. We warned them over and over. Most have fled, and those who stayed have accepted death. No one in the world truly accepts their own death. Do you think they stayed because they wanted to die? They simply couldn't leave. I cannot help you. At Ludger's words, the man shrugged as though it were the most natural thing. At dawn, when the battle begins, Yow'll be the core of our power. There's no way they'd let Machiavelli sit out of such an important fight. I can at least assign some men to you. No need. They'd only slow me down. Don't worry so much. I only plan to stall them with sniping. Ha! So different from how you treat the princess. I never knew you were such a sentimental man. We've said enough. Anything more is just wasting time for both of us. So it is. The man turned to leave, pushing through the snowstorm. Ludger, watching his retreating back, quietly called out his name. Hey, Leonis. Leonis' steps halted. He turned back, asking what was the matter. And in that moment, Ludger knew deep down that he would never see him again. Leonis had said he'd just stall for time, but in truth, he was walking to his death to protect his country's people. He shouldn't have let him go. That one man's life was worth more than 1,000 soldiers in this war. Even if it meant straining their bond, he should have stopped him, forced him to live. Yet what came out of Ludger's mouth was the exact opposite. See you tomorrow. To someone leaving, the only words he could offer were a small encouragement. Leonis widened his eyes at that, then burst into loud laughter and nodded. Ah, yes, see you tomorrow. And with that, Leonis walked down the snow-swept ridge, and he never came back. Later, when the civil war ended in victory for the princess faction, the name of Leonis, the hunter-turned-sniper, was enshrined in the Utah Kingdom's Hall of Heroes. But honor given to the dead was an empty, fleeting thing. It would have been better not to have let him go. That was Ludger's thought as Gerald, standing before his grave before leaving the Utah kingdom for good. So that's what it was. Watching that scene, Ludger understood why Julia Plumeheart had warned him so. Not to be swayed by anything, that was what she meant. This snow-white place realizes the deepest desires of those who step into it. The regretful past one wishes to undo. The peace and abundance one longs for in the present. The ideal future one dreams of most. Who among humans does not regret the past, wish for the present, or look forward to the future? It is the frailty innate to all. And this world digs into that weakness mercilessly, luring endlessly. Just like the sight Ludger was facing now. If he had invoked military law to stop him that day, Leonis would have lived. Perhaps those villagers who had not left would have died instead. But they had been warned many times, and had accepted the risk. In the fierce civil war against the prince's faction, Leonis' support fire had always been Ludger's strongest shield. That made their bond especially close. To be honest, he regretted it. Compared to nameless strangers who ignored warnings, wasn't it only natural as a man to want to save a comrade who had crossed death's ridges alongside him? Here could undo that regret. In this world he could erase his past, begin the life he wanted. It was poison, a poison that seeped into the very bones. And precisely because of that it was sweet, utterly insulting. Ludger gave a cold smile. Yes, I regret what happened that day. But even if I had stopped him, would I not still regret it? Leonis had left proudly, ready to die to save his people. If Ludger had trampled that resolve and forced him to live, would Leonis have rejoiced? Their bond would have cracked, birthing another regret, perhaps one even greater. Yes, I regret. But the choice I made that day was mine alone. The moment he saw Leonis' face, Ludger had known he could not stop him. That was why he let him go. And Leonis, departing, had voiced no hesitation. He went boldly, diving into death to save others. To erase that day's regret here, it would be to betray even their final promise. And if I wanted to set right my regrets, I should never do it in a place like this. Changing the past in a dream was still false, no different from comforting oneself with delusion. Guo. Ludger raised his mana in fury. Blue light spread like constellations around him, forming spell structures. The mighty roar of mana resonated, erupting like a volcano. The torrents of mana spread outward, obliterating the snowstorm and the mountain itself. As the glass-like scenery shattered into fragments, Ludger's blue eyes blazed. You think something like this could stop me? 530 chapter Servant of Dreams. 1. Back in the original world, Ludger walked over to Hans, who was standing around blankly, and shook him awake. Get up, sleepyhead. Ah, ack, huff, WH what? Don't tell me again. Hans darted his eyes around, then let out a sigh of relief when he saw Ludger. Damn it. To wake up from such a nice dream only to see your face, boss. Is that a compliment or an insult? Think of it as me reminding you of cruel reality. Your face is so unreal it actually snaps me awake. It was a compliment, yet for some reason it felt unpleasant. Shaking his head, Ludger woke Sedna and Sheridan as well. Whatever dream they had been seeing, they looked fairly pleased at first, but the moment they saw Ludger's face, they snapped back to reality. Sheridan grumbled. I was about to make the world's greatest explosive. What the hell were you trying to make? Hans shook his head. Boss, we're safe now, right? From the looks of it, there's no danger here as long as we don't fall for those hallucinations. Those hallucinations are the real danger. But you're fine. Don't tell me you've forgotten who you owe that to. That's of course I trusted you, boss. The truth was, without Ludger, none of them could have escaped the illusions. Nor could they even dismiss it as mere illusion. Once inside Dreamland, the scenes it revealed were, in a sense, a new reality. That was why no one felt anything wrong, and why they got lured in. It wasn't just a fake flower crafted with skill, it was a seed that could become real. As long as Boss is here, this white world can't threaten us anymore. Hans said so, but then flinched despite himself, because a building had risen out of the white world. It was one Hans recognized instantly. A shabby wooden structure, worn and tattered, with large letters on the entrance reading Orphanage. B-Boss. Hans instinctively turned to Ludger. It was a desperate plea, hoping his boss would erase the hallucination quickly. Boss, this is Hans looked toward Ludger. To his relief, Ludger was still there. So had they woken again from the illusion. But when Hans looked forward, cold sweat dripped down his face. The shabby orphanage still stood, Then came the creak of its doors opening. Why, if Boss was here, why wasn't the illusion vanishing? And just now, didn't Boss see it too? Hands. If my eyes aren't deceiving me, that's definitely an orphanage. Oh shit. Boss, you can see it too. Then the others. At that, Sheridan and Sedna both nodded. This wasn't just Hans' vision. Everyone was seeing it. And just as Hans reeled, other things began to emerge in the white world. Ah-rah rumble. The ground shook violently, and then trees burst upward through a blue surface. A massive forest formed in an instant, and it kept spreading at a terrifying pace. Trees sprouted like waves rolling across the earth. Sedna screamed when she saw it. Everyone, we need to back away." Without a moment's hesitation, the group dashed to escape the flood of trees. Sheridan, her twin white pigtails bouncing, shouted, What the hell is that? Why is the illusion becoming real? Strictly speaking, this is still a dream world. That's not the point. What is this? Weren't we just supposed to wake up from illusions? Boss, this is my first time here as well. While running, Ludger glanced back. The trees grew with a monstrous force. Vines and branches surged like a living tide, rushing to swallow them. That must have come from Sedna's illusion. Boom! Suddenly, buildings rose ahead of them, Gothic-style structures exuding gloom. A faint mist seeped around them, glowing with bluish moonlight. Stone pillars and iron bars formed walls and pavement, and between the buildings came the growls of beasts. Not just sound eyes glowed red in the shadows. What the hell? J. Vorden. Hans answered Sheridan's cry. J. Vorden. Wait, that's where you and Boss first met, isn't it? Exactly. Looks like this time it's reacting to my illusion. Damn it all. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr wolves burst from the shadows and attacked. Don't stop running. Ludger invoked mobile spellcasting. A blue barrier enveloped the group, repelling all the black beasts outside. Behind them surged the wave of trees. From the sides, the black wolves. Nothing else is going to pop out right. At Sheridan's question, Hans turned pale. If you say that now, the two phenomena so far had come from Hans and Sedna, but nothing had yet emerged from Sheridan's memories. Realizing that, Sheridan's mouth fell open. F-whip. At the same time, red flares shot skyward in the distance. Like military signal flares, they trailed long streams of smoke across the air. Not just wondersons. Wait, don't tell me, damn. Those unfinished mortars I was working on outside. Hans and Sedna gawked at Sheridan. Sheridan stuck out her tongue and winked one eye. I forgot. This is not the time to say that. This is not the time to say that. Hans and Sedna shouted in unison. Meanwhile, the red flares arced through the sky toward them. Against the white sky, the glowing red stars grew brighter and larger. They're a-coming. Each shell has the power to wipe out a 15-meter radius. You didn't have to be so specific about it. If you've got the energy to flap your mouths, put it into running harder. At the front, Ludger reached out toward the incoming shells. Sheridan's illusion couldn't be blocked by simply casting silence of fire. They were still beset by wolves on the sides and the flood of trees behind. Ludger finally tuned his mana, weaving blue threads. Like when he read the library's books in the Mansion of Secrets, the threads stretched out like spines of a sea urchin and touched the falling shells. Synchronization, begin. Mana flowed through the threads, seeping into the shell's surface. Ludger triggered a new spell through them, telekinesis. The shells hurtling toward them twisted in midair. As if striking an invisible wall, they veered off, scattering, and fell precisely onto the wolves and the advancing forest behind. Quoum. Crimson flowers bloomed everywhere. Scarlet flames ripped apart the Gothic buildings and beasts and swept over the tidal wave of trees. The shockwave thundered, but Ludger's barrier shielded them from direct impact. Sheridan laughed giddily at the sight. As expected of my bombs, how can you shamelessly brag? Everyone can see it was Boss who did everything. I made them, so I get a share. If they'd been weak, would the situation have been cleaned up like this? Faced with her audacious indignation, Hans found himself at a loss for words. See, could that be true? As Hans faltered, Sedna muttered in exasperation. Why are you even trying to agree with her? I didn't mean to. Are you doing comedy skits right now? Ludger shook his head, glancing between Hans and Sheridan. Hans wanted to protest at being lumped together with Sheridan, but he bit his tongue-hugging would only make him look more pathetic. Though truthfully, there was another decisive reason. The others didn't see it. But when Ludger swept the area with Sheridan's explosive illusion for the briefest moment, Hans had seen something. A vision born from Ludger's own illusion. It had appeared so quickly it barely took shape, then was instantly consumed by the blast. But one thing was certain. Even Hans, who prided himself on knowing the continent's hidden information, couldn't make sense of it. Boss, just what is it you're wishing for? Crash. Boom. Brilliant magic carved across space. They were not cast for magic's original purpose, superior destructive power and killing force, but swelled up exaggeratedly, dazzling more than damaging. The result filled the entire space, like a festival of fireworks erupting in a confined place. Bloated but hollow magic. Naturally, its power was greatly reduced. The fact that Deja Vu stood unscathed after being hit by it said as much. And yet, Deja Vu's expression was far from pleased. You're deliberately stalling for time. Even without foreseeing the future, it was clear what the opponent was aiming for. They were obscuring his vision to resist his dream. But it wasn't just about blinding him. Amidst the multicolored elemental flashes, a single pink bolt of mana shot sharply for a vital point, all the more chilling. A dagger slipping through the gaps while dazzling the eyes. Deja Vu saw it and avoided, but the feeling of sinking deeper into a Novel'ight Maya was impossible to shake. The enemy had grasped the weakness of his ability, forcing him to fixate solely on clouding his sight while at the same time buying time to prepare a trump card. Deja Vu knew he had to end this dragging war of attrition quickly. The most dangerous one is that plump man with the faint impression. He looked like he couldn't kill an ant, but to Deja Vu, he was the greatest threat. Deja Vu was specialized for mage battles. Facing a steel golem mixed with science instead of pure magic was beyond his expectations. Before Lord Nerva awoke, such things didn't even exist in the human world. In truth, in terms of magic, humans had declined compared to the past. Yes, they had made it more calculated, more accessible to the masses. But the pure miracle-working power born from imagination and mystery had almost vanished. Even then, humans hadn't been worth much attention. Now they had even forgotten their old purity. Deja Vu had held quiet disappointment toward the entire human race. But now, seeing a change in the human world, he had never known he had to revise his view. A new power, not magic science, and magitech that fuses it with magic. Fragments of knowledge drifting from dreamland assembled into a record. Slamming into his brain, it revealed what had changed outside. In seconds, Deja Vu absorbed what had taken humans hundreds of years. And he changed his target. The teacher, Brino. If he wasn't killed here, it would be dangerous. Deja Vu's gaze fixed on Brino's direction. Countless spells barred his sight in between. Each time, Deja Vu's retinas turned transparent, erasing them like an eraser wiping a page. So be it. He pierced through the veil of spells blocking his way. Alyssa Willow's flashes of mana came stabbing at his vitals through the gaps, but Deja Vu twisted his body and let them graze. One beam pierced his shoulder. A clean hit, the first. Yet Alyssa's expression soured. He let it hit him on purpose. Deja Vu's eyes had never left Brino, who had been preparing something for a while. He realized what Brino was aiming for. He intended to take some injury, but eliminate Brino first. Wounded or not, he wouldn't die. But if Brino was gone, there would be no one left who could bring him down. After that, he could finish the rest. Protect him. At Alyssa's command, the other instructors clenched their teeth and cast spells. But stopping a resolved Deja Vu was not easy. Compared to other dream servants, he was lesser, but Deja Vu's physical ability was still superior. Each leap, like a rabbit's, carried him across space swiftly, and in an instant he reached Brino. Deja Vu leaped high, looking down at Brino. This ends here. His dream power activated. His retinas turned transparent, and Brino's figure vanished from his sight. It meant only one thing. The real Brino, too, would vanish from reality like the image passing across his eyes. Brino's troubled figure was neatly erased from view. Deja Vu rejoiced. But the next moment, his face stiffened. A few seconds into the future, his own death awaited. Where? How? He had already removed the greatest danger. Too late, he noticed the pale purple currents swirling around his eyes. What is this? Since when? His startled gaze snapped to a female teacher gripping her staff, sweat beading her brow. Merelda. When she met his eyes, she curved her lips into a sly smile. Kid, you finally noticed me. What are you? My specialty is curses and hexes, you see, And among curses, there's charmbuchment that clouds the mind. Didn't know that, did you? Flinch. Deja vu finally understood the unease gnawing at him. Curse and charm, if those had been what blinded his eyes, they hadn't inflicted direct harm. So he hadn't reacted to the danger, and naturally hadn't thought to avoid them. Even so, there's no way I wouldn't have realized. Then a thought struck his mind like a hammer. The spells the other teachers had been casting, until now what if they weren't meant to hide Brino's figure at all? From the beginning, they were aiming for this, he realized the truth, but far too late. He had the power to see the future, but had failed to discern that the future he saw was false. He could not tell if it was reality or an elaborate set. The cost of blind faith in his ability struck him like lightning from a clear sky. Boom! The ground shook violently, splitting apart. From within, a massive steel arm shot out, seizing Deja Vu's body. It had been a decoy. The real Brino had burrowed underground with earth magic, preparing his hidden card. What emerged was a colossal steam golem. No calling it, a golem would be an insult to the creation towering there. It's not completely finished. Brino revealed himself, fixing a clear gaze on Deja Vu. The giant golem he had managed to construct was incomplete in its right arm, shoulder, chest, and head. But that single arm was enough. But this will finish it. I see. In his last moment, Deja Vu gave a faint smile, accepting calmly, so this is the future I could not see. The massive hand hissed with steam, clenching tightly around him, crushing him in its grip. Not bad. Crunch. 531 Chapter Servant of Dreams, 2. The Undying of the Deathbed Dream. One of Nerva's 5 retainers, possessor of the greatest brute strength that shook the world of dreams. A colossal body and an immortal flesh. That alone was more than enough for him to reign supreme at the pinnacle of all beings in the dream. Kyuk. Yet that undying now lay sprawled across the ground, making the sound of a man dying. The body was intact. His strength restored him, even if his heart burst or his head was blown away, returning everything to its original state. A recovery so great it could be called not just regeneration, but time reversal. But even such recovery could not erase the pain once suffered. Yes, Undying's immortality at first glance seemed like a tremendous ability, but what remained intact was only the body. The mind was not. Ordinary wounds could be endured through sheer willpower. In fact, Undying, because of this trait, possessed a spirit far stronger than others. His flesh was a shield to protect his master, Nerva. Thus he had to neither collapse nor fall, and it was that belief that gave birth to his immortality. That no one could kill him, that this power would make him invincible. It had been so. To think you're still holding on to your mind, you are a sturdy child indeed. Even this old woman is starting to feel tired. Clara Cohen chuckled as she looked down on Undying from the sky. Undying did not answer. The moment he opened his mouth, it felt like what would come out would not be a proud shout, but a plea for mercy. His mind was already shredded by Clara Cohen's attacks, which were closer to torture. Keeping his mouth shut was the last trace of pride he could cling to as a retainer. But pride alone could not resist the violence before his eyes. Clara Cohen had said with her own lips that she was tired, yet to Undying, she seemed nothing of the sort. She was unscathed. On the contrary, the more she used the power of dreams, the more vivid she seemed to grow. No, it was no illusion. You are, Undying barely managed to open his mouth. In his dimming mind, blurred by excessive torture, he thought of his master Nerva. That Clara Cohen, that old woman, she was different from ordinary humans. He had suspected her when she so freely manipulated dreams, but her level was simply too threatening. Her kindly appearance belied the truth. She had destroyed his mind with every torture method that existed on the continent. That made her dangerous. Of course, his master Nerva would never fall to a mere human, but even if there were the slightest chance, KGGGGH, still trying to move. Clara watched his actions and aimed her staff. Flash! Green crosses formed in midair and pierced Undying's body in multiple places. The arm he had barely lifted was nailed down and fell limp. I am the Undying of the deathbed dream. Sleep now, child. Clara aimed her staff at Undying's head. At its tip, green dreamlight spread like smoke. Unlike before, it was not an attack to destroy his body. It was quiet, like the hand of a grandmother soothing her grandchildren. The green dreamlight simply wrapped him warmly. Undying's gaping mouth slowly closed. His wide, glaring eyes lost their color, sinking into emptiness as the great eyelids lowered. Undying met a silent end, like a man given euthanasia. His giant body turned into golden powder and scattered with the wind. Clara landed and patted her waist lightly. My, fighting at this age really is hard. One should not feel bodily pain in dreamland, yet Clara muttered like someone truly weary and began to move again. The children were below. She had to hurry down and join them. The depths of dreamland. To Nerva, sitting with his eyes closed, golden powder flew and seeped into his body. Nerva's eyes slowly opened, golden radiance flowing faintly within. The corner of his lips twisted slightly. My retainers have all fallen. They had been sent to eliminate threats. They were retainers he had created, endowed with dream traits by the very power granted to him by the goddess herself. In this dreamland, except for the goddess and himself, none should have been able to harm them. Yet they had all died and returned to him. They had entered eternal rest. If only one had been defeated, I would not be so surprised. But all five at this point, rather than irritation or rage, there was astonishment, even interest. For it meant that aside from Ludger Cherish, there were at least 4 more humans with minds strong enough to kill his retainers. Perhaps even more. Now Nerva's path was clear, simply to wait, quietly, obediently, for the guests to arrive here. I suppose I must not greet them myself from the very start. Muttering so, he suddenly remembered when Zero Order had come to him. That cunning man had not shown himself without reason. He had been confident, and that confidence had proven true. So this is the blade you've prepared to cut me down. Pitiful, truly pitiful. Though their relationship had always been poor, as apostles sharing the goal of overthrowing Lumines, Nerva had never gone so far as to kill him. But Zero Order clearly wished for Nerva's death. To think a ghost bound by the past could grow this vicious. Very well. If you go so far, then I shall accept this contest. This too is a trial the goddess has granted me to awaken her fully. I will accept it all, and I shall endure. All the world's filth, suffering, sorrow, gloom, rage, hatred, death, all shall fade before dreams. I will endure any pain, surrender my flesh. As long as it leads to a new paradise, it will be soon. Once the goddess opens her eyes, it will all be over. The mission given to Nerva was now only one: to buy time against the guests until the goddess awakened. Are we safe now? Hands kept walking but kept glancing back. Once was enough, experiencing a world reshaped by his memories and desires. But so long as they remained here, he could not know when the same thing might happen again. Fear pressed down on him. For now, nothing unusual. Whether it happens periodically with a delay, we'll have to see. I don't want to stay here any longer. I agree. A place where one's desires manifested before one's eyes. In a sense, this place was a paradise for all. For the greedy, mountains of gold and treasure. For the ambitious, dazzling palaces and thrones. For the lovelorn, the most alluring partner. No need to strive or suffer to gain anything. Simply wish desperately, and it would be granted. What a comfortable place this was. A perfect place to die. As they walked on, the scenery slowly changed. The translucent ground became withered grass that crunched underfoot. Looking down, a blackened, faded field stretched out. Around them was still white, but it felt more faded than before. A grey mist seemed to be rising. Walking that path, they saw black shapes emerge from the fog. What on earth are those? Ah, something's off. Sedna and Sheridan spoke at once. Han said nothing, but seemed to agree. The black figures looked like twisted, stunted trees, but resembled people. Figures of men bowed low in desperate prayer. Gaunt, starved bodies, skin wrinkled, skull-like faces with hollowed eyes. Hundreds at least were visible. Beyond the thinning mist, they stretched like a forest. Everyone swallowed hard at the grotesque sight. Only Ludger narrowed his eyes, calmly observing. See careful, they might suddenly move. At Sedna's warning, Ludger shook his head. No, they won't move. Everyone here is in a deep sleep. A deep sleep. Wait, you mean these are people? Yes. This is the end for those who fell into this world. Ludger looked down with cold eyes at the statue before him. It was so quiet, yet if one listened closely, faint buzzing murmurs leaked from their mouths. They were praying, praying that their dream would never end. It is sweet indeed to have one's wish fulfilled. But in the human heart, delusion always arises. Ludger resumed walking. The others followed slowly. Will this happiness truly last forever? Or one day, like waking from a dream, will it all vanish? The more one immerses in the dream, the deeper one sinks. By the time one realizes it, it is too late. A body submerged that far cannot return, no matter the struggle. In the end, there was only one thing to do, to pray that the peace would not end. So sweet it was that the fear of losing it grew immense. Like a man addicted to drugs, they are consumed by anxiety until their minds break completely. The ruined, broken end of such people was this. Hands swallowed. Had Ludger not saved him then, he too would have been another statue here. The thought made him shudder. A truly vile cruelty, like an anglerfish in the abyss. It lures prey with light, only to drag them into the endless maw. The central layer was such a place, a world of the hungry ghosts of dreams. Are you sure it's safe? If they're still alive, they could attack. They have neither strength nor will left. Clutching at a handful of sand slipping through their fingers, they can do nothing else. Foolish beings who cannot let go, even knowing the sand flows away. Yet Ludger did not blame them. Who among humans could keep their mind intact in this place? It was best never to come here, but if one did, 99 out of 100 would end like this. Let's go. There's nothing we can do. Without sparing the hungry ghosts a glance, Ludger walked between them. His firm stride made the others uneasy, wondering if this was really fine. Who knew how long they walked? At last, the statues ended. The grey mist over the blackened grass parted, and a massive silhouette appeared. A towering gate like a mountain reaching the sky. Huge doors carved with countless patterns, resembling the one Ludger had entered through during the Order Synod. That gate had likely been modelled on this. So this is the lower part of the middle layer. Beyond NVLGHT lay the depths of dreamland, normally unreachable, but only now, because of Nerva's actions, could they come this far. But from here, even I do not know. Julia had warned him only up to the central layer. She had only heard about it and knew nothing beyond. From here, it was entirely uncharted. The others, too, froze in place, silent. All eyes turned to Ludger. What now? Go on or stop here? Receiving their gaze, Ludger closed his eyes. Minutes passed. He opened them and said, "We will not stop." They had come too far to delay. He kept remembering the goddess he had seen in Clara's world that day. The moment she awakened, something irreversible would occur. Ludger decided to trust his instincts. He was about to step forward. Where are you going in such a hurry? The group turned, startled. Wizard Zantman. Ludger recognized the old man from the dream school and widened his eyes. 532 chapter, Rip Van Winkle, 1. How did you make it this far? How do you think? Ah, my legs. Zantman groaned, patting his thighs with his palm. He raised his brows and glared at Ludger. You looked like you'd definitely try to enter the depths somehow, so I rushed after you. I expected it would take you longer. You arrived sooner than I thought. Normally, it would have taken a long time. But the situation being what it is, I pushed myself to hurry. I even brought this with me. With that, Zantman revealed the bundle he had carried along. The moment Ludger saw the large package, he instinctively realized it was what Clara had said she would give him. That's it. Ludger's gaze shifted from the bundle to Zantman's hands and legs. Outside, Zantman had worn casual clothes, but here in Dreamland, he was dressed fully in the uniform marked with the Dream School's insignia. Over it, he wore brass-colored gloves and greaves. One glance at the barometer and clock embedded on the back of the gloves told him these were no ordinary items. It's called a siesta. When entering dreamland, it adjusts the dream pressure so you aren't swept away by the dream currents, keeping time flow close to reality, an artifact essential for going deeper. Thus, another name for siesta was diving suit. Just as a diving suit protects the body from cold and pressure in the deep sea and provides air, so too does the siesta protect its wearer when venturing deep into dreamland. Normally, you can move without much issue through the upper middle layer of dreamland, but to reach the central part, siesta is indispensable. Zantman stared hard at Ludger with disbelief. To pass the central layer so easily, reaching the threshold of the lower depths and still looking unharmed. What kind of mind do you have? I may look fine, but I struggled somewhat. That's a disappointing answer. From the way you say it, it sounds like you didn't struggle enough. If you had, you wouldn't talk so lightly. There were no kind words to be had from Zantman. It was dangerous enough to remain still here, yet Ludger had charged recklessly into the danger zone without even wearing the proper gear. Though Zantman understood the urgency of the situation, from an expert's view Ludger's behavior was sheer recklessness. Had Clara not told him personally to protect this man, He would have dismissed it as natural death and left him, but he could not, and so he had come alone this far into the middle layer, leaving the other dream school mages behind, carrying the siesta for Ludger. Did this young man even realize what a once-in-a-lifetime chance he had seized? Xantman almost said it aloud but held his tongue, not only because Ludger looked too intact, but also because 3 others were with him. No, not entirely people. One was a dwarf girl. Another had a faintly elven feel, likely a half-blood. Even alone, surviving the middle region was hard enough. Moving with others was even harder. The white scenery of the central layer is a canvas that projects human desire and past. And here, not one brush, but 4 painted upon it. It must have been chaos. And yet they all seemed safe. Was it because they were all extraordinary in ability? The only one whose strength I can roughly sense is that small half-blood child. The other 2 aren't on that level. In Dreamland, Xantman could roughly gauge strength by the aura spilling out. In his eyes, the only one among the 4 who could withstand Dreamland's harshness was Ludger. And yet all 4 remain intact. That could mean only one thing, that one person carried the rest. Is such a thing possible? It was. The proof stood before his eyes. Xantman now understood why Master Clara had told him to watch Ludger closely. Well, now that I am here, you can breathe easier. This siesta, should I put it on now? No need yet. You're fine. Using it too soon wastes its energy. Just prepare before we enter. At that, Hans finally spoke. And you are? Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Xantman of the Dream School, one of the Dreamwalkers. And you are? I'm Hans. This is Sedna Roshan, and this is Sheridan Ironfeet, whom I see. Wait, Sedna Roshan. Xantman twitched at the familiar name. Sedna looked puzzled, not understanding why he spoke her name. So you're the one, the poor friend my junior couldn't stop talking about before she died. WH what? Oh, look at you, so small. Do you even eat properly? Should this grandpa give you candy? Excuse me, had Julia been present, she would have shouted for him to stop at once. Sedna, overwhelmed by his sudden attention, still had the word junior echoing in her ears. That junior you mean, huh? Weren't you friends? Friends? Ah, Sedna finally realized whom Xantman meant. She should have guessed when he said he was from the Dream School. She had not, partly because Xantman was an old man, but mostly because he was so unlike her image. I always thought Dream School mages would be mysterious, otherworldly people, eh? Who told you that? Well, Sedna thought of Julia, her outstanding beauty, her overwhelming talent, her lofty, crane-like grace. Julia was always alone, yet no one ever spoke ill of her. None could compare to her. She was a lone flower blooming atop a sheer cliff. That NVLHT, don't copy, read here, was the image Julia carried. And that image was tied to the mystique of the Dream School. But the man before her, the word for him was frivolous. Not some mysterious sage from a legend, but more like an old man one might meet in any rural town. Not that it was bad, but compared to Julia, it clashed so harshly that Sedna could not make sense of it. Ha ha ha, that rascal must have caused all kinds of trouble outside. He'll have a year's worth of teasing material when I return. From Sedna's reaction, Xantman instantly knew why she was disappointed. It was hard not to. Most who visited the Dream School had the same reaction. Still, since she was Julia's friend, he had thought she might know more, but clearly Julia had kept her seniors out of her stories. Young people these days. Clicking his tongue, Xantman returned to the matter at hand. Teacher, I came in a rush, but could you explain exactly what's going on? The sudden plague of sleep, the appearance of retainers never seen before. He had come this far to handle the urgent matter, but the questions remained. It's a long story. Ludger explained to Xantman how this incident began. Nerva, the old man, his retainers, and how he now waited in the depths of Dreamland for something to awaken. Hearing it all, Xantman's expression hardened. I thought it serious, but this is far worse. Now I see why Master gave such warnings. He sighed and stroked his beard. Teacher, you're going on, aren't you? Having come this far, can I turn back? Of course not. Running would be useless. But going ahead alone and taking the fall, I don't like that either. If you worry, you can wait here. I'll go down first and leave. After coming this far, my whole school would laugh at me. I could never. He said so, but Xantman had intended to fight from the beginning, and Ludger knew it. Take this, then. A special siesta made just for you. Xantman opened the case he had brought, revealing sleek black gloves and greaves. Unlike the brass color of the others, these were jet black, slim and smooth in design. They looked different, of course, specially made. The craftsman said he couldn't just copy, he had to make something that suited you. Honestly, it looks quite good. Ludger slid on the gloves. The black metal adjusted automatically, fitting perfectly to his hands. At once, he felt it. The subtle pressure of dreamland upon his mind vanished, as though blocked. Like breathing freely through a tank after holding one's breath deep underwater. So this is why dreamwalkers insist this is essential. It truly is remarkable. While Ludger marveled, Zantman offered advice. See the green gem on the back, channel a bit of mana into it. Ludger did as told, and the gem glowed bluish-green. A translucent field formed around him. WH what? Ha! Hans, Sedna, and Sheridan all exhaled in relief. They too were freed from Dreamland's oppressive weight. It'll burden you somewhat to maintain, but it can safely carry up to 10 companions. It wasn't only for the user, but designed with comrades in mind. At this rate, it's less a diving suit than a submarine. Master's order. It shows how vital your role is. So what's this one called? Called. If it's special, it deserves a special name. I rushed here the moment it was done, no time to name it. Since it's yours now, why don't you? You're saying this isn't on loan, but mine. Of course, we errant merchants. Especially not in times like these, when profit means nothing. With steady eyes, Zantman declared. Ludger smirked faintly. A man who moved for cause, not greed, even in crisis. Now he understood why the dream school gathered idealists. If the head was like this, the rest surely followed. If only such people were more common, the world might be better. No, perhaps it wouldn't matter. The world's foundation itself is twisted. No number of good people can fix that. Shaking off the thought, Ludger looked at the black gloves. A name, then. He remembered a tale. A man who slept in dreams for so long that the world changed when he awoke. There are many versions of the story, many sayings like losing track of time while idling. He chose from there. Rip Van Winkle. That suits it. In the depths of dreamland, time flowed differently than outside. What name could be more apt? And Ludger knew the end of that story, yet he chose it anyway. To remind himself endlessly of the present situation. Let he know that they would never meet that ending. Let's go. That gate is the path to the depths. And so, with Zantman added to their party, they advanced toward the colossal gate. 533 chapter, Rip Van Winkle, 2, Zero Order sat quietly in place. A silent room void of people. In front of Zero Order, who was seated on the sofa, stood a small wooden table and a chessboard. The chessboard was unlike the common ones one could find on the market. The pieces were in black and white, yet their positions were scattered haphazardly, and the board itself was not made of alternating black and white squares. Still, anyone who understood the situation would realize that this board was symbolizing something. The collective realm of unconsciousness and dreamland. The board was broadly divided into upper layer, middle layer, and depths. If broken down in detail, it became far more complex, hence the simplification. The upper layer is almost completely collapsed. Zero Order used the stick in his hand to push the cluster of black pawns gathered in the upper layer down toward the middle layer. Since Nerva intervened, the middle layer will also be eaten away bit by bit from the top. It was like setting fire to the front gate and the garden in order to drag a guest into the house. With no way to escape outside, the only path to avoid the flames was inevitably deeper into the mansion. A mad act committed for the sake of inviting a guest. Yet at the same time, the most certain method. The broken courtyard and front gate can be restored soon enough. Zero Order placed 5 white pieces across the middle layer. Nerva's servants of dream. They could only manifest within dreamland, but when they appeared there, they were exceedingly powerful beings. Compared to an apostle, their power might fall short, but their traits were close to equivalent, and they could wield dreamland's energized dreamscape. Even an apostle could not confidently guarantee victory when facing a dream servant within dreamland, not because an apostle's strength was lacking, but because of the unique environmental nature of dreamland. Nerva surely summoned servants. With me going as far as declaring war, he wouldn't just sit idly by. Nerva pretended to be unconcerned, but he was more insidious and cunning than anyone. Once Zero Order had said those words, Nerva would never have dismissed them lightly, would have taken them seriously. He would have wrestled with the decision. Should he send his servants, believing the warning or scoff and ignore it? Nerva's nature was to test every stone bridge before crossing would have sent servants. Well, of course, this is about awakening a goddess. He wouldn't overlook even the smallest mistake. Thus the 5 servants would move, seeking out the most powerful entities within Dreamland. Since they would obstruct their master, Nerva, they would strike preemptively to root them out. These servants had the ability to detect beings with strong willpower. Right now, battles of unprecedented scale must be unfolding in 5 locations. Who would win or lose was difficult to know, but Zero Order could at least predict 2 outcomes. Ludger Cherish. Victory. Zero Order nudged forward a white piece of a woman in radiant white. Beside it stood a piece of a black crow. France. Victory. Next, he moved the piece of a figure in a black hood. Beside it, a piece of a woman in pure white armor toppled sideways. Around the hooded piece were several other pawns, not just foot soldiers. Since France hand-picked them, they must be skilled fighters. That left 3 places. Of those, Zero Order lingered his gaze on one. This one likely won as well. Tap. The toppled piece was at least 3 times larger than the others. Next to it sat calmly the piece of an old woman in black. With this, only 2 pieces remain. Zero Order lightly stroked his chin. The one most likely among them was none other than Sion's headmaster, Alyssa Willow. Outstanding magical skill, graceful beauty, and overwhelming political sense. In Dreamland, where mental strength was paramount, Alyssa Willow's presence was dominant even with that taken into account. Still, her victory was not easy to foretell. Her opponent among the Dream Servants would not be easy either. If she had an ally to assist, the chances of victory would rise. But as Zero Order judged it, no one of impressive enough caliber was present to offer Alyssa Willow proper support. The one remaining would be Esmeralda, or rather, Selena. Zero Order was well aware of what had become of Esmeralda. In truth, the one he had directly called into the First Order had not been Esmeralda, but Quasimodo, who had in turn controlled her. But with Quasimodo now dead, the existence of Esmeralda also faded with him. What remained was Selena, the artificial spirit Esmeralda had pieced together from her own past memories and fragments. Had she lived intact, Esmeralda might have become the strongest spirit mage of her time. If Selena was the final legacy Esmeralda left behind, she might yet show at least a fragment of that potential. But Zero Order had no intention of relying on such luck. From the beginning, the wargame Kriegspiel he observed here had always to be premised on the worst-case scenario. If there's one more thing to bother me, it's that bratty foursome poking at our heels lately. Was it Aiden? He remembered him as the boy who used unusual magic. Anti-magic. A magic with absolute advantage against magic itself. So-called magic killer. Instead of dismantling a spell during its formulaic stage, it dismantled the spell after full completion of deranged ability. That such an outrageous power existed was astonishing enough. But the fact that this brat had managed to seize several threads of the organization, he built amused Zero Order greatly. Didn't he recently completely ruin Victor Dreadpool's experiment and plans in the southern Beastkin region? Given enough time, he could grow into a truly dangerous adversary. But personal bias had no place in a wargame. Whatever the case, losing at least 3 servants cannot be avoided, and that would deal Nerva's forces a severe blow. Nerva would then be forced to alter his plans, faced with stronger resistance than expected. Though not the master of the house, he was at least the butler. He could only watch with composure as the guests made their way into the mansion. But if those entering the mansion aren't children chasing crumbs, but bandits wielding sword and gun, then the story changes. In that case, Nerva himself would have no choice but to intervene. From his absolute perch, where he watched everything as if from above, he would have to step down into the mud. Of course, given Nerva's level, even if others wallowed in mud, he would stand upright upon it. But could he truly keep the mud from splashing? At the very least, his shoes would be soiled, if not his trouser hems. For one who always carried himself with composure, could he endure that? Even if he did not show it outwardly, the slowly boiling rage within would be impossible to suppress. What I want is that decisive moment. The best scenario would be Nerva's death, but much remained before that could be achieved. Zero Order had to calculate what could be done for NVLG. Continue reading now. Scheming all by yourself again. At that moment, someone quietly entered the room. Zero Order did not bother to turn his head. From the youthful tone and casual demeanor, he could not possibly mistake who it was. My right hand, said Adel, is still busy, I see. Were you plotting once again how to kill me? Wasn't France your right hand? Is that so? Then let's call you my left hand. Drop the lousy jokes. What are you plotting this time? Plotting, you say. Do I look like someone who has such a thing? To the quietly laughing Zero Order, the man cast only a cold gaze. Eyes that made it clear he was itching to kill him on the spot. Zero Order merely shrugged his shoulders lightly. If I recall, you had something to find in Sion. That's why you sent John Doe there, and you've been keeping an eye on it all this time, haven't you? Yet to show such composure, no, it strikes me as rather strange. What if this composure is false? What if I am more anxious than anyone, just pretending not to be? My. As expected, jokes like these never work on you. Such a dull one. Is it because you've lived your whole life bound by nothing but faith? Shut up. At Zero Order's words, a growl came back. How touchy. Well, don't worry. If anything, right now is when the things I've wanted are finally beginning to manifest. You'll fail, perhaps, but shouldn't you be hoping for success? After all, you need to reclaim the lost Saintess power, don't you? Oh dear. Zero Order only smiled slyly at the silent reply. His gaze fell back to the board. Sion. The reason Nerva targeted that place was surely because he knew Zero Order was searching for something there, and so he wanted to interfere. If Nerva was to cause trouble, the one most capable of obstructing him was none other than Zero Order. Thus, Nerva chose Sion to both hinder this side and shake the entire board. Perhaps Nerva has sensed something too, but did he truly know this much? That in the bundle he believed he had snatched away, secure in his victory, a deadly viper was coiled. Nerva would not fall so easily. Yet even the lightest brush would spread poison through his entire body. To ignore the will of the other side and achieve one's own goal, that was something Zero Order had done for hundreds of years, and something he was certain he could do better than anyone else. The Dreamwalkers, except for Zantman, regrouped with those who had fallen to the middle layer. Their foremost objective was rescue, but rescue did not always proceed ideally. This side's finished. Here too, the owners of the bitter voices were looking at people lying as if asleep upon the floating islands in the sky. They looked unhurt, but no trace of mental wavelength could be felt from them. Their dreams had been entirely devoured. Were they taken by a nightmare subject? Their eyes are closed, but their twisted expressions say as much. Soon, the bodies of the people began slowly sinking into the floating islands. Ground that looked solid enough to bear even an armored vehicle absorbed only the sleeping as if it were a spongate was an uncanny sight. Submerged sleep, is it? The word meant to sink into sleep, a phenomenon that occurred in dreamland when one closed their eyes. Sleep that would never end, so-called eternal sleep. Those who fell into it became part of dreamland itself. Even if this incident were to end, those people would never awaken in reality. For dreamwalkers, such scenes were not unusual, but never before had they seen it on such a massive scale. Their search continued. In its course, they managed to find survivors and also to link up with other groups. Alyssa Willow was leading a group, escorting many safely at that very moment. The Dreamwalkers joined them and moved toward the designated rally point. Teacher, kids, you're safe. Selena and Julia, who had been waiting there, also joined the group. Little one. Especially upon spotting Julia, the Dreamwalkers' excitement was overwhelming. Even lovers reunited after war would hardly rejoice more than this. The onlookers wondered what in the world was happening. Who are you? I don't know you. Julia desperately denied knowing them. Her eyes, however, shot sharp rays of "Oh, come on. Keep quiet already," but her senior's fuss would not stop. Her denial was meaningless. After all, everyone knew which school she belonged to, and the large emblem embroidered on the seniors' clothes marked them as members of the Dream School. Follow us. With a small sigh, Julia dragged her seniors to a quieter spot. Oh, really? Don't act like that in front of so many people. Egu, we were just overjoyed our little one is safe. Right. Of course, of course. Our youngest did so well. Even in the middle layer, still safe. We raised her well. Julia squeezed her eyes shut. Arguing further with these people would get her nowhere, so she decided to change the subject. So what's the situation now? How's it going outside? Well, after hearing the Dreamwalker's explanation, Julia's expression turned grim. So not only Rederbelk, but the scope is spreading further. That's right. And what about you? Nothing happened inside. Nothing. Too much happened, that was the problem. Julia, in turn, explained everything she had gone through and witnessed. Though they bickered on the surface, at crucial moments their cooperation proved why they were called members of the same school. What about the master? The master stayed behind to fight that giant golem. You call that an explanation? How is master supposed to fight that monster alone? Julia had seen with her own eyes the power of a servant. Their traits and their command of dreamscape power could reduce even veteran dreamwalkers who strode dreamland as their Hamito nothing. Teacher Selena handled one servant alone, but that was only because she's an unusually exceptional case. She trusted in the master's skill, but still there was no guarantee of coming out unscathed. Considering age alone, the master could pass away at any time. What if something went wrong? What's this? Our little one actually worrying about the master. Egu, she's all grown up now, truly grown. Is that really so strange? Don't you seniors worry about the master at all? At that, the dreamwalkers asked in puzzlement, why would we need to? Why not? Why worry about someone standing right behind you? Ha! Julia Turnedend was startled out of her wits at the sight of Clara Cohen's deeply wrinkled face. Kaya, 534 chapter, The Holy Library, 1. What is this? When did you even get here? Julia pressed a hand against her chest, as if she had just seen a ghost in broad daylight. Clara only let out a fluttering laugh. That made Julia flush with embarrassment for no reason. Julia, who always acted prim and proper even before her master, now having let slip her true feelings, could not help but feel overwhelmed with shame. Oh my, our youngest is worrying about her master, eh? Feels like just yesterday she was a little child, now she's all grown up, all grown. As the seniors around her added their own comments, Julia lowered her head deeply. Clara watched her fondly, then spoke. All right, enough teasing. Let's move on to something more substantial. At Clara's words, even the dreamwalkers who had been jesting nodded in agreement. Thus, at the meeting point, the ones who led their groups gathered together. It's truly an honor to meet the famous Dream Master in person. I am Alyssa Willow, headmaster of Theon. Ho ho. The fame of a beautiful lady such as yourself has reached even my weary ears. I am Clara Cohen, master of the Dream School. I'll be direct. Do you believe this incident can be resolved? A blunt question. Instead of answering, Clara lifted her staff and pointed. From the tip of her staff flowed dream essence, molding like clay into a rough map of dreamland. Everyone fixed their gaze on the sight. Honestly, I haven't the faintest idea how to resolve this. These words came from none other than the master of the Dream School and a dreamwalker of master rank. Naturally, the weight of those words pressed heavily upon everyone. Yet no one spoke out against Clara. In such a situation, it was more important to acknowledge the reality they faced than to inject hollow encouragement. The upper layer has completely collapsed. What remains is the middle layer, but even that is being devoured by the island swallower from above. Even now, the island swallower was descending in real time. It intended to leave no island above their heads intact, though they had dealt with several along the way, at best that had bought only a short reprieve. The number of casualties is considerable. Many of those who fell into the middle layer have lost their lives. Of course, fewer than 5% of the 100 who had fallen had perished. Considering the environment of the middle layer, such a survival rate was nothing short of miraculous. Yet even 5% was not a small number. The entire population of Riederbelk had been swept into this disaster. 5% of that meant tens of thousands dead. On top of that, those monsters that called themselves his servants appeared. We managed to suppress them, but there's no guarantee more won't show up. There was no way back, and life-threatening dangers lurked everywhere in real time. Listing out the situation point by point made it seem all the more hopeless. In the end, we must resolve the root cause quickly. That old man, Nerva, do you know anything about him? Clara nodded. There are records of him in the Dream School's ancient manuscripts. The hook-nosed old man, a ghost who scatters gold and dust to put people to sleep. By other names, Sandman or Jan Blunt. Though he bore many names, his origin was always the same. The hook-nosed old man with long limbs. The truth is, that old man is a demon who has existed on this continent since ancient times. A demon. Tales of demons were no longer mere legends of the distant past. Even the recent events in the capital of the Exilian Empire had been rumored to be the work of a demon. Judging by the witnesses' testimonies, it was not so easily dismissed as nonsense. Still, for such a demon to cause this in Sion of all places, what could his purpose be? Alyssa thought of Nerva. That old man had invited people into the world of dreams. But for what? To imprison them in dreams forever. Yet his act of sending servants to eliminate dangerous elements contradicted that. It didn't quite add up. I don't know either. But since it is the work of a dream demon, it must be something extraordinary. Alyssa fell into thought. Nerva was openly luring people deeper into dreamland. It was not a simple invitation, but more like forcibly shoving them inside. And he wasn't welcoming, or he actively removed dangerous elements. But why? If a dream demon wielded absolute power within dreamland, what could possibly worry him enough to act this way? Suddenly, a thought flashed through Alyssa's mind. Sacrifice. At that word, all eyes turned to her. When it comes to demons, sacrifices mean human offerings. It was an instinctive answer. Her logic had leapt over dozens of stepping stones to arrive there. Ordinarily, one would retrace the whole reasoning to prove it. That was what any mage should do. But now was an emergency. Alyssa chose to trust her intuition. That demon Nerva is most likely trying to offer us as sacrifices to dreamland. Sacrifices. At the same time, standing before a massive gate, Sedna asked Ludger. Yes, what Nerva wants is sacrifices. His goal is to awaken the being that slumbers in the depths. A being a demon seeks to awaken, is it some sort of heretic god? Something like that. I don't know if it is a heretic god, but it is certainly something akin to one. At the talk of a demon seeking to resurrect a god, the group's expressions turned dazed. The scale was so immense it barely felt real. This isn't a dream, right? Idiot. This is dreamland, of course it's a dream. Right. No, but it's reality at the same time, isn't it? I don't know anymore. Hans and Sheridan exchanged their nonsensical chatter, but no one rebuked them. Their heads were spinning. Without venting stress this way, they couldn't bear it. Most likely Nerva will push us deeper into dreamland. That's why he's collapsing it from the outside in. Because only by forcing us inward can he draw out energy from people. Naturally, that energy must be the dream essence humans possess. But to do that, he must call them into his innermost chamber. To conduct a proper ritual means also exposing his weakness. So he sent his minions to eliminate potential disruptions. Xantman nodded, as if understanding why Nerva acted that way. Eliminating a few troublemakers was no big deal. After all, an entire city's worth of people were now inside dreamland. Killing a few among them would hardly be noticed. If all these people were to be sacrifices, then surely even a Goda, whatever else, could be revived. Normally, black mages perform human sacrifices to summon demons. But this time, it's even worse. Ed Demon himself is sacrificing humans to resurrect a god. Truly an age of decline, which means our fight will have to be a race against time. A race meaning we must stop it before the ritual is complete. Nerva has already sent his servants. They failed. Here we are alive. Next, he will act himself. For a demon who commands monsters like those giant constructs to step in personally, just hearing it makes my beard shiver. And we are heading straight into his jaws faster than anyone. That was the point of Ludger's words. Was Xantman all right with standing in the most dangerous lead position? Xantman understood the meaning. Are you worrying about me now? Once I gave you the Rip Van Winkle, your role was done. Returning to your school members wouldn't be a bad choice. Teacher, I didn't take you for one to jab at people's hearts like this. Xantman grinned at Ludger. The wrinkles around his eyes told his age, but his eyes themselves did not. They shone brighter than any star. Do you know why we are called the Dream School? Why? Because we chase dreams. We walk upon them, explore them, and at the end we pursue them still. Poetic. Exactly. Poetic, romantic, unrealistic. Who chases romance in this day and age? He added, except for us. Ludger looked at him with surprise. Unexpected. To be honest, yes. To fight demons and prevent the resurrection of a god, what could be more romantic? Not just me, all of us would choose the same. They'll envy that I am at the forefront. Xantman smiled like a child given a present. Ludger realized for the first time that even at that age, a man could smile so purely. He had to acknowledge it. These were people who fought not for gain, but for honor and romance. Perhaps noticing Ludger's gaze, Xantman waved his hand with mock annoyance. Not that I don't have personal reasons to. Remember the wooden effigies we passed? Ludger nodded. Praying statues. Dream ghouls consumed by dreamland. He could easily have ended NVLGHT, exclusive on NVLGHT, up among their ranks. Who do you think those people who ended up here were? The former Dreamwalkers. Exactly. In the past, when Dreamwalkers roamed Dreamland, they always faced peril. Xantman looked down at the siesta glove on his hand. They didn't have things like this back then. They trusted only their sheer mental strength and plunged in with their bare selves. But no matter how skilled a Dreamwalker was, Dreamland never let them go free. The more times they entered, the more they were consumed, until at last they became dream ghouls. Those ones gathered in prayer are people who collapsed under their own wishes. But I can't laugh at them. I respect them. Because of their effort and sacrifice, we are here now. Ludger, too, looked at the Rip Van Winkle he wore. How many Dreamwalkers had sacrificed themselves to create even this one tool? The foundation was the vast data of Dreamland. But that data was only what Dreamwalkers had suffered and experienced firsthand. The forebears went through such things, yet if their juniors retreat in fear, that would be disgraceful. Xantman's joining was welcome news to Ludger. Good. We'll need an excellent guide if we're to move forward anyway. Exactly. Leave the pathfinding to me. Xantman strode forward. The massive stone gate slowly opened. Considering its size, it should have made a thunderous noise, yet it opened in utter silence. Beyond the open gate was pure darkness. Nothing could be seen within, and the fear of the unknown pressed strongly upon them. Stay sharp. If you lose your grip here, your own mind will consume you. At Xantman's warning, Hans and Sedna stiffened. Then, let's go. Xantman stepped in, disappearing into the gate's darkness. Ludger followed right after. Hans, Sedna, and Sheridan moved with them. As the group vanished inside, the massive stone gate closed silently as if nothing had happened. The middle layer of Dreamland was the largest and most dominant, and the further down one went, the higher the dream pressure rose, and the more distorted time became against reality. That was why it was divided into upper, middle, and lower sections. The deeper it went, the sharper the rise in danger. Naturally, some form of distinction was necessary. The upper section was where ordinary people could endure at most an endless sky filled with countless floating islands. The middle section was where skilled dreamwalkers could bear eat a white world, black meadows, and dream ghouls. And the lower section was a place only a very few dreamwalkers could reach. To their surprise, it was a sight even the mundane world would find familiar. A library. Ludger voiced his impression at the lower scenery of the middle layer. Hans and Sedna were just as shocked. Even Sheridan let out a wow. Then something like black mud slid out from between the bookshelves toward them. 535 chapter, the Holy Library, too, Ludger instinctively prepared to fight. Considering everything Dreamland had shown them so far, that black mud was highly likely to be something dangerous. Strike before being struck. In the current situation, there was no better course of action. But before Ludger could act, Xantman raised his hand to stop him. Calm yourself, teacher. Ludger stared at him. There was no real sense of danger on Xantman's face. If someone with knowledge of this place reacted that way, then it meant the black mud was not as threatening as it looked. Ludger lowered his guard, though he did not relax completely. What exactly is that? It is a collection of information that exists here. They call it a librarian. A librarian. Even before the words had finished leaving his lips, the mud spread across the floor suddenly rose. Eek! Sedna let out an involuntary shriek. The sticky black sludge expanded to nearly 2 meters in height. Its body was blunt and streamlined, its arms like small wings. Across its dark frame, golden circuits gleamed like etched patterns. The overall shape resembled a penguin. Even the way it waddled when it moved was just like one. Except, where its head should have been, there was no beaconly, a round, golden hole. That appearance gave off an oddly dopey cuteness. Even Sedna, startled at first, relaxed once she saw it looked more like a mascot doll than a monster. As you see, these are information clusters dwelling in the lower middle layer of Dreamland. They are not threatening at all. Then what exactly does this librarian do here? What do librarians do? Guard the library, of course. This place, the lower part of the middle layer of Dreamland, the final world before descending into the depths. This is the Dream Library, Sanctus Bibliotheca. Interpreted, that meant the Holy Library. Ludger took in the scenery again. This place, filled from end to end with shelves and books, was larger than any library he had ever seen. It would not be an exaggeration to say its end could not be seen. The floor shimmered with starlight, as if the Milky Way itself had been laid down beneath their feet, while from the ceiling poured a gentle sunlight. Day and night coexisted here, a library existing somewhere between the two. This is a place built from the piling up of people's dreams. If you think about why Dreamland exists, then every book on these shelves is someone's memory and dream. And there are this many. It has existed alongside human history itself. Then wasn't this the very treasury of knowledge? Surely even the oldest and long-lost knowledge of countless magics would be enshrined here. Sedna, too, could not help but feel inspired as a mage. Her curiosity was aflame. Don't even think about it. As if expecting it, Xantman stopped her. My advice, do not touch these books. No more than advice, I say outright that you must not. W.I. If you think about the knowledge here, Sedna asked timidly. Ludger did not speak, but he too was shocked at the existence of such a place and tempted. If this is a place where all past memories are recorded, perhaps I could find a way to cure Rhine's incurable illness. For now, he depended on the Black Mage's curse as an explanation, but even that was uncertain. And yet here was a place storing all knowledge and records of the past. Of course, Ludger was drawn to it, not just for Rhine's cure. There were countless other mysteries of the world that mages had yet to solve. Could not their origins be uncovered here? A value impossible to measure in gold. Even someone who wasn't a mage could recognize how invaluable this place was. But that was exactly why Ludger restrained his desire. The deeper one went into Dreamland, the more unbearable its difficulty became for human consciousness. And now, out of nowhere, a library appeared where one could supposedly read all knowledge of the world. There must be conditions to view the books here. Heh! Xantman let out a laugh of admiration at Ludger's answer. Most people, faced with such a sight, would be so distracted by what was before their eyes that they would overlook the essential truth. Even among dreamwalkers who trained their minds to withstand Dreamland's illusions, many had been seduced when they came before this holy library. But not Ludger. Of course, he was human, and so not entirely immune to temptation. But he cut it off sharply with a blade of reason honed like steel. And that was no easy feat, something Xantman knew better than anyone, for he still remembered the first time he had come here. You astonish me, teacher. Perhaps the master truly did have an eye for people. What's with the sudden praise? Is it wrong to call great what is great? Returning to what you said, you are correct. To read the books here, there are indeed conditions, and those conditions must be quite severe. Severe. At that word, Xantman smirked. Even the word severe was nowhere near enough. These are books, yet not books. They are memories. Knowledge, experiences, recollections gathered and molded into this form inside dreams. Why exactly they chose the form of books, who knows? But that isn't the point. His eyes, fixed on the shelves, carried a wary glint. Think, what must you give up to gain knowledge that isn't yours? Dreamland never bestows favors. It suppresses, devours. Even when it gives, it takes something equal in return. This is a world both dreamlike and cruel. Hans, who had been listening quietly, spoke up. Then does that mean to gain knowledge, you must give up other knowledge? Something like that. But would mere knowledge be enough? Did I not say these contain experience and memory as well? That means to gain something, you must lose something. Each book holds the entirety of one person's life knowledge, experiences, memories. If you read it all, what do you think would happen? You'd have to forfeit your own entire life. Precisely, Xantman nodded. Knowledge for knowledge, memory for memory, experience for experience. The exchange was exact, like a scale. Finish reading one book and you would disappear, replaced by the existence bound within that book. So basically, memory overlay. That was Sheridan's take after grasping the situation, and Xantman did not deny it. One's self would vanish, and the memories within the book would claim the empty vessel. Then who was that, exactly? The book's owner? Or the reader? If the memories are altered while the body and soul remain intact, what do you think happens? Even forcing a soul into a dead body creates massive resistance. But if the soul and body remain untouched, and only the foundation of memory is completely erased, a rather complex, ambiguous case. If the soul and body remain the same, why is it a problem for only the memories to change? There is a person A, he reads a book containing the memories of a person B, then as memories vanish, and BS memories are engraved in their place. Who, then, is that person A or B? It was a deeply tangled question. The body belonged to A, the soul belonged to A, but the memories belonged to be that was different from a simply losing his memories and going on to live a new life, piling up fresh experiences. A man with amnesia who lives on is still living his own life. But if all of one's past is erased and replaced with another's memories, wholly unfamiliar, who is that, really? No, more than that could such a person even remain intact. So you've finally realized. Seeing Ludger's grim face, Zampman sighed as if lamenting. I couldn't believe it at first either. But when a companion of mine once gave in to temptation, opened a book, and what became of him I only understood then how dire it was. That person, he read the entire book, half of it. But even with only half of those memories, he went mad. Memories not his own, not mere information, but things flooding in as if he had truly lived them himself. Even joyous or pleasant memories, if not your own, create a dissonance so sharp it unravels the mind. But terrible, painful, regretful memories, so vivid they feel like one's own experiences, even when they are not. There is such a thing as empathic pain suffering simply by watching another's suffering. But what happens when those memories truly pour into you? The human mind is weak. Even dreamwalkers who trained their minds far beyond ordinary mages went mad from only half of someone else's memories. Do these books tempt you? They tempted me, too, the first time I came here. But no longer. Zantman's voice trembled. This place frightens me more than anything, because it is overflowing with allure and beauty, and yet one must not touch it. Because even while I know I must not, some corner of me still twitches with the desire to open them. At that, a thought flashed through Ludger's mind. The most dangerous temptations do not reach out from the dark, filthy depths. They gleam with light, descend from the heavens in perfect harmony, offered like divine mercy. Let us pass through. There is nothing for us to gain here. But just as Zantman urged them forward, since you've come this far, why not stay a little longer? A sudden intruder's voice rang out, and everyone turned their eyes. Between the shelves and tables, a path had opened. There stood a gaunt, towering old Novelghd man with his hands clasped behind his back. Golden light glimmered faintly at the edges of his slanted eyes, like the curve of a crescent moon hanging in the night sky. Rhine clicked her tongue at the chaotic, twisted layout of the Sky Islands. At first she had resolved to simply stay put and wait, but seeing the giant eels shifting overhead changed her mind. The further down she went, the stronger the unease gnawed at her. Her eyes throbbed, as though the world itself was warning her of danger. Still, it wasn't unbearable yet. Whether because the threat wasn't at full severity, or for some other reason, she didn't know. If I were alone, I wouldn't even have the leisure to think like this. She glanced at the people moving with her. Though separated from Erendia, she was not alone. At her side was someone more reassuring than anyone else in this place. Rhine, are you all right? She nodded at Freuden Ulberk's worried gaze. Yes, I am perfectly fine. She even flexed her arm as if to boast of her biceps. All that could be seen under her uniform was smooth, slender skin without a trace of muscle. Watching through his narrow eyes, Freuden's close friend Henry Presto shook his head. Freuden, if only you showed that gentleness more often. It wasn't just the two of them here. Other second-year students, Henry among them, were present as well. Normally, Freuden would have projected charisma and led the group. But with Rhine here, all his attention was fixed on her, so much so that the other students were startled at the change. Knowing how Freuden usually acts, this is as blatant as it gets. Henry's narrow gaze shifted to Rhine. And that junior of ours, she's no ordinary one either. For Freuden to go this far, and for her to remain completely unshaken. It seemed she didn't even register Freuden as a man in that sense. Her attitude carried warmth, yes, but the warmth one shows to a kind senior, not the warmth of romantic feeling. Ah, my friend, how did you fall for someone like that? Not that Rhine was bad, far from it. She was kind, beautiful, and talented in magic. Her constitution gave her difficulties in manifesting magic, but that was hardly disqualifying. That she was of commoner birth. The Ulberk family had wealth enough to turn a beggar off the street into a noble if they wished. The problem was Rhine didn't see Freuden as a man at all. Someone of Freuden's stature would have noble daughters lining up, yet here was a commoner girl treating him only as a good senior. Or maybe that's exactly why he finds her so attractive. Though looking at Freuden's behavior, Henry suspected there had been something more between the two in the past. Yet Rhine herself seems completely oblivious. Something feels off about it all. Whether she noticed his musings or not, Freuden kept focusing on Rhine. Let's rest here for now." At his words, the students let out sighs of relief and sank to the ground. Then I'll go take a look around. I'll come with you. It's all right. I'll just check the area nearby. I can handle that alone. Ryan waved him off, and Freuden couldn't press her. She stepped away and quietly surveyed her surroundings. Her eyes, able to sense danger, were invaluable for spotting hidden threats. This area seems safe enough. She turned back, intending to reassure the others they could rest safely for a while, only for a chill to crawl down her spine as she spun around. There, a darkness blacker than anything she had ever seen rippled. What is that? She had never in her life seen such a darkness. It wasn't mere shadow, but an alert from her sight itself. As she froze in alarm, a man within that darkness slowly spoke. "So here you were. 536 chapter, Last Mercy. 1. Rhine could not say a word. It was as if both her heart and lungs had filled with water. No voice would come out of her parted lips. Rhine pressed her lips tightly together and stared intently at the man before her. She could see him. Beyond the dark warning of the judgmental shade, the figure of a man standing still in the darkness. He looked like an ordinary person, but he was not truly ordinary. His appearance was dazzling, a rare beauty not easily found. And yet, strangely, his impression did not remain vivid in the memory. Even now, as she was staring directly at him, it was the same. It felt like gazing at a mirage. Though she knew this was dreamland, it felt as if she were truly dreaming. "Oh my, did I frighten you too much?" Zero Order raised both hands, as if to prove he meant no harm, a gesture of surrender. As soon as he did so, the surging darkness around him faded. Released from the suffocating pressure squeezing her chest, Rhine was finally able to speak. Who are you really? Your voice is trembling. I'm sorry. That wasn't my intention. Answer me. Who are you? What if I said I was just a traveler who lost his way? Would you believe me?" Rhine did not believe Zero Order's words. There was no way a wandering traveler would radiate such a dreadful aura. Sensing her wariness, sharper and heavier than before, Zero Order let out a quiet chuckle. "You're much too cautious. Don't look at me like that. When I see eyes like yours, they bring back memories I'd rather not recall. In any case, saying I was passing through wasn't a lie. I really did just happen by. I just didn't expect to encounter you here." "Me, you mean?" "Yes. What's your name? I don't give my name to strangers." At such a bold reply, Zero Order's lips curved into a wide grin. It was a smile alluring enough to bewitch, but Rhine felt nothing of the sort. "Aren't you afraid of me?" "I am. And yet you say that. I'm afraid, but even so I cannot bow my head to the other side." In truth, she wanted to drop to her knees right then. Her fingers trembled, driven by the instinct to beg for her life. But Rhine suppressed the urge. To lower her tail without even clashing properly with the opponent, the person she respected, would never do such a thing. Recalling Ludger's unyielding figure ever bending, even before overwhelming power, Rhine gathered courage. Zero Order saw this and narrowed his eyes. He was smiling, but the emotions flickering in his gaze were too complex to put into words. "What is this?" Even Rhine could feel the subtle shift. "Enough chatter. So you're not going to give me your name, not unless you reveal yours first." "Oh, you were serious about that." Zero Order stroked his chin in thought. Rhine felt sweat collecting in her clenched fists. And then she remembered NVLGHT, read the full story, had seen something like this before. That day when a black storm raged through the capital. What she was looking at now was not just similar, but almost identical. The density of the power, the sense of danger it felt far stronger even than Basara. Which meant that man's identity was at that moment. Zero Order spoke. "Fine. Since we've come this far, there's no need for pretense. My name is Saruna. And you, young lady?" Zero Order Suranervilled his name and asked for hers. Rhine, I see. You're a student of Sion, aren't you?" Rhine answered with a small nod. "As I thought, you know about me. I know of the power you carry, especially those eyes." Saruna pointed at Rhine's eyes as he spoke. At those words, Rhine jolted in shock. It felt as if a secret she had never told anyone had been laid bare. "This was not my original plan, but fate is a curious thing. To think I would find what I've long sought in a place like this. What is your purpose? Aren't you curious?" Rhine's eyes widened. "About the origin of the power you possess. Why you were born with such an ability." Her image reflected in Saruna's eyes, curved in delight. A clumsy girl trying not to show her feelings, but unable to hide them completely. "I can help you." Saruna whispered slyly, like a snake. Rhine's eyes wavered violently. Nerva. At Nerva's sudden appearance, Ludger and the others raised their guard at once, but Nerva seemed oblivious to their reaction. He pulled a book from the nearby shelf and flipped through the pages. It was a book containing the knowledge, memories, and life of someone who once lived. Reading it meant consuming one's own memories, an incredibly dangerous object. Yet Nerva calmly read it through to the end and closed it with a thud. Fascinating, isn't it? He returned the book to its place. This place is filled with knowledge of every kind, but only a chosen few may access it. I am one of those few. He did not say it aloud, but his actions made it clear. What purpose brings you here? Are you finally planning to act in person? That was the only conclusion Ludger could reach. His minions had been defeated, so for Nerva himself to appear was only natural. At first I did think so, but now, seeing you make it this far has changed my mind somewhat. I intend to grant you one more chance. A chance, you say? The words were galling enough to make Xantman's brows shoot upward. In other words, persuasion. Rather than choosing battle, I propose to offer you help tempting enough to sway you. I can hardly believe that. These books all around us, desired by all but feared too much to touch. Do you not wish to read them? What? Why hide it? Any major, rather, any human feels curiosity. Tell me you don't. For example, that young man there. Hans. Hans jumped when Nerva pointed at him, not only at being singled out, but because Nerva knew his name, though he had never introduced himself. Ah, I see. Surprised I know your name without introductions. But of course, how could the master of the house not know the guest list? You're not exactly the master, more like a butler or steward at best. With the master asleep, I am the highest administrator here. Naturally, I know your name, your past deeds, and your peculiar constitution of turning into beasts. Hans' eyes shook violently. That cursed constitution, how much suffering it had brought him. Were it not for this, he could have lived as an ordinary man. To change against his will was no different from a curse. For years Hans had searched for a way to rid himself of it. You mean the method is here? Why wouldn't it be? This is a treasury of knowledge, engraved with the history of all mankind. In ages past, there were certainly others with your condition, and records of how they overcame it. That's Hans barely restrained his rising excitement, not only because he could not tell if Nerva spoke truth, but because he remembered whom he had chosen to trust. Nerva, noticing, turned his gaze from Hans to Ludger. Yes, Ludger Cherish. What about you? You live as a teacher of Theon, but that's not the truth, is it? You're searching desperately for something. Nonsense. Ha ha, so guarded. Wary enough never to accept words at face value that is admirable. But am I really speaking falsehoods? Or am I probing your heart with truths? Nerva sneered. Such leisure was not possible without certainty of holding the upper hand. You seek a solution for non-attributed mana. Oh, not shaken. Then how about this? That the reason you seek it is because of guilt over the child who lost his mother. Would that be accurate? Guilt. At Nerva's words, all eyes turned to Ludger, especially Sedna, who had long paid attention to the subtle bond between Rhine and Ludger. Nerva's words struck her more deeply. They knew they should not listen to the devil in the guise of an old man, but each word pierced into their hearts. If not that, then how about revenge against the theocracy of Bretis? At that, Xantman frowned in puzzlement. What could a Sion teacher have to do with Bretis? But he did not voice his doubt. The long years of a mage's life had taught him enough to sense Ludger's connection to the Luminis Church. If not that, then perhaps the way to grant rest to one who cannot die. Nerva spread his arms wide, as if inviting them to ask anything. I can give you all the knowledge you desire. And what is the price of such generosity? Merely that you stay quietly here. That price makes the knowledge worthless. Even if I accept being trapped in dreamland renders it meaningless, then I can let you go outside. I can show at least that much mercy. Mercy. Nerva spoke the word, not to deceive or mock, but because he truly believed it was mercy. If he wished, he could kill them all with his authority here and now. That he chose instead to negotiate was, in his mind, a great concession. But such words only worked on those ignorant of the truth. Ridiculous. If you let us go, what of the hundreds of thousands still trapped here? That is not your concern, of course. But I can guess what you intend. At that, Nerva's brow twitched, yet he quickly regained composure. Is that so? You didn't gather all these people for a feast. There ain't nothing but sacrifices. Sacrifices. The smile vanished from Nerva's lips. To awaken the imprisoned guard, you would need at least this many lives. That's truly Nerva started to speak, then shook his head. There was no point denying it any longer. Well, well, from where did you realize? From your own steps, guiding us deeper into dreamland, while at the same time sending your minions to kill us. I had to thin the herd somewhat. Exactly. Why thin them? Because something important allows no contamination. For example, a ritual requiring purity at its core. Nerva did not answer. He simply stared at Ludger as if inviting him to continue, which was all the more chilling. Those golden eyes, empty of pupils, revealed nothing of thought or emotion, the fear of the unknown. Sedna finally understood why Nerva's presence always filled her with unease. In the depths lies one who slumbers, bound to a massive obelisk-like stake, immersed in deep sleep. You mean to awaken that being to reclaim the world. I heard you well. But you made 3 mistakes. 3, you say. Let me kindly point them out. Ludger gestured with his chin, as if to say, go ahead. First, my aim is not resurrection. Resurrection is for the dead. One who lives cannot be resurrected. What I seek is to wake him. These people gathered here will be spent for that alone. So it would take hundreds of thousands of lives merely to wake him, an incomprehensible scale. Second, my aim is not to make the world mine. This world was the goddess to begin with. It was the vile Lumines that stole it. Returning it to its rightful owner, how is that theft? Fine. And my third mistake. Third. Nerva's face, until now smiling, twisted at last with irritation. You refused my final mercy. 537 chapter, Last Mercy. 2. Whoosh, golden sand, surged behind Nerva's back as he stood with his hands clasped. From the empty air, a desert storm began to form. Voom. The first to react was the library keeper, a black body marked with golden circuits. A form not threatening yet not human, their face if it could be called Thattern toward Nerva. Shag. The library keeper spread its wings wide. When folded, one could not tell, but spread out, they resembled a great eagle, perhaps like a cocoon with wings. Golden lasers shot from the keeper's face, aimed at Nerva. Their only purpose, to guard this sacred library. Whether Nerva was Dreamland's ruler or an apostle meant nothing to them. Yet Nerva remained unharmed. The rapidly rotating dome of golden sand around him deflected every incoming beam. If Nerva's figure could be seen standing calmly inside, the sand's density could not be so great, and yet the library keeper's attacks never touched a hair on him. It showed how overwhelming the power of Nerva's dreamsand authority truly was. HMPH, creatures that move without will always such a bother. The library keepers differed from other dreamland beings. They were not truly alive, but closer to a manifested system. Their role, guarding, arranging shelves and chambers. In human terms, like red and white blood cells both. But into this body, the most dreadful virus had invaded. A demon stronger than cancer, more devastating than radiation. Nerva flicked his finger lightly. The storm of dreamsand around him surged skyward, crashing down upon the keepers. Some dodged with evasive maneuvers, but others were swept away, dissolving into black mud. The keepers fired beams from every direction, but Nerva subdued them as if it were nothing. Even knowing this was a dream world, the sight felt unreal. One library keeper crashed down near Sheridan, its body reverting to mud. No, I wanted to study that one. Can you really say that right now? Hans shouted in disbelief at Sheridan, who wanted to dissect one. Why were the girls around here all like this? Bella Runner, too. After all, the library keepers were systems created by the mid-layer environment in some sense, not unlike highly advanced automatons. Sheridan's curiosity in how they worked was only natural. But still, this doesn't look so bad, does it? They seem to be fighting better than I thought. Hans found hope as more keepers swarmed in. If demons could be fought without their direct involvement, what more could one ask? But Zantman and Ludger thought otherwise. It may look even now, but it's only a matter of time. Right. That old man hasn't even begun to use real strength. Nerva's casual flicks of a finger were not battle, he was toying with them. Even while fighting, his gaze never left Ludger. The keeper's attacks did not even warrant his attention, and to prove it, Nerva snapped his fingers. Sand burst outward, engulfing them. Struggling did no good, the dream sand clung like honey. Soon it cocooned them. Over 500 keepers were trapped in an instant. Hans fell silent at the sight. Have you enjoyed your last amusement before death? Nerva's eyes gleamed dangerously. To look into those storm-swirling eyes was to feel swept into a gale. He raised his hand, aiming at Ludger Zeeing. From inside some cocoons, strange noises rang, and yellow beams burst out. Heh! Nerva turned his head. Some keepers were breaking free on their own, but their response was strange. Rather than blindly attack, they circled, gauging Nerva's power. Why'd they suddenly go quiet? Hans asked. Because Thave measured his level. Ludger had seen the pattern. They've learned their foe is far stronger. Just like the human body, immunity does not end with mere white blood cells. Stronger defenses emerge depending on the threat. So too with the keepers. A group clustered, merging into one massive body. More than 30 fused into a single gigantic keeper. Its great yellow eye gathered immense energy. Well then, Nerva's voice carried no distress. F whoosh. A colossal beam, like a dragon's breath, blasted toward him, much stronger than before. This time Nerva used his whole hand, not just a finger. He thrust forth his gloved palm, condensing the sand. Compressed, smoothed, no longer sand, but stone, a golden shield, octagonal, engraved with beautiful patterns. The massive beam struck, but the shield held firm. And when Nerva pressed harder, it began to advance. At this rate, the giant keeper would be crushed. But in that instant, a sharp magic arrow streaked toward Nerva's temple, interrupting a fight. How rude! Without turning, he caught it with his other hand. Yet as he gripped it, his lips curved in surprise. Well, now kaboom! The arrow exploded in his hand. The spell had been rigged from the start to detonate at the end. A small blast, but at point-blank range, it could not be harmless. Yet Nerva stood unharmed. Push him. At Ludger's order, Sedna unleashed her spell. She closed her eyes, focusing. The green witch could control any plant. But here in Dreamland, no real plants grew. Stilthat was no barrier. Here, imagination was enough. She pressed her hands to the ground. The floor of the library swelled like a night sky rising. F whoosh. Green stalks burst forth, writhing like flames. At their tips opened vast maws with sharp fangs, giant flight traps, said to devour not only insects but beasts of the southern jungles. Their teeth sank into Nerva's body. Ticklish. With a flick, as if brushing dust from his coat, Nerva shattered them. He stepped forwardly to find his leg stuck. Looking down, sticky sundew clung to his soul. A strike to buy but 1 second was all Ludger needed. Whoosh, the air froze to sub-zero in an instant. Nerva tilted his head and murmured, "Now this won't be ticklish." B-O-O-O. With a sound like a divine horn, an ice battleship fell upon Nerva's head. It crashed, shattering ice shards flying, forming a frozen mountain. The golden sand shield crumbled. The keeper's beam pierced through, striking the glacier's heart. Crack. The glacier split cleanly in two. So too the keeper's beam, and even the giant keeper itself. From within, Nerva emerged unscathed, brushing frost from his clothes. Do you fools not respect the worth of books? To throw spells around blindly must always keep silence in a library. Ludger answered with another spell. Rumble. Lightning cracked across the sunlit ceiling. Not illusion storm clouds gathered, sparks of violet current flickering. Each bolt became a blade, aimed at Nerva's life. 10,000 in all. Lightning swords poured like rain, and Nerva stood still. Dust clouds rose, obscuring all, yet relief was impossible. Demons were resilient beyond belief. He had learned that when fighting Basara. One had to keep pressing, never give them a chance to recover. Sheridan, ready, okay. Sheridan scattered her bombs. Special high-power bombs coming in hot. They fell into the storm cloud, dust detonating at once. Brilliant light. Red fire spread. Sedna, yes, Ludger and Sedna cast together. Ludger raised walls of stone, encircling the blast into a cauldron. Sedna's vines wove over it, sealing it tight. The explosion roared within, unable to escape. Heat so fierce it could vaporize steel in seconds. Ludger shrank the cauldron, compressing its power. Sedna lent her strength. The vast furnace shrank to coffin size. Superheat, super pressure. Enough to turn graphite instantly to diamond. More extreme than the mantle 500 kilometers NVLG. Continue reading. Underground. Only a lord of Earth could survive it. I'll add my part. Zampman drew darts into the dragon's eye, dream energy turning to needles. 100 green needles pierced the coffin, bristling like a hedgehog, enough to kill even a master knight 100 times over. But Nerva, sovereign of Dreamland, could not be ended so. A pleasant struggle. He broke the prison apart, stepping out, his clothes scorched but nothing more. Sedna's lips trembled in despair. Then yellow beams curved in from afar, raining upon Nerva. More library keepers' reinforcements, not darting randomly, but calculating coordinates, firing with precision. Nerva blocked them with ease. Their attacks showed no sign of ending. As Ludger prepared another spell, Nerva's patience wore thin, too many interruptions. I meant to finish earlier, but this grows tedious. His true goal, awakening the sleeping goddess. To waste time here risked giving Zero Order opportunity to act. Even as ruler of Dreamland, he could not bend the environment entirely to his, well, even now the mid-layer system resisted him. We must change venues, all of us. Nerva snapped his fingers once more. The ground beneath Ludger and his allies rippled, then collapsed. A sandpit swallowed them past the knees, then the thighs. Why fight where the other side holds advantage? With those words, the pit consumed them whole. In pitch blackness where no light reached, a single flash cut through. Thus Ludger fell deeper, down into the abyss beneath Dreamland. 538 chapter depths. 1. Having sent those troublesome guests into the mire, Nerva turned his gaze toward the remaining scraps. The library keepers, firing precision bombardments from afar. Their firepower grew steadily stronger as time passed. That was how the immune system of Dreamland's mid-layer, the sacred library, functioned. If the opponent proved strong, it raised its output in turn. For now, since Nerva was simply defending and holding out, that was fine. But should he counterattack, the system would gather that data and evolve once more. Stronger, faster keepers would appear to strike. The library keepers were nothing more than extensions of this environment. No matter how many were destroyed, they would endlessly reproduce from somewhere. Stronger, faster. I detest such tiresome business. He could deal with them if he wished, but Nerva had not come this far to wrestle with a mindless system. He had shown his hand in hopes of negotiation, but Ludger had flatly refused. Battle was inevitable. In a way, it was just as well. So Nerva thought as he tilted his head back for a moment. His gaze was not on the library ceiling, but beyond it. Golden light flashed in his eyes, and a rough map of the mid-layer spread before him. Countless guests, or rather, sacrifice moving about. He focused on those likely to be troublesome to his ritual. To Nerva, such people were insects. But there was a difference between a harmless fly and one hiding a poisoned stinger. A sting might not kill him, but it would hurt and irritate, and no one wished to suffer that needlessly. Nor could he dismiss them out of hand. All 5 of the retainers he had dispatched had been defeated. That had been the worst outcome, one even Nerva had not foreseen. The one most worth my caution is let me see. His golden eyes swept the entirety of the mid-layer. Dreamwalkers freely traversing Dreamland, Theon instructors moving with them. A swordsman with strangely resilient vitality, beastkin, and a small cluster of mages. There were several who stood out, but one in particular gnawed at Nerva's nerves. Zero Order. Once an apostle who served Gardno, a demon. And still, even now, he commanded a secret order, weaving chaos from the shadows. If Nerva knew him, that man would at this very moment be plotting in secret. For Nerva himself would have done the same. Your nature has changed greatly, Sir Runa. The great demon Sir Runa, recorded in the old scriptures of the holy theocracy of Bretis. After his battle with Saintess Arkenes, he had been said to be slain. But now he lived on as Zero Order. Sir Runa had once been different. He had wielded his authority more brazenly than anyone, breaking paladins and priests of the Lumines church head-on. Where Nerva had always been the schemer, Sir Runa had stood in stark contrast, direct, blazing. Should I lament it or welcome it? Back then, you shone so brightly. I thought you would be the one to fulfill the apostle's long-cherished wish. Thus the title of Great Demon had been his. At that time, 3 apostles moved under Sir Runa's banner. Basara had been among them, and yet you've ended up in a state not unlike my own. But Nerva felt neither pity nor satisfaction at that. Rather, he realized that this changed Sir Runa was his greatest threat. The lion that once relied solely on strength had awakened to cunning. During Nerva's centuries of slumber, Sir Runa had schemed in secret and achieved much. But was that all? The apostle's authority only grew more advantageous with time. It was safe to assume Sir Runa's own might had surpassed his past self. So you would drag down Lumines, no matter what. That resolve deserved praise. But alas, it would not come to pass. It was Nerva's role to ruin Luminous' plan. This was a contest for dominance. They might share an enemy, but two demons would never join hands. Their methods diverged too greatly. From here on, only fierce rivalry remained. How you managed to recruit the arrogant dragon princess, I do not know, but you should have been more careful, for you have already given me cause for caution. So Nerva muttered, a sly smile forming. Found it. The traces of zero order surnamed within the mid-layer. The man had not departed dreamland at once. He had lingered briefly, and nearby Nerva spotted a cluster of sacrifices. Their number was small, barely 20. Children by the look of its students of Theon. What was this? Nerva had thought Zero Order had made contact with a blade meant to pierce his side. But these children did not seem blades at all. Young, awkward, most quaking in fear, hardly capable of anything. Was it mere coincidence, or some ploy by Zero Order to distract him? Frowning, Nerva raised his hand. A little focus, then. Golden sand roared into a storm, erasing all incoming bombardments. The keepers that had been sniping him from afar were shredded to fragments in the storm. They would be replaced soon enough, but for now he had bought time. In that time, Nerva studied the gathered students closely. Who? And their hair saw her. A girl with ash-gray hair. From her, faint but undeniable energy seeped. Nerva could not be certain what it was, but he knew she was the reason Zero Order had lingered. At once, another thought struck him. Zero Order would not have acted unaware that Nerva could read such traces. Yet he still made contact, perhaps a well-laid bait, a trap. Nerva considered but decided quickly. Even if it were a trap, this was dreamland. Here there was nothing he could not do, and upon closer look, the girl was even stranger. Part of her memory had been sealed. Unlike the others, entire years had been cut away. Could such a person be called normal? Nerva felt not only caution but deep curiosity. How strange that he should feel drawn to her. Nerva stretched out his hand, and with golden sand he seized the girl and those around her in a single grasp. Rhine finished scanning the surroundings and returned to her original spot. Did something happen? No, nothing. This area is safe, Senior. At her words, Freuden could not shake off a feeling of doubt. But since Rhine did not say more, he could not force the issue. He simply nodded instead. Rhine sat down and recalled the conversation she had just had, the one with the man who had introduced himself as Sir Runa. I am not curious at all. Rhine had rejected Zero Order's offer outright. Of course she was curious. How could she not be when it concerned her? But that was one thing, and joining hands with such a suspicious man was another. The Zero Order she saw through her judgment. I was like darkness itself, given human form. Though no hostility was directed toward her during the talk, his very existence was harmful to the world. He was someone who should never be allowed close. Very well. If you say so, then so be it. Even though his proposal had been turned down, Zero Order showed no sign of regret. Normally, I would have taken my time and spoken at length, but the situation doesn't allow for it now. Well, meet again. Now that he had confirmed the owner of the judgment I truly existed, there was no need to stall. The only reason he lingered quietly here was because this was Nerva's domain, dreamland. If he revealed his hand even slightly, who knew what that insidious Nerva might do? No, perhaps he has already noticed. What? Nothing. Just speaking to myself. He had waited hundreds of years. A few more months meant nothing. Yes, I accept your refusal, but know this, the offer stands for as long as you live. Lies. Whether lie or truth, you will be able to judge for yourself, won't you? Rhine swallowed hard at those words. This man truly did know about her eyes. Still, it will never happen. Will it not? Zero Order grinned. That sly, confident smile of one already certain of victory made her stomach churn. HMPH. And yet I cannot help feeling betrayed. I searched as you asked, and yet it was hidden from me all this time. By Ludger, no less. Professor Ludger. Hidden. What do you mean by that? Ah, whoops. Was I not supposed to say that? Pretending it was a slip of the tongue, he brushed it off, though every move was calculated. Rhine's expression hardened visibly. At the mention of Ludger's name, her mind grew tangled. It was only a short remark, but she was not so dull as to miss its implication. Zero Order knew Ludger Cherish. He even hinted at some secret connection, some deal between them, and that Ludger had been hiding something about her. But why? Rhine parted her lips. She wanted to demand answers right there, but sheer willpower restrained her. She knew instinctively she must not be swayed by his words. Zero Order smirked at her struggle, Whether it was amusement at her pain or something else, she could not tell. That will be all. I think I've left enough of a trace behind. With that, he vanished like a mirage. That was the last of their conversation. Does Professor Ludger know about me? The more she thought about it, the more signs she recalled. He had known of her strange mana, during the summoning lesson, too, and the small but repeated instances of help he had given her. Looking back, it was strange she had not realized sooner. No, not strange. She had known. Every time she looked at Ludger, she wondered if he was tied to her lost past. And yet she forced herself to deny it, clinging to the surface-level relationship they shared, because she was afraid of the truth that would break everything. Rhine carried a box inside her heart, so tightly sealed she did not know what lay within. She only knew it held her lost memories and something dangerous as well. If she opened it, could she bear what lay beyond? Would it not be better to leave it closed and simply live on as she was? She had enrolled at Theon, the school she had longed for. She had made good friends, good seniors. She had even met Ludger Cherish. Her current life was, in its way, a happy one. Could she really throw that away out of curiosity? Ha! A sigh slipped out of her unbidden. The more she thought, the deeper the mire became. So this was what it meant for knowledge to be torment. How blissful ignorance had been. But she knew she could never return to that state. Even if this crisis ended safely, whenever she looked at Ludger's face, she would remember Zero Order's words. Rhine. Freuden, who had been watching her with concern, finally called her name. Just as he reached to rest a hand on her slumped shoulder, it happened. Rumble, rumble. A faint tremor, too small to be called an earthquake. Stones and dust on the ground shivered. But Rhine instantly sensed danger. Her head snapped up. Rhine, we have to move. Her eyes widened at the sight before her. The ground was staining black with darkness. Her warning came too late. F-whoosh. Golden sand erupted upward, piercing the ground. 5 colossal pillars of sand rose. Like the fingers of some vast hand, they closed upon Rhine and the surrounding students at once. Their screams were swallowed by dream sound. When at last the golden hand sank back into the earth, nothing remained. Out of the frying pan into the fire. Ludger closed his eyes briefly at the sight before him, then opened them again, hoping it was an illusion. But no, it was reality. Dreamland's reality. I never thought it'd arrive here like this. The sky was a chaos of colors, muddled together. The landscape, all too familiar, seen twice before. Ludger had fallen into the depths of Dreamland. 539 chapter depths, too. There was no one around. Ludger had come alone to a place cut off from the rest. He recalled the last moment before he fell into the sand mire. Just before Nerva dragged everyone down, Ludger had activated the Rip Van Winkle he was wearing. Since Nerva's goal was to relocate them, Ludger instinctively responded, sensing that at the very least he would try to send them into the depths. By activating Rip Van Winkle, he generated a protective barrier from dream energy, enveloping his companions as though to shield them. But Ludger himself had not had enough time to unfold it completely, and so within the mire they had been separated from one another. Still, since I used the siesta, it shouldn't be dangerous. And since Xantman was with them, that was at least a relief. Now was the time to worry about his own situation. I didn't think he'd come here this way. He had expected to go step by step, preparing his heart at the final moment. But Nerva was not so easy. The man did not sit on a throne and wait for someone to come. Perhaps because he was not the master of the house but the steward, he roamed tirelessly, seeking to remove anything that could pose a threat. A diligence unbefitting of a demon. No. Looking at Zero Order, perhaps that's closer to their true nature. As Ludger thought this, he slowly turned around. Isn't it magnificent? He did not know when he had appeared, but Nerva was standing there as naturally as if he had always been. Ludger gave no reply, nor was he surprised. He had already realized that Nerva intended to draw him in separately, and that Nerva would approach him directly. Nerva was cunning. Of the hundreds of thousands who had entered Dreamland, he knew all too well who posed the greatest obstacle to his plans. This scenery has continued from the very ancient times. Hands clasped behind his back, Nerva gazed into the vast landscape in the distance. Ludger slowly walked up to stand beside him and looked upon the same view. It was familiar, and yet unfamiliar. He had seen something like this twice before. This was the third time. And yet the endlessly shifting, mingling world always felt new. One thing, however, was undeniable. This scenery was beautiful. untouched by human hands and impossible to be realized by natural law and physics alone. A world woven of dreams, fantasies, ideals, and the unconscious complex, and yet simple. This place will become our paradise. Your paradise, perhaps. That is a very rude remark. Then do you plan to pass judgment in the goddess stead? The goddess would kindly embrace even a disobedient child. Ludger recalled the lump nailed into the obelisk-like stake. The goddess of dreams. You know, no, you could hardly not know. After all, I can smell it from you as well. Nerva laughed, delighted. He could hardly believe he had failed to notice it until now. Only by bringing you down to the depths where the goddess touch reaches, have I realized divine power dwells in you as well. Uncontrollable strength is nothing but a curse. Even if it cannot be controlled, it is still a blessing. Power itself is pure. Even if the one who holds it is not an apostle but a human, I respect that. Nerva turned to Ludger. I will make one last proposal. Join hands with me. Let us overthrow Luminis together. The guard who whispers to Yaujali he wishes for the same. Nerva read the divine force lingering around Ludger. It was familiar. When his mistress, the goddess of dreams, was dethroned and sealed by Luminis, the other guards too had met similar or worse fates. Then they had not interacted, passing each other by like cows and chickens. But now the world had changed. This was an era in which Luminis reigned as sole deity. To bring an end to that, it was necessary to join forces. You must know my lineage. I know it well. Your suitability must surely be by luminous arrangement. Ludger remained silent, and Nerva went on. Luminis turned this world into his fishbowl, his cage. He manipulated the world with his own servants. But his endless greed did not stop there. I can tell just by looking at you. Before Nerva could ramble further, Ludger cut in. So, what is your goal? Did I not say? The downfall of Luminis. The same as you. Nerva chuckled. Imagine the fun when the finely forged blade he made is not only lost, but turned against his own throat. This is goodwill. The god you serve, and the goddess I serve a hand in hand, we rise together. In this hollow dream world, you mean? Do you know what kind of goddess I serve? Of course not. He had only learned of a god sleeping here that day in Clara Cohen's chamber. He had had no chance to investigate what kind of god it was. In the past, humans revered her noble name, calling her Noxana, the goddess of dreams Noxana, shepherd of sleepers, ruler of night and death. She had existed since the most ancient times. Though Luminis had usurped her sovereignty, she had not died, but remained sealed within dreamland. In the old days, sleep and death were the same. To the goddess of dreams, death was no different from dreaming. That is why Luminis sealed her rather than killing her, had no right to bring death to one who bore death itself. So you mean that death is about to awaken? Do you find it ominous? It is only the false flow of the world returning to its rightful state, at the cost of hundreds of thousands of lives as sacrifice. Nerva shook his head as if regretful. Don't say that. What is a mere hundreds of thousands when thinking of the future, the millions, the billions to be saved? Ludger also turned to look at him. His sharp gaze brimmed with murderous hostility. This is my answer after thought. That is most unfortunate, to reject even my final ultimatum. Is it truly unfortunate? Ludger sneered at him. Anyone can see you wanted me to answer like this. Wipe that blatant smile off your face before you talk. Heh, so it was obvious. Truthfully, I disliked it from the start. Collaboration with another god. That should never exist. Golden flames blazed in Nerva's eyes. This world belongs only to the goddess Noxana. How could it be stained by the hands of other fallen gods? Bluntness suits you. From that, Ludger knew Nerva's twisted nature at pretending to offer alliance though he never intended it, only to test him. It was then that Ludger swung his hand. The distance between them was close enough for an outstretched arm, and within that range the blade of Ludger's swordstick flashed like lightning. A glint in a heartbeat. The blade's target, Nerva's throat. But Nerva did not lift his clasped hands. Instead, prepared Dreamsand moved on its own, seizing Ludger's swordstick blade. This Dreamsand had easily blocked countless bombardments of the librarian. Simply swinging a swordstick could not break this shield. At least, not if this were reality. Dark aura flickered at the sword's edge. Ludger's dream energy wrapped the swordstick, drawing a single clear image. The future of Nerva's neck being severed. The dream reacted, splitting the golden sand and slicing Nerva's throat along with it. Sharp. Nerva muttered with his severed head. This was the second time. His body crumbled into sand and reformed elsewhere. So, in the library you too were restraining your power. There were people who might have been caught up, but here there is no one. No eyes watching either. Indeed, Nerva spread his arms wide. It was the right decision to remove you first. He had been disturbed by Ludger for some time. How could a mere human so grate on his nerves? He had wondered. But with Zero Order's words and Ludger's extraordinary abilities combined, his wariness had grown. And now Nerva realized. This was the blade Zero Order had spoken of. This cunning man, to think he held such a sharp blade. And yet he gave me such blatant warning. Did he want me NOVELIG to drop my guard? No, hardly even tried to hide it, which meant there was something else besides Ludger. He did not yet know what, but first the knife at his throat had to be dealt with. You've never seen my full power, have you? Nor you mine. Blue light flared from Ludger's eyes. This was Dreamland, a place where imagination became reality. There were no onlookers, no one to be caught in the crossfire. This place allowed Ludger to shed most of the restraints he had always held back. Of course, the final restraint still had to be kept, but aside from that here, he could run wild as he pleased. You'll regret calling me here, like unchaining the muzzle of a starving tiger. To prove it, magical diagrams like constellations unfolded behind Ludger. The complex, three-dimensional formations were realized instantly as magic. In the mixed-colored sky, black clouds gathered. At their center, something vast began to take shape. A colossal white blade glowing softly. It cut through the storm clouds, descending like a meteor, its sharp point aimed at Nerva's crown. A magic unlike any existing sixth circle spellborn of Ludger's imagination. White jade sword of the great void, Nerva countered without hesitation. The strata heaved, and the ground rose. The earth beneath became dream sand, surging upward. What formed to meet the sword was another sword. Sword of dream-wandering sandstone, the colossal sand blade clashed with the white jade sword. Their collision did not create physical shock. Instead, translucent resonance rippled through the depths of dreamland. Tuiwang. Like a drop of water on a still pond, the space rippled outward in concentric waves. Where the translucent waves passed, trees powdered to dust, the ground split like parched earth. Even amid the disastrous ripples, neither side yielded an inch. At least it seemed so for now. But Ludger's attack did not end there. The black clouds still churned, and more of the white jade sword revealed itself. Nerva saw it. A giant hand gripping the sword's hilt. A hand. What in the world? It was not merely a sword falling. No, the sword was only a part. With the hand holding it, the true body pierced through the clouds. A terrifying face that could make even demons tremble. The crimson flames draped around its body were no ordinary fire. Flames that burned all evil and corruption. The fire of Garuda, a mythic being. A miracle perfectly manifested from imagination, destroyer of evil, the demon-subduing king. The same figure he had briefly shown against the island Swallowano at full power. Immovable wisdom king, a Calantha. A Chalantana's grim visage twisted fiercer as he gripped the sword. Along the jade blade surged Garuda's red flames, whirling in a vortex and devouring the sandsword. Where the fire touched the sandy blade, it melted into glass. That glass could not withstand the jade blade's might, shattering into fragments. Seeing it, Nerva at last realized. Perhaps bringing Ludger into the depths had been a great mistake. 540 Chapter A Grain of Sands Gap 1. The middle central layer of Dreamland. As Merelda walked through the place where the Maw of Dreams stood, hands clasped in endless prayer, her body shivered. To think there is such a dreadful place. Those things made of wood were, shockingly, alive. Dreamwalkers had said that this was the final state of those who had fallen completely into this world. Merelda shook her head. To have her knowledge newly expanded was something joyful for one who pursued knowledge, but this place was far too dangerous to simply enjoy. Selina, are you all right? Merelda turned to Selina, who was walking silently at her side. Since joining the group, Selina had been unusually quiet. It wasn't shock from the current incident, it was closer to being weighed down by some troubling thought. Selina. Merelda called her name once more. Only then did Selina come back to her senses and look at Merelda. Yes, are you all right? Ah, I am sorry. I just have too much on my mind. Selina gave her usual bashful smile, yet the smile carried no strength. Merelda couldn't bring herself to pry further. She might have before, but right now was a situation akin to wartime. She must not allow her concentration to slip for even a moment. Otherwise, the thin veil protecting her body would respond to her loosened focus and collapse. Be careful. In this place, if you don't keep your mind clear, the world will devour you. Merylda gazed at the maw of dreams beyond the translucent veil. In her eyes rested a trace of pity, but mostly fear. The fear that if she erred, she might become like that herself. When she heard that most of those praying humans were dreamwalkers, her fear doubled. Yes, I understand. Thank you for worrying. Selina nodded. She was grateful for Merylda's concern, but she didn't believe things would go so far as to warrant such worry. Her heart was as calm as a forest at dawn. So quiet, invite, read more on our source. Not even the sound of insects would stir. The only thing that troubled her was her spirit, Esmeralda. Esmeralda had struck down Mirage and then vanished of her own accord. It was not that she had gone somewhere else, she had dismissed herself through reverse summoning. If danger came again, or if Selina wished to summon her, Esmeralda would answer the call. But that wasn't what weighed on Selina's mind. Just what was that? When she looked at Esmeralda, an indescribable emotion surged up within her. When Esmeralda had been a tiny tuft of fluff, she hadn't thought much of it. Ludger had said that as a dark spirit, Esmeralda was extremely rare, so rare that it was questionable if she could even be called a spirit. But that had been the extent of it. She had thought it was after all. Esmeralda looked cute and had made a contract with her. What changed her thoughts had been the previous event. Mirage, one of Nerva's 5 vassals, Daydream Mirage. Through dreams he created anything, a terrifying foe she didn't even wish to imagine again. The one who struck Mirage down had been Selina. Not truthfully, it had been entirely Esmeralda. I did nothing. Someone might say that the summoner deserves credit for the spirit's deeds. But Selina couldn't bring herself to accept that. The power Esmeralda used was different in nature from what she could command with her orders, especially that form. After absorbing Mirage's dream power, Esmeralda's appearance had changed and it had shaken Selina's heart in a complicated way. It was a perfect imitation of a human. Spirits never took human form. Born and raised from nature, they resembled parts of the natural world. Plants and animals, yes, but never humans. The one exception was Quasimodo, who had been shaped from a human soul, but Esmeralda had taken human form. That alone proved she was no ordinary spirit. Still, it's not as if she poses a danger. No, she even helped. And she tried to save me. If nothing else, Selina felt certain of one thing. Esmeralda truly cherished her. Selina decided to shake off her unnecessary thoughts. For now, she had to focus on the present moment. Hundreds were on the move together, toward the holy library in the lower middle layer of Dreamland. This situation was as dangerous as walking on thin ice. She had no energy to waste on idle worries. Just then, as Selina steeled her resolve, a massive tremor shook Dreamland. A single wave reverberated up from deep underground. The praying maw collapsed like puppets with cut strings, and the dreamwalkers, who had been moving slowly, hastily formed a defensive line. What is this? What just happened? Everyone stay still. Clara Cohen, too, was startled. Her eyes, so deep they seemed unfathomable, turned toward the ground, the source of the tremor. Something is happening below us. Below, do you mean the holy library, our destination? Elissa asked. Clara shook her head. No, far deeper than that. If it's deeper than the library, Elissa's face stiffened. There was only one thing beneath the library. What on earth is happening in the depths? Clara's voice was filled with worry. We must hurry. Behind Ludger, a luminous Buddha statue rose. From its back stretched arms of light that reached toward Nerva, spreading wide like a radiant fan. There were 1,000 of them. Only a tenth the number of the 10,000 thunder blades, but far more threatening to Nerva. Each strike carried destructive power infused with divine force, faint though it was. A single touch would be perilous. So this is the power of the god you serve. Nerva blocked 1,000-armed Buddha's assault with dream sand. A colossal dune rippled like a living wave. The Buddha's attacks could not pierce the dune's thick wall. Ludger gave no answer, instead replying with another spell. Screech. 72 evil spirits appeared, rushing at Nerva. Each spirit shrieked horrifically, every one of them dreadful and menacing. Even the confident Nerva instinctively thought he wanted no contact with them. Planning to overwhelm me with numbers. Then I shall do the same. With a light stomp of his foot, the dream sand composing the ground surged upward. From it, soldiers of sand rose. They lined up in ranks, looking less like sand and more like clay baked into hardened forms. Somnus terracotta. The dream sand soldiers leveled spears and blades at the evil spirits. Though the 72 demons of Solomon were powerful, they could not withstand the sheer mass of soldiers pressing them. The difference in numbers was overwhelming. Endlessly more soldiers Formidone fell, and 5 replaced it. 5 broke, and 10 armed themselves to fight and perish with the spirits. Flash. From the heavens poured an immense radiance, countless pillars of light cascading down upon the soldiers. Ladder of heaven. The barrage of light fell like a sudden downpour, mercilessly sweeping through the soldiers. The infantry could not so much as twitch before the bombardment, but Nerva was not one to simply watch. Do you intend to pit strength against me here? The soldiers advanced toward Ludger, who floated in the air raining bombardments without pause. It was not that they themselves moved, the desert floor beneath them surged up like a tidal wave. Riding atop the wave of sand, the soldiers charged for Ludger. Ludger formed a simple mudra with his hands and thrust his palm toward them. Boom! At the heart of the sand wave, a vast hole bearing the imprint of a palm opened wide. The force not only tore through the wave, but reached for Nerva beyond it. Caught off guard by such an unexpected form of attack, Nerva staggered from the shock. Seizing that moment, Ludger's body swallowed a black shadow. The burning shadow flickered out like a candle's flame snuffed in an instant. When he reappeared, it was behind Nerva's back. The swordstick swung for Nerva's neck, but Nerva, without even looking, lifted a finger and caught the blade. "I'd rather not have my neck severed again." "Then what about your heart?" Thud. Ludger's left hand drove forward, a punch twisted into a vortex of dream. It pierced Nerva's heart as though it were nothing at all. Yet Ludger's face froze coldly. For Nerva's body dissolved into sand, clutching Ludger's arm. A fake, a decoy for deception. Then the real one. Ludger's gaze darted toward a soldier atop the wave. One among the vanguard turned, grinning. Already, the soldier's appearance had changed. The blank sandy eyes now glimmered with golden light. At that instant, Nerva's duplicate clutching Ludger's arm burst like an overfilled balloon. A cloud of fine dream dust enveloped Ludger entirely. A smokescreen, or poison. Ludger morphed the mask on his face into a plague doctor's mask, fully sealing his features like a gas mask. But it was impossible to block the dream sand completely. Already, through his breathing, the particles had entered and violently shook his mind. Seeing this, Nerva's lips curled into a triumphant smile. "How is it? This powder will grant you the most enchanting dream." Yet, despite his words, it was not truly poison. If anything, it was the opposite. Ludger's body stiffened like a puppet with its strings cut. He did not plummet to the ground, but hung in the air, unmoving so much that the sight was uncanny. The dream dust Nerva wielded burrowed into the victim's psyche, drawing them into dreams, and then into ever deeper sleep. A dream within a dream, and then, within that, another dream. I shall grant you the dream of the butterfly. When you awaken, perhaps no trace of Ludger Cherish will remain. Nerva slowly approached him. He had removed the most dangerous threat, at least for the moment. He could savor a taste of victory. But just as Nerva drew close enough to touch, something felt wrong. A faint aura still stirred within Ludger, twitching ever so slightly. Nerva twisted his body aside. In that instant, the blade of Ludger's swordstick darted past, grazing his shoulder. Slice. Nerva's clothing tore, and for the first time his skin bore a wound. Golden blood splattered from the cut. In Nerva's wide, shocked eyes, he saw Ludger with head lowered, arms still outstretched. A shame. It was a perfect ambush. Ludger's voice carried regret at missing Nerva's heart. He had intended to lull his foe completely, then strike with a single killing blow, but Nerva's quick instincts had reacted in the barest instant. Nerva glanced down at his wound, then looked back at Ludger. How did you manage this? What troubled him more than the injury was how Ludger had resisted even after inhaling dream sand. In a dream already, why would I fall asleep again within it? You must know my dream sand doesn't fail for such a simple reason. Nerva shook his head. I see. My dream sand seeps into the cracks of the mind, forcing one into slumber. But your mind is so solid, there was not even a grain's width of space for it to enter. That's why it failed. Even an iron fortress has hairline gaps in its walls. If only an ant could squeeze through, for Nerva, that was enough. By bursting dream sand at close range, he could always drive his enemy into sleep. But with Ludger there was not even that. Could he even be called human at this point? The doubt was justified. Or perhaps this is your divine authority, gained by serving your God. Authority, is it? Ludger gave a derisive laugh at the word. Nerva's brow twitched. Ludger's reaction marked his ignorance far too openly. He could not tell if his guess had been wrong or if it had been right, and Ludger was simply bluffing. But one thing was certain, petty tricks would not work on Ludger. This is troublesome. To slay him was no simple task. His power was formidable. In raw output, Nerva held the advantage. But in every other aspect of battle, Ludger stood superior. Mind games to pierce an opponent's guard, a boundless array of bizarre spells and combat methods, and unyielding mental strength that could adapt to any situation. Outside this world, Nerva could have crushed him with sheer might. But here, in Dreamland where the psyche ruled, that became a disadvantage. Ordinary humans grew weaker upon entering Dreamland, but Ludger, shackled by constraints in reality, could wield his strength far more boldly here. It's as though a sickly tiger has been given wings. The only way to subdue him was to drag him into a dream within a dream, but with a psyche that's solid, even that seemed impossible. A head-on clash might not yield a conclusion at all, so Nerva would have to rattle him to crack that fortress of a mind. And Nerva knew how, do you know? Expecting another attack, Ludger tensed in caution when Nerva spoke instead. What trick was this demon preparing? While searching for traces of zero order in the middle layer, I came across quite the curious child. Faintly divine traces lingered upon her, and even her memories had been sealed. With a snap of his fingers, a colossal hand of dream sand rose from the ground, palms spread wide. Inside it slept dozens of Sion students, among them a familiar face, Freuden. But what seized Ludger's eyes was a girl with ash-gray hair, sleeping peacefully like a princess of the forest. Rhine, I read her sealed memories through dreams. Nerva grinned at Ludger. You, it seems, have done something most vile to that girl. 541, chapter, A Grain of Sand's Gap, 2. Ludger could not bring himself to speak when he saw Rhine in captivity. The question of why would not leave his head. If he thought about it in reverse, there were more than enough reasons for it. Nerva was devious. Considering the tendencies he had shown up until now, it was not strange at all that he had prepared such a method. Your expression has changed, unlike yourself. As I thought, this girl is deeply connected to you. Oh dear, please don't glare at me like that. Even if I appear this way, am I not the demon you people speak of? With such an important task before me, did you never once think I would use a hostage to threaten you if I had to? Nerva spoke without the slightest trace of shame. If he could restrain the most threatening figure, Ludger, with just a single hostage, he would do so 100 times, 1,000 times over. Yet, even though Ludger was slightly shaken, no true opening of the heart was revealed. So this is not enough, is it? Then he would have to shake him a little more. Amazing. To think a man who seems to have no blood or tears would be overflowing with sentiment like this. So this girl is that important in your life. From now on. Ludger's voice dropped like a blade. You better choose every single word you speak very carefully. From his blue eyes flowed a chill that seemed to freeze anything it touched. Nerva felt his skin crawl. Unless you want to end painfully in my hands. Ha ha ha, how amusing. Nerva laughed at him, but he did not take the warning lightly. To his eyes, Ludger had not yet used his full power. What Nerva had seen was a man capable of wielding divine strength. He did not know why he was suppressing it, but if pushed, there was every chance he would release it. And not the power of Lumines, but of another god. According to the truth Nerva had read through dreams, Ludger was of noble blood from the theocracy of Bretis. But surprisingly, the divine power he felt from him was not of Lumines, the radiant goddess, but of a forsaken god who had been expelled and fallen, like the goddess of dreams. He did not know why it was so, but it was certain Ludger's threats were not mere words. Even when he fought, he never revealed it fully. Was it that he could not, or that he simply chose not to? Nerva judged it to be the former. To borrow divine power with a human body demanded a heavy price. Ludger knew it, so he restrained it as much as possible. If he decides on mutual destruction, it will be troublesome for me too. So Nerva had to provoke him only to the point before he exploded. It was not difficult. To worm his way into the opponent's mind and shake its subtleties was Nerva's specialty. And now Ludger was showing his weakness. Was this girl so important? Enough to seal away her memories, and not only that, to keep her by your side and constantly help her? At first, when Nerva abducted Rhine, he thought she was connected to Zero Order. But when he pried into her dream while she slept, he learned something far more astonishing. Her memories had been sealed, and far from Zero Order, she had far more ties to Ludger Cherish. Nerva pieced together her dream to glimpse her sealed past. It was sealed, not erased. So to lift the seal and peek beyond was well within reach, and thus he learned Rhine's past, and how Ludger was tied to it. The girl who lost her memories trusted and followed you as her benefactor, but what a cruel reality it is. The man she revered was actually the enemy who killed her mother. And pitifully, she herself knows nothing of it. Because you sealed her memories, she does not even know she had a mother, nor that her mother died at your hands. Is this not the very definition of a hopeless tragedy? Sealing her memories to let her forget the pain. To Nerva, it was nothing more than Ludger's self-comfort. From the moment Ludger killed Rhine's mother, their relationship was irreparably broken, warped, torn apart. Ludger merely stitched it back together by force. He had to know it was only a temporary patch. All it would take was a light touch, a faint breeze, and this swaying tower of a relationship would collapse in an instant. At first, I thought you cared for her because she bore the Saintess power. Nerva, of course, had also read the power dwelling within Rhine's body. He knew what she possessed. She is a possessor of the Judgment Eye. Since you are from the Holy Theocracy, I thought you took interest in her because of that. The Judgment Eye had been passed down from long ago in Bretis. Eyes that could discern right from wrong, distinguish good from evil. And when it reached its peak, it was said even the secrets of heaven could be glimpsed, even the future itself. In the past, after the Saintess Archinis of the Luminis Church, no possessor of the Judgment Eye ever appeared again. Strange, is it not? What do you mean strange? As one from there, you must know. The Theocracy always has a Saintess, but there can only be one possessor of the Judgment Eye in an era. If one is here now, then what of the current Saintess in the Holy Nation? A fake. Though Nerva did not say it, his words implied it, and Ludger knew it too. The Saintess paraded by the church was, in truth, a false one. Not that she was dressed up with nothing behind it. She truly had great divine power, enough that people said she wielded something similar to the Judgment Eye. That was not a lie. She truly had such strength. But it was not something she awakened herself. It had been artificially created, as expected of the fanatics who believe in cruel lumines. To replace the vanished Saintess with imitations, to trick their faithful it is nothing but mass fraud. And it was not only the Saintess. The priestess sisters who wore tiaras over their eyes, they too were experimental subjects, prepared in the attempt to create a Saintess, not qualified enough to become Saintess, but their talent was too exceptional to be discarded, so they were given the office of priestess. They too had a similar, lesser form of the Judgment Eye, and lived on serving the church as mid-ranking clergy. And so I thought you approached the girl for the same reason. Being the abandoned bloodline of the Holy Sovereign, you sought to exploit the trace of the Saintess for yourself. To Nerva, the connection between Ludger and Rhine was strange beyond belief. A discarded child of the Holy Sovereign, bearing even the power of a heretical god. In contrast, Rhine was the possessor of the long-lost Novelight/Judgment Eye, and a bearer of the incurable curse non-attributed mana. The two of them had already met once, 10 years ago. That meeting was by chance, but it ended in tragedy. But seeing your behavior now, there seems to be no great cause at all. It is purely personal. Does the fact that she is the daughter of the woman you killed weigh so heavily on your mind? Did you want to comfort yourself with cheap pity? And now, with time past, they met again in Sion. One remembered, the other sealed. What cruel play of fate this is. Even to me, who has seen countless dreams under the goddess, it is too tragic. So perhaps I should help a little. I will end her cruel fate here. Nerva's tongue twisted cleverly, shaking Ludger's spirit. Ludger widened his eyes, about to leap at him, but Nerva raised his finger and wagged it side to side. Do not be foolish. I hold the girl's lifeline in my hand. SSHHH. Dream sand wrapped around Rhine's neck as proof that his threat was not just words. One wrong move, and her throat would be slit. Ludger could only clench his fists. Can you endure this? The only reason I am listening to your provocation is because Rhine is taken hostage. Indeed, the moment I kill her, every break restraining you is gone. That is why I am not killing her yet, am I not? Exactly. Which means you know this act itself has no meaning. True. Other than buying time, there is nothing else to it. To Ludger's surprise, Nerva accepted it easily. As Ludger glared in suspicion, Nerva grinned. All I want is to shake your spirit a little. You think you can shake me with mere words. Did I not say, to end her cruel fate? And I did not mean in a physical sense. At that smile, Ludger felt a chill run down his spine. Something irreversible had already happened, so whispered his instincts. He had to stop Nerva, whatever he was planning. But he realized it too late. She has already heard everything. She heard it. Ludger's trembling gaze turned to Rhine. The girl who had lain as if dead with dream sand binding her eyes had opened at some unknown moment. Unable to believe it, Ludger was struck speechless. Nerva jeered. From the very start of our conversation, I adjusted her so that only her mind was awake, which means she has heard every word we spoke. Ludger no longer heard Nerva's voice. The world's sounds and colors receded, and only Rhine remained in his sight. Awakened, she stared at him like one still lost in a dream, too shocked by unsurprisable even to react. Her lips, closed tight, slowly opened. Is that really true? Was it really you, teacher, who sealed my memories? Rhine, I crack. On the firm spirit where not even a needle could slip through, fractures began to spread. Nerva's smile deepened. The grin splitting nearly to his ears revealed his delight. At last, the opportunity had come. Much as Id liked to see the end of this collapse, the curtain must fall here. With that, Nerva snapped his fingers. Rhine's eyelids fluttered shut, and her body collapsed onto the dream sand. Ludger simply watched. He could do nothing else. Around him, fine grains of dream dust swirled and clung to his body. Before, they had not affected him at all. But now it was different. Through the breach in his heart, Nerva's authority seeped in. Ludger's eyes, fixed on Rhine, slowly closed. His consciousness sank into the depths, into a dream within a dream. As he fell into that abyss, Nerva's voice echoed after him. Good morning. Soon it will be good afternoon. So good night and pleasant dreams. It is done. Nerva, seeing Ludger fully immersed in slumber, was certain. This was no feigned act to deceive him again. This time, Ludger truly slept. Nerva approached him and raised his hand. Along his hand's edge, dream sand gathered into a sharp blade. If he swung it and cut Ludger's throat, it would all be over. But he did not swing. He lowered his hand. No need to poke a hornet's nest. Now Ludger would never awaken. He would dream within a dream, and then dream again within that dream, an infinite spiral of illusion. That was enough. If he touched Ludger here and provoked the divine power within him, it would become troublesome. Nerva's gaze shifted back to the sleeping Rhine, a possessor of the judgment eye and bearer of non-attributed mana. This girl was born under a cruel fate indeed. But compared to what awaited her, perhaps this was better. If the Lumine's church discovered her existence, far worse would happen. Better for her never to awaken again. That would be her salvation. Do not worry, child. The goddess will embrace you warmly. 542 Chapter Moth to the Flame 1. Nerva, who had been staring at the sleeping Rhine, lifted his head and looked up at the sky. He had subdued Ludger Cherish, the greatest threat, but there was no joy in it. He had merely crossed a single great mountain. Plenty of smaller tasks still remained to be settled. In Nerva's eyes appeared the figures of those who had entered the sacred library. They've come this far already, quite fast. It meant his fight with Ludger had dragged on, but more than that, the speed of the humans was surprising. That woman, the headmaster of Theon, joined forces with the Dreamwalkers. Nerva had sent 5 of his vassals to eliminate the dangerous elements. All 5 had been defeated, 3 of them by those very humans. An impressive power indeed. Their threat could not be ignored. And that old woman looks familiar somehow. Nerva stroked his chin as he fixed his gaze on Clara Cohen. The vast dream energy emanating from her showed she was far from an ordinary mage. Golden dust flew about and circled Nerva's head. Through dreamland, he read her consciousness and the minds of those around her, gathering information. When Nerva opened his eyes again, Clara Cohen's details were etched clearly in his mind. The dream master of the dream school, so she's the leader of the humans barging into the goddess world. Now that I think of it, someone similar came here decades ago. Nerva rubbed his chin, dismissing the thought. Dream master or not, she was an enemy to be wary of. She might be an old crone, but that was reason enough not to underestimate her. The years and weight of experience she carried would surely manifest in dreamland as power beyond imagination. For a moment, Nerva considered eliminating them all here, then discarded the idea. I've spent too much strength. The reason was obvious. His gaze shifted to the slumbering Ludger. Though he had fought as though wielding absolute authority, even Nerva had found the battle with Ludger overwhelming. He could show overwhelming force in dreamland, but it was not omnipotence. The stronger the power, the faster exhaustion crept in. A large portion of his authority had already been wasted, covering the entire city of Riederbelk with dream sand. As I am now, I cannot toy with the guests above. Nerva too needed time to recover his strength. To think just one human would push me this far. He should have been searching for the other small fry who had fallen here with Ludger, but he had no leeway. Ludger alone had bought the lives of many. Now Nerva understood why Zero Order boasted so much of him, but it won't take long. He did not need to restore his power fully. He only needed enough to crush the humans when the time came. And that recovery would not take long. Time was on Nerva's side. Even now, dream energy from those fallen into dreamland was arriving in the depths. Translucent green soul lights streamed across the sky, drawn toward the distant obelisk, like a meteor shower being pulled in by some unseen force. The more of that energy he absorbed, the more steadily the slumbering goddess would rise into consciousness. And when her eyes opened fully, this world would cease to be dream, it would become reality. For that, he too would need to rise to his utmost. I have grown old indeed. With a quiet sigh, Nerva closed his eyes and sank into meditation, to prepare for the guests soon to arrive. Oh no, I think we just saw the very last thing we should have seen. Hidden away, Xantman wiped cold sweat as he watched Nerva meditate. With him were Sedna, Sheridan, and Hans. What happened, were too far to see anything. They were concealed at a distance far removed from Nerva. Distance alone wasn't enough. Xantman had cloaked them with magic as well. The reason was obvious. The fight between Ludger and Nerva. How's the teacher. The fierce battle just suddenly stopped. Sedna's voice trembled. Even kilometers away, they had felt the clash of great forces clearly. The giant sword that fell splitting the storm clouds, the waves of sand that rose to touch the sky, the clash of powers that made their very skin shudder. Now that it was over, the eerie silence was almost unbearable. Instinct whispered. Something terrible had happened. Xantman wrestled with how to answer Sedna, then spoke plainly. Ludger lost. The impact of those words was enormous. Hans, Sedna, and Sheridan's eyes went wide. Ludger lost. They could not even picture such a sight in their minds. Then, does that mean teacher is dead? No, not that. Xantman's gaze went to the distant figure of Ludger lying unconscious. He's still alive. For some reason, Nerva cannot kill him outright. So instead, he's been cast into slumber suppressed, a small blessing amid misfortune. As long as Ludger lived, hope remained, so he was subdued, not slain. Hans stroked his chin. The fact that Ludger had fallen was shocking and confusing, but they could not afford to panic. What's the state of that demon now? Eyes closed, lost in meditation. It seems the battle with Ludger drained him greatly. In that case, don't even think it. This is no opportunity. Ludger exhausted him, yes, but if we approached now, we'd be destroyed instantly. Xantman had watched enough of the fight to gauge Nerva's power. Even he could not face Nerva head-on. Alone, perhaps, but with 3 people to protect with the siesta artifact. Impossible. If he charged in recklessly, it would only add more corpses. So we're just to sit and watch. There's nothing we can do right now. But once reinforcements arrive, it will be different. Xantman laid out the situation. Even with Ludger's efforts weakening Nerva, he still could not stand against him. It wasn't fear, it was reality. Nerva had shown enough that even a fragment of his power would obliterate Xantman utterly. What they needed was reinforcements. Old woman Clara would surely sense the gravity of the situation and hurry here. They needed to join her and fight Nerva together. Damn it, this is trouble. By reason, that was the best plan, yet instinct scratched at him. Xantman imagined the worst. What /NOVELIGHT/ if Clara Cohen and the reinforcements lost to Nerva? At first he could not imagine such a future, but after what he had just witnessed, his mind changed. To defeat Nerva, Ludger Cherish was the key. Come to think of it, the old hag asked me again and again to watch out for him. Ludger had already seemed unusual before, but seeing him against Nerva confirmed it. Ludger Cherish was the only one who could defeat the demon Nerva, and now he's been subdued. If it were by raw strength, Xantman would despair. But that was not it. Nerva had cunningly taken a Sion student hostage to drag Ludger into a dream. Even that demon has reason not to kill him outright. So he bought time by trapping him in dreams through an hostage. In a fair duel, Ludger would not have fallen. The problem was his safety now. Thankfully, it looks like the demon cannot harm him directly. But that doesn't mean hell ever wake on his own. The dream he's fallen into is no ordinary one. We must assume he cannot wake unaided. The others sensed where Xantman's words were heading. We have to plan for the worst, which means, in my view, we must get the hostage teacher out of there. And once we have him, then what? Shake him awake. You think a shake will do? If we're doing it, well, do it properly. Xantman reached into his inner pocket and pulled out a small flask. That is in dreamland. How do you think people die? No one answered. After all, the concept of death in dreamland was unfamiliar. So Xantman explained kindly. There's something called submerged sleep. When one falls asleep again inside dreamland, merging with this world, it's treated as death. Asleep inside a dream. When all of one's dream energy is consumed, that's what happens. One falls into dreams within dreams, never waking again. You understand that's no different from death. Xantman shook the flask. Inside, a bluish liquid swayed. This is medicine to wake someone from that state. Such a thing exists. Yes, but it's not simple. Only dreamwalkers capable of diving into the lower depths are given such a lifeline. A rare item for only the gravest emergencies. The ingredients alone took immense time, so only a handful of dreamwalkers ever had one. But if you use it, grandfather, then Sedna's worried voice faltered as Xantman grinned. If I don't use it here, we're all dead anyway, so why hoard it? And don't get too hopeful. Even with this, there's no guarantee hell wake. At best, it improves our odds a little. But it's worth trying, isn't it? Sheridan asked. Xantman nodded. He could have scolded her for her rude tone, but he didn't. Still, we can't rush in now. That demon is meditating, but if I even approach, hell sense it instantly. That was why they had stayed distant and cloaked. If Nerva wished, he could expose them even now. That he didn't was only because he had no intent or energy to spare. But if they moved closer, he would stop meditating and hunt them down without hesitation. So we just wait. And if he fully recovers in the meantime? Exactly. That's the problem. This was the choice Xantman faced. The surest chance at victory needed Ludger. To do that, they had to retrieve him, but Nerva's presence made that impossible. The safest path was waiting for reinforcements, but they did not know when they would come. If Nerva finished recovering by then, even Clara and the Dreamwalkers would not withstand him. At best, we can buy time. Victory is not something we can calculate. To improve their chances, they had to hinder Nerva's recovery, and the only one who could move was Xantman himself. In the end, it comes to this. Xantman muttered, removing one of the siesta gloves from his left hand and passing it to Sedna. She instinctively received it, staring up at him in confusion. Grandfather, why give this to me? Y'all need it if you're going to move apart from me. Why are you saying this now? Perhaps she sensed something in his tone. Sedna's eyes trembled with unease. Sheridan narrowed her gaze. Grandfather, don't tell me you're planning to fight that demon alone. Hans and Sedna turned wide eyes toward Xantman at her words. Xantman only chuckled, stroking his beard without answering. 543 Chapter Moth to the Flame, 2. Wait a moment. You mean to say you're going to fight that demon alone? Sedna asked in disbelief. Xantman was an excellent dreamwalker, but not nearly enough to face Nerva by himself. Hadn't he himself said that even if everyone here joined forces, they wouldn't be able to stand against him? Yet he still insisted on going. That was nothing short of suicide. What's this? Are you worrying about this old man? Oh, of course I am. Who wouldn't worry about someone going off to die? How is this any different from a moth throwing itself into a flame? Heh! At Sedna's honest reply, Xantman stroked his beard with a smile, as though he found her endearing. When you said you were Julia's friend, I thought you'd have a similar personality. But you're a very straightforward child. Or maybe you could be friends precisely because you're so different. Why was Julia suddenly being brought up? Just as Sedna was about to speak, Xantman's words cut ahead of her. Once that demon fully recovers his strength, running away will do us no good. Before reinforcements arrive, we may well become the first example he sets. In that case, isn't it better to at least hold his ankle and drag him down? Even so, there's no reason you need to do it alone. No, it must be me alone. If not me, then who? We can fight too. Sedna's voice was firm. Though still inexperienced, they had learned how to wield power inside Dreamland. If refined just a little more, it was only natural they would become a formidable force. Xantman agreed with that part, but unfortunately they did not have time. Your heart is admirable, but to speak coldly, right now you'd only drag me down. Going there, it is enough that I go alone. Noit must be me alone. That's keep that siesta close. It will protect you from the environment of the depths. It won't hold for long, only a single part of your body, but it's more than enough until reinforcements arrive. Sedna looked at the siesta glove in her hand and asked, "Why are you going this far for us?" She simply couldn't understand Xantman's kindness. Ludger, with whom he had some connection, was already down, and the three of them had only met him today. Yet he handed over the siesta and worried for their safety. It wasn't duty, it was pure goodwill. Sedna wasn't so naive as to miss that. That was why she asked, "Why go so far? Why else?" Xantman answered as if it were nothing. "Because you're our youngest's friend. For such a reason, you say. Our youngest always acts prickly and haughty on the outside, but in truth he's terribly lonely. And you're the first friend he ever made. Of course, you're someone precious beyond anything." The words were embarrassing, but Xantman's expression was utterly sincere. "If I couldn't protect that friend, how sad do you think our youngest would be? I tease him often, but not once have I ever truly hated him. Well, maybe once or twice, but even then it was out of affection." He laughed playfully like a child, then erased the smile and looked at Sedna with a calm gaze. "That's why ill help. And V-Light, because if you live, our youngest won't be sad. We can't let him grieve. As for the other two, well, to be honest, that's just incidental." Though he openly called them incidental, Hans and Sheridan didn't get angry. How could they be angry at someone who chose sacrifice for their sake? Our youngest will surely come here with the master. Even if he talks that way all the time, he's a responsible child. So when you see him, make sure you tell him this properly. That Xantman, a splendid and strong senior, was incredibly cool even at the very end. Xantman turned his back. None of them stopped him. They weren't shameless enough to block the path of someone who had resolved everything. Oh, right. Just as he was about to leave, Xantman turned his head slightly toward Sedna. "Take good care of our youngest from now on." Nerva opened his closed eyes, his golden irises fixed on the old man standing before him. "So the bug I thought had fled appears before me of its own will. Are you not afraid of death? Afraid? Hell no, I'm scared out of my wits." Xantman made a fuss with a grin, but even if his words said so, his posture was perfectly upright. Nerva's brow twitched slightly. From Xantman's bearing, he sensed a resolve that words could not describe. "Still, what can I do? I am not the kind of man lenient enough to sit back and watch a demon do as he pleases." HMPH. Nerva let out a faintly irritated sigh. He broke from meditation and shifted his stance. Hands folded behind his back, he gazed at Xantman, a trace of displeasure on his face. "To be honest, I am in a very foul mood right now." "I know." At Nerva's words, Xantman nodded. "That's exactly why I came. You're openly trying to recover your strength. How could I just sit and watch? Even so, you alone cannot oppose me. You're nothing but a moth leaping into the fire. Even so, I can still make the flame waver." Yes, that was the problem. To Nerva, who was attempting to restore his power, this Xantman was like a bone stuck in his throat. If ignored, he'd surely attack. If captured, it would break his focus and make recovery difficult. If only he had fled in fear or hidden himself, Nerva wouldn't have had to bother. But Xantman had come and stood before him. Even knowing he would lose if he fought, even knowing he would die if he fought, he had come here anyway. That irritated Nerva. To him, humans were no better than insects. He tolerated them only because his goddess embraced them, otherwise he'd have wiped them all out long ago. And now such a human dared to obstruct his grand design. If they had brought an army, he might have begrudgingly acknowledged it. But now there was only one. And he had come when Nerva was at his weakest. Did this mean he had fallen so far? The thought of it fueled his self-loathing, while his murderous intent surged toward the human before him. "Oh, how frightening. What happened to that relaxed air you showed when fighting the teacher?" Feeling Nerva's razor-sharp gaze, Xantman sneered. "Very well. Let's see how far that relaxed face of yours lasts." The crime of disturbing my meditation is great indeed." Xantman laughed as though in defiance, but inwardly he thought otherwise. "He's absolutely furious. I did mean to anger him, but at this rate my body won't last." The moment Xantman took his stance, Nerva's attack came. In an instant, something filled his vision, and Xantman twisted his body aside. Shag! A colossal blade of sand cleaved through the spot where he had just been, so sharp that the ground beneath the cut was left with a smooth surface. If I had reacted a second later, it'd have been split like firewood. Xantman clenched his trembling hand into a tight fist. Before Nerva could launch another strike, he immediately pulled out dream threads and cast a spell. Xantman's green dream aura stretched like long strands of thread, encircling Nerva in an instant. Dream magic. Entangled yarn, the fluttering threads tightened, binding Nerva's body. Layer upon layer piled up over him, forming a massive green cocoon of thread. But Xantman didn't stop there. Dream magic. Stitched knot. A gigantic needle formed above the cocoon, stabbing downward inside. It was a technique to trap the enemy within and unleash a one-sided assault. Yet Xantman felt no relief. After all, in the sacred library, Nerva had endured even greater attacks unharmed. And sure enough, the cocoon restraining Nerva began to snap apart from the outside, threads breaking with sharp cracks. Not so fast. He had to stop him from breaking free. Xantman quickly drew out long strands of dream thread and wove them into an object. What he completed was a vast sheet of green cloth, large enough to cover the entire cocoon. One layer, then another. The cloth kept draping over the cocoon, covering and covering again. This wasn't ordinary fabric, it was cloth spun from dream threads. Its strength, elasticity, and tensile force were at a level unimaginable in reality. Dream magic. Bundle wrapping, but merely covering it wasn't nearly enough. On either side of Xantman, huge needles and threads appeared. The needles, trailing threads, darted swiftly across the cloth, stitching every gap closed. Dream magic. Herringbone stitch. The stacked layers of fabric were perfectly sewn together. "Ha ha, at least this should buy us some time, right?" Xantman gasped for breath. His aim was never to defeat Nerva, only to interrupt his meditation and buy time until reinforcements arrived. If worst came to worst, he was even prepared to run. "If I bind him like this, then flee, and each time he tries to recover I strike and retreat again," as he planned his next moves. That moment of thought made his reaction too late. Thunk! Two massive sand blades burst from inside the bundle. Like a stag beetle's pincers, the blades clamped together. It was a colossal pair of sand scissors. From the cleanly severed cocoon of dream threads, Nerva walked out unharmed. With each step, golden light bled faintly from his eyes. This Xantman looked down at his left arm. He had failed to dodge it. Scissors had sliced everything clean below his left shoulder. Losing part of his body should have been enough to send him into panic, yet Xantman calmly drew out more thread. Dream magic. Running stitched tiny dream needles and threads stitched up the severed stump, sewing the limb back together in an instant. Watching this, Nerva sneered. "Well now, to stitch a severed arm back so lightly commendable for a bug. Tenacity happens to be one of my charms." Though he said it lightly, cold sweat streamed down Xantman's back. All the dream magic he had layered cut apart with a single snip, and Nerva showed not the faintest sign of strain. That alone proved how vast the gap in power truly was. Unbelievable. Just how did that teacher ever manage to gain the upper hand against this monster? And that teacher was far younger than him. Xantman gave a wry laugh and lifted his eyes. Nerva frowned at the undying spark still in his gaze. "You don't know how to bow even at the end. Very well, let's see how long that look of yours lasts. Too bad you won't get to see me sniveling." A massive shadow loomed over Nerva's head. The moment he tilted his head up to check boom, something enormous crashed down on him, shaking the ground and raising a choking cloud of dust. What had fallen from the sky to crush Nerva was a gigantic industrial sewing machine. Ever been hit with a sewing machine? No, then have a taste. The sharp needles of the machine aimed down at Nerva. Xantman's magic activated. Dream magic. 6,000 SPM over lark. Tata-tata-tata-tata. The machine roared with the harsh whine of its motor. It was the maximum output magic Xantman could muster. 100 stitches per second. 6,000 in a single minute. The relentless pummeling gave no room for Nerva to respond. Each strike of the sewing needle hammered Nerva with such force that the earth itself trembled and dust clouds billowed. It was less stitching than the pounding of enormous stakes into the ground. Sweat poured down Xantman's forehead, but he did not let up. Just a little longer, just a little more. His desperate eyes weren't fixed on Nerva, but on Ludger, and he saw them three people running toward Ludger. Hans, Sheridan, and Sedna Roshan. His true goal had never been victory, it was to buy time so they could rescue Ludger. When Hans hoisted Ludger onto his back, Xantman gave a small nod. Go. Sedna hesitated at the sight of him, but she bit her lip and followed after Hans. When Ludger and the others vanished from sight, Xantman finally felt he had succeeded. He released the spell. Though it would have been ideal to keep pressing Nerva while the momentum was his, he no longer had any strength left. The sewing machine stopped, and almost at once a wave of sand surged up, shattering it into pieces. From the heart of the sandstorm, Nerva stared down coldly at Xantman. So, have you finished your little display? He had poured out every last drop of strength, and Nerva dismissed it as nothing more than a display. Ha! Xantman could only pant for breath. Whatever he said now, it wouldn't change the future looming over him. Still, before I go, I wanted to see those fools' faces one more time. Even so, he couldn't allow himself to end disgracefully. Xantman clenched his teeth and stirred up dream force once more. Nerva's brow twitched, then his gaze turned aside. What? What's he looking at? Xantman was puzzled that Nerva suddenly lost interest in him. A shell, trailing smoke, streaked in and exploded against Nerva's face. The shockwave hurled Xantman backward, but his body was caught and held aloft by roots that rose from the ground. You idiots! Realizing whose doing it was, Xantman couldn't suppress his shock. The fools I wanted to see, weren't you? Damn fools. What can we do? Sedna, who had come up beside him before he knew it, smiled and said, This is exactly what I learned from you, teacher. 544 Chapter Moth to the Flame 3. When the smoke of the explosion cleared, Nerva stood there unscathed. Click, click. Had you simply fled, you might have lived a little longer. His golden gaze turned toward Sheridan, who was firing shells from a distant hill. Wah! That old man took my shell head on, and he's still fine. He's still brimming with strength. Enough chatter, keep firing. At Hans's scolding, Sheridan launched shell after shell, conjured purely from imagination. Swang! Shells cut through the air and rained down around Nerva. Red explosions and massive shockwaves rippled through the area. Yet Nerva remained unharmed even amid the searing heat. His eyes fixed instead on Xantman. You think I wouldn't notice? I realized long ago you NVI'd, original source, were distracting me to rescue Ludger Cherish. And the only reason he had not stopped them was because he had the leisure to allow it. He had more than enough strength left to finish Xantman and then pursue Hans's group to capture them. But since you came to me of your own accord, you've saved me the trouble. Xantman slowly stretched out his palm. Dream sand rose from the ground like dust caught in a breeze, enveloping the incoming shells. Crunch, crack. The sand compressed violently, crushing the shells inside. But that wasn't the end. The form of the sand changed, reshaping itself into identical shells. The dream sand shells, exhaling golden smoke, fired back toward Hans and Sheridan on the hill. Are you kidding me? Evade, evade. Hans and Sheridan immediately scrambled away. You think you can escape? Xantman gestured toward the fleeing pair, and the shells altered course midair. Glancing back, Sheridan's eyes gleamed. They're guided. Amazing. I want that feature too. This is no time for jokes. It seemed they would be caught any moment. But then, the shells suddenly exploded in midair before reaching them. Nerva clicked his tongue and turned his head. The hand he had extended was pinned fast by thick tree roots. Their caster stood beside Xantman Sedna, glaring fiercely at Nerva. Ill commend your will to fight instead of flee. Yes, Sedna Roshan. In an instant, Nerva had gathered her information through dreams and spoken her name aloud. Details about her accumulated in real time, and annoyance gave way to curiosity. A world tree contractor, and a half-elf at that. How very amusing. With power like that, it made sense she dared to stand against him. And what's more, you freely command plants. Outsiders would call you the Green Mage. At the mention of that title, Xantman turned to Sedna, eyes wide with surprise. I'm not green yet, she added shyly. Not yet. So his worries had not been for nothing after all. As Xantman had such thoughts, Nerva sneered. But tell me, Green Mage though you may be in reality, what can you do inside a dream? No matter how great one's prowess in the waking world, dreamland was ruled by the unconscious, and imagination abilities could not easily be drawn out to their fullest. Sedna knew that, yet she did not retreat. There must be something that even I can do. Her words were firm, but her body trembled. This was the very enemy who had defeated her teacher. To Sedna, Nerva was an insurmountable wall. But was this the first time she had faced such hopelessness? No, hadn't she felt the same in the Elven Kingdom, that she could never win, that hope did not exist. And yet they won. Breaking through impossible odds, they turned hope into reality. Sedna had seen that miracle with her own eyes. It isn't hard. All I have to do is imagine it. Picture it clearly, every detail, every form not hazy, but sharp and complete, like the sight I witnessed that day. She focused her mind. Pain stabbed through her skull like needles do, much energy channeled at once. Her image wavered as though it might collapse. Recall the happiest moment you ever had. Xantman's voice guided her. He instinctively sensed she was attempting something she had never shown before. If sheer will and imagination aren't enough, use a trick. Negative thoughts won't anchor it. What stays with us the longest are our happiest memories. Recall them and manifest from that emotion. Sedna followed his instruction. Nerva frowned. Her energy is stabilizing. Moments ago, untamed dream force had lashed out wildly, but now it flowed calm and steady, like the sea after a storm suddenly serene. And Nerva felt it an instinctive alarm. Something was coming. You asked what I could do, didn't you? Sedna's eyes, sharpened with clarity, locked on Nerva. I could summon the world tree. Just as Nerva was about to speak, an immense wall rose before his eyes. A tree. He stared, dumbfounded, at the colossal tree that soared into the sky, casting a massive shadow. A tree rivaling even the obelisk that sealed his goddess. The world tree revered by elves as divine. A tree that could, if it willed, blanket the continent in forest. She created a world tree, alone. Even as a world tree contractor, Sedna Roshan should not have wielded such power. That was why he had disregarded her. But now, Sedna had grown into a threat he had not foreseen. In the end, it's just a hollow imitation. From atop the world tree, Sedna looked down and answered, "You're right. Compared to the real one, it may be lacking." Womb, the world tree quivered. At once, night descended upon the depths of dreamland. Whoa, what's that? Sheridan, watching from afar, cried out in awe. Darkness spread through the surroundings, yet the world tree's leaves glowed white with sacred light. It was easy to understand why elves prayed to this tree, why they deified it. This is insane. Hans, from his distant post, stared with a complicated gaze. The memory of that destructive light turned upon him, resurfaced an unwelcome memory. But now that very light was their ally, and nothing could be more reassuring. He knew she could not hear him, but still Hans wished to say it. Blast him to hell, Junior. A moment later, with a brilliant flash, a beam of pure white light lanced down. Blinding radiance, searing heat that boiled the air, all combined into a pillar of destruction that fell straight upon Nerva. Even if weaker than the original, the world tree was still the world tree. A fraction of its power alone was enough to reduce the land to scorched ruin. The white light swallowed Nerva and drove into the earth. Deep underground, the energy spread outward, exploding in a vast eruption. Vroom, the ground swelled like a volcano ready to burst, then split open in a blossom of crimson flame. My God, from a branch of the world tree, Xantman could only gape at the sight before him. He had given her advice, but never imagined it would yield something this magnificent. He couldn't deny Ith had underestimated her, even if only a little, because she was still a student. Xantman let out a hollow laugh before he realized it himself. Our youngest really did make one hell of a friend. At this rate, it was enough to make him ashamed of the fuss he had raised, thinking he could buy time on his own. After taking an attack of that magnitude, even Nerva could not possibly be unscathed, or so he thought, until he saw the structure slowly revealed within the explosion. What the hell is that? It was a shape that looked like two clasped hands, as if in prayer, set apart by themselves. Then the hands opened left and right, and Nerva appeared from inside, somewhat hot. From within the explosion, Nerva was unscathed. He bore slight wounds. His clothes were singed, and faint red burns marked his skin. But that was all. After taking such a devastating blow, that was the extent of his injuries. That fact left Sedna aghast. It was a serious strike. Sedna bit her lip. Deep down, she had harbored a faint sense of unease. Now that she faced the reality, she could feel anew just how extraordinary Nerva truly was. Sensing her emotion, Xantman gave a warning. We must only hold him off. Cast aside your greed. Our goal is to endure, not to defeat that monster. Understood. Sedna commanded the world tree. Its leaves gleamed, and golden spears poured down on Nerva like a driving rain. Each spear was a storm of death that tore flesh and shattered bone. Through that downpour Nerva walked as if on a casual stroll. Sedna resolved to change her approach. The world tree's roots sent massive energy coursing into the ground. Nerva stopped walking and lowered his gaze to the earth. Through the sandy floor, tiny sprouts began to emerge. The sprouts spread endlessly across the horizon, centered on the world tree. They grew with unbelievable speed, as if time itself were fast-forwarded hundreds of times. Sprouts became saplings, saplings became trees. New plants grew around them. Where it would take centuries for a forest to flourish, the world tree birthed one in less than 3 seconds. A dense sea of trees filled the view. Nerva now stood in the very maw of a giant beast called a forest. From each tree, from every blade of grass, radiated murderous intent. Each plant, the entire forest, it all carried a will bent on killing him, to sow seeds and sprout them at will upon the goddess land. Even blasphemy should know its limits. And yet, facing all this, Nerva remained calm. This too must be a trial given to me. Then I shall accept it. He had meant to conserve strength, but instead was being forced to expend more. Still, it was true the process until now had been far too easy. At this moment, Nerva chose to show a measure of his true strength. If he thought of the future, it was right to conserve power. But as long as humans would throw away their lives to hinder him, that was only a wish. I will trample you completely. Mercy, leisure, all of that cast aside. Dream, Nerva murmured softly, a small word, yet brimming with force. That single word rippled through the world. SSSRRK sand began to spread outward from Nerva. Carried by the wind, it expanded and devoured the trees. Touched by the sand, the trees melted in an instant like salt in water. It looked as if they dissolved, but closer inspection showed they reverted to their original state, to dream energy. The spreading sand became a storm, engulfing everything in sight except the world tree. In the blink of an eye, a lush jungle turned to desert. How, Sedna reeled. At that instant her body swayed violently. Even in the sandstorm, the world tree still stood, but only just. In truth, it was not holding out. A colossal sand mire was swallowing it whole. The kilometer-tall world tree sank slowly, as if into a swamp. In moments, half its towering trunk had already sunk beneath, and still the mire shoved more of the world tree down, as if insatiable. We must escape. To where? Xantman and Sedna searched for a way out from the world tree's branches, but the mire was too vast. If it could engulf the world tree itself, then no matter where they fled, it was only a matter of sinking. Every vista beyond was nothing but a desert of dream sand. At least Hans and Sheridan seemed to have escaped safely, but Sedna could not. Crock, the branches of the world tree began to sink into the sand. Sturdy limbs shattered with hideous sounds. To be swallowed by that mire would mean more than suffocation. Its crushing pressure would grind them apart. Child, take my hand. Xantman reached toward Sedna. As she grabbed hold, their bodies shot skyward. Behind Xantman's back stretched wings woven from threads, but Sedna could not see them as reassuring. If he could fly, he would have fled sooner. That delay proved how much of his power was spent. Even flying, if they could not escape the desert, the end was the same. Above all, Nerva was not the type to let prey flee. Where do you rush off to in such haste? The world inverted. Sky below, desert above. SSSHHHHH. Sand poured down from the heavens like a waterfall. Swept within, the two plummeted through the endless sky along with the sandfall. At least it was not a fall without end, for they were caught by a floor of colossal trees. This is Sedna looked around in shock. Walls of translucent glass rose up around them, and the pouring sand slowly filled within. An hourglass. Realizing where they were trapped, Sedna's face turned ashen. From outside the hourglass, Nerva spoke to the two, who were steadily being buried in sand. Let us see how desperately you squirm. Insects. 545 chapter Indulgence of Betrayal. 1. He could not understand when he had ended up being trapped. No, perhaps from the very beginning, they had been fighting inside this hourglass. That was not the important part now. The sand pouring down like a waterfall from above was gradually filling the bottom, raising its level. Before he realized it, the sand that had risen to his ankles crossed his calves and reached his waist. D-damn, Sedna tried to create a tree, but the dream sand made it impossible. The plants she managed to produce were swallowed back by the sand and decomposed on the spot. Now that Nerva's antlion trap had collapsed, there was no way to escape on their own. Forgive me. I dragged you into this for nothing. Xantman apologized to Sedna. If only he and Elder had fought better, she would not have ended up like this. No, this happened because I was greedy. But even with regret, no method to overcome the situation came to mind. Most of their strength had already been spent. Buried in sand, you will repent your actions bitterly. From outside the hourglass, Nerva sneered. By now the sand had risen past their chests and up to their necks. Even if they tried to struggle with their arms, the pressure of the sand pinned them immovably. Just as their vision was about to be buried in darkness beneath the sand, what Sedna saw was a distant pink flash. Quang! With an explosion, the entire hourglass shook violently. The glass shattered, and the sand spilled outward. As the sand drained away like ebbing tide, Sedna and Xantman could finally gasp for the breath they had held back. On Xantman's face, once stained with despair, spread a smile full of delight. "You idiots! You're late." Along with his shout, a group with green wings spread wide came flying from afar. "Xantman, old man, you still alive? Damn brat, your life sure clings tight. Kahaha." Seeing his comrades jeering at him from the distance as they flew closer, Xantman roared back. "You bastards, what took you so long? I almost crossed to the other side. That's why we came to help. What are you griping about?" Through the broken walls of the hourglass, winged dream school mages approached, reaching out their hands. Xantman clasped those hands with a smiling face. Then the hourglass vanished in a whoosh like a mirage. Thanks to his comrades, Xantman was safe, but Sedna was not. Sedna plummeted into the desert quicksand below. It happened so suddenly that the other dreamwalkers reacted too slowly. Within the flow of slow time, Sedna stretched her hand toward the sky as if wishing for someone to seize it. And miraculously, a shadow with pure white wings caught hold of Sedna's frail body in the nick of time. Sedna's eyes widened as she looked at the one who had come to save her. "Julia, I came to save you." Seeing Julia holding her like a princess, Sedna burst into tears she had been desperately holding back. Though she had forced herself to be brave, she could not shake off the terror of death at the final moment. I thought I was going to die." As Sedna clung tightly around her neck, Julia gave a helpless smile. I had not wished for such a situation to come. Nerva shook his head as he looked at the dreamwalkers. The process of regaining his strength had completely gone to waste. If it had only been Xantman, perhaps. But once Sedna Roshan interfered, everything had unraveled. Flash. Once again, a pink flash erupted in the distance. That attack again. The magic that had shattered the hourglass he had created. Nerva summoned Dreamsand to form an octagonal shield. It was the same shield that had blocked the Grand Librarian's assault. Against power of this level, it should have been easy to stop. But just before the pink ray struck the shield, it split into dozens of beams. The light bypassed the shield and battered Nerva's antechamber. Pabababum. Pink magical explosions flared one after another in the air. As Nerva barely slipped aside through the blasts, a hunched old crone had already approached within arm's reach. In that instant, in the slowed flow of time, Clara Cohen's and Nerva's gazes clashed in the void. "Do you remember who I am, Nerva?" Clara Cohen. At the same moment Nerva spoke her name, Clara swung her staff. A green dream blade condensed at its tip fell toward his collarbone. Nerva thrust out his hand and seized the blade. Kagagagak. As Nerva's palm clashed with the dream blade, sparks scattered. The pure white glove he wore tore, and wounds opened in his palm. Just like the stab wound he had once received from Ludger, golden blood trickled from the gash. With a scowl, Nerva summoned more dream sand. Pillars of sand surged from the ground, striking toward Clara, but the dreamwalkers gave covering fire. Green blasts of mana rained from the sky and smashed into the sand pillars. In the meantime, Clara retreated to safety. Watching Nerva's injured right hand, she spoke. "So you bleed as well. You've grown weak." Had he been in his prime, it would have been impossible for her to wound him. That was how far Nerva had declined. "Well done, Xantman. You endured bravely. Chi, this old hag, coming when it's all nearly over just to show off." Though he grumbled, Xantman's smile did not fade. He had resigned himself to death, but now he was still alive. That alone was fortune. His sacrifice to buy time had not been in vain, and the reinforcements were not only dreamwalkers. In the distance, another pink flash flared. Nerva frowned. Again, again that bombardment, the headmaster of Sion, Elissa Willow. He had seen the woman once in reality and afterward paid her little mind. Even if she had entered dreamland, he had not considered her worth his concern. Has she grown stronger as she descended deeper? Through many battles, Elissa had gained experience, and compared to when she had first fallen into dreamland, she had matured beyond recognition. Indeed, she had not reached sixth circle magic at a young age for nothing. She swiftly adapted to dreamland's environment. Now the attacks Elissa Willow fired contained dream essence. She had met the dreamwalkers and learned from them how to wield dream essence. To be taught by another was something Elissa had not experienced in an extremely long time. But her innate talent made her absorb the teachings swiftly. From afar, Elissa perceived Nerva's muttering and chuckled as she issued orders. It's not only me, is it? Everyone. Begin. Behind her, the lined-up teachers all unleashed their spells at once, a spectacle of magic ripping through the sky. Seeing this, Nerva raised a towering sand wall. Spells blazed upon the massive wall of sand. The teachers of Sion who had come this far bombarded Nerva relentlessly from beyond the desert. Had Nerva been at full power, he would have laughed such attacks off. But now he could not afford such ease. If only I had time to recover. The thought was bitter, but his mind quickly shifted. PFFSHH. Each time the magic struck the sand wall, the sturdy dream sand crumbled and collapsed visibly. The force was unmistakably beyond what Sion's teachers had originally shown. All of them have grown stronger. The teachers of Sion were each skilled and talented in their own right. Though slightly underestimated for teaching young students, they were people respected across the continent. And now, having received the Dreamwalkers' counsel, they had temporarily mastered handling dream essence. This was no situation to belittle or ignore. Even if I had recovered strength in that short span, victory could not have been certain. Nerva frowned. Above the crumbling wall, figures with green wings came into view, the dreamwalkers of the dream school. From blind spots the wall could not block, they struck. Dream-forged spells rained down upon him. It was like watching a local downpour of green rain. Though Nerva stacked layer upon layer of dream-sand barriers, he could not fully resist the immense tide. His body plummeted into the desert below. Rising to his feet, Nerva looked NVLGHT, exclusive on NVLGHT, down at himself. The neat suit he wore was smeared with the sand he had conjured. His clothes were ragged and torn, and his body bore even two new wounds. Though the wounds healed quickly, the blood already spilled did not return. What a pitiful sight I am. Nerva searched his memories. Had he ever once been driven to such a corner? Never, without question. As the faithful servant of the goddess, to be reduced to this. Exhausted, wounded, his appearance was wretched. What humiliated him most of all was that this state was the result of humans he had scorned as weaker than his former self. At this rate, when the goddess awakens, I will have no face to show. Nerva slowly lifted his head. The deep sky above purple, dark blue, and black intermingled. Stars gleamed brightly there, falling toward him. Stars filled with killing intent, fired by humans trying to finish him. Yet Nerva's gaze did not stop there, but looked beyond. The dream energy extracted from humans who had fallen into dreamland. It was floating in the sky, gathering toward the obelisk. Time was still needed for the goddess to awaken. But if he were to fall here, even that would be meaningless. Goddess. Nerva shed tears. From his golden eyes flowed tears black as omen. Do not forgive my disloyalty. Do not overlook your servant daring to lay hands upon what must be offered to you. Nerva stretched out his hand, toward the sky, toward the massive current of energy. What the hell? Why is he doing that all of a sudden? Is he trying something? The Sion teachers far off could not see, but the Dreamwalkers saw it clearly. As everyone faltered at Nerva's sudden strange action, the one who felt the crisis first was Clara Cohen. Everyone, pour your attacks at him, now. Clara sensed Nerva was about to do something. She did not know what exactly, but if not stopped now, something irreversible would occur. The Dreamwalkers did not ignore Clara's warning. With grim faces, they poured attacks toward Nerva, but Nerva did not defend. Even as their magic struck his body, he paid it no mind, focusing only on the massive energy. Dream spells hit him, tearing his clothes, opening wounds, splattering blood. He felt no small pain, but Nerva endured like a devout believer accepting penance without a twitch of expression. That bastard's insane. The dreamwalkers grew all the more anxious, especially Sedna, whose terror reached its peak. The Nerva who had always looked down on everything was now acting utterly different. It was not despair, not surrender either. Nerva, in his own way, had prepared for a sacrifice. We weren't the only ones desperate. The battle shifted. From the great flow of dream energy in the sky, a portion slithered toward Nerva like a flicking tongue. All gazed in aghast silence at the sight. Though they knew they had to stop it, none dared wedge themselves into that colossal energy. The dream energy touched Nerva's fingertips. Like a broken dam bursting, the flow rushed into his body. Oh, Nerva opened his battered mouth. Ooh, a vast power surged inside him. Like a man who had not drunk water for days stumbling upon an oasis, Nerva savagely indulged in the energy. Even knowing it was an offering meant for the goddess, he could not stop. Instead, the very sense of betrayal fanned his hunger. Nerva's body transformed as he absorbed the dream energy. All his wounds closed, and even his suit was restored as though freshly pressed. Boom! A fierce shockwave burst out from Nerva. Swept up, the desert sand surged like a tide, rolling into a vast wave spreading outward in concentric rings. A tidal wave. Fall back, everyone. Alyssa stepped forward and raised a barrier. As Sion's teachers cut off support fire, Nerva targeted the Dreamwalkers. You're flying too high. Nerva brought his hands together as if to take a photograph, trapping the Dreamwalkers. It looked like mere marking handplay, but the result was not. When Nerva lowered his hands, a picture was clasped in his grip, and within that picture appeared the Dreamwalkers flying beneath the deep sky. Now our eyes are at the same level. 546th chapter, Indulgence of Betrayal 2. The Dreamwalkers were flustered. The moment they realized Nerva was doing something, they came to their senses, only to find themselves trapped inside a photograph. Don't tell me we ended up inside a picture. What the hell? He caught us all at once. Nerva, looking down at the photograph, appeared like a giant. The situation was completely reversed compared to when he had been peering down from the sky. Do not panic. Have you forgotten what we must do here? Clara's remark restored everyone's composure. Their confusion at the bizarre situation lasted only a moment. Then, as professionals, they immediately began thinking of how to break free. Though they were trapped inside a photo, it was ultimately just the product of Nerva's imagination, shaped through dream sound. In that case, they only needed to respond in kind. Ill open the way. Clara raised her staff, aiming at Nerva, who was gazing down at them from beyond the photograph. Oh, Nerva, who had been staring at the photo, grinned. From the center of the picture in his hand, a streak of green dream sand thrust outward. The blade of dream sand moved downward, slicing the photograph perfectly in half. The severed picture exploded like light, and the dreamwalkers came tumbling out. We're alive, you idiot. Don't relax already. The dreamwalkers, freed from Nerva's grasp, immediately launched a counterattack. Hit him. Don't give him an opening. They scattered, hurling spells. Nerva bared his teeth as he watched them scatter like gnats. Because of you, the goddess awakening has been delayed. You will surely pay with your lives. With those words, Nerva stretched out his hand. Even at a distance that clearly could not be reached, his extended hand seized a dreamwalker. The dreamwalkers, realizing what had just happened, gaped in shock. What? Did he just ignore perspective? What Nerva did was simple. He looked at a target far away, then grabbed them with his hand as if distance did not matter. Though over 300 meters separated them, he caught his victim with perfect accuracy. When he opened his clenched fist, the dreamwalker's body had shrunk to match the size of his palm, truly the appearance of an insect. Nerva sneered and crushed his fist tight. Crack! Red blood seeped through the gaps of his fingers. The dreamwalker's eyes widened at the sight. Chills raced down their spines, fury boiling up. No, Jeban, you bastard! Two elders, eyes bloodshot, rushed at Nerva. Again, Nerva stretched out his hand toward them. That same attack that ignored perspective. The two dreamwalkers darted quickly through the air, trying to escape his reach. But simply dodging was not enough. One was seized by Nerva's hand and perished. Seizing the chance, the other closed in on Nerva, drawing dream energy from the siesta gloves. A green blade formed, and he thrust it at Nerva's heart. Or rather, he tried to. The blade should have pierced Nerva's heart, but it never touched his body. How did he misjudge the distance? Grinding his teeth, the dreamwalker swung at Nerva's neck. For a moment he thought the strike true, but again Nerva stood unharmed, confusing him further. The distance between them was practically nothing, yet his blade never touched. Ag! He formed a crossbow on the back of his hand and fired at Nerva's forehead. The bolt halted right before Nerva's brow. Time stop. No, this is at last the dreamwalker understood why none of his attacks had landed. The bolt was still flying. It was just that Nerva, the target, had not yet been reached. Though only a single meter separated them to the eye, the true distance was far, far greater, like a paradox. Why, you at a loss for words, he heard Nerva speak. Why are you looking up at me? The words were as though whispered directly into his ear. And yet, he and Nerva were at equal eye level. But Nerva's voice tricked him into believing he was looking up. The dreamwalker's eyes flew open. Damn it. Without realizing, he had thought of Nerva as towering above. That negative thought was taboo in dreamland, something one must never allow. But Nerva's voice carried a peculiar power. Normally, dreamwalkers could regulate their own imagery. But after losing a comrade, a gap had formed. Unwittingly, the dreamwalker tilted his head back. Nerva now loomed above, tall enough to reach the heavens. Enno. He knew he must not think negatively, yet fear of Nerva consumed him more and more. Like when someone tells you not to picture an elephant, and the image only grows stronger. The giant Nerva lowered his head, gazing down at the dreamwalker. Thank you. Then he raised his foot and stomped down. With a boom, red blood burst across the desert like a popped balloon, then soaked into the sand and vanished. The onlookers shuddered in horror. Clara, Xantman, Julianon were exceptions. Nerva, now a giant, burst into laughter. Coo-hoo-hoo. Ha-ha-ha, his laughter was like thunder. The world itself trembled from the sound. Even the dreamwalkers flying in the air were pushed back by the shockwave of his voice. Dear God. Elissa, having just blocked another tidal wave of sand, was struck speechless at the sight of Nerva's gigantic form, clearly visible even from afar. What happens when one transcends physical law and freely manipulates a world built upon imagination? The answer lay plain before their eyes. Nerva shaped his thumb and forefinger into a ring and blew. Through the circle of his fingers, immense dream sand poured out, carried by his breath. In an instant, a tornado wrapped in golden sand rose up. At this rate, they would all be swallowed and torn apart. Then Clara Cohen stepped forward. Demon, you look very small to me. It was no empty bluff, truly gazed at him as though he was small. And just like that, the body of the giant Nerva deflated like a balloon, returning to its original size. The sandstorm he had exhaled weakened as well, reduced to nothing more than a dust-laden breeze. The dreamwalkers thought they were saved, but Clara's expression was grim. Originally, she had intended to shrink him to the point of crushing him underfoot, but returning him to his normal size was the best she could do. No matter how much they fueled their dream sand with imagination, Nerva's power was simply too great to be fully checked. In that case, Clara wrapped her body in dream sand. Nerva immediately guessed what she intended. Since direct attacks on me fail, you choose instead to strengthen yourself. Her choice shocked even the dreamwalkers. Xantman's face twisted with anguish. Why, you damned old hag. Normally, the others would have scolded him for speaking so to their master, but no one could chide him now. For Clara Cohen's transformation was unsettling to all of them. Her bent back straightened. Wrinkles melted from her face, sagging skin firming tight. Her snow-white hair turned pale green under the flow of dream sand. Lines still lingered around her eyes, but Clara Cohen had clearly grown younger, from the form of an 80-year-old crone to a woman in her mid-40s. And her rejuvenation was not only skin-deep. The aura flowing from Clara grew far stronger. If before she had been a candle flame, now she blazed like a torch. The school's dreamwalkers were astonished at her rejuvenated form, but not a single one of them rejoiced. Why are they acting like that? Sedna, cradled in Julia's arms, asked the question. Julia's face, like the others, was grim. Master is burning her own life, burning her life. She's recalling her strongest self of the past. In dreamland, if you imagine it, it can be made real. But Julia's expression did not ease. That doesn't mean she's truly gone back in time. It's just a recreation of her peak, consuming her power to force it into being. Like a candle. It was power she should never have been allowed to wield, conjured by brute force through imagination and experience. And the brighter the flame of a candle burns, the faster the wax melts away. Clara Cohen's situation was exactly that, manifestation of her prime. Clara stared at her palm. A young hand, smooth and unlined, unlike her usual wrinkled one. Of course, this too carried some age, but compared to her fully withered form, it was like true rejuvenation. For the aged, youth was the most coveted wish. And yet that very power was a double-edged sword. A fine sight. In your youth, you must have been a tremendous beauty. Nerva spoke in sincere admiration. Now in her 40s, Clara possessed the allure of a mature woman in full bloom. How pitiful that even such beauty must bow before the flow of time. What a waste! In dreamland, you could remain fair forever. To be born, to grow, to age as such are the processes of mankind. It's precisely because of that that this moment shines brighter. Clara's voice was cold. Her grandmotherly kindness was Garneuth had restored charisma and force to her tone. Clara raised her hand. At the lightest of gestures, black clouds gathered, and green lightning crashed down upon Nerva. Even Nerva seemed to deem it dangerous, for he shaped Dreamsand into a pointed lightning rod. Crack, crack, crash. The bolt struck, and the sand rod melted into glass, shattering into powder. In that fleeting moment, Clara had grown younger still from her mid-40s to her late NVLGT, official version, 30s. In actual magic, youth did not equal strength. Maturity brought its own refinement. But in dreamland, her younger years carried symbolic weight, a body quick of mind, robust and tireless. That symbolism manifested here, and the more power Clara unleashed, the younger she became. It was a sign of life burning to its end, the last desperate struggle, wringing out every drop of energy and spirit. Master, stop, any further and you'll die, Julia cried out in anguish, but Clara did not stop. Other dreamwalkers moved to restrain her. You damned hag. Why are you recklessly pushing yourself alone? Can't even call her a hag anymore. They forced laughter as they unleashed attacks at Nerva. Clara stared at her pupils in shock. Stand back. He's not an opponent you can face. Since when have we ever fought only foes we were equal to? You should know us by now, shouldn't you? Their cackling figures struck Clara's heart with bittersweet weight. A touching scene indeed. Nerva stirred up a storm of sand. The dreamwalkers scattered, but one was caught in the gale. Aunt Jenny, Julia's eyes widened as she watched a woman's body shredded by sand and vanish. A stout-hearted woman who had always taken Julia's side when the seniors teased her. Another sacrifice. Ivanchaf elderly in his 60s, a dreamwalker of the School of Dreams. Senior Evans, the man who had always smiled and slipped her candy, fell lifeless onto the desert sand. His corpse was hungrily devoured by the dream sand. One by one. Precious people were dying. No, Julia's lips trembled. These were people she had bickered with endlessly. She had often been angry at being treated like a child left by the water's edge, but she had never truly hated them. Even when scolding them sharply, she had been glad inside for their warmth. No, and now those people were dying. For Julia, who had never lost anyone dear before, the shock was overwhelming. Even with the siesta equipped, her mind wavered violently. Julia, Sedna checked her condition. Julia's pupils shook in emptiness. Sedna recognized that look. The very same gaze she herself had worn after her mother's death. Yet there was nothing Sedna could do for Julia now. She knew from experience that no words of comfort would reach her. Will you continue to neglect your comrades' deaths, dream master? Nerva marked Clara, who was pausing for breath. By now, Clara had grown into her early 30s. That look brings back memories. Yes, when you lost someone you loved in dreamland, you came to this world again and again. His name was Nathanael, was it not? At the mention of Nathanael, Clara's expression sharpened into fury. Oh my, judging by that face, I seem to have struck home. Ah, yes, I remember. Back when I had not fully awoken, a human came even here. Nerva recalled the decades-old past. That man, he was truly brave. His eyes were so upright. His will was so strong he endured much of my torment, though in the end he went mad. You. And come to think of it, Nathanael was not alone then, was he? Yes, it had indeed been Nathanael who entered Dreamland's depths, but he had not come alone. At his side had been a very small, very young boy, a blonde brat. That's right. What was his name again? France. Yes, that was it. But Nerva did not rejoice at having his curiosity answered, for the voice that had spoken the name belonged neither to Clara nor to the Dreamwalkers. It belonged to a third party. When Nerva turned his head, he saw the figure of a young blonde man, and in that same instant he saw him drive a dagger straight into his heart. Thud, do you remember me? 547 chapter, Indulgence of Betrayal, 3, oh my. So it was you. Nerva sneered at France. The ambush had come from someone he hadn't expected, but he wasn't flustered in the least. Fran's strike of conviction was blocked by Nerva raising his arm. A shame. You must have been aiming for the heart. The dagger that seized the chance struck into Nerva's forearm, yet Fran's expression did not change. It was the dreamwalkers who were startled instead, realizing who it was. France, why are you here? Sedna was shocked in a different way. That man. Once a member of the Black Dawn Society, she knew at least fragments about France. Directly under Zero Order existed the First Orders, but they were not the closest to him. Only two people. Zero Order always had two close attendants beside him, and one of them was the blond, handsome man, France. For Sedna, she had only heard of his appearance. She had never known that his name was France, nor that he was a dreamwalker. I've heard of him. Julia, too, had heard news about France. The master once adopted a foster son. His skill was so outstanding that people thought he would surely be the next master of the dream school, second only to her. There was someone like that. But I heard that due to some incident, he turned against the master and left the dream school. So why is he here? Too many things didn't make sense. How could someone who had abandoned the school manage to enter the depths? And Clara Cohen had adopted France long ago. Even if he had been a young boy then, by now his age should have well exceeded 40. And yet that face. Fran's appearance was that of someone barely past adolescence, looking no older than his late teens. He could have passed as Julia's peer, that youthful was his face. It wasn't something that could be brushed off as merely having a baby face. His appearance was unnaturally alien. Clara, too, stared at France with a complicated expression. She couldn't deny that seeing his face again, even on the brink of death, was a joy. But Clara had never wished for France to come here. She had even made a deal with Ludger to prevent it. In the end, you came. France did not answer Clara's words. It wasn't that he failed to recognize her in her younger form. In fact, this appearance of Clara was even more clearly etched into him. But that wasn't the important thing right now. What he had considered a surprise strike had been blocked. Nerva, aware of this, displayed sheer composure. That little brat grew this much. Remember, of course I remember. How could I forget the greenhorn who suddenly fell into the depths? Yes, I remember as well. Thanks to you, I ended up with a nightmare I can never erase. Fran's voice was calm, but the hatred inside could not be hidden. The burning emotion was palpable, and Nerva chuckled. Still regret it, do you? Because of yourself, your foster father died. I do regret it. But it wasn't because of me that he died. You killed him. Trace it back, and isn't it your fault in the first place? At Nerva's mocking words, France had no immediate rebuttal. What? Hearing their conversation, Xantman doubted his ears. There was another reason why Brother Nathanael lost his mind that day. Xantman was the oldest dreamwalker in the school. Naturally, he knew about Nathanael's descent into the depths and his madness leading to death. Oh my, don't tell me you never spoke of it. That mistake you committed that day. Nerva wasn't speaking in ignorance. From the moment France appeared, and from Xantman's reaction, Nerva had already pieced together what had happened between them. And yet he asked like this because he wanted to mock. To think your father, even your foster father Nathanael, went mad all because of you. Ha ha ha. Nerva's cruel laughter and truth left the dreamwalkers speechless. Clara Cohen's lover and one of the greatest dreamwalkers, Nathanael, all had heard of him. Even those who had never met him knew his reputation. His fall into the depths of dreamland at a young age and going mad there had plunged many into sorrow. The world believed he had gone out of reckless curiosity, but the truth was otherwise. You had greater talent than anyone as a dreamwalker, and so, with your arrogance and childish mind, you insisted on going to the depths. Your father and mother opposed it, but you wouldn't listen. That foolish brat wanted to prove himself, to prove he could do it. Among dreamwalkers, descending into the depths was nearly taboo. How many had died just trying to reach the middle layers? These present survived only because of the sacrifices of their predecessors, but the depths were far more dangerous. Even Nathanael himself had sternly warned against it, that not even his power could set foot there. But France was different. He was the designated heir to the master. And what kind of foster parents had raised him? Nathanael and Clara Cohen, two dreamwalkers of a kind that history could barely parallel. Raised directly by them, France was fated to be not only the next master, but perhaps the greatest dream master of all time. If only for that one mistake. Such a tragedy. If only you had been content, you could have lived a peaceful life, risen to master at a young age, basked in your parents' love, and left your mark in history as a great mage. It wasn't as though his relationship with his foster parents had been cold. Nathanael and Clara had loved him as if he were their real child, and France had worked diligently to answer their expectations. They were mentor and disciple, and they were loving family. That peace was broken when France aimed for the depths of dreamland. Overconfident in his ability, he ignored Nathanael's warning and ventured too deep. Falling into the depths itself was perilous enough. But that wasn't all. At that time, deep in the depths, Nerva stirred awake for a moment. Nerva had no tolerance for a pitiful human intruding into the goddess domain. Even if it was just a child, there was no mercy. A bug crawling into the house isn't spared because it's a hatchling. It is trampled more cruelly. The young France was overwhelmed by Nerva's presence and froze helpless, and Nathanael appeared to save him. France still remembers. The terrifying monster about to devour him and then the warm embrace from behind, that steady warmth. Even now, closing his eyes, that memory resurfaces vividly. His NVLG continue reading, foolish, stupid self, the moment he had given up everything in despair, and the miraculous saving hand. Ah, Nathanael, such a pitiful human. He gave up his life to save the child he had adopted, at such a young age, too. The dreamwalkers looked at Clara, searching for confirmation. She nodded with a heavy face. She understood they didn't want to believe a demon's words. But at least this much was true. To have kept your hatred burning all these years, I commend you. But if even that trump card of yours was blocked so easily, then all your years of honing that hatred were wasted. Was it truly blocked? Despite his failed strike, Fran's expression hadn't changed. That look gave Nerva an odd unease, not the expression of one hiding despair, but of someone who had expected this outcome all along. Nerva quickly realized why. Throb, pain radiated from the forearm pierced by Fran's dagger. The searing agony was unlike any ordinary wound. The pain spread through his arm like crackling electricity. Nerva hastily unleashed his power. France was flung away but landed lightly on the sand. Nerva inspected his arm. He had pulled the dagger out, but the wound would not heal. Instead, cracks spread from the wound as if his flesh were fractured glass. You bastard. What did you do? Golden sand leaked out from the fissures. Nerva gritted his teeth and tried to regenerate, but it wasn't working. Crack, splinter. The cracks spread like a spider web, crawling past his elbow toward his shoulder. TSSSHD. Desperate, Nerva tore off his right arm at the shoulder. He was too frantic to think of cutting cleanly. The pain was indescribable, but he didn't hesitate. Had he not severed it, the cracks would have spread to his heart and head. He tossed the arm aside, and it shattered like porcelain, crumbling into dust. Golden blood gushed from the rough stump, and Nerva sealed it with sand. Yet his eyes never left France. How? You said it yourself. Hatred tempered for a very long time. France lifted the dagger half buried in the sand. Its edge curved like a crescent moon, with a pale green hilt that radiated an uncanny aura. You don't know how many long years it took to forge this one thing. So this is the dagger Saruna spoke of. Nerva belatedly realized his mistake. What Zero Order had declared so boldly hadn't been a mere metaphor. A bitter laugh escaped Nerva. I thought you had only grown sly, but you've become far more cunning than I imagined. All that talk of a hidden dagger, of declarations of every word, had been psychological warfare. He had baited Nerva to focus his guard in the wrong direction. Saruna wasn't just sly. He had turned Nerva's own vigilance against him, to incite suspicion so I'd look away from the plain truth. He had overthought and missed the simple path, but Nerva also felt it unfair. Then what of Ludger Cherish? He had thought Ludger was Saruna's hidden dagger, only to find he was simply a natural disaster in human form. No, Saruna must have leaked that on purpose too. Layer after layer of smoke screens, so the true threat remained unseen. And now Nerva was paying the price for that carelessness. A blunder. He had thought himself bold, but realized even that had been foreseen. But you should have killed me here, one arm gone, no regeneration possible. Power consumed in severing his body. Still lived. That was your last chance. Whelp, you should have killed me when you had the chance. That failure will be your death. The dreadful killing intent boiling off Nerva made France grin. You smile. You seem to be under a delusion. Do you think I came here alone? Before Nerva could react, a torrent of attacks struck. Boom! A giant harpoon, like one for hunting whales, smashed through his back and pinned him to the ground. Its size was such that his body was nailed down by the handle itself. He tried to pull it out with his remaining arm only for that arm too to fall away, severed. What is this? His voice trailed downward, because the head speaking had already been severed. And then 5 masked men and women drifted down from the sky on the wind. 548 chapter, The Truth in the Dream. 1. What is this? The Dreamwalkers could not follow the sudden turn of events. Neither could Clara Cohen, nor Julia Plumehart, nor Zantman. All of them were the same. Not only had France suddenly appeared, he had managed to wound Nerva, who had seemed impossible to bring down. And now masked reinforcements of unknown identity had joined the battle. Even if Nerva had been caught off guard, the way he had been pinned to the ground and beheaded in an instant, these were not feats of ordinary people. Only Sedna recognized the masked figures. Seniors. She barely suppressed the cry of joy that threatened to burst out. She had suspected as much ever since Hans and Sheridan had shown up, but now it was clear. The other members of Owens had entered Dreamland as well. At least we arrived at the best possible moment. Alex peered out from behind his mask, surveying the scene. Because of the fight with Nerva, the Dreamwalkers looked battered and broken. The surroundings were devastation itself. Any later, and things would have been beyond repair. Tell me Thisia sure he can be beaten, right? Alex's gaze settled on Nerva. Decapitated, both arms severed, his body nailed to the ground with a harpoon looked no better than a corpse. Yet he was still alive. These days, people greet me rather roughly. Why is it that every last one I meet is so eager to chop off my head? Do you all want it that badly? Nerva's voice resounded. Even headless, his words echoed as though directly in their minds. Sand swirled in the air and attached to his neck. The severed head regenerated, and the left arm Alex had lopped off returned as well. Nerva gripped the harpoon that had impaled his chest. Crack, the harpoon dissolved into sand and fell apart. The gaping hole in his torso closed, and clothing covered the wound. The only thing he could not regenerate was the right arm severed by Fran's dagger. Though Nerva had returned to a seemingly intact form, his face was grim. It would have been one thing if only the Dreamwalkers were present, but now France and other powerful opponents had arrived one after another, and that bothersome headmistress girl seems ready to join in too. On top of that, the Sion instructors who had been stalling for time in the sandstorm were regrouping and heading this way. Nerva let out a faint sigh. So be it. This too must be a trial. His eyes shifted. From the twisted face lined with creases, a fierce resolve rose up like flame. A will, as if he had steeled himself for something. Something's NVLGT, official version coming. We must stop it. Just as they all rushed forward to strike Nerva Kugagugung, a massive earthquake shook the entire depths of Dreamland. The eyes of all turned toward the epicenter. This wasn't Nerva's doing. What now? In the distance rose a colossal obelisk, and beneath it something vast and black moved like shimmering heat haze. What was that? A shadow, darkness. Its sluggish squirming resembled tar flushed out with factory waste. Until now it had gone unseen. The fact that it was visible meant it had grown immense. For the moment it only shifted faintly under the giant stake that pinned it, but what if it fully rose? Even that slight movement had shaken the whole of Dreamland. If it truly awoke, the world turning upside down would not be strange. Everyone thought the same thing at once, and that faint terror restrained their actions. The only one who could act was Nerva. Ooh, goddess. Nerva exulted purely. This earthquake that had struck at just this moment seemed to him like the mercy of the goddess, granting him opportunity. Just a little longer. I shall destroy these insects and offer you a sacrifice in your name. With a face full of rapture, Nerva praised the goddess. When he clenched his left fist, the desert moved. Boom! Huge pillars of sand erupted everywhere. The sand surged and roared like a storm-tossed sea. Everyone, be careful. Do not get swept away. Nerva slowly raised his clenched fist. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The violently trembling sand rose into the sky. All the dream sand he had spread around responded to his will. The desert that had engulfed the surroundings floated up into the air. That desert swallowed everything within its range. France, Clara Cohen, Sedna, Julia, Owens, the Theon teachers rushing in from afar, even Hans and Sheridan watching with Ludger in tow. Cracks split the sky of Dreamland's depths. Like glass breaking, shards rained down to the ground, the sky collapsing glitterily. Beyond the shattered sky was pure blackness, and from that darkness, human forms poured down in swarms. They were the ones left behind in the middle layer, awaiting rescue. Nerva had forced the last of his strength to shatter the boundary between depths and middle, causing people to fall through the gap. The desert swallowed them whole. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Devouring them greedily, the sand began to gather into an immense wall, slowly shaping itself. Come forth. The dream sand that absorbed all became a giant sphere. As large as the obelisk that sealed the goddess of dreams, the massive sand sphere floated in the sky of the depths, into the endless prison with no end. Drip, drip. Julia awoke to the tickling sensation of water drops on her face. The first thing she saw was Sedna's face looking down at her with worried eyes. Sedna, Julia, you've come too. Yeah, but where are we? With Sedna's support, Julia raised her upper body and looked around. Her eyes widened. The scenery was strange beyond words. It was like a three-dimensional prison. Staircases covered everything, even walls and ceilings. Doors, railings, banisters too. Everything jumbled together in all directions, as if puzzle pieces had been thrown together haphazardly. If Ludger had been awake to see this, he would have recalled a work of art, Moritz Cornelius Escher. His drawing Relativity was uncannily similar to this sand prison. Julia brushed her hand along the floor. It felt astonishingly smooth. Though made of sand, it had the polish of marble. Its seams were trapped here. Trapped. Then the others. I don't know. I only woke up not long ago. Ah, Julia recalled the moment before she had lost consciousness. Just before the sand swallowed them, she had hugged Sedna with all her strength. Perhaps thanks to that, the two had fallen into this infinite prison without being separated. But where did you get water? Oh, you mean this. Sedna grinned and showed the root she held. It's called a curunga root, a plant that stores a lot of moisture. I squeezed this for water. That plant is I created it. Her answer was so matter-of-fact that Julia blinked in shock. That meant Sedna knew how to use imagination properly in Dreamland. Had she also seen Sedna summon the World Tree against Nerva, Julia might have fainted outright. This isn't the time to sit still. We need to move. If they had fallen here, then surely the others had as well. They had to regroup with their seniors and make plans to escape. Who knows what that demon will do next? But I think we're safe for now. Julia looked puzzled at Sedna's calm response. Why, the demon locked us here, but we're alive. I think this is the best he could manage. Now that you say it, that makes sense. Julia nodded involuntarily. If Nerva had truly been able, it would have been easier to just kill them all. But he hadn't. More precisely, he couldn't. Surely the wound he took then was the deciding blow. Sedna recalled the dagger France had plunged into him. Julia thought the same. And at once, her face grew complicated as she thought of France. Why did he come here at all? Sedna knew Julia was speaking of France, but she had no answer to give. France had been a direct subordinate of Zero Order, moving separately from the First Orders. His true identity, his actions, his goal soul were kept secret, even within the Black Dawn Society. The only thing they now knew was that he carried a burning desire for revenge against Nerva, and that he had prepared to act on it. But what about the seniors? Are they safe? They had only just reunited, and then been torn apart without even a chance to speak. Sedna couldn't help but worry for Owens. This is enough to drive me insane. Alex lifted his head. Everywhere he looked, stairs and walls and doors jumbled in bizarre ways. Was it the ceiling above, or was he standing on the ceiling himself? He couldn't tell. It wasn't just appearance of gravity itself seemed twisted. On an upside-down staircase above his head stood Bellaruna, a strange space. On a wall standing sideways, Phantos crossed his arms. Violetta, perched on a stairway at the ceiling, replied, space all mixed together. No matter where we go, it all looks the same. Clearly this is a trap to cage us. Not killing us, but trapping us. Likely he's buying time. Arthur, ignoring all perspective, marveled at the spectacle. If seeing it in pictures felt like that, how much stranger to behold it in reality. His childlike curiosity outweighed despair, fascination glowing in his eyes. This isn't the time. Before that sealed goddess awakens, we must stop it. Bellaruna trembled, crushed by dread. No one contradicted her. That France fellow must have been cast elsewhere. We can't just sit still. We need to find a way out. Alex gave a hollow laugh and asked, so how do we regroup? First, they had to deal with this twisted maze of a space. Hans wiped his brow with a dark look. He had thought they had escaped to somewhere safe, only to immediately fall into this infinite prison. Had I known, I would run farther. But in truth, he knew he couldn't have escaped Nerva anyway. Still, people always harbor petty regrets. What crushed Hans more than being trapped in this twisted space was something else. Tremble. Hans looked down at his right hand. His fingertips were trembling faintly. Sensations beyond his will crawled through it, and his hand slowly warped into a grotesque shape. His fingers lengthened, his nails sharpening into blades. Dark fur sprouted across the back of his hand, then receded, then sprouted again. Stop! Stop it! Hans clenched his teeth and forced power into his hand. The convulsing transformation barely receded, but he could not feel relieved. This was only temporary. His gaze shifted to Ludger, lying unconscious nearby. He looked like some sleeping prince, eyes closed in peace, untouched even in this nightmare. But such thoughts were luxuries now, if this continues. At any moment, the beast of J. Vorden he had suppressed might break out. Even if Ludger was fine, if Hans lost control while Ludger lay so vulnerable, then I'll end up killing someone precious with my own hands again. Hans slowly rose to his feet. Even if unconscious, Sheridan was there as well, so surely she would take care of Ludger. Seems I've reached my limit. No one would hear him, but he still wanted to leave these words behind. Thank you for everything, brother. Leaving those words, Hans walked off with heavy steps. Where those steps led, even he did not know. Only one thought filled his mind obsessively before the beast inside swallowed him whole to get as far away from Ludger as possible. 549 chapter, The Truth in the Dream, 2. France sat still in his seat, looking back into his past. That day, the day he first fell into the depths of dreamland, the day his father went mad, it was an unforgettable memory. The very sight before him now was that memory. No matter how much he wished to forget, he could not. What had been driven deep into his soul remained painfully vivid. Whenever he closed his eyes, it rose up on its own. A foolish brat had stumbled and fallen into the depths of dreamland, and there he faced the one existence he should never have encountered. Oh dear. Child, did you lose your way? Even if he had met a shark in the pitch-black abyss of the sea, it would not have been like this. It is not yet the time for me to awaken, yet you made me open my eyes. And on top of that, to think it would be a human trespassing on the goddess domain. You truly are a wicked child. Nerva's voice was gentle. It was like listening to a lullaby, his ears melting just by hearing it. And when he smiled, he looked like a kind grandfather doting on his grandchild. But France was not deceived by such appearances. The sweeter Nerva's voice sounded, the more goosebumps erupted over his entire body. That thing was no human, and it had no intention of ever letting him live. As if sensing that France realized it, Nerva paused for a moment and then sneered. The child is quick-witted. Too bad you're not enough to play with until I fall asleep again. As Nerva said that, he slowly reached out his hand. France, frozen in place, could do nothing but watch that palm draw nearer. That was when warmth enveloped him from behind. I am sorry, father, a familiar voice. Maybe because the situation was so hopeless, that voice struck him even more deeply. I should have paid you more attention. This is my fault. And no, father. It's because I was worthless. Nerva frowned at the appearance of an unexpected guest. Not just one human, but two. Guests barging in through my door uninvited. No, this is nothing short of thievery. I have one request for you. It is true we trespassed of our own accord, but could you not overlook it and simply let us go? Nathanael asked Nerva politely. Nerva burst into laughter, as if he had just heard the funniest thing. Kiwahaha, to think I would live long enough to hear a human politely beg me. The expression carved onto Nerva's face vanished in an instant. It happened so fast, it was as if he were wearing a mask. How dare you spout such insolence before me? So it cannot be done after all. Nathanael let out a quiet sigh. From the moment he had seen Nerva, he had already prepared himself. The instant Nerva moved to act, Nathanael acted first. The figure holding France in his arms vanished from the spot like a mirage. Nerva hesitated for a moment, then twisted his face at the realization that Nathanael had fled. Not only did you dare to wake me, you think to escape. I will never let you go peacefully. While Nerva vowed that, Nathanael appeared at a distance away, facing France. France, Father, originally this was supposed to be my duty, so do not burden your heart. As he said this, Nathanael took from Fran's tightly clenched hands that thing, lifting it away. Perhaps this was my true fate all along. Father, what do you mean listen well? There is no way to run from that existence here, and since we have fallen into these depths, there is no way to escape safely. At least not for the two of us. The two of us quick to grasp things, Fran's eyes widened at what Nathanael was implying. All I can say is that I am sorry to you. Father, what do you mean by that? If we had just a little more time, perhaps we could have made more memories. France felt a sense of dread at those words. Nathanael pulled something from his belt and hung it around Fran's neck. Tell Clara that I am sorry for being such a useless husband, and tell her not to grieve too much. This was something bound to happen eventually. Why? Why? It was my fault. I didn't listen properly to your words. Fran's voice grew thick with moisture. Nathanael only shook his head with a smiling face, gently brushing aside his son's faltering cry. It is not your fault. This has been a kind of destiny laid down long ago. It was my failing to try and ignore it. I don't understand what you mean. You don't need to. In fact, it is better that you don't. Nathanael wiped away the tears streaming down Fran's face with his hand. My son, it's all right. When you leave, I will follow soon after, so do not worry, truly. When France asked, Nathanael smiled brightly and nodded. Of course. Have you forgotten who your father is? At that moment, a sandstorm raged in the distance. The massive sands carried Will, surging like a tidal wave toward where France and Nathanael stood. It seems it has already found us. Father, SHH, that's enough. Well, finish the rest of this talk another time. Nathanael activated the artifact hanging from Fran's neck. It was an emergency escape device, created in case its user ever sank too deep into dreamland and was swallowed by the massive dream pressure. It required the highest grade magic stone to make. Only Nathanael and Clara possessed one. Go. Nathanael gave Fran's shoulder a light push. Fran's body floated upward, rising like an ascension into the sky. He stretched his hand toward his father, but that hand never reached him. Through falling tears, what France saw was the sandstorm wearing the face of a gigantic old man and the back of Nathanael standing firmly against it. That was the last memory France carried, the end of the dream he always had. France opened his eyes. With a blank face, he rose to his feet. What he saw were dreamwalkers staring at him with wary eyes. Wariness, hostility, suspicion. There was not a single favorable emotion directed at him. Whether they knew him or not, everyone reacted the same way. France let out a faint laugh. His gaze fell upon an old woman being supported by other dreamwalkers. Even France, who paid no mind to the others, could not tear his eyes away from her. Why did you come? The old woman, Clara Cohen, scolded him. It is none of your concern. That is, Clara was at a loss for words. It was the other dreamwalkers who burst out in anger instead. You insolent wretch! How dare you speak that way to the master, you detestable bastard! Think of what you have done. You should be groveling in apology. They were people who knew France from before. France replied to them with cold indifference. So what? What? Even if I said I was sorry, what would change? Those who had shouted in rage fell silent, mouths gaping in disbelief at his brazen words. Even if I shed tears and begged forgiveness, what would change? Silence. Zampman, unable to bear it any longer, thundered in anger. At the very least, the master. Even after losing the one she loved, and even her child left her, she remained steadfast in the school and fulfilled her duty. She who must have suffered more than anyone else. She is not like you, who turned away from reality. To those words, France answered with a sneer. Turned away from reality. Isn't the dream school itself nothing more than a gathering of those who turn their eyes from reality? What did you say? I, on the contrary, faced reality, to fight against the demon that might awaken again one day. France drew out the dagger he had kept at his side. At least I took one of its arms. But what did you do? You were trampled on without resistance, were you not? Why, you mad bastard? Zantman's beard quivered with fury. France ignored him completely and spoke to Clara. With your power, it is impossible to face that monster. Take the hindrances and leave. You dare. The dreamwalkers were about to shout in anger, but a small wave of Clara's hand silenced them. They all pressed their lips tightly shut, waiting for her to speak. France stared at Clara with a cold and frigid gaze. It was not the gaze of a son looking at the mother who once cared for him, but of someone seeing an obstacle standing in the way of his revenge. And what Clara said to her long-absent son under such a gaze was completely unexpected. "Have you been eating well?" The dreamwalkers widened their eyes in shock at the utterly unforeseen words. The one who reacted even more strongly was France. "You've grown thin since I last saw you. My son, how much you must have suffered. What nonsense are you?" France bit his lip in silence. The hand gripping his dagger trembled violently. "I know, no matter how coldly you speak, no matter what face you put on, you're still worrying about me. Do not speak such nonsense. I have changed. A mother knows. When I look into your eyes, they are the same now as they were then. That too, this unchanging face, you mean?" France forced a mocking smile, as if trying to shatter the mood. "That day, when my foolishness made me fall into the depths of dreamland, this is what became of me. Even after so many years, I hardly age at all. As though I can never forget my past, my reality has stopped changing. The reason France retained his youthful appearance after so long was not a blessing. It was a curse, a scar branded by the depths themselves, forcing him never to forget his mistake. Though his body had grown larger, his pale skin and boyish face still resembled that child of the past, the self who had caused his father's death. Because my appearance hasn't changed, do you think I haven't changed either? I wasn't speaking of your appearance, child. I meant that kind heart of yours that even while pretending otherwise still thinks of others. It has not changed either." Clara said that and then broke into a dry cough. "Master, old woman." Everyone turned toward her with worry written on their faces. She had burned her life force to regain a youthful form and now returned to her old self, but the after-effects still lingered. Fran's eyes shook violently. "Do not worry. I'm not dying this instant. It is merely the backlash of what I forced myself to do just now." Color returned to Clara's face for a moment, and she looked at France with gentle eyes. "It is not your fault, which is why it must be corrected." For that, France had left the dream school and continued his research alone to kill Nerva. And in that process, he encountered Zero Order. Recently, I heard of someone obsessively prying into demons. And what do I find? A child. Who are you? Would it be enough if I said I am the demon you seek? From the very moment he appeared, he was unusual. He made no attempt to hide his identity and openly called himself a demon. "But I am not the demon you are looking for, I should tell you that. What is your goal?" "Oh, quick-witted, aren't you? You don't even doubt me." A crescent smile hung on Zero Order's lips. "I will let you kill that demon." A demon whispering so that another demon might be killed. Anyone with a normal mind would have coldly rejected such a proposal. But back then, France was desperate enough to cling to any rope. If it was to kill Nerva, he did not care even if the hand he grasped was that of a demon. The price. My soul. Ha ha ha. Amusing. So that's how young ones these days think of demons. Sorry, but I have no need for your soul. Instead, I want you to teach me the abilities the Dreamwalkers use. That's all. You call that all? Mages froth at the mouth when asked to share their specialty spells. So, what do you say? It doesn't matter. If you can only teach me how to kill that demon. Good. Then our contract is sealed. Under a starlit, moonlit night. Zero Order held out his hand to France. "I will tell you my name, especially for you. My name is Saruna. Surunner." Fran's eyes widened. In the writings about demons, he had encountered that name many NVLHT, don't copy, read here times. In the past, the great demon known to have fought Saintess Archinis of the Lumines Church and perished with her, that was Saruna. By the tales, he was like a vast darkness that could engulf the world. But the Saruna before his eyes was nothing like that. Not so different from a human was he. But France believed it. He was even grateful. For it was not the hand of just any demon he grasped, but the hand of a great demon. With that, he was certain he could fulfill his purpose. "Your name?" "France Cohen." France spoke, then shook his head. "No, just call me France. That was their first meeting. For my father's revenge, I took the hand of a demon. France had crossed a river from which there was no return." Clara looked at him with a face full of sorrow. She understood his heart. His life, until now, had been soaked in vengeance and guilt. Even Clara herself had once thought such thoughts. But still, it could not be allowed. "France, there is something I have not told you, and it is something you all of the Dream School must hear." At Clara's sudden words, everyone's eyes turned to her. This is the truth passed down only to the master of the Dream School, and it is something connected to Nathanael, who left us. 550 chapter, The Truth in the Dream. 3. The shepherd boy Tetra sat alone in the wide meadow, gazing at the drifting clouds. It was a peaceful world. The sheep grazed leisurely in the pasture, and all he needed to do was sit quietly and watch them. But young Tetra did not simply feel content, nor did he find this meaningless time boring. What kind of ridiculous dream is this? The words that slipped from the lips of the young country boy carried a cold, adult tone. The shepherd boy Tetra. No Ludger Cherish, who was dreaming the boy's dream, could not make sense of the situation. The moment I lost consciousness, I was reborn as a completely new being. It felt as though, just like his past life, he had died and begun another existence. But Ludger knew better. This was not real life, it was a dream in which he was reliving someone else's life exactly. In other words, Ludger Cherish was dreaming the dream of the shepherd boy Tetra, another's dream. And the error is much further in the past than the time I live in. Tetra has long since died. Ludger immediately sensed that this was a prison created by Nerva. As a servant of the god of dreams, Nerva had pried into the cracks of his mind and forced upon him another person's dream. Normally, psychic-type assaults would never have worked on me. Mental attacks, curses, none of it could affect Ludger. And yet here he was, dreaming this dream. That meant Nerva's authority was not some mere curse. Of course, this is simply a dream. You can't call it a curse just because it exists. Nerva had told him before sleep to dream of a butterfly. And indeed, this was his second dream. The first had been the butterfly, which flew for a while before dying. The next time he opened his eyes, he had become this shepherd boy, a dream NVite original source that feels real. Ludger opened and closed his hand. The sensation on his palm was vivid. The breeze flowing through the drifting clouds, the faint smell of sheep carried from afar. If all his senses could feel it so clearly, could this even be called a dream? One could dismiss it as an interesting experience, but Ludger could not take it so lightly. Rather, the situation filled him with a creeping sense of dread. When I was the butterfly, for an instant I forgot that I was Ludger Cherish. There is the story of the butterfly dream. Zhuangzhou dreamed he was a butterfly, and upon waking, could not tell whether he was Zhuangzhou dreaming of being a butterfly or a butterfly dreaming of being Zhuangzhou. If he had simply woken from the dream, it could have been brushed off as a butterfly dream. But he thought otherwise, felt, in that moment, that he was truly a butterfly dreaming the life of Zhuangzhou. It was not Zhuangzhou's perspective of a butterfly, but the actual life of a butterfly being lived. Though it was only a dream, it was vivid, and every part of it was as if real. Looked at another way, one could say it is a way to transcend oneself and learn the perspectives of other beings, to grasp the principles of all things. But if that is so, what happens to the self? When he lived as the butterfly, Ludger had not worried about such questions. But when that ended, when he opened his eyes and the new dream began, he realized it. The prison of dreams Nerva had given him was only beginning now. Still, Ludger flicked his fingers. Sparks of mana leapt from his fingertips, a recognition of magic, something the boy Tetra would never have perceived. And if he could perceive it, it meant he was still Ludger Cherish. I cannot give up. He would escape this place. With that resolve, Ludger rose to his feet. Clara Cohen slowly opened her mouth. This tale has been passed down to the Dream Masters from long ago, always with a stern warning never to reveal it to anyone else. Now Clara was about to speak that secret aloud. Her gaze, mingled with affection and concern, rested on France. You fell into the depths of dreamland. But you must know at that time you had talent, yes, but not enough to descend into the depths. You were still a child. That is, there is no need to hide it. That day you fell because you were summoned. The dreamwalker's eyes turned to France in confusion. Summoned? What does that mean? Fran's lips trembled. You knew. Even though you were young, your talent was remarkable. Because of that, you received its summons. You unconsciously grasped it, and so fell into the depths. Master, what is this it you speak of? By now it was clear Clara was not speaking of ordinary matters. Everyone held their breath, and Zampman carefully asked, "It is a fragment, a fragment." Yes, something once whole that broke apart, scattering pieces across the world. One of those fragments came into the hands of our dream school. And what on earth long ago, a former dream master took part in a certain research. It was something that would decide the future of this world. Clara steadied her breath. What she was about to say should never fall carelessly into anyone's ears. She knew that, yet she had to say it. If not now, there might never be another chance to pass on the truth. The fragment we received was a shard of a very dangerous relic. In the distant past, even before the Empire existed, people tried to use this relic for something. What exactly, I do not know. But it was said to be of great importance, tied to the world itself. The sheer scale of the story left everyone shaken, yet none dared dismiss it as nonsense. They knew their master was not one to speak idly. Then meddlers appeared. They sought to eliminate everyone involved. The relic was shattered, its fragments scattered throughout the world. Our former master managed to secure one, and he wished to hide it somewhere untouched by human hands where no one could ever find it. But the Dream Master could not find such a place. He was too old, too drained of strength. It was too late for him to accomplish it. So he chose his successor, revealing the truth only to that one, entrusting the task. The next master searched as well, but found no suitable place. At last, the thought came. Perhaps it would be safest hidden within the dream school itself. And so, the fragment of the relic remained in the dream school, passed down generation after generation. Who was it they feared would search for it, that they hid it so deeply? The theocracy of Bretis. At Clara's words, all eyes widened. The theocracy of Bretis. Why would the stronghold of the Lumines Church appear here? It was hard to comprehend. But at the same time, it made sense why she had kept such truth hidden. To provoke the Lumines Church carelessly, even the Dream School could not survive that. Considering the fate of those branded heretics, it was only natural. But the theocracy of Bretis no longer wields such influence on the international stage. There's no need to worry, so that may be true now. But in those days, it was not so. They ruled the continent, and beyond that, they possessed hidden power they never revealed. That hidden power was what I feared. The theocracy of Bretis had suddenly gone silent around 20 years ago. Until they shut their gates, their influence reached into every corner of the continent. But that was not the most important matter. Nathanael, as the chosen successor, heard the truth from the former master. And the choice he made then was this: to hide the fragment of the relic in Dreamland itself. Dreamland, the Dreamwalkers cried out in shock. But some of the Dreamwalkers nodded as if they understood. Yeah, Dreamland is a place that no one but a Dreamwalker can recklessly enter. If you wanted to hide something, you could say it was the perfect place. But the surface layer is a place that anyone who falls asleep can reach. That's why it must have been hidden deeper. The Dreamwalkers, who had started muttering among themselves, fell silent all at once and looked toward Clara. Clara nodded, acknowledging that their words were true. A sigh of ha slipped out here and there. We moved as far as the middle layer while carrying the relic. But even if you leave an object in the middle layer, you can't move something from reality into dreamland. A dream is a dream. Reality is reality. The difference was far too absolute. If only they had given up there, they would have never known. But Nathanael did not give up. Nathanael said that there was a place where real objects could be placed in the dream world. The moment I heard those words, I realized what he meant. Every dreamwalker's expression hardened. For there was only one place where the boundary between dream and reality collapsed completely. He intended to descend into the depths and hide it there. Clara admitted that this was true. I opposed it. The chance of never returning after descending into the depths was far too high. No matter that it was the two of us, going into the depths was too dangerous. Clara wanted Nathanael to keep the relic's fragment as the other masters had stood in the ordinary way, because that was how it had always been done. There was no need to take unnecessary risks. But Nathanael, perhaps out of responsibility, was unwilling to accept that. I tried to persuade him while he was still conflicted. I begged him, asking if he would really leave behind our precious son. At the words precious son, France clenched his fists. So I said we would discuss the matter again someday, and I pushed it from my mind. Unfortunately, that was only me. Nathanael, overflowing with duty and responsibility, did not do the same. Then one day, an incident occurred. Nathanael carried the relic into the middle layer of Dreamland, and the relic's fragment reacted to something deep within Dreamland. We didn't know. Just as we looked into the abyss to hide something, the abyss also looked back at us. At the time, neither Nathanael nor Clara realized it. It was too subtle and quiet. Even if they had sharpened every sense, they could not have detected it. The power dwelling inside the fragment of the relic they had kept. The one who reacted to it was France, who had inherited the greatest dreamwalker talent of all time. Fran's eyes widened. No way back then. Clara nodded with a regretful face. It was not your fault that you became what you are. The responsibility was ours for failing to recognize that power. It was Nathanael's role to leave the relic's fragment in the depths. It was something bound to happen eventually. France had merely been caught in the aftermath, nothing more than a victim. Fran's voice trembled at the truth he had never heard until now. Why are you only telling me this now? Because if not now, there will be no chance. Clara said this, then shook her head. No, that's just an excuse. In truth, there may have always been chances. It's just that I was too weak. Back then, I was buried in grief and could not think rationally. I could not even conceive of telling the truth. But that was something she should never have allowed. At Clara's last words, the dreamwalkers lowered their heads heavily. It wasn't only France who had been grieving and broken by that event. Clara had lost her beloved husband. It had happened so suddenly that Clara had not even been able to prepare her heart to let Nathanael go. The shock was beyond words. Even for Clara, she had been far younger then, and thus all the more emotional. She had been so lost in her own grief that she could not care for France. Instead, she tried to restrain him, and that became the reason France left. A harmonious family collapsed in an instant. She lost her husband, and then even her son. Clara poured herself into raising the dream school so that it would not collapse and be swept away by the tide after Nathanael's sudden death. The truth is, the reason I fought to keep the dream school alive was for myself. I wanted to salvage something, anything. I wanted to build a place I could lean on to support me as I faltered. Clara shed tears. All of this happened because I was lacking, because I was selfish. So it is all my fault, even what you became. Enough, France shouted out. Stop, please, France. What changes just because I know the truth? Nothing. The past is already gone, and right now we are trapped inside this damned prison made by that demon. We only have one task, to kill that demon. So please, stop telling stories of the past. I cannot bear to hear them any longer. With those words, France turned his back and walked away. Watching him go, Zampman thought France looked just like a child trying desperately to ignore a truth too heavy for him to bear. There were many imprisoned. Among them were those who had been swept into the rift from the middle layer, trembling in fear. Where is this place? Let's move, for now. They did not know where an exit might be, but remaining in this distorted space was more frightening. They took deep breaths, then opened the nearest door. Beyond the door lay pitch-black darkness. Whether there's nothing there. The moment someone muttered those words, golden light exploded from within the darkness. People froze at the sudden sight, and the first one who had opened the door was dragged inside. Crunch, crackle, gyre. Horrific sounds mingled with the scream that rang out, and a moment later an old man emerged from the darkness. Missing one arm, weariness on his face, the old man muttered to himself as he looked at the people. It is truly a sinful feeling. The terrified people tried to flee, but Nerva did not allow it. When he stretched out his hand, a storm of sand whipped up and swallowed them whole. Screams rang out from within the sandstorm, but the screams did not last long. Soon the people withered and collapsed like puppets with their strings cut. Having absorbed all their life and energy, Nerva could not hide the guilt, even as his strength swelled. To think that I must dare to lay hands on offerings meant for the goddess. It meant that he had already been broken to such a degree. Nerva's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. You erased the line I swore never to cross. That should never have been. The monster of the labyrinth stepped forward in search of its next prey.